Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 245, Chapter 244 Odis's Great Harvest. A dozen minutes after Odis left the elven ruins, the seawater above the ruins suddenly parted with a whoosh, revealing a passage from the seabed to the surface. A hurricane blew in from the sea and quickly reached the underwater ruins. As the hurricane subsided, figures appeared, led by a tall, robust middle-aged man with strong, defined facial features and hair twice as thick as a normal person's, resembling tiny worms or tentacles. This was none other than Cardinal Archbishop of the Church of Storms, Archbishop of the Sea of Rose, Sea King Jan Coltman. He was followed by many punishers and military extraordinary members, who were both expectant and cautious in examining their surroundings. Just then, they heard the Archbishop snort coldly, and the hurricane swept up again, instantly bringing them to the entrance of the ruins hall. This book was first published on the Taiwan Novel Network. Providing you with a reading experience without errors or disordered chapters. Soon the punishers discovered that everything of value was gone, and there were no traces of the extracted properties. All that remained were the enormous carcasses of sea serpents and the dried-up corpses of the clergy of the Church of the Sea God. Even the blood and skin of the deep-sea blue-eyed electric eel, in the ruins next to the hall were gone, clearly indicating that it had been systematically looted. "Who is it?" Jan Kortman growled, suppressing his anger. He had been fighting against Kvichua for several days, and the time to reap the spoils had finally come, but he got nothing. With a wave of his hand, the Archbishop caused a surge of seawater to rush into the hall, quickly forming a thin layer of water on the ceiling, resembling the surface of a tranquil lake. The lake reflected the scene that had happened here not long ago. An indistinct figure floated in midair and pulled out a white short staff inlaid with sapphire blue. The characteristics of the members of the Church of the Sea God on the ground suddenly disappeared, as if they had been swallowed up by the air. The substitutes realized that this must be the work of an organization, because there were two people on the other side, and they had a clear division of labor, with one of them taking away Kvichua's characteristics. The other person's state was rather strange. It seemed as if they were invisible, and even someone of Sea King's level could not see them. Arn Kortman took a deep breath and, with his back to the crowd, said, "Find them." The substitutes immediately gave a wry smile. At least the person who pulled out the short cane still had a human form, but the other person couldn't even be seen without a hair. How were they supposed to find him? However, at this moment, they certainly dared not say anything, lest Lord Sea King's anger completely erupt. Byam, 17 Hammer Road. Suddenly, an illusory door appeared in the living room, and Odis walked out of it, removing the mask she had bought from Byam. He was not worried at all about the Church of Storm's search, because under the dual protection of the blessing of the Goddess of Night and the Wilderness of Knowledge, they would not get any clues about him. After resting for a while, Odis entered the Wilderness of Knowledge to take stock of her spoils. For him, this operation was a huge success. He didn't take much risk but gained a lot of good stuff. Firstly, there have been significant gains in the area of magic arrays. With further research, Odis is confident that he can build an underwater city. Even if building an underwater city is meaningless, the Spirit Realm Fusion Array can still conceal targets on the ground. Once the target is hidden, at least a demigod wouldn't be able to detect it, and even an angel would have a hard time if the distance is too great. If you're willing to invest the resources, you could theoretically use the characteristics of a demigod to enhance your abilities and even fool the gods. However, these magic arrays still need to be studied carefully before they can be put into application. At present, this research is not an important project. Odis still needs to solve the problem of extracting knowledge first. After leaving the notes on the magic circle in the Wilderness of Knowledge, Odis took the spoils from the electric eel. After identification by the Knowledge Wilderness, the characteristics extracted by the electric eel are the neural network of the deep-sea blue-eyed electric eel, which is one of the main materials for advancing to the Sailor Pathway Sequence 5, Ocean Singer. This thing can easily sell for 7,000 or 8,000 pounds in the raging sea. However, they generally dare not sell it, because the Church of Storms will definitely investigate the source of this material thoroughly. Unless there is the protection of a king such as a mysterious queen or king of the five seas. Odis also put it on the storage shelf over there. Unless he was really short of money, he would keep the main material of this level for later. The blood and other materials collected from the deep-sea blue-eyed electric eel are also very high-grade spiritual materials. Whether they are sold later or used to draw magic arrays, they are very valuable. As for the scales that were hastily collected from Kvichua, they were entirely demigod-level spiritual materials. Unfortunately, Kvichua died in agony. His flesh and blood decomposed the instant he died, but his bones were still intact. However, there wasn't enough time to dig them out of his flesh and blood, so they ended up being used by those hot-tempered guys. Odis then looked at the extraordinary characteristics. A total of 4 extraordinary characteristics were seized in this operation, one of which belonged to Pain, an important figure in the Church of the Sea God, and was the only normal characteristic. The other 3 items became very abnormal because their former owners had gnawed on Kavitua's corpse. To be precise, it was like a combination of several characteristics. These traits are useless to extraordinary beings below the level of angels, and even the current fools cannot use them. Because if these properties were used as a potion, the dosage would be too large. Using them to advance is equivalent to taking multiple potions at once, with only a very small chance of successfully advancing. Even if they succeed, their condition will definitely be very poor. But for Odis, this was a good thing, because after he advanced to sequence 6, the wilderness of knowledge had just gained the ability to shatter extraordinary traits. For him, if the characteristics of plurality were combined together, it would be a pleasant surprise. He couldn't wait to get to the central simulator and shattered the 3 extraordinary properties, which brought him a series of surprises. These 3 properties are all properties of the Sailor pathway, one for each of the sequence 6, sequence 7, and sequence 8 levels. The 6th tier of traits comes from the old man who fought Klein. Destroying it will grant you 2 wind favorite traits, 4 navigator traits, 3 wrathful people traits, and 4 sailor traits. Odis exclaimed, "This is a classic, buy 1 get 2 free deal, complete with tons of free gifts." Of course, because the old man had gnawed on Kavitua's corpse, his own internal characteristics became extremely distorted and unquantifiable. Therefore, each of these characteristics is slightly more abundant than the normal characteristics, unlike the standard method of using magic potions for advancement. However, the characteristics after decomposition are already within a safe range. As long as the situation is still acceptable, there should be no problem using these characteristics for promotion. Besides this sequence 6 level characteristic, the other 2 characteristics were not as surprising as the sequence 6 characteristics because their former owners died young, or were not at a higher level than the old man and could not withstand eating a few bites of sea snake meat. However, the characteristics at sequence level 7 also yielded 1 navigator characteristic, 3 wrathful people characteristics, and 2 sailor characteristics. The 8th level of the sequence has the following characteristics. Breaking it will yield 1 wrathful people characteristic and 2 sailor characteristics. Adding Pain's normal trait, Odis calculated that this operation yielded a total of 2 wind favorite traits, 6 navigator traits, 8 wrathful people traits, and 9 sailor traits. These characteristics are enough to form a whole squad of punishers. Odis rubbed his hands together. He had only been in the raging sea for a short time and had already made such a gain. This was a good omen. Finally, he looked at the 5 sealed items he had seized, but they were quite disappointing. First of all, they were not of high quality. Just like the characteristics of the items he had seized before, people who died painfully after eating a few bites of sea serpent meat were generally not of high quality. Therefore, of these 5 sealed items, 4 are classified as low sequence and only 1 is classified as sequence 7. Moreover, the negative effects are so great that they are unacceptable. For example, one of the sealed artifacts can unleash a rage attack. However, the downside is that after unleashing Rage Strike, the holder will immediately lose their mind and then launch indiscriminate attacks, continuously launching fierce assaults. If you cannot regain your senses in time, you will die from exhaustion due to continuous use of Rage Strike. The most appropriate use of this sealed artifact is probably to throw it at the enemy, causing them to lose their mind and die from exhaustion. The negative effects are so great mainly because there are some lingering psychological effects of Kavitua in it. Before his death, Kavitova allowed the clergy of the Church of Neptune to tear at his flesh, hoping to transfer his spirit into their bodies and thus be resurrected. Of course, such an idea is a bit too naive, because unless there is a demigod in the Church of the Sea God, no one can withstand the characteristics and spirit within him. But if there were demigods, he would be more likely to take this opportunity to advance. Considering that Kavitua had lost all reason in the final moments of his life, it is not surprising that he could come up with such a foolish move. Odis put these sealed items away for the time being, believing that they had no other use than to be shattered into extraordinary properties. In fact, among the 3 characteristics retrieved from the Great Hall where Kavitua died, there were also remnants of Kavitua's spirit. However, these were only remnants of a demigod's spirit, and once they were shattered, they were basically no longer dangerous. In addition, these sealed artifacts also contain characteristics from other pathways, because not all of the high-ranking members of the Church of the Sea God are extraordinary individuals from the Sailor pathway. This gave the sealed artifacts many strange abilities, but at the same time made their composition extremely complex. Odis doesn't need these properties now, so he plans to keep them for the time being, as they might be useful in the future. After reviewing the spoils, Odis returned to the real world and decided to go back to the Emerald Palace immediately to report the information he had obtained to Bernadette. Because the news of Poseidon Kavita's death is time-sensitive, its value will be less after a couple of days. So Odis went to the inner sanctum of the Emerald Palace at dawn and knocked on the door, asking Bertha to wake the mysterious queen. A few minutes later, Bertha invited Otis to the Queen's living room, where Bernadette, dressed in a loose nightgown, was already sitting on the sofa waiting. "Why did you wake me up so urgently? What's the matter?" Otis said, "See God, Kavichwa is dead." "What?" Bernadette was somewhat surprised, but she quickly calmed down and smiled. His condition was already very poor. I even deduced that he went crazy during the promotion. It's already quite remarkable that he's managed to hold on until now. Then she asked, why did Kavitova suddenly become unwell? And even die because of it? Otis sat on the sofa. I received news that someone found a strange book in an elven ruin. It is said that they were a few scholars, and some even speculated that they were members of the Moss Ascetic or the Elements Dawn. My guess is that the discovery of the book's remains is somehow connected to Kavitova's hiding place. After the book was taken away, it disrupted some kind of balance in Kavitova's hiding place, making him more insane and ultimately leading to his death. Bernadette stated frankly, "This is also the most important reason why I asked you to investigate this matter. Those people are members of the Moor's Penitentiary. Then she pondered for a moment and said, "A couple of days ago, I also had a similar guess. I felt that the people of the Moss Ascetic Order must have found something in the ruins, which is why Kavichwa's condition became so bad. But I'm not sure, which is why I want to conduct some investigations." To be honest, Otis's ability to collect and analyze intelligence surprised her somewhat. After all, this was an investigation at the level of a demigod. Moreover, the order was only given the night before last, and yesterday morning, Otis was still teaching the scholars. He only went to Byam at noon, and yet he found such important information in just half a day and one night. If this matter is handed over to Byam's intelligence officers, it's uncertain when there will be a result. It's not that they were useless, but rather that Otis's abilities in this area were too outstanding. Thinking of this, Bernadette's smile deepened. "How are you so sure that Kavitois is dead?" Otis took out the jade dagger that had once been his. "I obtained this from an important member of the Church of the Sea God. Well, I have to thank Primo for the guide he sent. He helped me quickly find the key points and saved me the trouble of finding important members of the Church of the Sea God. At the time, my peeping eye noticed that this dagger seemed to have some connection to Kavichwa. Later, I did some research and found that Payne received an oracle from Kavichwa with a dagger before his death. Because Kavichwa had lost his mind, all life within a certain range around Payne turned into mummies. And it seems that Kavichwa forgot to disconnect, which allows me to use it to observe Kavichwa's condition. It was originally made of jade, but the jade-like texture gradually disappeared. About half an hour ago, the dagger suddenly broke off. I believe this is a sign of Kavichwa's death. Furthermore, I discovered that the demigods of the Storm Church's struggle with Kavichwa over the weather has ended, which almost certainly means that Kavichwa is dead. Considering the intelligence we received previously, I believe this judgment is quite accurate." Bernadette glanced at the dagger, which had lost all its luster, and said with a, "Your judgment is reasonable and well-founded, and very logical." Upon hearing the clues Otis had received, she made a similar judgment. Otis said seriously, "But what is very strange is that before I came to the Emerald Palace, I heard that important members of the Church of the Sea God and the Rebellion had received the oracle of the Sea God again. According to them, the Sea God has become extremely wise and also very benevolent." Bernadette was surprised again, and after thinking for a few seconds, she asked Otis, "What do you think about this? The previous Sea God is indeed dead." Otis said, feigning seriousness, "The people of the Storm Church are impersonating the Sea God. Perhaps they want to gradually turn the Sea God Church and the rebels into forces that obey the Storm Church." If he were to say at this point that someone stole Poseidon's special ability, that would be true, but it would sound very unbelievable. After all, for a normal person, how could someone at sea steal the Storm Church's unique characteristics? So here, Otis chose to lie. Bernadette nodded at first, indicating her agreement with Otis's guess, but she quickly added, perhaps it's not the Church of Storms." Otis was taken aback. Who could it be? His surprise wasn't feigned, because he hadn't expected Bernadette to react so quickly. Substitute punishers are indeed very powerful, Bernadette analyzed, but they are better at direct combat and rarely use such roundabout methods to solve problems. If they obtain the characteristics of Kavichwa and can use those characteristics to find the key members of the Church of the Sea God, the Great Purge of Byam, or rather the entire Roside Islands, has begun. Otis smiled. "Your description is really subtle. The phrase, rarely using such a roundabout way to solve problems, is a particularly accurate description. For a hot-tempered guy, there's no need to use his brain if a problem can be solved with his fists. Of course, they are different from the madmen of the Rose School. The Rose School had brains but didn't use them, while the substitute punishers felt there was no need to use their brains, but they would use them when they felt they needed to. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look." Otis pretended to be thinking, then feigned being persuaded by Bernadette. "That's quite possible, But who could steal the Church of Storms things from the high seas? Then he laughed and said, if it was done by the Church of the Eternal Sun, that would be interesting. Bernadette smiled slightly and said, if it is as you guessed, then the Church of the Eternal Sun has planted a nail in the rose-eyed isles that could prick the Church of the Storm at any time. But then, the smile on her face gradually disappeared, because the probability of that happening was not high. As Odis said, on the high seas, no one can defeat the Church of the Storm. The key is that it's a demigod-level characteristic. The Church of Storms will definitely arrive at the scene as soon as Kvichua dies and his location is confirmed. Other forces basically have no chance, and it's difficult for them to be faster. She considered for a moment before saying to Odis, this will be your third task, to find out who stole the characteristics of Kvichua, and who the Church of the Sea God and the rebels will truly serve in the future. If you can get accurate information, not only will you get the potion formula back, but I can also promise to help you prepare the ritual. Odis was slightly taken aback. What should I do? I really wanted to betray the fool. But then he smiled wryly and said, this task is too difficult. What if I still can't complete it even after digesting the potion? Odis still doesn't plan to discuss the Tarot Club for the time being, because the fool will be a good check in the future. Although he was trying to get closer to the Church of the Goddess of Night and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, he did not really trust these two churches. Admittedly, the Church of the True God does maintain the basic order of the extraordinary world, but they are not absolutely impartial administrators, and they cannot be trusted on many issues. Especially in Odis's special circumstances, he could give the Knowledge Church some technology in exchange for a certain level of protection. But he has no intention of giving up the truly core technologies. Odis preferred to trust his fellow countrymen rather than the Orthodox Church. Once Klein has established a certain position in the extraordinary realm, he can use the Fool to counterbalance the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, preventing the old men from killing the goose that lays the golden eggs and trying to seize his core research. I will also assign you other tasks. Bernadette knew the difficulty of this task. If you complete the other tasks, you can still repay the formula and obtain the opportunity for the ritual. Odis nodded, okay. Then he added, I have a question I'd like to ask you. Bernadette made a you say gesture. How do we seal the Eye of Secrets? Odis explained, today I saw something I shouldn't have seen for the first time. Although it gave me some important clues, it greatly affected my state. Bernadette, however, said, there is no need to seal it when it reaches sequence 6. At this time, the Eye of Secrets is still under the control of your spirituality and subconscious. It will not be activated casually when there is real danger around. Although it will cause you some harm, this is precisely when the Eye of Secrets is most useful. Once you reach sequence 5, you will be completely unable to control it. You can start thinking about sealing it at that point. But at sequence 4, it becomes easier to glimpse some very dangerous things, and one may even be contaminated without knowing it. She solemnly said, do whatever you want, but do not harm. Often, it's even more important to avoid getting hurt. This path requires sufficient composure, a love for the mystery of the extraordinary world, and a healthy wariness of the mystery. Odis pondered for a moment before saying, thank you. This is clearly the mysterious queen's understanding of this path. After a moment of silence in the living room, Odis said again, by the way, I need a piece of star crystal, about 70 grams, for teaching the scholars. Bernadette immediately replied, I'll have someone send it to you tomorrow. The two chatted for a few more minutes about shipbuilding before Odis got up to take his leave. On her way back to her room from Bernadette's palace, Odis suddenly thought, come to think of it, it's not that she couldn't betray the fool. After all, with Katlia joining the Tarot Society, it wasn't exactly a secret to Bernadette who had taken over Kavitu's traits. Odis thought back for a moment, the Star General seems to be joining the Tarot Club at the next gathering, or the one after that. However, Katlia didn't dare to reveal information about the Tarot Club at first, so she still had some time. Odis believed that this information should not be given to Bernadette too quickly, otherwise the mysterious queen would seriously overestimate his abilities. We'll have to wait until at least next week or the week after. When Odis returned to her room, she already had a plan. She could tell Bernadette that she got some clues from Gehrman Sparrow, and that she also had the opportunity to meet the adventurer. She could lie and say that she had met him for the first time in Bansi Harbor and then had some cooperation with him in Byam. Bernadette witnessed the meeting in Bansi Port and confirmed that there was sufficient evidence to support this claim. Odis pondered for a while, then yawned and lay down on the bed to rest for a bit. Having not slept all night, Odis didn't wake up until after 10 a.m. He used the travel ring to travel to Byam and first went to a restaurant for a meal that he couldn't tell if it was breakfast or lunch. Around noon, Odis arrived at the wizarding office on Kentland Street to make final preparations for the gathering. The chairs he purchased arrived this afternoon, and Bowser came over to help set up the venue. They all noticed that many people were peeking in, and many others seemed to be just passing by, but were actually carefully examining the place after they passed by. This is likely other forces, organizations, or intelligence brokers coming to scout the area in order to ultimately decide whether to attend the gathering tomorrow. That evening, Odis treated everyone to dinner at a fine restaurant in Byam. Many lone people live in Byam, although the upscale restaurants here cannot compare to the world-class Lone Kingdom Hotel in Backlund. However, the Rorsted Hotel, located on Governor's Street, is also very high-end, and of course, the price is also very high, with the cheapest package costing £6.15 sous. If we add a bottle of red wine, the cost for 2 people will be around £17. Odis originally thought that he had something important to do tomorrow, so he should have a good meal today. He was somewhat disappointed with the result. It would have been better to eat grilled fish. It wasn't that the taste was bad, but grilled fish was more cost-effective. Barzil was also somewhat uncomfortable in this environment, but he made it seem like he was trying to adapt. Odis took a sip of red wine and said, "Well, it was indeed a mistake in my choice. I spent too much money and didn't enjoy the meal at all." Bazel paused for a moment before smiling, feeling much better. It turned out that Captain Gal wasn't used to this kind of environment either. "We should be able to set sail in about 10 days, Odis said. "But I don't have any candidates for second and third mates yet. Could you keep an eye out for them for me?" If they really couldn't find any, Odis planned to go to sea with just the 2 of them and find suitable crew members once they got to the sea. Bazel nodded, "Okay." He then asked, "Does our sea team have any guiding principles?" "Yes," Odis said. "Fight pirates, find treasure, and strive to become the 8th pirate general at sea." The guests at the next table glanced at Odis first, then scrutinized him carefully, clearly wanting to take a good look at this arrogant pirate. After feeling the other person's gaze, Odis ate her cod and glanced at him. He was a man in his 30s, eating alone. His face was a bit long, as if he had an inherently unhappy expression. The 2 men exchanged a glance, but neither of them got angry. After all, this was a hotel for gentlemen to dine, not a place for fighting. Seeing that the 2 men couldn't fight, Bazel said, "Captain, there are only 6 pirate generals left." Odis looked away. "Someone will be replacing Hurricane Admiral soon." Bazel looked at Odis, as if asking with his eyes, "Really? Don't look at me like that." Odis smiled. "That person is not me. I know my own strength quite well. I'm not ready to be a pirate general yet." Bazel was taken aback before realizing that the captain might have obtained the relevant information from somewhere. The 2 continued their meal, but stopped talking about the voyage and instead began discussing the unusual behavior of the Church of the Sea God in recent days. Odis only chatted casually about Bazel's topic, without discussing the real reason for the abnormality of the Church of the Sea God. As the last dish was served, Odis politely thanked the waiter, but out of the corner of her eye, she noticed an elderly man with silver hair wearing a black trench coat looking in their direction from a corner of the restaurant. Although the old man was advanced in years, he was in good spirits and raised his glass to Odis with a smile. Odis did not recognize the other person, but out of politeness, he smiled and raised his glass. As Odis left the restaurant, she remarked that she had encountered 2 strange people during her meal. The long-faced man at the next table was either a pirate or an adventurer, someone who made a living at sea. As for the one in the corner, based on Odis's experience, he should be an extraordinary individual with considerable strength. Odis remembered their faces. He had a premonition that today's meeting was fate's arrangement and that they would meet again in the future. Back at her place at 17 Hamburg Road, Odis briefly considered the party the next day before trying to fall asleep as quickly as possible through meditation. On Sunday morning, Bazel arrived early at the wizarding office on Kentland Street and opened the door with the key the captain had given him the day before. First, they cleaned up the place, then placed the prepared masks and hooded capes on the table by the door, waiting for the people coming to the party. The gathering was scheduled for 8 o'clock, but by 7:40, not a single person had arrived. But Bazel wasn't worried, because he noticed that there were unusually many pedestrians on Kentland Street this morning, and some people had already walked back and forth several times. Balzer realized that they were still observing. As a bounty hunter at sea, he was well aware of the importance of intelligence, so he knew that many of them would come in to take a look. A few minutes later, Bishop Dean of Anning Church entered and was slightly taken aback to find the place empty. Bazel asked politely, "Sir Bishop, would you like a mask and a cloak?" Bishop Dean said, "I am a follower of God, so I don't need to." "This way, please." Bazel led the bishop to the front row, to a black seat prepared specifically for him, while the other seats were silver gray. After Bishop Dean took his seat, a number of people gradually stopped outside. Then, a person who was clearly disguised entered the room, took the mask and cloak distributed by Dean, and found a chair to sit down. Once there's one, there will be a second, a third, and soon the room will be more than half full. At exactly 8 o'clock, the wall in front of everyone suddenly became illusory. Odis used a teleportation array to arrive at the venue and said to the stunned crowd, "Welcome to the first Information Exchange Conference." Chapter 246, Chapter 245 Returning to the top of the intelligence industry. With 3 minutes to go before 8 o'clock, Bazel shouted outside, "I'm closing in 3 minutes." Many pirates, members of secret organizations, and adventurers no longer hesitated and hurried over, causing a bit of a traffic jam at the entrance. At 8 o'clock sharp, there were still people watching outside, and 7 or 8 seats were still available, but Bazel closed the door as instructed by Odis. At this moment, Odis, wearing a mask and a hooded cloak, appeared before everyone using a teleportation array. Just as Odis had predicted, the illusory walls and the sudden appearance of the teleportation array gave everyone a great shock. Many of the people present made a living selling information and rarely encountered extraordinary events of a high level. They didn't immediately understand where the organizer of the gathering came from. Among them were members of some extraordinary organizations, and the more knowledgeable they were, the more surprised they became, because they could tell that the organizer of the gathering had not come here using the ability to travel. Instead, they appeared before everyone using methods unknown to them. Bishop Dean, the protector of this gathering, watched as the illusory passage on the wall gradually disappeared, eventually revealing a complex magic circle. However, the symbols and graphics of that magic circle then disappeared on their own. He thought to himself, no wonder His Excellency the Cardinal instructed me to cooperate with Odis. Odis's opening remarks alone are enough to prove his considerable strength. Odis walked unhurriedly to his seat and stepped on the center of several mystical symbols. Instantly, a layer of viscous, mist-like liquid appeared where the walls and floor met. Amidst everyone's uneasy discussions, the layer of slime rapidly spread upwards, soon reaching the height of the window. Odis deliberately did not explain immediately, watching as everyone's unease gradually intensified. Windows are a warning line in everyone's hearts. If the windows are sealed, it means that if something unexpected happens, they will have difficulty escaping. So when the layer of slime reaches the window, everyone's anxiety will reach its peak. Odis then smiled and explained, this is a setup to prevent eavesdropping, it only blocks sound. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and no one quite understood what kind of extraordinary ability this was. This doesn't seem like a spiritual wall. Generally, spiritual walls are transparent and don't have this texture. I also don't recall any other method that possesses such extraordinary abilities. Although many of them were still worried, they dared not express it at this moment. Odis's 2 actions upon his arrival shocked them, yet also made them hesitant to act rashly. Sitting in the back, Bazel thought to himself, the captain's ability to control the situation is really too strong. He has a good grasp of everyone's thoughts, intimidating everyone while keeping them from acting out for the time being. The slime on the walls only stopped rising when it overflowed the windows and doors and connected with the ceiling. Odis, sitting in his seat, said, all right, let's begin. First, let me introduce myself. My code name is Captain. The main purpose of this gathering is to facilitate better information exchange among everyone. Of course I know that exchanging intelligence on the treacherous and turbulent sea is extremely risky, but you can rest assured here that as long as you are sincerely here to exchange intelligence, I will provide you with sufficient protection. This gathering received the support of Bishop Dean of the Church of the Goddess of Night. Here, please allow me to sincerely thank Bishop Dean for being here today. As he spoke, Odis stood up and bowed slightly to Bishop Dean. Dean, who was wearing a clergyman's hat, also stood up and gave everyone a cold look. Although Bishop Dean's attitude wasn't great, it reassured everyone quite a bit. Many of them are involved in murder and arson, but when they are gathering intelligence, they still hope to receive some protection. Elsewhere, they would hide from the members of the True God Church, but seeing that the members of the True God Church were actually providing protection, they felt more at ease. Odis continued, since this is the first gathering, let me first explain the rules of the transaction. Starting from the left side of the front row, each person will state the information they want to trade, in turn. Of course, this is just a simple description, such as information about a certain region or a certain person. If someone wants to buy, they start negotiating the price, but if the information is inaccurate, they will permanently lose the opportunity to attend this gathering and will have to compensate the other party for their losses. As the organizer of the gathering, I will carefully supervise everyone. If you encounter any such situations, you can tell me and I will help you solve them. When we are not at gatherings, there are 2 servants here who can contact me. Everyone nodded slowly, realizing at the same time that the captain had a very sophisticated way of trading intelligence. Odis continued, if there are any tasks or needs, you can speak up when it's your turn. Other members who are interested can then discuss them further. After one transaction is completed, the next transaction begins. In addition, the participants in this gathering are divided into 2 parts, formal members and temporary members. Official members will all have a code name, and they can come directly to the gathering each time. The first 6 official members will be designated by me at the end of this gathering. The requirement is that you must have initiated a transaction in good faith and have no ill intentions toward this gathering. Full members have the power to decide whether others become full members. Only when more than half of the full members agree that someone should become a new full member can that applicant become a full member. In addition, full members also have the power to expel other participants. If more than half of the members agree to expel someone, that person will never be able to join the meeting again. At each subsequent gathering, 1 or 2 official members would be added until the number of official members reached 30. Everyone found the rule novel, but most people didn't take it too seriously because they were still observing and didn't know what level of information could be traded at this gathering, so none of them had any intention of becoming official members. However, some participants thought about it for a moment and realized that the rule was ingenious, allowing members to supervise, restrain, and expose each other. It may seem ordinary, but it is a very sophisticated management method. Odis paused and then said, "Of course, as the initiator of this gathering, I have a veto right. Temporary members can join the gathering for free this time, but will need to pay £5 for admission next time. In addition, masks and capes will no longer be provided free of charge at the next gathering. Masks and capes are unnecessary for this gathering, since everyone has seen the attendees enter one by one, and very few people are wearing masks at this point. But it will come in handy at the next gathering, where you can wear a mask to the event." Everyone was slightly taken aback, not expecting that it would cost £5 to attend the party again, which made many people decide not to attend the next party. Sitting in the back row, Bazel also felt that the captain's asking price was a bit high. After explaining the rules, Odis opened his arms. "All right, everyone, let's begin." Suddenly, a man sitting in the center asked Odis, "Didn't you say you had some amazing news to announce?" "What is it?" Another person said, "Yes, if it's not amazing enough, I'll leave the venue immediately. I almost fell asleep after listening to you talk about the rules for so long." Amidst the cacophony of questions from the crowd, Odis smiled and raised his hand. "I have too many amazing stories to tell you. I'll just tell you one today, one that happened in Byam a few days ago." Hearing Odis's tone, most people listened quietly, but some sneered and others scoffed. They were all doing intelligence work locally. It's easier to say about other places, but it's hard for them to judge, and they might be surprised. When they heard that the initiator was going to release information about Byam, they didn't think anything would surprise them. "Everyone here is well informed. You should have noticed that the members of the Church of Poseidon have been acting strangely these past few days," Odis said calmly. The room immediately fell silent, because anyone with any connections noticed what was happening. Odis was very satisfied with the result. That's because Sea God, Kavichua and the Church of Storms have just had a high-level battle. Most of them looked surprised. Although they were in Byam and made a living selling information, they had no idea that such a thing existed. The Storm Church would certainly not inform the Wild Beyonders about the battle between Aquaman, Arn Coltman and Sea God Kavichua. Of course, some Wild Beyonders also noticed this, but not these intelligence agents, because they were all ordinary people and low-sequence Beyonders. Their spirituality and knowledge prevented them from realizing this. At this moment, a member suddenly stood up and questioned Odis, "Where did you get this information from?" Odis glanced at the other person, who had a resolute expression and seemed ready to rush over and fight if he didn't explain himself. Odis guessed that this person was likely a member of the Substitute Punishers. He smiled and said, "This is just a reasonable guess. Did you all notice the weather in the martial law a few days ago? It is said that the military and the Church of Storms are looking for something. I have also heard that some followers of the Church of the Sea God claim that Kavichua wants to launch a tsunami to drown Byam. Then, with enough knowledge and the ability to analyze intelligence, it is not difficult to deduce the truth of the matter." The room was completely silent, because many people present had also heard similar news, but they had not been able to deduce the truth from it. Odis paused and continued, "It's clear that someone stole important items related to Sea God and is hiding in Byam. The Sea God was furious and wanted to unleash a tsunami to drown Byam. While the Church of Storms was resisting the tsunami of Sea God, it also joined forces with the military to place the entire Byam under martial law and search for that thing. A storm that is about to fall but hasn't yet is evidence of a high-level battle. The martial law was quickly lifted, proving that the Storm Church had found that thing. Then the sky suddenly became cloudless, proving that the high-level battle was over. Everyone in the hall looked surprised. Some were so astonished they opened their mouths, while others were speechless. None of them expected that connecting these seemingly ordinary clues would lead to such an astonishing answer. After a brief moment of surprise, Bishop Dean was completely convinced of Odis's intelligence analysis abilities. No wonder this guy was so famous in Backlund. No wonder the church's higher-ups risked being questioned by the Church of the God of Steam and Machines to have this guy establish this intelligence exchange meeting. The member who had just stood up, suspected to be the substitute punishment recipient, also realized, this really is what you deduced. Odis's tone was no longer as polite as before. "It's not a guess, is it something I read in a book? Or did Lord C. King Arn Cortman tell me?" The other person said nothing, slowly sat down with an incredulous look on his face, and then his expression gradually turned into admiration. In his view, the Archbishop would certainly not reveal such a high level of secrecy, and since this matter had only just occurred, no one would write it down. Then, Odis sternly questioned the people who had been clamoring to hear shocking news. "Do you think I'm joking with you by holding this party? Humph, in my opinion, you're just a bunch of idiots who don't even have basic intelligence skills. The faces of those people turned red, but none of them refuted it, because they were also surprised by the information that Odis had released. Odis glanced at everyone before saying calmly, "You may begin." The situation was developing as he expected. The information about Poseidon had completely stunned the attendees. After a couple of seconds, the attendee on the far left of the front row seemed to realize something and said, "I'm sorry, I don't have any information to sell." Odis said, "Then you can say, skip. The other person quickly replied, "Skip it." The next few people chose to skip the meeting. Most of the people who attended today were taking a wait-and-see approach and did not have any information about making a deal. After skipping 5 times in a row, a participant finally said, "I have information about Iceberg Admiral Edwina Edwards." No one responded. Everyone was watching the first transaction. 2 or 3 seconds later, a masked attendee in the back row asked, "How much are you planning to sell it for? And you need to be more specific." As soon as the other party spoke, Odis recognized him as Danitz, a subordinate of Iceberg General. Because he had put on a mask before Odis arrived, Odis did not notice him immediately. £20, said the man in the front row who was selling information. "It's about a very important item she found in a ruin." Danitz instinctively replied, "It's too expensive, and I don't even know if that item is important." But in his heart he thought, "It's probably about that key to the giant." Not long ago, they found a huge key in a ruin they had discovered, a key that didn't seem to be used by humans. The captain initially judged that it was the legendary key to death, and the news then spread within a very small circle. This is also a habit of Lieutenant General Iceberg. When he encounters something he is unsure about, he will announce it to a small group of people and carefully pay attention to their feedback. The person in the front row who initiated the transaction said, "I can't say any more, or I'll reveal the most valuable part. This is the most difficult part. If the buyer keeps saying that his description is not worth the price, are we supposed to reveal all the information and let everyone judge whether it is worth the price? In that case, everyone who hears the full information will definitely say it's not worth the price." At this moment, Odis, who was sitting opposite them, asked, "Is it information about that key?" He recalled that Lieutenant General Iceberg probably discovered the key to the giant around the time Klein set sail. The person who initiated the transaction was taken aback at first, but immediately nodded and said, "Yes." Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. At this point, he was completely convinced by the organizer of the party. He never expected that the other party would even know this. Odis then said to Danitz, "This intelligence is worth more than £20. You can choose to trade it or not, but you can no longer say that it is not worth that price." Danitz, behind the mask, stood there, stunned. How did he know about the key? Or had the captain been looking for a buyer while I was away from the ship, and thus released information about the key? At this moment, a person behind Danitz said, "I want to trade this information, but how do I trade it?" If the person who initiated the transaction were to say it out loud, it would be equivalent to him paying to let everyone know that information. Odis said, "If the deal is finalized, I can write the information down on paper and give it to you. At the same time you take that piece of paper, hand the money to my assistant." At this moment, Bazel, who was sitting in the back row, stepped forward with a writing board and paper that he had prepared in advance and handed them to the person who initiated the intelligence. While the other party was writing down the intelligence, Odis said to everyone, "If there is any dispute about the value of the intelligence during the transaction, you can write it down and let me help you make a judgment. If anyone has a question they want to discuss with me but don't want everyone to hear it, they can write it down on a piece of paper and hand it to me." This is precisely the advantage of being a platform. In Backlund, Odis also obtained the most extensive and widest range of information by helping people identify the value of intelligence. Having honed his skills in Backlund, Odis's ability to judge intelligence had reached a level of perfection. Almost all the members were stunned. Their biggest worry had been solved just like that, and they were all eager to try it out. Moreover, Odis's logical and analytical abilities regarding the information about the sea god impressed everyone, and they basically trusted the captain's judgment. During the first round of transactions, Danitz thought to himself, "I should ask this guy codenamed Captain where that key is used. Is it like the legend says, able to open the door to the King of Giants treasure vault?" Then he thought, "But we can't just say it's the key to the giants right away, because very few people know that right now." At that moment, Danitz suddenly chuckled to himself, "Maybe I can make this guy look foolish. Because the key to the giants is the latest research of Admiral Iceberg. The only people who know about it, besides the crew of the Golden Dream, are Gehrman Sparrow." Danitz realized, this captain probably still thinks it's the key to death. If he says it's for opening the realm of death, I can expose him to his face. He could even see the surprised yet admiring looks and expressions on the faces of those around him. This guy is just being vain and wants to show off. So he asked Bazel to hand him a writing board, wrote down his question, and then asked Bazel to pass it to the captain. Odis looked at Danitz's question, "What is the purpose of that key?" He didn't answer immediately, but waited until the first transaction was over before saying, I happen to know the answer to your question. My offer is £50. Danitz was taken aback. So expensive. He thought for a moment and asked, what if your answer isn't accurate? Odis smiled and said, I'll give you £100. Okay, let's make the deal. At the same time, Danitz thought to himself, I didn't expect I could make £100. Odis picked up the writing board from the table beside him. On the paper that Danitz handed him, below the question, he wrote, Open the gates of the palace of the Giant's court. The note was handed to Danitz, who glanced at it and then abruptly stood up. How? How did you know that wasn't the key to death? In his excitement, he blurted out the truth. Odis smiled and said, I have some knowledge of the ruins you explored back then. How could the key of death appear in the ruins of the Giants? He was lying, of course. He was able to earn the £50 mainly because he knew where the key would be used in the future. For him, this question was more like an open book exam. Moreover, Odis was well aware that this guy was deliberately causing trouble, so he simply revealed more information to intimidate the other participants. After hearing the captain say you, everyone immediately looked at the masked man and realized that he was a crew member of the Golden Dream. Many people had already guessed that the crew member wanted to use some information that only the crew of the Golden Dream knew to make things difficult for the captain, but unexpectedly, the captain gave the correct answer. Besides trusting the captain more, many people were also very happy. Finally there was a place where they could exchange information with peace of mind. Previously, the locations where people traded intelligence were mostly in bars. Besides the uncertainty about the accuracy of the information, they sometimes encountered double crosses. The intelligence exchange meeting here perfectly resolved everyone's concerns. The initiator, captain, has exceptional intelligence analysis skills. If you're having trouble making a judgment, you can ask him for help, and you won't have to worry about being scammed. Also, thanks to the protection of the Church of the Goddess of Night, there's no need to worry about being double-crossed. This ignited everyone's enthusiasm for trading, and they quickly completed several more transactions. On 3 occasions, they asked the captain to help them determine the value of the intelligence, and Odis gave accurate assessments each time. One of the sellers, in particular, was offering information about Star Admiral. After seeing the information, the buyer was unsure of its accuracy and asked Captain to take a look. Odis took the document and glanced at it. Admiral Star is the mistress of an Intis naval commander, sent by Intis to attack the Rune merchant ships. This pirate general has close ties with the Republic of Intis and frequently plunders Rune ships. Some have even seen her on Intis warships. Odis immediately judged that this was obviously speculative intelligence. Perhaps due to the mysterious queen, Katlia did have some dealings with the Republic of Intis, but to say that she was the mistress of a naval commander was pure nonsense. So he said, this information is inaccurate. The seller retorted, many pirate generals are actually not clean, no one can say for sure which country or faction they represent. Odis said seriously, this intelligence contains too much subjective speculation and is influenced by your personal perception. It lacks the most basic logical reasoning and there is not enough evidence. You said, Admiral Star is the mistress of a naval commander from the Republic of Intis. Whose mistress is she exactly? You said, Admiral Star has been on an Intis warship. When exactly did she go on board? And which warship was it? I just pieced together information from various clues I gathered, I summarized it myself, the seller argued. When you announced that news about Poseidon just now, didn't you specify who was fighting Poseidon? Odis said, fool. You just didn't understand. Who else besides Lord Arn Courtman could fight Kavichua? He said righteously, since you're not convinced, then let me ask you, do you know what level of extraordinary individuals most naval commanders are? The seller was stumped by the question. Odis asked himself and answered, Sequence 5 or Sequence 6, do you think a Sequence 5 might have a Sequence 5 mistress? Or a Sequence 6 might have a Sequence 5 mistress? I believe you said there were some deals between them, but to add erotic novel-like scenes shows that you are not very rigorous in your handling of intelligence gathering. Of course, the naval commanders, or a few high-ranking officers, are at an even higher level. But if the Republic of Intis's naval commander sends a Sequence 5 to lead the fleet to frequently appear in the Rosyth Islands, then this becomes a military problem. Do you think the Rune Navy won't retaliate? Do you think the Star Admiral will have much room to survive? After a few questions, the other party was already wiping away sweat, and everyone realized that this was someone who had fabricated some dubious information to swindle money. There are many such people in Byam's bar, and often, false information that is difficult to verify comes from their mouths. Of course, this is also a technical skill, such as the information about the Star General that this seller fabricated. Anyone who has ever been involved in intelligence trading knows that General of the Stars must have the support of some organization. Furthermore, since they had all received some information about the cooperation between the Star Admiral and the Intis fleet, the authenticity of this information became difficult to determine. At least those who are not professionals in intelligence work would find it difficult to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Finally, Odis said, "You are not welcome here, Bazel. Ask him to leave." The other party continued, "I'm genuinely here to trade intelligence. Didn't you say you'd provide protection for anyone trading intelligence?" Odis said coldly, "Yes, we're here to trade intelligence, not to listen to your fabricated stories. You're a novelist, not an intelligence officer." He waved his hand. "I made it clear at the beginning of the meeting that the accuracy of intelligence is very important, and I think you are not being sincere at all. Get out of here before we do anything." Pushed by Bazel and watched by everyone, the other party slunk away. Applause immediately erupted at the scene. Many of them had been fooled by such people before, but in the end, nothing came of it. Because they are basically local bullies in Byam, once you've been fooled by them once, you won't be able to find them for a while. Such people have worthless lives, and the cost of finding them may far outweigh the rewards of finding them. Therefore, most people will just accept their bad luck. The captain's expulsion once again demonstrated his rigorous attitude towards intelligence, which everyone applauded. The door closed again, and the viscous liquid sealed it shut once more. Odis said nonchalantly, "Continue." As time went on, more and more transactions took place, and the trading atmosphere improved. With the previous examples, no one dared to fool people with fabricated information anymore. Crucially, almost every transaction was reviewed by Odis, which allowed him to quickly learn about the movements of many key figures in the Roseide Islands and even deduce the approximate location of the two pirate generals' fleets. However, he soon discovered that he lacked some knowledge about the geography and ships of the Rothschild Islands, otherwise, he could have deduced more valuable information from this intelligence. When it was the turn of the member who was suspected of being the Punisher, he said in a strong voice, "I'm posting a task to find someone." As he spoke, he took out a portrait. It was only clear that it depicted a man, with his features so blurred that only a few ripples could be seen. Although Odis, who was present at the time, immediately recognized that it was Klein, he was the only one there, and the others could not see the face in the portrait clearly. The task issued by the other party made Odis 100% certain that the man who spoke with such a strong voice was definitely a substitute Punisher. Many people smiled helplessly after seeing the portrait. The probability of finding this person from such a blurry image was extremely small. Some even asked, "Did someone piss on his face?" These words drew a burst of laughter from the audience. Because Aquaman, who played Aquaman, used a reflection to depict the figure that stole the sea god's properties, the portrait drawn through the ritual did indeed appear to have a slightly shimmering appearance. It really did look like a delicate stream of water being poured into a bucket, creating ripples. OS thought to himself, "Dude, watch your words, or one day you might get fooled and suddenly not know how to pee." Thank you all for your help. The ship's name has been decided as Argo, a ship from Greek mythology. The key point is that this ship can also predict the future, which fits the protagonist's path perfectly. After seeing this name, the author plans to add more scenes for this ship after the main character sequence 4, such as recreating Greek mythology on the ship, which would be a bonus. As for the name of the pirate crew, there are two options. One is to simply call it the Argo Pirate Crew, and the other is to call it the Dawn Pirate Crew. The second name is somewhat Chinese in style, but it has a good meaning. Take a look, and if you don't find it out of place, how about using this name? Chapter 247, Chapter 246 Reactions from all parties after the exchange meeting. The Punisher coldly looked at the laughing crowd, and only after the laughter subsided did he say, "As long as you provide useful clues, you can get a reward of £500. If the clues you provide can help you determine the other party's whereabouts, you can get a reward of £3,000. The laughter stopped immediately, and everyone focused intently on memorizing the blurry face in the portrait, preparing to mobilize all available resources to search for it once they returned. It's rare to find a missing person mission with such a high reward, especially one where you get paid just for providing clues. Everyone would want to try their luck with such a mission. Odis thought to himself, "The Church of Storms has really gone all out this time. I bet Sea King is furious." After the task of Substitute Punisher is issued, the transaction process continues. As the intelligence exchange was drawing to a close, Odis received another note. He opened it and glanced at it. "I will be back in 20 minutes after the meeting ends. I hope to seek your help." Odis put away the note and said to the person who had given it to him, "Okay." Soon, the intelligence exchange reached the last row, where a man in his 30s with red hair said, "I'm selling an island where ancient ruins have been discovered." Immediately afterwards, someone asked, "Did you find any amazing items or anything valuable there?" "It looks like the place has been ransacked. We only found one very sturdy wall," the red-haired man said. While this answer didn't elicit a burst of laughter, quite a few people did chuckle, and some even sarcastically remarked, "Are we going to transport that wall back and build another one in Byam?" Another person said, "It's not impossible, since you can't buy bricks in the north and east districts of Byam." This remark drew laughter from many people, because Byam's industrial zone was in the southern district, where building materials such as bricks and cement could only be purchased. The red-haired man blushed and said, "That wall is strange. I've tried many methods, but I haven't been able to damage it at all. Moreover, many ancient giant scripts were also discovered on it." Everyone paused for a moment, then someone else said, "But, it's still a wall, isn't it? A wall is really not worth investing in." After hearing that there was giant script on it, Odis became somewhat interested. "Are you sure it's Gibbon's script?" The red-haired man quickly replied, "Yes, Captain, I had a professional examine it, but he only knew it was giant's script, not what those characters meant." Odis smiled and said, "I've been studying this script recently. Sell me this information, and I'll take a look when I have time." "Okay," the red-haired man said. 15, no, 10 pounds. Everyone thought this guy was really lucky to have met a buyer who was interested in ancient giant script, otherwise no one would have wanted the information about this ruin. 15 pounds, Odis said generously. "But besides writing down the specific coordinates, you also need to mention any precautions you should take during the exploration, and what methods you will use to dismantle the walls." All right. The red-haired man took the paper and pen and immediately began to write furiously. While the intelligence exchange continued, 7 or 8 minutes later, Odis received the intelligence he had bought for 15 pounds. The exact location was about 320 nautical miles southwest of Tiana Island. Odis recalled the nautical charts he had recently looked at. It was at the western end of the Rosyth Islands, a distance that did not yet reach the middle island. During the age of exploration more than 100 years ago, 3 sea routes were opened up from the turbulent seas. One route goes to the far west, passing through Sinos Island and Hakata Island, and reaching Caesarport on the southern continent. This was the first shipping route opened up by Emperor Russell, and it is currently mainly controlled by the Republic of Intis. The central route starts from the western part of Dixie Bay, passes through Midway Island, and reaches the southern continent. Although the northern section of this route is in the south of Rune, the Kingdom of Rune rarely uses this route because there are few ports where supplies can be obtained. Only ships from the Kingdom of Fenaport and some small countries in the north continent would use this route. The third route is the eastern route controlled by Rune. It starts from Port Prides, passes through ports such as Demir, Bansi, and Tiana, and arrives at the Rosyth Islands. At this point, there were 2 options. One was to sail east to Byam, the capital of the Rothschild Islands. After years of development by Rune, this area became one of the more prosperous regions in the colony. Alternatively, continue south, passing through the port of Tyrrhenius, to reach the southern continent. There is another shipping route in the Sunia Sea that leads to the southern continent. Starting from Sunia Island, the route passes through the Gargas Islands and then sails along the Sunia Sea, bypassing the Raging Sea, to reach the southern continent. The problem is that after resupplying in the Gargas Islands, there will be no ports for resupplying during the subsequent voyage until reaching the southern continent. The Fuzak Empire once wanted to use this route to establish colonies in the southern continent, but it was too far away and difficult to resupply. Although the Sunia Sea is calmer than the Raging Sea, it is still a vast ocean, and due to the influence of the War of the Gods, in the eastern part of the sea area, it often experiences severe weather. On such a vast ocean, once a ship is damaged in bad weather, it is virtually impossible for it to reach its destination. Along with the ship, the carefully trained sailors also sank. The Fuzak Empire quickly realized that the shipping route wasn't profitable. Therefore, the Fuzak Empire currently travels through the Misty Sea, around half of the northern continent, and then uses the eastern or central sea routes to reach the southern continent. Of course, the claim that shipping routes are controlled by a certain country simply means that country has built a naval base there. However, the ocean is simply too vast, and those military bases are simply unable to blockade the entire shipping route. The shipping route was usually frequented not only by ships from other countries, but also by pirate ships. Only in wartime can the naval vessels there freely attack ships from other countries, but they can only intercept a portion of them. During the intelligence exchange meeting, the red-haired men provided the location of the island, which was between the central and eastern shipping routes. There are no safe shipping routes, no large or famous islands, and many areas of the sea with violent weather. But those places were a paradise for pirates and adventurers. Because they had little economic value, the Navy rarely patrolled them, making them almost powerless zones. Below this intelligence report was a detailed description of the island by the red-haired men. There were no large wild animals on the island, so there was basically no need to worry about that kind of danger. But one strange thing is that the vegetation in a certain area will suddenly disappear and then reappear after 2 or 3 minutes. We tried digging down, but found nothing. However, be careful not to stand in that spot for too long, because if a person disappears for 2 or 3 minutes and then returns, they will turn into a monster. To prevent any accidents, we marked that location. The wall stands in front of the island's only mountain, not far from some ancient buildings, but most of them have collapsed, and everything has been moved away. Strangely, the thick wall was built right up against the rock face, as if it were blocking the entrance to a cave in the mountain. We tried many methods, even using powerful explosives, but none of them caused any damage to the wall. This must be an unusual wall, but unfortunately we don't understand why it's so unusual, or what treasure it hides. After reading the description, Odis also felt that this place was very unusual and worth taking the time to explore. A dozen minutes later, when the last participant completed their transaction, the intelligence exchange session officially ended. Everyone felt a little unsatisfied. They had never imagined that trading intelligence could be such a simple matter, and so efficient. I will definitely attend the next exchange meeting like this. Odis smiled and said, it was a successful gathering. I think many of you got the information you needed, or sold it for a good price. Such gatherings will become the norm. Everyone should pay attention to the GG column on page 3 of the Rasta Daily News. Whenever a GG is published about buying large quantities of herbs, there will be information about the gathering time. The third number in GG +2 is the date of the meeting, the fourth number +2 is the time of the meeting, and the last number, ignoring any zeros, is the score for the meeting. The reason why Odis still convened the gathering with the GG who was buying herbs was because herbs are not usually bought in large quantities. Moreover, herbs have fixed sales and acquisition channels, so almost no one else would choose to publish such GG in the newspaper. So this is practically Odis's exclusive channel. In addition, Odiston paused and then said, I also sell some extraordinary materials of the low sequence, such as the azure toad's tongue, colorful poppy fruit, and firebird tail feather that I have on hand right now. The price is £150. If you are interested, please contact me after the party. Yes, as I just said, there will be someone on duty here, and the person on duty can contact me. If you need any other extraordinary materials, you can try your luck here, but at the moment I only have low-sequence materials. The attendees were all taken aback, not expecting that the captain had such a channel. At that moment, the member of the Punisher immediately said, I want the firebird's tail feather. That is one of the main materials for becoming a singer. Generally, people in the Storm Church will immediately buy the main materials for the singer path. Even if it gets moldy in the warehouse, I will buy it without hesitation. Odis nodded, okay. As he spoke, he took out the materials contained in a wooden box and completed the transaction with the Punisher member. Now we will proceed with the final part of this gathering, Odis said with a smile. I will appoint 6 official members. At the next gathering, these 6 official members will be able to attend directly without purchasing admission tickets. Furthermore, at the end of the next gathering, 2 more official member slots will be added, and I and the 6 official members will decide which 2 applicants to admit. At this point, Odis reiterated the rules for official members, and the participants were no longer as indifferent as before, all hoping that the captain would choose them. Next, Odis quickly selected 6 people, including the seller and buyer who initiated the first transaction at the gathering, as well as 4 attendees who were clearly part of an organization. For example, the substitute Punisher member. At sea, everyone needs the power of the Church of Storms. Moreover, this member was very proactive in the transaction process, and he completed 5 transactions on his own. The codename chosen by the members of the Punisher is the Wave. After everyone had assigned a code name, Odis announced the official end of the gathering. Many people left visibly disappointed at not becoming official members, having already forgotten their earlier disdain for the so-called official members. He also forgot his earlier resolution, he would definitely not attend the party that required a £5 fee. At this point, they actually felt that the £5 were well worth the money if it was just to have the captain verify the authenticity of the intelligence. After everyone had mostly left, Bishop Dean stepped forward and smiled, saying, "This gathering is absolutely the most efficient I've ever seen for exchanging information." Odis smiled and added, "Soon, this place will become the intelligence trading center of the Rosyth Islands. I look forward to that day." With that, Bishop Dean took his leave. After all the attendees had left, Odis said to Bazel, who was tidying up the venue, "You don't need to do this work. In the afternoon, find me 2 clever male servants. Pay them a bit more, since this job is somewhat dangerous. Also, here, take this first." Odis took out a round button. "As long as I press the button, my pocket watch will light up, and I will know that you need to contact me." Bazel carefully took the button, so convenient. "No need to be so careful," Odis smiled. "To prevent accidental activation, I deliberately made it so that it requires some force to press." Bazel nodded, but still carefully put it away. Odis added, "I won't be in Byam for the next few days. If you need anything urgent, please use this button to contact me. But I'll be here this afternoon and tonight. Because there are follow-up matters to be handled after the gathering." Just then, the men who had passed the note earlier, hoping to return and meet Odis after the party, knocked on the open door. "I hope I didn't disturb you." "No," Odis said. "Come in." As he spoke, he sat back down in the captain's seat. As the men entered, he removed his mask and exaggeratedly spread his arms wide. "My friend, I never expected you to have planned such a grand event." He was Rupert Shawn, a man with dark brown hair who was clearly very talkative just by looking at him. Rupert was one of the few people in the hall wearing a mask, and he hardly spoke at all, yet Odis didn't recognize him. This made Odis wonder, was his sociability a pretense, or was his taciturnity a pretense? He stood up and smiled, I didn't expect you to attend the conference either. Overall, Odis had a good impression of Rupert. The two shook hands and sat down opposite each other again. Rupert looked at Bazel and said, what I didn't expect was that you would become the captain's assistant. Bazel just smiled and said nothing. Rupert didn't continue the topic, but instead asked Odis in a more serious tone, could I ask you for a favor? Well, it's a bit dangerous. Odis also became serious, what kind of payment can you offer? It's fine to treat someone to a drink or something casually, but when it comes to serious business, we definitely need to have a serious talk. A charm that can temporarily make yourself lucky or make your target unlucky. Rupert smiled helplessly, but I don't have one on hand. I can only get it after I've finished helping out. I hope my credibility will convince you to pay me in kind for now. After thinking for a moment, Odis said, tell me what kind of help you need. My teacher is in danger, and the danger comes from some extraordinary individuals with considerable strength, Rupert described. However, before that, we had agreed that if he suddenly disappeared, I would go find a farmer named Klein. But the problem is, I've been looking for days. There is a farmer named Blair around Byam, but he doesn't have the surname Colin. However, I learned from a slave trader that he had recently transported a group of slaves to the central part of Blue Mountains Island, including a farmer named Blair Colin. He paused and then said, the reason why slave traders remember so clearly is because very few slaves have names and surnames, and it's quite a pleasant-sounding name like Blair. Just as I was preparing to head to the central region of Blue Mountains Island, I suddenly learned that the slave trader had been murdered. It's clear that my teacher's enemies are also looking for him, which makes me realize that it would be best to find help before entering the central region. I hope to get your help. After a large number of traitors suddenly appeared within the School of Life, Rupert could no longer believe that his friends within the school were likely traitors, or had been turned by traitors. Previously, Potions Professor Beverly failed to capture Rupert, which led the traitors to post a high bounty for Rupert at many extraordinary gatherings. This made Rupert somewhat uneasy about his friends outside the school. After all, those friends were mostly bounty hunters, and they couldn't possibly ignore such a bounty. Finally, Rupert thought of the gourmet named Gar. First of all, the two had some connection, and Gar also seemed to belong to an organization of extraordinary individuals. As long as he revealed that he could obtain a charm that would make people lucky, the other party would most likely not use himself to exchange for the bounty in order to open up a channel for the organization. But Rupert suddenly discovered that he still couldn't contact the other party. At this moment, Rupert's passive ability as the lucky one came to his aid once again. He heard that someone was going to hold an intelligence exchange meeting here. He originally intended to post the quest to find Gar here, but after the exchange meeting had been going on for a while, he noticed that the organizer of the exchange meeting, Captain, was Gar. That's why Rupert handed Gar a note, hoping to meet after the party. After listening carefully to Rupert's description, Odis thought for a moment before asking, you are an extraordinary being of the monster pathway, right? Rupert paused for a moment, then said, yes, yes. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Odis then asked, is your teacher a senator? Rupert was immediately surprised, you. Then he chuckled and said, I should have realized sooner that you are not an ordinary extraordinary person. In fact, Rupert realized this when he saw Odis using a sealed artifact with the ability to travel. I'm only saying this now to fit the occasion. Bazel, who was listening in, realized that Captain Gar had already seen through Rupert's true nature, while Rupert was still unaware of Captain Gar's true nature. He smiled slightly, with such a well-informed captain, it's entirely possible to avoid launching battles based on misjudging the enemy's strength. Rupert considered for a moment and then said, my teacher's teacher is a senator. Members of the Life School of Thought. Odis nodded slowly, then pondered for a moment before saying, what I want in return is for you to come aboard my ship and become my second mate. Rupert was slightly taken aback, you have your own boat. It will be ready soon, Odis said with a smile. At that time, I will go out to sea as a pirate and hold intelligence exchange meetings at the same time. This answer surprised Rupert, who had initially thought that Gar was a representative or intelligence officer sent to buy him by some organization. He pondered for a moment and then asked, what are your specific plans for going to sea? Or rather, who are your specific targets for robbery? Pirates and merchant ships. Not robbing passenger ships or ordinary people's boats. It's pointless, I won't rob it, Odis said. Besides, I'm also very interested in finding treasures at sea. Rupert smiled and said, fighting pirates, robbing merchant ships, and finding treasure. Haha, this is the goal I've always dreamed of. Alright, I'll join your pirate crew. Odis smiled slightly, then, I won't take any reward for helping you find a teacher this time, but all the spoils of the operation are mine. Rupert nodded. Thank you, Captain. From now on you can call me Captain Gal. Yes, Captain Gal. Odis pointed to Bazel. This is our ship's first mate. Hello, first mate, Rupert said politely. I've heard a lot about your deeds. Bazel smiled and said, I've also heard of you, and your recent bounty. But don't worry, I'm not a bounty hunter anymore. Rupert chuckled and scratched his head. Then I'm relieved. Odis asked, when shall we depart? Next Thursday, or the Thursday after next week? Odis paused slightly. It has to be Thursday. Yes, Rupert smiled. It was my teacher's instruction, and supposedly it was my teacher's instruction, who is very sensitive to numbers or things like that. Odis nodded slowly. It must be that their spiritual senses indicated that the probability of success would be higher if they set off on this day. Then he thought, demigods who have reached the monster pathway seem even more like charlatans than fortune-tellers. Rupert's statement just now could also be put as follows, I have calculated that Thursday will be a very auspicious day. It is a good time to go out, for teachers and students to gather, for petty people to stay away, for noble people to help, and for great things to be accomplished. Of course, sunglasses and a goatee are also indispensable elements. Thinking of this, Odis smiled slightly and asked Rupert, would you like me to send you to another island to take refuge for a while? No need, Rupert said. I think it's safer to stay in Byam. After all, this is the largest city in the Rosyde Islands, making it a good place to hide one's tracks. After agreeing on the specific departure time, Odis told Rupert to leave first and come back to seek Bazel's help if he encountered any difficulties. Next, Odis and Bazel continued to wait for people to come to them for help. Byam, Church Street. In the building opposite the Sea Breeze Church, Tyr, who had just returned from an intelligence exchange meeting, didn't even have time for lunch. After quickly organizing the intelligence, he went to the captain's office. Captain, look. He handed the 5 intelligence reports he had acquired to the captain of the Punishers. The captain glanced at it, then suddenly looked up. Is this all the intelligence you traded at the intelligence exchange meeting? Yes. Tyr smiled and said, I didn't expect to get so much information about wanted criminals at this gathering. The captain immediately said, call all team members to a meeting. Wait a minute, we can't catch so many people. You gather the team members first, and I'll go report this to the deacon. Tyr was slightly taken aback. Captain, it's lunchtime now. Now that you know the whereabouts of 5 wanted criminals who caused losses to the church, you still have the appetite to eat. Tyr paused, then said, that's true. He then gathered his colleagues, and at the next brief meeting, he was appointed by the church deacon as an intelligence specialist to participate in future intelligence exchange meetings. Kent Blue Street, Wizarding Agency. Around 1 p.m., the first person to trade the false information arrived. He was a man in his 30s, dressed appropriately, and his appearance and demeanor were noticeably different from those of an intelligence broker. Upon entering, he saw that Captain was still there, so he immediately took off his hat and said, Captain, I traded false information at the party this morning. After a moment's recollection, Odis said, I remember you. You traded information about the Navy's procurement of supplies with another participant. Yes. The men smiled wryly. Bernadette told me that the Navy is going to purchase a batch of tables and chairs soon. Besides being an adventurer, I also do some business. I only found out when I contacted the Navy Logistics Department that they had already purchased that batch of tables and chairs. And Beatrice even sold this intelligence for a full £10. Doing business is a way for many adventurers to make money, or rather, most adventurers make money at sea by taking advantage of information asymmetry, or by looking for opportunities to get rich. Not every adventurer is as crazy as Gairman Sparrow. Odis asked, do you know the person who sold you the information? I didn't know him before the party, the men said somewhat nervously. I just asked around, and his name is Biddies. Moreover, he was a notorious local bully. After thinking it over for a long time, the men didn't dare to confront him, but he didn't want to suffer the loss, so he came to the captain to try his luck. His anxiety stemmed from the fact that he hadn't had the captain check the intelligence beforehand, and he wondered if the captain would be willing or dare to help. Odis stayed here to deal with similar matters. He had realized through recent observations that exchanging intelligence in Byam was easier than in Backlund. Because there are many people here who want to obtain some intelligence, some are intelligence officers for pirates, while others are informants for churches, the Navy, or secret organizations. Therefore, there are many more intelligence brokers here than in Backlund, because intelligence is a very popular commodity here. However, this has also spawned a large number of unethical intelligence brokers. The so-called spirit of contract is basically a product of the joint control of the law and violent institutions. Most of the Rosyde Islands is a lawless place, so don't expect the people here to have a spirit of contract. To them, adventurers like the men in front of Odis, who have no background but some money, are easy targets to swindle. Odis held an intelligence exchange meeting in Byam to reorganize the city's intelligence industry, so he had to take charge of this matter. This is the only way to make the intelligence exchange conference a benchmark in the industry in the shortest possible time. Odis then asked, do you know where Bidis is? It said he frequents the tuna bar and is an old friend of the bar's owner, the man quickly said. At the same time, he realized that the captain was in charge of this matter. This made him very happy, and he felt as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Odis stood up with great initiative and said, let's go to the tuna bar. He said to Bazel, you stay here. If you encounter similar situations, make them wait and help them clarify their needs. Ideally, like this guy. Oh, by the way, I haven't asked you your name yet. The man quickly replied, Benny, my name is Benny. Odis hummed in agreement, it would be best if we could know, or at least check the other party's exact location, like Mr. Benny did. Bazel replied, yes. He watched the captain and Benny walk away quickly. In the Byam West District, in a dilapidated local building. A member of the intelligence exchange group, codenamed Coconut, and whose real name is Carter, is telling the bishop about his experience attending the gathering. The bishop of the Church of Poseidon was somewhat surprised, he really said that. Was that a battle between Poseidon and Sea King before? Carter immediately replied, yes, many people have heard his description. The bishop pondered for a moment and said, wait outside for a moment, I will report this matter to Sea God. After Carter left, the bishop prayed devoutly to the Sea God and then told the Sea God that someone knew about the secret battle a few days ago, as well as the intelligence exchange meeting and detailed information about the captain's appearance and characteristics. He prayed repeatedly, and after about half an hour he received a reply from the Sea God to send someone to every subsequent gathering. Klein, who was in the grey fog, was initially amazed that there were many hidden talents in Byam, and that someone had managed to figure out the truth of the matter through seemingly ordinary clues. But when he heard that the other person was wearing a mask, he felt something was off. After thinking it over carefully, Klein realized that this guy was very likely Mr. Gar. After all, he was also in Byam, and Mr. Gar's other identity, leader, was the famous intelligence chief of Backlund. Leaving above the grey fog, and returning to the real world, Klein came out of the bathroom and saw Danitz had returned, sitting in a chair with a glass of water in his hand, lost in thought. Ahem. Klein cleared his throat. Danitz was so startled that he almost dropped the water glass in his hand. Klein, who plays Gehrman Sparrow, asks, what are you doing? Nothing, Danitz chuckled. Just thinking about what to have for dinner. Klein stared coldly at the other person, and Danitz felt sweat beading on the back of his head. I met someone with incredibly good connections today. Klein immediately realized, you went to that intelligence exchange meeting. Yes. Danitz immediately realized, you also know about that exchange meeting. Klein ignored the other person's topic and said in a commanding tone, draw the appearance of the summoner, and note his height, hair color, and pupils. Danitz was about to ask what the madman was up to, but was silenced by the man's cold glare and obediently went to draw the portrait. Upon receiving the portrait with the mask on, Klein, who possessed the ability of the faceless man, immediately realized, this is Mr. Gar. Chapter 248, Chapter 247 New member Priestess Katlia. Odis and Benny arrived at the tuna bar in a horse-drawn carriage. As soon as they entered, Benny saw Odis drinking beer and loudly bragging to other patrons at the bar. At the same time, Benny also saw the bar's thugs and bartenders. The experienced Benny knew very well that going to collect a debt at this point would only result in a beating. Even if you go to the police, the police in Byam don't handle fraud cases. However, the captain seemed not to notice the thugs at all, and calmly walked to the bar, B-Day. Biddies had already seen Benny and Captain, but he was still startled by Captain's shout. However, he immediately remembered that the owner of the tuna bar was a good friend of his, and this was his turf, so he smiled and said, oh, it's Mr. Captain. Let me buy you a drink. Odis had already walked to the bar and interrupted Biddies, you have two choices. First, pay me £100. Second, I'll break both your legs and then pay you £100. Biddies paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, ha ha ha. The thugs in the bar also started laughing. Odis looked at them coldly. Biddies asked, you pig-headed bastard, are you driving? Odis interrupted him again with a powerful movement, ramming forward and sending Biddies flying and crashing into the wall. This is no extraordinary person, Odis has no need to waste the scroll. Oh. Amid the gasps of the crowd, Odis continued to walk unhurriedly toward Biddies. Benny, standing behind, was stunned, they just did it like that. At this point, the experienced Benny realized that either the captain was unaware of the background of Byam and his intelligence brokers, or he was completely overconfident in his own abilities. However, seeing the captain's calm and composed demeanor, he thought the latter was more likely. Half dead from the fall, Biddies gasped, you'll regret this. Odis ignored the threat, seemingly gently bending the other's left leg into a triangle, then raising his hand and slamming his fist into the other's protruding shin bone. Creak. With a sound of bones breaking, Biddy's left leg bone snapped. Then came the pig-like screams of Biddy's. Odis calmly stepped on his right hip. Don't rush, there's one more. The thugs around them were about to rush to help, but the scene before them made them stop in their tracks. Biddy struggled desperately, even crying and screaming for help. But only his upper body was struggling violently. His left leg was broken and he couldn't struggle, while his right leg was pinned down by the guy called Captain, and he couldn't move at all. If this captain had been yelling and cursing while controlling Biddy's, they wouldn't have thought much of it. Although the captain was wearing a mask and his expression was not visible, his tone was so calm that it was as if he were doing something as simple as washing clothes or cooking, a part of his daily life. This greatly deterred them, because they knew very well that such people were usually very powerful and not to be trifled with. Odis bent down and pulled up Biddy's other leg. At this moment, Biddy's finally regained a sliver of reason from the fear and pain. I'll pay the 10. No, 100 pounds. Too late, Odis said. You've already chosen the second path. As he spoke, he raised his hammer-like fist and brought it down hard, causing Biddy's to let out another pig-like scream. Odis stepped back a few paces, watching Biddy's roll around on the ground, while wiping his hands with a handkerchief. We can discuss compensation now. I advise you not to go too far. At this moment, a burly man over 1.9 meters tall strode down from the second floor. He pointed at Odis with a cigarette between his fingers. What are you all standing there for? Arrest him. Odis folded her handkerchief. Who are you? Benny immediately said, This is Mr. Baron, the owner of the tuna bar. Then he smiled and said, Mr. Baron. He was about to step forward to smooth things over. After all, Mr. Baron was not someone to be trifled with. Before Benny could say anything, the so-called Mr. Baron had already been kicked back up the stairs by Odis. Odis ignored the bar owner and continued to ask Biddy's, who was standing at his feet, Where is your money? Biddy's, with a mournful face, said, In. Kid, you forced me to do this. Baron, who was half dead from the fall, struggled to his feet, a revolver still in his hand. Odis lunged forward, grabbed Baron's wrist, and snapped it backward, breaking the bar owner's wrist. As the other person grimaced in pain, Odis snatched the revolver with her other hand, unloaded all the bullets, and then threw the gun to the doorway. Odis ignored the bar owner and returned to Biddy's, who was crawling out with her hands. My patience is limited. Biddy's quickly reached for his wallet, but he only had a little over 30 pounds in it. So he called out to Baron, For the sake of me saving you before, lend me 70 pounds. Baron gave Odis a cold look, then, supporting his broken hand with his other hand, went back upstairs and quickly brought back 70 pounds. As Odis took the money and examined its authenticity, he said, You're probably trying to find out more about me so you can take revenge with despicable means, aren't you? He pocketed the money and laughed, Welcome to your death. Then, Odis bent down, snatched the wallet from Biddy's hand, and counted out 30 pounds. After tossing the wallet back to Biddy's, Odis said, You've been disqualified from participating in the intelligence exchange meeting. After saying that, he took Benny and left. Baron first called a doctor to put a splint on his wrist and took some painkillers. During this time, he had already obtained the address of the intelligence exchange meeting from Biddy's. However, Baron was still a little worried, so he went to report the matter to the boss himself. In Byam's bars, the businesses are either run by gangs or pirates, or the bartenders or owners are gang leaders themselves. Baron works for Byam's largest gang, the Skull and Bones Society. He arrives at the Skull and Bones headquarters and soon meets the boss. To his surprise, after the other party explained the situation, the boss suddenly cursed, You pig brain. What do you think having the protection of the Church of Peace means? That means if you go looking for trouble with him, even I could get arrested without any explanation. Baron opened his mouth, not expecting things to be so serious. You brain-dead idiot. The leader cursed, increasingly terrified, realizing he'd almost been killed without even realizing it. If you dare mess with that guy, I'll kill your whole family. Baron wiped his sweat as he said, I wouldn't dare go. On the carriage back. Odis took out 10 pounds and handed it to Benny. I'll only help you this once. You'll have to pay me next time. After all, we're at sequence 6 now, and appearance fees are very high. Benny thanked him profusely, and after expressing his gratitude for a long time, he asked, Captain, sir, if there's anything I can't resolve outside of the intelligence exchange meeting, can I ask you for help as well? He had just witnessed the captain's strength, which made him realize that now was a good time to find a powerful backer. Odis said, It depends on what it is and what you can pay. Benny said happily, I understand. Back at the wizard's office, there were already people who had acquired false information waiting there, seeking the captain's help. Without saying a word, Odis went out and got into another fight. These intelligence brokers are generally not good at fighting. At most, they are low-sequence, extraordinary individuals, and are no match for Odis. By nightfall, Odis had launched 3 attacks in total. However, he was quite satisfied that the transactions he had verified had not gone wrong, and at least no one came forward to say that he had traded false information. None of the 3 people who sought help had Odis verify the authenticity of the information when they were trading it. I believe that in just a few days, his reputation as captain will spread throughout Byam. First of all, he is a good fighter, and he can provide assistance when encountering situations involving false information in trade. The 3 people who provided false information had at least 2 of their back molars knocked out. Secondly, he has a strong ability to discern information. He can usually tell the truth from falsehood at a glance. That's what professionalism is all about. In the evening, Bazel went to a nearby grilled fish restaurant and ordered a grilled fish, asking the waiter to bring it over along with a pitcher of fruit wine. Odis also took off his mask, tossed his cloak aside, and took a bite of grilled fish before sighing. Grilled fish is still the most comfortable food. He took a sip of fruit wine and smiled. These seats might not be enough for the next gathering. This time he only set out 50 chairs. Bazel nodded as he ate the fish, having no doubt about it. Next, Odis began to explain to Bazel how to distinguish between true and false information. He planned to observe Bazel further and, if possible, entrust him with managing the transactions here in the future. For now, Odis is quite satisfied with Bazel. He is earnest, loyal, and reliable, though not very talkative. Odysseus was in a good mood today and drank a few more cups of wine. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, seeing that no one else was coming to ask for help, he returned to the Emerald Palace and had a good night's rest. The next day, a new week began. Odis first checked the work of some scholars, and then took them to the shipyard to discuss the issue of laying more magic arrays on the ship. The large ship being built for Bernadette is now basically complete, and it's ready to be used to set up other magic arrays and install the new weapons designed by Odis. Meanwhile, the bottom layer of Odis's small boat was completed, and it was time to begin laying some of the magic arrays. There's a lot of work to be done this week. Odis alone certainly can't handle it all. He needs to make good use of these scholars. The problem is that they haven't finished learning about magic arrays yet. Some scholars are already somewhat desperate. They can even foresee that they will have to attend classes and work on the ship at the same time this week, and may only have 4 or 5 hours of rest each day. To their surprise, Odis did not continue teaching them on Monday, but instead gave them a half-day off. This gave the scholars a bad feeling, and some speculated that this was the calm before the storm. After lunch, Odis immediately returned to work, went back to his room, lay on his armchair and entered the wilderness of knowledge through meditation to continue his previous research on extracting knowledge. By this time, he had already found a medium for temporarily storing knowledge through numerous experiments. It was a purified star crystal, an extraordinary material that was used by extraordinary individuals through several pathways, such as diviners and apprentices. Odis discovered through research and experiments over the past 2 weeks that only spiritually rich crystal materials can temporarily store knowledge. However, he simulated many kinds of crystals in the wilderness of knowledge, but the experimental results were not ideal. The extracted knowledge was always somewhat chaotic and incomplete after being stored. At this moment, Odis suddenly thought of the knowledge stored in the fighting scholar characteristic. After comparison, he found that storing knowledge with extraordinary materials was more stable and more complete. However, a new problem arose. The extraordinary materials contained some knowledge, and those crystals not only contained knowledge, but also some extraordinary qualities. If knowledge is stored in these crystals and then instilled, it's easy to only instill the knowledge contained within the crystals. Those extraordinary qualities would prevent Odis from using his spirituality to perform actions such as selection or deletion. Fortunately, Odis is now sequence 6, which allows him to use angelic level power in certain situations. So he tried to use angelic power to temporarily seal the extraordinary qualities within the crystals and complete the formatting of the knowledge within them. The experiment was successful last week. Although the process was a bit cumbersome, Odis felt that having this procedure was a kind of insurance. Requiring angels to perform certain operations adds a chasm that is difficult for ordinary extraordinary individuals to overcome, thus fundamentally preventing the misuse of this technology. Also last week, Odis requested a 70-gram star crystal from Bernadette. Today he plans to fully simulate the entire process of extracting and imparting knowledge in the knowledge wilderness. First, he took out the treated star crystal, then simulated a helmet with a knowledge extraction array, placed the star crystal in the groove at the top, and put it on his head. This helmet is similar in shape to a smart helmet, and it's also tall, which looks a bit strange. The only difference is that the helmet has 2 Amanda crystals embedded on the top, while the smart helmet only has 1. Using his spirituality, Odis activated the magic circle in the helmet, and the 2 crystals embedded in it lit up. After entering a meditative state, he began to carefully recall the magic circle inside the great ship and all the related knowledge. This is what Odis thought of as the safest way to extract knowledge. If you use a magic circle to extract knowledge directly from the target's brain, you can't distinguish which knowledge is needed. It's easy to extract some unimportant memories or some secrets. Using this method of meditation and recall is equivalent to outputting knowledge outward, which is relatively more targeted and safer. The extraction helmet is responsible for receiving the signal. This working principle is actually the inversion of the wisdom helmet. After it is in sync with Odis's brain, the magic circle in the helmet transforms the knowledge that Odis is meditating into spiritual signals and stores them in the astral body. After recalling everything, Odis removed his helmet, took off the star crystal, and placed it in his palm to sense it spiritually. The knowledge inside was relatively complete and did not feel chaotic. Next, Odis simulated the intelligence helmet, placed the star crystal in the same position as the fighting scholar trait, and then simulated 100 test subjects, instilling the knowledge he had just extracted into them. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Currently, Odis can simulate test subjects in the knowledge wilderness without having to summon helpers from the underworld to capture test subjects, unlike when he experimented with the intelligence helmet. After using the smart helmet on each test subject, Odis questioned them one by one to confirm that they had basically received the knowledge completely. However, Odis also discovered a problem during the experiment. One of the test subjects was affected by the extraordinary properties of the star crystal and showed signs of contamination. Odis recalled his previous experience using the smart helmet and realized that there were still too few use cases. Strictly speaking, it was only used once, equipping more than 20 gang members with the corresponding knowledge of combat. At the time, there were no signs of extraordinary contamination, but that did not necessarily mean it would not be contaminated. After all, both the fighting scholar characteristic and the star crystal contain extraordinary qualities. Theoretically, there should be no problem with brief contact with this level of quality, but there is also a probability of extraordinary leakage. After some thought, Odis decided to add another layer of magic array to the wisdom helmet to isolate it from pollution. After completing the experiment, Odis brought the star crystal to the real world. Although the extraction of the helmet was simulated in the knowledge wilderness, only the helmet was simulated. The star crystal, which had been formatted, had indeed stored the knowledge. This is the second, anti-counterfeiting design prepared by Odis. For the time being, the extraction helmet will not be made, and knowledge extraction will only be carried out in the knowledge wilderness. Then Odis took out the helmet of wisdom and made the final modification to it. This process is somewhat tedious because it requires opening it and adding an isolation array inside. During the renovation, Odis seemed to sense something and glanced at the wall clock. It was already 2:58. So he got up, stretched, and lay down in the armchair. At exactly 3 o'clock, Odis's vision was covered by grey mist, and the next second, he had already appeared in a classical giant's hall, sitting on one side of a long bronze table. Odis noticed a new member on the other side of the bronze table. From the other person's penetrating gaze, Odis judged that it was Katlia. Then Odis felt a little guilty, not knowing what the code name of Admiral of the Stars Katlia was. The arrival of the new member caused Audrey Justice to greet people a second or two later than usual. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." The fool, Klein, smiled slightly and nodded gently in response. "Good afternoon, Mr. Hanged Man." The greeting proceeded as usual, which was also a way of introducing the code names of the existing members to the new member. After responding to Justice's greeting, Alger the Hangman cautiously began to scrutinize the new member, a woman wearing a black robe with many patterns, whose hair was barely visible as black, but whose somewhat purplish eyes were quite prominent. Suddenly, his heart sank, and the image of Star Admiral Katlia, whom he had seen at the pirate convention a few months ago, flashed into his mind. Alger immediately became very cautious. Could it be her? Alger, also on the high seas, was very wary of the pirate general. Meanwhile, Katlia was also observing the other members, the Hanged Man, a middle-aged man in his 30s with messy, unusually dark blue hair, wearing a robe with storm and wave patterns, a member of the Church of Storms. Sun is young, and her clothing style is unusual, with a rustic beauty. The world, not an old man, wait. He has a kind of inhuman feeling. The magician, a young woman, wears a common Rue-style dress and looks somewhat languid. The hermit, dressed in an Inta-style suit, looked very easygoing. Sigh, I actually wanted to choose the hermit card, but he had already chosen it first. I wonder what kind of extraordinary person he is. Moon, a young man with red eyes, wearing the priest's robes of the Earth Mother Goddess. This combination suggests only one possibility, a vampire. Justice, priceless jewelry, a simple yet beautiful fitted long dress, like the work of a master fashion designer, a nobleman of ruin. Caldelia observed quietly. It was her first time attending a party, and she planned to listen and observe more, and speak less. At this point, Klein introduced, "This is our new member, the priestess, whom you can call Lady Priestess." Audrey smiled and said, "Good afternoon, Priestess Lady." Caldelia replied simply, "Good afternoon." After the greetings, Audrey turned to the head of the bronze table. "Fool, I only managed to collect 1 page of Russell's diary last week." Russell's diary. Caldelia struggled to suppress the urge to turn her head away, recalling the tall, beautiful figure who had once exclaimed, "That's not a notebook, it's his diary." She was somewhat shocked. Did the members of the Tarot Club all know that Russell's notebook was a diary? But Caldelia hid it well, calmly observing how the justice manifested in the diary, and how it instantly appeared in the hands of Mr. Fool. With her extensive knowledge of occultism, she had a general understanding of how justice was expressed in that page of the diary. At this moment, the magician also sacrificed 3 pages of his diary to the Fool, and then Caldelia saw a scene that surprised her once again. The Fool was reading those diaries. He collected these diaries not to decipher them, not to study them, but to read them. What is her origin? An indescribable sense of horror and fear welled up inside Caldelia. She quickly averted her gaze and looked at the bronze table, as if the ancient patterns on its surface were a captivating novel. This doesn't seem surprising. With her exceptional mental fortitude, Caldelia quickly calmed down. This was an ancient deity, and no matter what astonishing things she did, they seemed unremarkable. Calm down, Caldelia noticed the silence within the majestic palace and immediately realized that this was not the first time. Mr. Fool had a habit of reading Russell's diary during tarot gatherings. The experienced Caldelia did not raise any questions, but simply continued to observe. A few minutes later, the Fool, Klein, said, "You may begin." At this moment, Alger was still carefully examining himself, wondering if he had revealed his identity. He felt that the most revealing thing about himself was the Storm Bishop's robe he was wearing. There was nothing he could do about it. After setting sail, besides being the captain, he was also the bishop of the sailors and had to wear the appropriate attire to hold mass frequently. If one does not demonstrate piety in daily conduct, one day one of the subordinates may report him. With the addition of new members, everyone was a bit reserved. Moon Emlyn was also a little puzzled. Why didn't anyone take the initiative to make a deal today? So he was the first to speak. "The Hanged Man, I'm ready. When can you get your hands on that vampire baron's inheritance? You mentioned it last time, it's in the hands of a great pirate." Alger suddenly stiffened. "You don't need to add that last sentence." Priestess Catley's gaze then swept over the Hanged Man again, the great pirate. However, the seasoned Alger concealed his inner turmoil well, calmly turning his head to ask Moon, "Did you get the cash?" "Of course," Emlyn said, lifting his chin. "The Marquis actually gave him more than 7,000 pounds. "I'll get it for you this week," Alger said. "One last time, let me confirm the price, 4,500 pounds, is that all right?" Emlyn thought about the dolls in his room, his eyes darting around, and said, Is it possible to make it cheaper?" "This isn't something I can decide, but I can try to negotiate for you." Alger's tone remained unchanged. "Also, don't forget my commission, a little less, how about 300 pounds? Emlyn recalled that the Hanged Man hadn't haggled at all during their deal at the party last week, and he felt that haggling now would damage the image of vampires. After gritting his teeth, Emlyn said, "Okay." Gadria observed silently and made a judgment, not a very strong vampire, perhaps just coming of age. Seeing that the first trade was over, son Derek, mimicking justice, slightly raised his hand. "Does anyone have the fruit of the radiant spirit tree?" He had already collected the other materials about the Sun Priest quite smoothly. Caldelia decides to get involved in a small deal to gain a deeper understanding of how the Tarot Club works. "I have it." Little Sun said, I can exchange the history of Silver City for the history of dark creatures such as elves and dragons. Priestess, here is also a list of common monsters in the area around Silver City. You can choose the materials you need from it. If you really want gold pounds, I can borrow them from Mr. the Hermit. Then repay with extraordinary materials. The reason he explained things in such detail was mainly because the priestess was attending a gathering for the first time and didn't know much about her situation. Justice, Audrey thought to herself, although the son has matured a lot, it is still as sincere as before. After thinking it over carefully, Gadria roughly understood the meaning of son and immediately came up with a plan that best suited her own interests. "I want to see what common monsters are around Silver City before making a decision." Klein, behind the grey fog, thought to himself, "Another one trying to fleece us. Okay." After obtaining the Fool's consent, Derek immediately materialized the list. His deal with the Hermit made him realize the difference in the extraordinary value of materials between Silver City and the outside world. Although Derek was sincere, he also knew how to obtain the greatest benefit with the least cost. Caldelia took the documents and began to read them carefully. The more she read, the more alarmed she became, because the number of monsters was beyond her imagination. Moreover, most of the terms used here are archaic. If she weren't a member of the Ascetic Order of Moss, and someone who regularly collects and accumulates knowledge, she wouldn't be able to understand this document at all. This made Gadria wonder, where is Silver City? Is it surrounded by monsters? A dozen seconds later, Caldelia raised her head and said in a calm tone, "You can exchange it for the history of Silver City." Okay. Derek materialized the history outline of Silver City from his general education class. Having considerable experience, he knew that more complete and detailed information was far more valuable in the outside world than the radiant spirit tree, so he kept some details to himself. Knowing she wasn't Mr. Fool and couldn't keep the members waiting for her to read, Gadria casually flipped through it, confirmed its value, and then cautiously asked, "How can I give you the fruit of the radiant spirit tree?" Justice Audrey was eager to explain to the new member when she heard the priestess ask again, "Fool, is it done through sacrifice?" Audrey was somewhat disappointed. The priestess is very capable and knowledgeable. "Fool," Klein hummed in response. Katlia said to Derek, "I will get the main materials for you as soon as possible." After the transaction was completed, the hermit Odis said, "Keep an eye out for clues about the shining star tree or the Pegasus of deception. These two extraordinary creatures contain his main and auxiliary materials as an astrologer." Odis did not disrupt his plan to gather materials because of Katlia's appearance. After all, even if he could hide his extraordinary abilities this time, they might be exposed at the next gathering, so there was no need to keep them so tightly under wraps. As the astrologer, Katlia suddenly looked up at the hermit, "Follow my path." Then she saw the hermit looking at her with a calm smile. In that instant, she realized, he had already guessed who she was. And he didn't care that I knew his extraordinary methods. Chapter 249, Chapter 248 The Secrets of Solomon's Second Empire. Odis's plan was to first purchase the extraordinary materials needed for advancement to Sequence 5 at the Tarot Club. However, considering that materials of this level rarely appear in ordinary gatherings and their prices must be very high, he simply traded for clues about extraordinary creatures that possess those two main materials. Please remember the Taiwan Novel Network TTL.TL for the fastest chapter updates. If you hunt on your own, you can also obtain expensive auxiliary materials from the Shining Star Tree and the Trickster Pegasus. If you can't get the relevant clues at the tarot meeting, then you can only accumulate merits with Bernadette in exchange for the extraordinary characteristics of astrologer. But if that's the case, who knows how long it will take to accumulate? The new member, Priestess Katlia, wasn't particularly surprised to see the hermit's calm smile. After all, she was Pirate General, a well-known figure on the high seas, so it wasn't surprising that someone would recognize her immediately. However, she had absolutely no clue about the background of the hermit. Logically speaking, since the hermit obtained the astrologer's potion recipe at such a young age, he should belong to some extraordinary organization. Katlia almost instinctively thought of two possibilities: an important figure in the Moor's penitentiary, on the Intis side, or an important member of the Elemental Dawn, on the Intis side. Based on experience, it is generally believed that a Sequence 6 member in a secret organization is the leader of an important city, and in the capital of a major country, there is also a Sequence 5 member. The path of the peeping to the secret immediately brings to mind the Moss Ascetic and the Elemental Dawn. She guessed that the Elemental Dawn was more likely to be an important member, because only in the Republic of Intis was the Elemental Dawn stronger than the Moor's penitentiary. Furthermore, a large part of the Elemental Dawn force consists of pirates who roam the high seas. Their members are very knowledgeable about the seas, which explains why the other side would know some of their intelligence. Then, Gadria recalled that tall, beautiful figure again, but she quickly calmed down. There was a certain probability that it was a wild extraordinary being, otherwise she wouldn't have inquired about extraordinary materials at this level. If you belong to an extraordinary organization, you can usually obtain the corresponding master materials or extraordinary characteristics through internal channels. Unaware of the hermit's background, Katlia had no intention of making a deal, and instead looked down at the Silver City history she had just acquired. As she listened to the other members agree to keep an eye out for the hermit, the information in her hand gradually surprised Gadria, and she eventually guessed that Silver City was probably located in the Forsaken Land. Then she realized, every member of the Tarot Club has a complicated background. Initially, Gadria thought that most of the members of the Tarot Club didn't seem to be of very high rank, but now she realized that their identities were not simple, and she began to take the gathering more seriously. Then, the fool Klein manipulated the world and said in a hoarse voice, "I need the eyeballs of the six-winged gargoyles." He only needs this one additional material to complete all the materials required for his promotion. After reviewing the historical information about Silver City provided by the Sun, Katlia quickly calmed down and said in a measured tone, 300 pounds. Klein thought to himself, no wonder he commands a pirate crew and is the Star Admiral, backed by an ancient power. He must have abundant resources. He operated the world and said, okay. After the transaction was completed, the Great Hall of Giants fell silent for a few seconds. Justice Audrey then said, "Mr. Hermit, shall we continue the history of the Solomon Empire? I can't wait to find out who exactly founded the Second Solomon Empire." Katlia was slightly taken aback. She had also studied the history of the Fourth Epoch extensively and immediately understood, had information about the differences between the Solomon Empire and the Second Solomon Empire been traded here. This is considered high-level intelligence in the extraordinary realm, and many scholars there are unaware of what the Second Solomon Empire was all about. At the same time, Katlia was also very interested in the information they were about to trade. Although she knew a lot about the history of the Solomon Empire, she was not very clear about who founded the Second Empire. To be precise, we received a lot of conflicting information, making it impossible to make an accurate judgment. However, she did not intend to join the deal immediately, but planned to wait and see. Odis nodded. Okay, still £2,000. Katlia frowned slightly. £2,000 just for trading who established the Second Empire? And no one seemed surprised. Audrey immediately replied, I'll offer £1,000. The other members, as usual, wanted to join the party, but since they didn't know if the new members would be involved in the deal, they didn't know how to split the remaining £1,000. If new members do not join the deal, they will each have to pay £200. If they do join, they will pay less. Gadria was a little confused, wondering why the members were all suddenly looking at her. Audrey understood everyone's doubts and asked, Priestess Lady, would you like to join the deal? If you do, you can share the £1,000 with the other members. However, you can only ask one question during the transaction. If you have more questions, you will need to pay an additional £300. After a quick mental calculation, Gadria realized she wouldn't need to spend much money, so she said, okay, I'll join the deal. Odis said, in that case, each of you will pay £170. That would amount to £1,020, which is £20 more than the previously agreed upon transaction amount, but no one raised any objections. Because they all knew that the historical deal with the Hermit was well worth the price. Then Odis turned to Little Son and said, I will still pay for you. You still owe me £60 from the last party, and now you owe me £110. Little Son immediately said, thank you, Mr. Hermit. After agreeing on how the payment would be made, Odis began, in our last deal, we discussed how the first Six Gods Alliance would crush the Solomon Empire. What? The Six Gods Alliance? Gadria thought to herself, they're not the second best in the Solomon Empire. It seems they traded intelligence about the Solomon Empire last week. Then she recalled the historical materials she had found. Was the Solomon Empire really overthrown by the Six Gods? Why would the Six Gods do that? Katlia suddenly realized that the Hermit's review contained a wealth of information, and that it also seemed to include some hidden histories that she herself was not very clear about. Odis glanced at the increasingly solemn priestess Katlia and continued, it was Solomon himself who established the Second Solomon Empire. The other members were stunned for a moment, then realized how astonishing the news was. Just as everyone was about to start making connections, Audrey asked first, the Hermit, didn't you say at the last gathering that the Black Emperor had fallen? He did indeed perish then, Odis explained. But according to some high-level intelligence I've gathered, at the level of a god, perishing does not equate to annihilation. Klein, standing behind the grey fog, exclaimed, these are the gods. They are the ones who are dead but not stiff. Katlia exclaimed, the information we've heard so far already far exceeds the value of £170. The Hermit knows so much high-level intelligence. Is he really a Sequence 6? As an astrologer, she had never even come across this level of information, yet the Hermit had revealed it to her. Surprised, she began to reconsider her identity as a Hermit. Emlyn, nicknamed the Moon, was already rubbing his hands excitedly. This news could fetch at least 300. No, £500. Now he would not hesitate to join the intelligence trade with the Hermits because it was a surefire way to make money. I see, said Audrey, so that's how it is. Then how did the Black Emperor come back to life? This is exactly what I know, a very high-level intelligence, Odis said. The Black Emperor, or lawyer route is a very special route. I learned by chance that this path to becoming a true god requires building 9 mausoleums and establishing a set of rules that defy common sense. Having the Black Emperor card in his hand, Klein, the only one who wasn't surprised, thought to himself, I never expected that the Hermit would know part of the specific promotion ritual for the Black Emperor. After a brief moment of surprise, the Hanged Man quickly turned to excitement. This is a ritual for ascending to godhood. I actually heard about a ritual for ascending to godhood. The information exchange at the Tarot Club once again broadened his understanding. What did I just hear? Katlia first asked herself, was it a ritual about the gods? Did you accidentally learn about it? How accidentally could you learn information at this level? Emlyn the Moon and Derek the Sun didn't react immediately. It was only after seeing everyone's surprised expressions that they gradually realized what they had heard. Emlyn thought to himself, this information cannot be traded within the vampire clan, I must never reveal it, not even under duress. This is astonishing. Odis gave everyone 2 or 3 seconds to process this astonishing news before continuing. It is said that as long as any one of the 9 tombs still exists, he can be resurrected. It is said that as long as the rules he set still exist, he still has a chance to be resurrected. Even Klein was surprised this time. The probability of resurrection is just too high. At this point, Katlia was at a loss for words. The intelligence on establishing the Second Solomon Empire was actually worth £2,000. Then she thought of some of the investigations done by the mysterious queen. I remember that the great emperor also built a mausoleum. Could it be? No, the queen once said that the great emperor seemed to be an extraordinary being of the general knowledge path, and should have jumped to the secret seeker path. Katlia fell into a brief moment of contemplation. The magician Furs exclaimed in surprise, "This is the power of the gods." Then she smiled helplessly. This feeling is back again. I know that this kind of high-level information is not very useful at the moment, but I just really want to know. The son Derek was one of the more composed members, but if the Black Emperor could be so easily resurrected, why did he still become history instead of living to this day? Once again, Odis thoughtfully gave everyone time to digest the information and continued, everyone should have heard something about the architecture and clothing styles of the Quaternary period. At that time, both architecture and clothing were dominated by asymmetrical styles. Another characteristic was that candlesticks of that era were hung upside down on the roof. However, by the end of the Quaternary period, these styles had basically all disappeared. The Moon Emlyn confirmed, these are all rules that defied the norm, promulgated by the Black Emperor. Later, he fell again, his tomb was demolished, and the rules he established were overturned, so he completely fell. Odis nodded, that's one way to understand it. By the 5th century, he really had no chance of being resurrected. Of course, there is another way to deprive him of the chance of resurrection even faster. Emlyn asked, in what way? He then gave an embarrassed smile, only to realize that he had already used his chance to ask a question. However, Justice Audrey immediately said, the Hermit, I'd also like to know what that method is. Odis replied, a new Black Emperor has appeared. Audrey nodded slowly. Everyone felt that this answer was both expected and yet unexpected. At this point, Furs asked curiously, the Hermit, did the Black Emperor appear later? Now that Furs has been promoted to Sequence 8, she is no longer under pressure to advance further. Therefore, she has become more open-minded about her deal with Mr. Hermit. She can ask questions whenever she feels curious to satisfy her curiosity. There is no need to be so tense and always try to ask some key questions. It has appeared, Odis replied. It appeared during the 5th age. He glanced at Katlia, but quickly looked away, but who it is specifically is not included in this transaction. Katlia was slightly taken aback, why did the Hermit glance at me just now? I didn't know such information. Alger turned to look at the Hermit, what? A Black Emperor appeared in the 5th epoch. Who? Klein wondered, had someone become a god in the 5th age? Audrey bluntly asked, the Hermit, what kind of deal is the Black Emperor of the 5th age involved in? Odis smiled and said, I can't say. If I do, half the value of this information will be gone. When you mention Emperor Russell, people will immediately think of his civil code and other measures, and they will instantly understand many things. Audrey then asked, so, what was the value of that deal? It's also £2,000. Audrey nodded and said nothing more. Let's continue our previous topic, Odis said. Solomon has been resurrected, he has established the Second Solomon Empire, and has regained the support of the true creator. However, the Second Empire is much weaker than the First Empire. As far as I know, only the Zarathustra family and the Zoroaster family support Solomon. At the same time, the Night Emperor and the Blood Emperor established their respective empires, and many of the nobles who had supported the Solomon Empire in the past pledged allegiance to them. The Emperor of the Underworld in the southern continent may still have an alliance with the Second Solomon Empire, but they are now an alliance of equals, unlike before when they were forces supporting the Solomon Empire. At this point, 4 empires coexisted, ushering in the Age of the 4 Emperors. Priestess Katlia carefully digested the information. The data I obtained is true, the divine kingdom of the true creator once existed on the northern continent. Previously, she had been unsure of the authenticity of these materials, but now that Katlia heard the Hermit speak of it with such certainty, she finally dared to make a judgment. Then she wondered, which organization does the Hermit belong to? She didn't believe that a Sequence 6 member could obtain such high-level intelligence from either the Moor's Penitentiary or the Elemental Dawn, so she concluded that the Hermit was probably not a member of either of those organizations. The other members were mostly amazed, so this is what the era of the 4 emperors really is. Audrey said, I never imagined that these 4 empires could coexist. Furs nodded in agreement, indicating that he shared the same sentiment. Because current authoritative history textbooks believe that these 4 empires existed in a sequential order. At this point, Klein manipulates the world to ask, what was the attitude of the 6 gods at that time? Or whom did they support? Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. It was only then that everyone suddenly realized that the attitude of the 6 gods at that time was crucial, or rather, they were the key to the battle of the 4 emperors. Odis replied, after the fall of the Solomon Empire, they lost their common enemy, and the first alliance of the 6 gods also collapsed, and the 6 gods began to confront each other again. However, they all expressed their support for the Knight Emperor. This answer was beyond everyone's expectations. Originally, everyone thought that the six gods would support different empires, which is why the coexistence of the four empires lasted for a period of time. But unexpectedly, they were supporting the same empire. Alger, the hanged man, used his opportunity to ask a question. So, the strongest empire at that time was the Terransast Empire. Odis thought for a moment before saying, theoretically, that's true, but everyone needs to understand this concept. Unless the six gods' kingdoms are invaded or they feel threatened, they will not actively participate in the war between the four empires. It's like when the Kingdom of Rune is fighting the Empire of Fuzak right now. At the forefront are the soldiers of both countries and the extraordinary individuals in their military. The Church of the True God will only send extraordinary forces to fight if it believes that its interests have been harmed. Everyone nodded slowly upon hearing this. It seems that's the case. Klein thought to himself, however, the Transist Empire still has an advantage. Other countries might face annihilation if they suffer a defeat. But Transist is not afraid, because within its territory lie 6 divine kingdoms. Only when other countries dare to invade can the true power of this empire be unleashed. Odis continued, because of the support of the true creator, the Second Solomon Empire is not the weakest, even though it only has the support of 2 angelic families. The 4 empires were in a standoff for some time, but I'm not entirely sure how long it lasted. But the Solomon Empire could not escape the fate of being the first to be destroyed. First of all, the true creator is the 6 gods' old rival, and the 6 gods will not allow the true creator to become too powerful again. Secondly, the Knight Emperor and the Blood Emperor also harbor hatred towards Solomon and are unwilling to let this empire exist for too long. While Katlia paused at the word Hermit, she asked, what hatred exists between them? Odis replied, Knight Emperor and Blood Emperor were once subordinates of Black Emperor. They were turned by the 6 gods and betrayed Black Emperor in order to be promoted to Sequence 1. Katlia nodded slowly, this being another point of uncertainty she had about the history of the Solomon Empire. Why would the 6 gods do this? I mean, given how powerful the 6 gods alliance you just mentioned is, why would they need to turn Tudor and Transist against each other? The other members listened quietly to the new member, Priest, asking a question, and then all gave a faint smile, because they had had similar questions at the last gathering. Odis smiled and said, this is your second question. Caldelia immediately replied, I'm willing to pay 300 pounds. What I mean is, Odis smiled, if you want to ask a second question, you might as well just ask me directly about the intelligence of the Roman Empire. I'll only charge you 500 pounds, and I can tell you everything I know about the Solomon Empire. Caldelia immediately replied, okay. It was truly unexpected that the Hermit could discuss the transaction of secret historical information in such detail. Even though she thought she knew quite a bit about the Quaternary period, she still wanted to hear what the Hermit had to say. Odis then began to recount to the priestess the details of the intelligence exchange that took place at the last gathering. Katlia appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly she was quite surprised. What? The Solomon Empire was once so powerful. The 6 gods were constantly in conflict during the 4th Age. No wonder the 6 gods tried to turn Tudor and Transist against them. It turned out they simply weren't confident. The transaction was over, and Katlia thought to herself, this information is definitely worth far more than 500 pounds. Then, she became even more curious about the identity of the Hermit. She couldn't understand what kind of organization would allow a Sequence 6 to possess so many secrets. Of course, Katlia also speculated that this might be historical information that the Hermit had discovered himself. However, when she thought about her own search and exploration of hidden history, she immediately rejected the idea. Judging from the appearance of the Hermit, he was only in his 20s. Even if he had been exploring since he was 3 years old, he might not have been able to grasp so much hidden historical information by now. Moreover, there is some high-level information at the level of gods, which can only be obtained by chance. This is also what Katlia can't understand the most. If she obtained this level of intelligence herself, the process must have been extremely dangerous, and probably something a Sequence 6 could not withstand. However, it's unlikely that the intelligence came from within an organization. Gadria estimated that even if she were to become a demigod in an organization like the Moss Ascetic Order, which emphasizes knowledge, she might not be able to access information of this level. As Katlia pondered, Odis said, let's go back to the original deal. The other members followed the priestess and reviewed the intelligence about the Solomon Empire. They were all impressed by the Hermit's clear understanding of this history and how she explained it so clearly. In the War of the Four Emperors, the Second Solomon Empire was the first to fall, Odis said. I don't have specific information about the details of the war, but I saw a very interesting mural in a certain quaternary ruin. Mr. Fool, may I show you the mural? Klein nodded slowly, helping the Hermit to display the mural. What Odis showed was a mural they saw in the corridor when they were exploring quaternary ruins of the Transist Empire with Bernadette. The first thing you see is 2 armies with different insignia on their armor fighting. With her extensive knowledge of ancient history, Katlia had already roughly understood the meaning of the mural. However, most members did not recognize the symbols. Odis explained, the soldiers in an offensive posture are the army of the Ternsost Empire. The emblem on their armor is the coat of arms of the Ternsost. As you can see, the emblem on those suits of armor is a black crown. This symbol, depicted in the mural, can be seen as the unified emblem of the Ternsost Empire's army. After all, in such a decisive war, the major noble families within the empire would certainly participate, and those nobles also had their own family crests, Odis continued to explain. On the other side of the battle, the army with the throne symbol on their armor represents the Solomon Empire's army. The oppressive throne is the emblem of the Solomon family. Look further down, and you'll see a third-party force. The symbol on their armor is a hand holding a scepter. After looking around at everyone, Odis said, that is the emblem of the Tudor family. With this explanation, everyone understood the meaning of the mural. They all realized that this must be another hidden history from the Quaternary period. Odis continued, clearly, at the crucial moment of the war, the Tudor Empire and the Ternsost Empire joined forces to defeat the Solomon Empire. However, this is certainly not an alliance that formed suddenly. Tudor and Ternsost should have already reached a consensus to eliminate the Solomon Empire first. First of all, they had a motive because they had betrayed Solomon, so Solomon regarded them as enemies, and it was impossible for them to coexist peacefully. He paused and continued, people at the level of Tudor and Ternsost may no longer have feelings of guilt or feel that their betrayal is an immoral act. Their joint attack on Solomon may have been an attempt to cover up their misdeeds. In addition, Solomon put immense pressure on them during his resurrection, which also became part of their hatred. At this moment, Klein, behind the grey fog, suddenly realized a crucial problem. After the fall of the First Solomon Empire, Tudor and Ternsost were already Sequence 1, so when Solomon was resurrected, he only had uniqueness and a Sequence 1 characteristic. But since he had already used his opportunity to ask questions, and according to his observation, Justice had clearly not noticed this. After all, Solomon's resurrection was already shocking enough. Klein speculated that there might be some special abilities of the Black Emperor involved. However, this question can only be left for now. We can ask it again when we have the opportunity later. Odis recounted, according to my guess, the general course of this war was probably like this. The main force of the Tudor Empire was responsible for blocking the reinforcements from the Byron Empire, while the main force of the Ternsost attacked the Solomon Empire. This is also why the Four Emperors era was able to remain deadlocked for a period of time. The Solomon Empire and the Byron Empire were allied, while the Tudor Empire and the Ternsost did not have a clear alliance, and there were even deep conflicts between the two empires. When Tudor and Ternsost suddenly joined forces, the situation changed. Ternsost must have obtained the support of the six gods before launching the war against the Solomon Empire. At that time, this empire was the strongest, and the six gods helped to block the true creator, so Solomon would definitely ask the Byron Empire for help. The reinforcements from the Byron Empire arrived in the northern continent, but were blocked by the Tudor Empire. Even at this time, the Tudor Empire can still send people to support the Solomon Empire's battlefield because I received intelligence from another place that the Primordial Witch initially secretly supported the Tudor Empire and could completely stop the Emperor of the Underworld. A fierce war of the gods must have broken out at that time, and Solomon fell again, as did Zarathustra, one of his great nobles. In the Battle of the Four Emperors, the first fierce battle was basically over. The description of the Hermit wasn't particularly surprising, but it was like a bedtime story, captivating the other members. Everything seemed so logical and natural, but when these logical and natural things were told, they made them feel a profound sense of history. However, with her extensive knowledge, Gadria still gleaned an important piece of information. It turns out that the Primordial Witch did not initially support the Emperor of the Underworld, she had actually supported the Blood Emperor, as well. Odis concluded, judging from how Tudor and Ternsost divided the spoils of victory, they had planned this war long ago. Of course, I don't know anything about how they divided the spoils of victory. I can only deduce from some information that came later how they probably divided the spoils. Katlia gave Odis a deep look. From the description just now, she noticed that the Hermit also had a strong reasoning ability in intelligence and secret history. The war that led to the downfall of the Solomon Empire was probably deduced by him through some clues. She listened very carefully to the Hermit's subsequent description because she knew that this was the core of a scholar's research. There is evidence that Ternsost later obtained the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway and a Sequence 1 property, Odis continued. Other evidence suggests that Adam had the Black Emperor Sequence 1 property during the Fifth Age. In fact, it not only has the characteristics of Sequence 1 but also the full set. Chapter 250, Chapter 249, Natural Disaster, Goshenum. None of the Tarot Club members, except for the Hermit Odis, expected that Adam would appear among them. However, most members soon recalled the previous deal. They remembered that Adam was a high-ranking nobleman in the Tudor Empire, and it seemed reasonable that he received Tudor's share of the spoils of victory. Only the new member, the priestess Katlia, was not involved in the previous transactions, but with her extensive knowledge, she knew that Adam was a high-ranking nobleman of the Thutter family. However, she didn't know much else about Adam. Odis continued to explain, it is likely that Tudor was allocated 2 sets of Sequence 1 traits at that time, but after the fall of the Tudor Empire, Adam took those 2 sets of traits with him and used them in the 5th Age. Before anyone could ask any questions, Odis said, the speculations about the above information, as well as the clues that support those speculations, are not included in this transaction. Amidst everyone's disappointment, Katlia asked, what is uniqueness? Although this pirate general was very knowledgeable, she currently had no way of obtaining such knowledge at the level of gods. However, it was precisely because of her rich knowledge that she noticed uniqueness was an important concept almost immediately during the Hermit's narration. The members, including the hanged men, were reminded of this and also noticed the description of uniqueness. Odis glanced at Katlia before saying, this is your second question. Caldelia immediately replied, I'm willing to pay 300 pounds. Emlyn, the moon, thought to herself, is this new member very wealthy? If she spends another 300 pounds, she'll have spent 970 pounds today on intelligence. By the way, I don't even know what uniqueness means. The fool Klein thought to himself, being a pirate seems to be quite lucrative, at least it seems like he's richer than the hanged man. At this moment, Odis looked at the moon, whose thoughts were almost written all over his face, do you also want to join the deal? But the information about uniqueness is very important. You can't share the 300 pounds. If you want to hear it, you have to pay 300 pounds as well. Emlyn, whose financial situation was quite good, said almost without thinking, I'm willing to join the deal. Justice Audrey raised her hand slightly, and me, Mr. the Hermit, I also want to know the concept of uniqueness. Odis paused for a moment before realizing, oh, right, I forgot to explain this to you all. So, you'll all share the 600 pounds. There are 7 of you. At this moment, World said in a hoarse voice, I don't need to join the deal. He was the only member besides Odis who knew the concept of uniqueness. Odis nodded, then 6 people, 100 pounds each. After everyone agreed, Odis began to explain the concept of uniqueness. Simply put, the true God is the only being, and uniqueness can be seen as the embodiment of the divine authority. Caldelia remained outwardly calm, but inwardly she was utterly shocked. This was yet another piece of information at the level of a god. Then she noticed that the Hermit had just said it, and none of the other members showed any surprise, which meant that they already knew this, or even more similar information. Is this kind of high-level information the norm for information trading in the Tarot Society? Katlia gained a new understanding of the different levels of the Tarot Club. At the same time, she no longer wanted to guess about the identity of the Hermit, because not only was the information he released illogical, but it was also clearly illogical that someone at his level could acquire so much advanced knowledge. She had already internally rejected the idea that Odis was a member of the Moss Ascetic or the Elemental Dawn. Emlyn thought to himself, this information may be high level, but I can't reveal it at the vampire gathering, otherwise my problems will be too obvious, and the Marquis might arrest and interrogate me immediately. He seriously doubted that even the Marquis was unaware of such information. While the other members listened to their trade of information about uniqueness, they were also reflecting on the information about the quaternary period that they had just traded. Klein, the fool, thought to himself, before, I only knew some fragmented information about the history of the quaternary period. Now it's different. The previous fragments are like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, now they've been pieced together into a whole. Even he was looking forward to the subsequent transactions with the Tudor Empire, the Trencist Empire, and so on. Audrey, who plays Justice, also remarked, the way the Hermit tells these hidden histories reminds me of my history professors who always manage to make dry history sound magnificent. Seeing that the transaction was over and no one initiated a new one, son Derek traded 4 extraordinary weapons with Odis, plus the reporting fee that Odis had just paid on his behalf, for a total of 5 extraordinary materials to repay the debt. The new member, Priestess Katlia, noticed that their transaction was a barter, but she didn't ask any questions and simply observed quietly. After the transaction was completed, the hall was quiet for a few seconds, and then the gathering moved into a free exchange session. Alger, the hanged man, spoke first. A major event has recently occurred in the Rosyde Islands. He didn't intend to reveal that Mr. Fool might have become the incarnation of the sea god, he only intended to describe the whole incident. Audrey asked with great interest, what is it? Katlia also looked at the hanged man, as she had heard about some recent events in the Rothschild Islands. Alger recounted, several members of a clandestine organization, disguised as archaeologists, discovered an ancient elven ruin on Simim Island and took an item from it, indirectly causing the local sea god, Kavichua, to nearly collapse. This false god wanted to create a tsunami to submerge the islands and make everyone perish with him, but he was stopped by the Sea King of the Storm Church. In the end, Letitia, a member of the secret organization disguised as an archaeologist, was found, Kavichua died, and the threat of the tsunami was completely averted. But what's strange is that the devout followers of Sea God still occasionally receive a response. Katlia frowned slightly. Although she had heard about this, she did not know that it was because of Leticia, a member of the same organization. At the same time, she had only met Leticia a few times and could not even be considered familiar with her. In secret organizations, to avoid situations where a large number of members are exposed at once due to betrayal or arrest, members generally maintain single-line communication. Katlia and Leticia are not on the same line. Audrey asked with some curiosity, is that evil god not completely dead yet? Also, what kind of deity is this evil god? I saw in some newspapers that he seems to support the resistance in the Roseide Islands. The newspaper she was referring to was one she had recently started subscribing to, published in the Rothschild Islands. These newspapers were rarely subscribed to in the northern continent. When Audrey received them, the dates on the newspapers were at least 3 days later than the actual dates. For example, if today was January 24th, then the content in the newspapers would be news published on the 21st. However, this still felt like a new door had been opened for Audrey, because the news about the sea in the newspapers was very novel to her. Just 2 days ago, she happened to see a report about the Roseide Islands resistance. The reporter who wrote the article also went on to discuss some information about the Church of Poseidon and Poseidon. So even though Audrey was in her family's estate, she knew some things about the sea. Alger didn't know how to answer these questions about justice for a moment. At this moment, Odis smiled and said, I have received relevant information. It seems that the remaining characteristics of Kavituva were taken away before the Church of Storms reclaimed them. Alger was taken aback. The Hermit knew about such things. Where did he get this information? Meanwhile, Gadria recalled the milky white scepter that Mr. Fool had been holding when he pulled her ear yesterday. However, the attention of the members of Justice and others was focused on the Hermit, and they did not notice the surprise shown by the priestess. The magician, Furs, was still asking the Hermit, who picked up the characteristics of a god. I don't know, Odis smiled. You don't need to think it's so hard to describe. I've heard a lot about the evil gods on the islands during this time at sea. The vast majority of them are just demigods in strange states. Among them, the sea god is quite famous. Firstly, he has many followers, and secondly, the Storm Church conducts a large-scale search almost every few years, but has never found the whereabouts of the sea god. Most wild gods, under the attack of the military and the church, either disappear directly or secretly develop some followers after a period of time, but their strength will definitely be much weaker than before. But very few are like Poseidon that have almost never suffered heavy blows. In addition, due to the conflict between the Rune people and the locals of the Roseide Islands, the sea god became the main belief of the locals. As described by the Hanged Men, this is a false god, and I estimate it to be a sequence 3. The 3 members of Backlund, Justice, Magician, and the Moon, all looked enlightened, having roughly understood what Poseidon was all about. Audrey immediately thanked him, saying, the Hermit, thank you for your answer. Odis smiled and shook his head, indicating that it was nothing. At this moment, Emlyn the Moon asked, why did the sea god collapse after taking some items from the elven ruins? Seeing that the Hermit also seemed to not know the answer, Klein, in the guise of the Fool, said leisurely, Kavichua became a demigod by relying on the relics of the calamity Goshenum. The members of Justice and others sat up abruptly, not expecting that this matter would attract the attention of Mr. Fool. Generally speaking, Mr. Fool is concerned with major events. At this moment, Audrey had already thought, Mr. Hermit said that the characteristics left by Kavichua were taken away by someone. Could it be Mr. Fool's favorite? At this moment, she noticed the expressions of the Hanged Men and the priestess. One became even more obsequious, while the other showed a slight look of realization. Audrey immediately realized with excitement that the one currently responding to the followers of the Church of the Sea God was Mr. Fool. Mr. Hangman on the Sea had guessed this, which made him even more flattering. As for Lady Priest, she seemed to understand why someone of Mr. Fool's level would pay attention to the matter of Kavichua. Clearly, that calamity Goshenum was a powerful being. At this moment, Odis smiled and said, I have heard that the Sea God has suddenly become merciful and rational, and has issued the 10 Commandments to his believers, forbidding the use of human sacrifices and prohibiting all bloody sacrifices. Audrey smiled to herself and said, of course, because Sea God is already Mr. Fool, and Mr. Fool, who is irreconcilably opposed to the evil god, is of course benevolent. Then she realized that Mr. Hermit had also guessed that Mr. Fool had replaced the Sea God. So she asked the Hermit, who is Calamity Goshenum? Furs and the others had not yet thought about the fact that Mr. Fool had replaced Poseidon, but they understood that Calamity Goshenum was the key point that Mr. Fool had just reminded them of. It's an unfamiliar name, but it sounds impressive. However, they didn't understand for a moment why Mr. Fool announced the name of Calamity Goshenum, while Justice asked the Hermit who it was. In fact, Audrey's question was well considered, as Mr. Fool usually doesn't provide further explanation after revealing information. The Hermit is very knowledgeable and probably knows who the natural disaster is. The Hermit did not disappoint Audrey's expectations. He replied, Calamity Gosnam is the queen of the Elven King and was also known as the Queen of the Calamity in ancient times. Everyone nodded slowly, surprised that the properties within Kavitua's body had such a long history. Meanwhile, Furs, Emlyn, and several others realized, no wonder Mr. Fool was concerned about this matter. It turned out that it involved an ancient god and his followers. Audrey, Alger, and Katlia, the three members who knew the inside story, realized, could it be that Mr. Fool, following the clues of natural disaster, had found out the characteristics of Kavitua in advance? At this moment, Klein manipulated the world to ask the Hermit, which of the 8 ancient gods' subordinate deities do you know? Odis thought for a moment before saying, I know a lot. Then he smiled and said, if you want to know more, I can help you organize some relevant information. Klein thought to himself, why don't you just say you need a trade? Today, he saw some of Roselle's descriptions of the ancient gods' followers in Roselle's diary, and suspected that, Emperor of the Underworld, was once a follower of the Phoenix ancestor. Before Odis entered the ruins where Kavitua was located, Klein had explored the outer hall and found a golden goblet belonging to the Calamity Goshenum. He was basically certain that it was a follower of the Elf King, and he had the concept of ancient gods following gods, which is why he asked the question. But he was not in a hurry to trade this intelligence, so he manipulated the world and said, let's talk about it later. Then he asked the world to continue, has any of you seen her? As he spoke, he showed the portrait of Elaine that the diseased general was looking for. Odis was taken aback. Klein has finally made up his mind to dress as a woman. Katlia said, the red-haired Elaine has the blood of the Intisoran family and was once a fallen noble lady. She worked as a sea merchant and was later said to have been captured by sick girl Tracy. Although Tracy had begun to call herself Lieutenant General of Disease by this time, she had not yet gained the recognition of the pirate generals. Klein thought to himself, captured by Admiral of Disease, Tracy. I thought it was some melodramatic story of a domineering pirate and a noblewoman. But Tracy is a domineering pirate, huh? Lost in thought, Klein manipulated the world to thank the priestess. With the inspiration of a novelist, Furs, the magician, keenly sensed that there might be some story between the red-haired Elaine and the diseased general, and thus began to indulge in some fantasies. At this moment, Audrey spoke up, I've recently been searching for the trail of the Mind Dragon and went to a place where there's a custom of worshipping dragons. She then began to describe how she received a clue from an ancient ballad and, through self-hypnosis, entered the ocean of her subconscious in a dream, where she encountered a real dragon. After becoming a psychologist, Audrey became very good at storytelling. She focused on the feeling of loneliness, the long, aimless existence, and the extreme oppression of being surrounded by grayness and seemingly hiding all kinds of monsters. There are also the memory imprints from our ancestors, the reflections and spread of various consciousnesses of surrounding creatures in the ocean of the subconscious, and so on. Finally, after asking Mr. Fool for help, she revealed the dragon with gray, rock-like scales. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Furs was most interested in this, feeling it was excellent material for a novel, a dragon living in the ocean of the collective unconscious. What a wondrous journey. At the end of her narration, Audrey asked everyone, ladies and gentlemen, what suggestions do you have? Do you think that the dragon's city of miracles, Levi Hard, is also hidden in the ocean of collective consciousness? If I want to continue exploring, what should I be aware of? What preparations do I need to make in advance? Alger, the hanged man, hesitated for a moment before saying, I don't think you should continue exploring, it's a very dangerous thing to do. According to records, most dragons are flesh and blood creatures, including mind dragons. The fact that it can roam the ocean of collective consciousness of living beings means that the dragon you saw has a high enough sequence, and may have even reached the level of a demigod. Don't think about this before you reach sequence 5. Katlia added, in the ocean of collective consciousness, there are many dangerous things, the evil thoughts accumulated by mankind, which will erode the various desires of the spiritual body, as well as the terrifying memories from ancient times, just like storms and waves on the real ocean. It will cause you severe psychological trauma, and may even make you never wake up again. Audrey, who had been full of expectations, was disappointed, but had to admit that Mr. Hangman and Miss Priestess made a lot of sense. Emlyn, however, was concerned with something else. Was it more than one dragon that survived? He recently consulted a vampire expert who studies dragons, and learned that since the 5th Age, there have been almost no new legends about dragons. It is also highly likely that the dragons never appeared before the world again after the 5th Age. Everyone paused for a moment, then looked at the moon. This guy, however, hadn't realized he wasn't on the same wavelength as the other members, and was still saying, but I've never heard of any legends about dragons. After a moment of silence in the hall, Odis replied simply, I've heard that 2 or 3 dragons have survived to this day. You haven't heard any legends about them, which means they must be powerful enough to hide themselves well. After all, for a period of time, elves, giants, and dragons were creatures from which humans could directly gain extraordinary traits, so it was perfectly normal for them to hide. There were actually vampires, but this Mr. Moon had a very strong sense of pride, so Odis didn't include him. Emlyn nodded thoughtfully, first thanking the hermit, and then asked, "Do elves and giants still exist now?" Katlia replied, "Yes. I once found an island inhabited by elves. It was deep in the raging sea, with extreme weather and harsh living conditions. Because they are not on a safe flight path, no one has found them yet." Alger was very interested in this, but after carefully recalling the priestess's description, he couldn't find any clues about the specific location. The so-called deep part of the raging sea largely matches the relevant description, so it cannot be considered a clue. As for the giants, Katlia said, "I heard that someone found a village of giants on the Sunya Sea. But I'm not sure if this information is true. It seems that some giants did go out to sea during the Fourth Age, supposedly to find their former home. But whether they succeeded or not, and whether they settled at sea, remains unknown. In addition, in the northern part of the Fuzak Empire, there are still tribes of giants. They have converted to the god of war and thus received the god of war's protection, and have a place of their own to live." Emlyn opened his mouth, "Thank you." He thought to himself, the priestess is quite learned. At this time, in order to better integrate into the Tarot Club, Gadria also shared her observations. Speaking of whether the information is true or not, someone held an information exchange meeting in Byam yesterday. It is said that the convener has a strong ability to analyze intelligence. He can roughly distinguish the authenticity of intelligence just by reading it once. Odis spoke first, "You're very well informed." Then he thought, most of the pirate general's intelligence officers are active in Byam or the surrounding waters, and among yesterday's attendees, there might be an intelligence officer of the Star Admiral. Alger had just set sail, but he had heard about the intelligence exchange meeting before he did. He wasn't very interested in it at the time, but when he heard the priestess say this, Alger's first thought was disbelief, believing that someone was exaggerating the summoner's abilities. Klein manipulated the world to glance at the hermit, and then said to everyone, "I've also heard about this, and I heard that the people who sold false information at the party were all beaten up by him." Alger smiled and said, "Then he must be very busy, perhaps even too busy to handle everything." "No," the world said. "It is said that only 3 people have sought his help, and the intelligence he has reviewed is almost always accurate." After learning that the convener was Mr. Gar, Klein sent Danitz out to inquire about more information about the intelligence exchange meeting. The captain beat up 3 people selling false information in the afternoon, and by evening, news of the captain's exploits had spread throughout Byam. Alger fell into a brief silence. If someone else had said this, he wouldn't have believed it, but since the world said it, he had to be cautious. After all, this was a follower of Mr. Fool, and he wouldn't speak so confidently about something he wasn't sure about. Gadria glanced at the world. Was he also active in the Rothschild Islands? At this moment, Alger, the hanged man, seemed to suddenly realize something. He has some kind of seal that can distinguish between genuine and fake. As far as I know, no, Odis smiled. He made the distinction based solely on his erudition and extensive experience in intelligence work. Katlia looked at the hermit again. The hermit is in Byam. But why is he wearing an Inta-style suit? Is this a disguise? It's not a real gathering. What's the point of disguising himself like this? Alger glanced at the hermit before saying, "I didn't expect anyone to have such an ability." Then he changed the subject. "The hermit, you seem to know a lot about this." "Yes," Odis said truthfully, "I was there at the time." Klein thought to himself, "Of course, you're the one who's gathering things, so of course you're here." Since Odis was so frank, no one suspected that he was the organizer. They all assumed that he had attended the intelligence exchange meeting. Katlia asked the hermit, "Do you know anything about him?" The bishop of the Church of the Goddess of Night in Byam was also present at the exchange meeting, Odis said truthfully. He must have had the background of the Church of the Goddess of Night. Katlia nodded. She had also received such information. It seemed that the other party did indeed have cooperation with the Church of the Goddess of Night, or was someone supported by the Church of the Goddess of Night. What's strange is that there aren't many followers of the Goddess of Night in the Raging Sea. Why would the Church of the Goddess of Night support such a person in the Raging Sea? Seeing that the expressions of the priestess and the hanged men were gradually becoming serious, Audrey asked, "What does this exchange mean?" Alger and Gadria were both taken aback. Just as they were organizing their thoughts, Odis spoke first. "You may not be very clear about Byam's situation. Here, there are many people who need intelligence, and there are adventurers, pirates, and outlaws everywhere. There is no sense of contractual obligation, so false information is rampant. The significance of this intelligence exchange is to re-examine the industry, eliminate the existence of false intelligence, and establish new standards." Alger continued on this topic, saying, "This is a good thing, since as long as the transactions take place at the exchange meeting, the accuracy of the intelligence can be basically guaranteed. But this is bound to create a monopoly. If you want to trade for reliable intelligence, you can only go to this intelligence exchange meeting. Odis grinned, revealing a smile. This was exactly what he was thinking. In Backlund, with its various forces vying for power and confronting each other, such a monopoly was impossible. But in Byam, it was different. The exchange meetings provided by Odis were exactly what the various forces at sea needed. I believe the Navy and the Storm Church will soon support this gathering, and by the time everyone realizes what's happening, a monopoly will have been formed. While Odis will face some danger, he will also become an object of goodwill from various factions. Klein thought to himself, fortunately, the Church of the Sea God had a spot for a formal member at the very beginning of this gathering. He also realized that the value of this official membership spot would continue to rise. At this moment, Emlyn cleared his throat and said, I have carefully studied the history passed down through generations of our vampires. Katlia appeared to be listening attentively, but in her heart she thought, so she really is a vampire. Raising vampires and recruiting them into the church is a tradition of the Church of Mother Earth. Emlyn continued, before the cataclysm, there was no Silver City, only the Silver Kingdom. If anyone else had raised such a question, the son Derek would have immediately refuted it, stating that the people of Silver City were descendants of the Silver Kingdom, proving that he was not lying. But when he saw Mr. Moon and sensed his smugness, Derek turned his head away, disdainful of explaining. Seeing that son's reaction, Emlyn realized that Silver City was indeed related to the Silver Kingdom, so he continued, the Silver Kingdom originally worshipped not the giant king Almir, but his queen Amabella. Derek turned his head and said, we in Silver City have no record of this, nor do we have any record of the giant queen being named Amabella. Emlyn chuckled and shrugged, saying, so, I'm saying there are omissions and gaps in the history of your Silver City, is that all right? Klein, behind the grey fog, found it somewhat amusing. He had gone around in circles just to prove this point. This was the first time Emlyn attended a party, and the argument that happened between him and son was unexpected. 2 weeks later, Moon was still thinking about it. Just as Derek was about to refute Mr. the Moon, the new member, the priestess, spoke up, Amabella is the goddess of harvest, of the Second Age and the queen of the giant's court. It is said that he perished at the end of the Second Age, but this cannot be confirmed because his body and remaining characteristics have not been seen. Little son was stunned for a moment. The goddess of harvest is really named Amabella. He wanted to refute it, but because he had never seen any relevant records, it was possible that the history of Silver City had been missed, and he was unable to speak for a moment. Seeing this, Emlyn felt completely comfortable. Seeing this, the other members smiled and shook their heads, as if they had seen a child who had just won a toy. Klein noticed that the Hermit seemed about to speak about the matter, but then swallowed his words. So he manipulated the world and said, the goddess of harvest is the subordinate god of the king of giants, isn't she? This is obvious, but he hopes to use this as a starting point to discuss the topic of ancient gods descending from gods again. Yes, Odis smiled slightly. I was just thinking about the fall of the progenitor of the vampires. Chapter 251, Chapter 250. The messenger can be used in this way too. Emlyn, upon hearing the Hermit's reply, paused for a moment, then looked sharply at the Hermit. Before he could finish speaking, Odis raised his hand and said, my knowledge of the relevant information is limited, so I cannot trade with you information about the progenitor of the vampires. Emlyn quickly replied, I'll trade as many as you have. Odis thought for a moment before saying, that's fine, but it will cost 4,000 pounds, because some of the intelligence is too valuable. Emlyn opened his mouth, but then said, I will raise the money as soon as possible. Don't be in such a hurry, Odis said. Actually, knowing some things when your sequence isn't high enough isn't necessarily a good thing. Although Moon nodded in agreement, it was obvious to everyone that he was distracted and had not taken the Hermit's words to heart at all. Klein, the fool, behind the grey fog, was somewhat helpless. He had originally wanted to bring up the topic of ancient gods following gods again, but unexpectedly he helped the Hermit close a deal. So he manipulated the world to ask the Hermit, how much money would I need to trade for clues about the ancient gods from gods? Odis thought for a moment, do you want to hear more details, or just the general outline? More details will cost 6,000 pounds, while just hearing their names and titles will cost 1,500 pounds. So expensive. Klein thought to himself, some of it comes from God. At that moment, he immediately realized, it seems it's not just from God. So he asked the Hermit again, how much do you know about the angel family? The new member, Priestess Katlia, looked at the world. She also knew something about the angel families, but she noticed that the world seemed more interested in the servants of the ancient gods. She only knew of 2 or 3 of the ancient gods' subordinate gods. Odis thought for a moment before saying, my research into the history of the 4th epoch has allowed me to learn about most of the angel families. If I explain in detail, it will cost 4,000 pounds, if I just help you sort things out, it will cost 1,000 pounds. Klein nodded slowly, my feeling was right, there really are some great secrets hidden in the servants of the ancient gods. Then, manipulating the world, he asked, "What if I want to learn about the Zarathustra family and the Antigonus family separately?" Odis thought to himself, "You're like the kind of guy who barges into a store, asks about every price, and then doesn't buy anything." However, he patiently replied, "The former is 800 pounds, and the latter is 1,200 pounds. Just as Odis had expected, Klein manipulated the world and said, "Oh," without saying anything more. At this moment, Furs, the magician who had been listening in, asked the Hermit, "How about a private deal regarding information about the Abraham family?" Odis thought for a moment and replied, 1,000 pounds. Furs simply said, "Oh," showing no intention of continuing the transaction. Audrey, the justice, showed no interest in this at all, because she was currently thinking about trading intelligence on the Tudor Empire and would finish trading the intelligence on the four emperors first. The price inquiry session ended there, and everyone shared some recent observations. Klein felt that it was about time, so he ended the gathering. On a raging sea, the surface of the ocean rises and falls with the wind in a storm. Admiral of the Stars, Katlia returned to the real world and carefully savored the party she had just attended. Her first thought was, this gathering is actually dealing with such high-level, secret history. After reflecting on the Hermit's every move again, she still couldn't figure out his background and identity. In addition, the other members also clearly had their own special backgrounds and channels. However, what concerned Gadria the most were the Hermit and the Hanged Man. The Hermit was an extraordinary being of the same path, while the Hanged Man was clearly someone who mingled at sea and was a member of the Church of Storms. Katlia decided to test the two members at the next gathering. Then she stared at the bookshelf in silence for more than 10 seconds, took out paper and pen, and carefully wrote, "Recently, someone has been consciously collecting the Emperor's diary." She dared not mention anything about the Tarot Society in her letter, fearing punishment from Mr. Fool. After folding the letter, she took out a delicate harmonica that she always carried with her and played it. In the blink of an eye, she saw the letter mysteriously disappear. Lacha Island, Emerald Palace. Odis returned to the real world and, as usual, stared at the ceiling for a while. Then, carrying candles and spiritual materials, he used the travel ring to return to a deserted island. After confirming that no one would disturb him, Odis set up the altar and awaited the Fool's instructions. This time the wait was a little longer, about half an hour, before the Fool notified him to perform the gifting ceremony. Odis immediately followed the steps of the ceremony and soon received the gold pounds and extraordinary materials obtained from the gathering. Seeing that huge stack of gold pounds, Odis exclaimed, "The Tarot Club has now become an important source of income for me." The intelligence deal at this gathering, involving the Solomon Second Empire, earned him 1,830 pounds, an additional 800 pounds from Katlia, and an extra 300 pounds from Emlyn. The total income is 2,930 pounds, plus 5 extraordinary materials of sequence 9. Odis thought to himself, if I hold another tarot session, I can pay off Bernadette's debt without any pressure. In a good mood, Odis completely destroyed the altar, returned to the Emerald Palace, and continued to modify the Helmet of Wisdom. Before dinner, Odis finally completed the renovation. The moment it was finished, Odis suddenly felt that the potion was starting to digest. He thought to himself, this is pretty good. As long as there are any research results, I can digest the magic potion and work and digest at the same time. Only then did Odis realize that he hadn't considered the problem of potion digestion. After being promoted, I discovered that I had already digested most of the Scroll Professor's potions. Since I didn't have the pressure of promotion at the time, I didn't even think about digesting the potions. But now we should consider this. First, we already have the potion recipe, and the advancement ceremony is also in place, so we should start thinking about the advancement plan. Odis sat at his desk, deep in thought. He believed that the key to digesting the Sequence 6 potion should be the Professor. After all, Odis's understanding of scrolls is somewhat different from that of most people, but it seems that she did not digest more potions as a result. Therefore, Professor should be the key focus of digestion. A professor is primarily engaged in research, and Odis has been doing this all along. Moreover, there are still many problems that he needs to research and solve in the wilderness of knowledge. Therefore, they should be able to continue on the path of research and keep digesting the magic potion. Therefore, Odis intends to write another book about scrolls, which he also does not plan to publish. The writing direction is tentatively set as a summary of his research. Such content is extremely valuable. Odis didn't even intend to make a copy, he simply placed it in the wilderness of knowledge. If he were to discover someone with potential in the future, he could use this book to help them digest the potion. As for the book's title, Odis tentatively named it, The Scroll, From Beginner to Expert. Odis chose this name to distinguish between the common understanding of scrolls by scroll professors and his own understanding of scrolls. In his view, the scroll professor, who only knew how to use the knowledge granted by magic potions, was not even a beginner. Only by using one's knowledge to invent scrolls with new abilities can one be considered to have entered the field. Only those who know Gar runes, understand the meaning of each character on the scroll, and use a large amount of knowledge, not granted by potions, to increase the scroll's power, can be considered proficient. Having set this goal, Odis considered another possible way to digest the knowledge: teaching students. After all, another role of a professor is to teach students while conducting their own research. But for Odis, the biggest challenge in this approach was first getting a student. Odis thought that Kana from the herbalist shop in Backlandgar would be the top choice for a student. She was hardworking and quite clever. However, the other party has a poor family that he needs to support, so it's unlikely that he would come to sea to become a pirate with him. However, Odis didn't really trust the people from the sea when it came to recruiting students in the colonies. After thinking it over, Odis decided to put the matter aside for now and focus on digesting the potion through research. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, Odis went to the restaurant for dinner. Bernadette was also there today. She glanced at Odis as she entered and said, "You seem to have lost quite a bit of hair lately." Odis sat in his seat, smiled somewhat helplessly, and said frankly, "One of the negative effects of the sealed artifact is hair loss." Bernadette nodded slowly, put down her cutlery, and snapped her fingers at Odis. Odis felt her hair grow back much longer, and in no time it became lush and green again. Bernadette said, "From now on, every time you lose a hair, a new one will grow right away." "Thank you," Odis said sincerely, touching her hair with her hand. He never expected that the problem that had been troubling him would be solved so easily for Bernadette. Odis sat in a good mood as a maid served him aperitifs. He then said, "My first intelligence exchange meeting has successfully concluded. However, since it was the first time it was held, everyone was observing and no important information was traded." Bernadette nodded slowly. She had already heard Primo mention this before. Things are always difficult at the beginning. Then she asked with some concern, "Have you encountered any trouble?" "Although I encountered a small problem, I solved it myself." Odis smiled and said, "Those who trade false information right from the start don't have any particularly strong backgrounds." Bernadette hummed in agreement and picked up her cutlery to eat. Because Odis arrived a little late, his meal was served slightly later than Bernadette's. Bernadette had already eaten her main course, while Odis was still drinking his appetizer soup. As he sipped his soup, he said, "However, I did get some information from the exchange meeting about recent events on the Raging Sea. It is said that a split has occurred within the School of Life, with some members joining the School of Roses. This is an organization that combines several approaches," Bernadette commented. "They have split up several times. In my view, an organization that is merely pieced together with ideas does not have enough cohesion. Their speaker's idea is not bad. Since the Fifth Age, the Church of the True God has been gradually shrinking the living space of wild extraordinary beings and secret organizations. Wild extraordinary beings should unite to find a way out. However, if the paths within a school are too mixed, there will inevitably be huge contradictions in which direction to develop. For example, an extraordinary person who follows the pharmacist path cannot invest in the monster path." Fortunately, after several splits, most of their counselors became extraordinary individuals in the monster pathway. Only after the emergence of extraordinary individuals in the main pathway will the development tend to be stable. Odis nodded slowly, feeling that the mysterious queen's analysis was very insightful. Before this, he didn't know much about the School of Life, only that their chairman had recently rebooted and was in a weakened state, which led some extraordinary individuals with the pharmacist pathway in the school to join forces with the Rose School to attack some members of the School of Life. Bernadette took a sip of red wine and continued, "The most recent split occurred about a month ago. I heard that some of the extraordinary individuals who followed the pharmacist pathway defected. When Odis's roast chicken arrived, he took a bite before saying, 'An extraordinary individual with a monster pathway contacted me, hoping I could offer him some assistance.'" "Help," Bernadette said immediately. "As far as I know, 3 of the 7 counselors of the School of Life are in the Rothschild Islands. Because only the extraordinary power of the Storm Church and the military is here, and the situation is relatively chaotic, it is easy to hide oneself. Their power here is greater than that of the Rose School, provided, of course, that the Rose School has not secretly sent demigods. As long as it's not too dangerous, I can help with this kind of favor." Odis sighed. It's still good to have a big shot. This is information that even someone with a god's eye view wouldn't know. Of course, Odis also knew that Bernadette was willing to tell him these things because she admired him. He had learned from a casual conversation with Arya that Bernadette rarely dined with her subordinates, except at public banquets. If they were to have a meal with the mysterious queen, they would consider it a great honor. What made them somewhat envious was that Odis actually lived in the Emerald Palace, and whenever Bernadette was there, the two of them would dine together. After hearing about this from Arya, Odis did not mention dining with Bernadette in front of the mysterious queen's subordinates. After thinking for a while, Odis asked again, "If I need your help, how can I contact you on Blue Mountain Island?" "I can have my messenger deliver this message to me," Bernadette said. If you think your operation is too dangerous, I can go to Byam and try their grilled fish after your operation begins. But if that's the case, you'll have to pay some compensation or provide certain merits in the future. Bernadette smiled at Odis, secretly hoping that Odis would owe her more favors and merits, so that she could firmly bind him to the elemental dawn. Odis hummed in agreement. Let me reassess the level of danger of this operation. In my opinion, it shouldn't be too dangerous, but you never know. Bernadette asked, when will your operation begin? Thursday. I understand. Bernadette changed the subject. How is the shipbuilding progressing? The two then talked about shipbuilding, and Odis took the opportunity to mention his plan to use the wisdom helmet to teach scholars. The mysterious queen had no objections. After dinner, the two chatted over tea until after 8 o'clock before going back to rest. On Tuesday morning, the scholars from Lachey's Island arrived at a side hall of the Emerald Palace at the time agreed upon the day before to hold their class. Upon entering, they noticed a strangely shaped helmet on Odis's table. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. As everyone opened their notebooks and prepared for class, Odis stood up and said, I have some good news for you. He smiled and said, a recent study of mine has made a breakthrough, which has given me a way to share my knowledge with you. The scholars were taken aback for a moment, but soon their faces lit up with joy. However, I must tell you that because only one round of experiments has been conducted, it's impossible to determine whether there will be significant side effects. Therefore, please consider carefully whether to use that method. Odis explained first. The only known, unavoidable side effect is a headache, which usually disappears within 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, everyone asked, what kind of side effect is this? One scholar said, it's far less harmful than the negative effects of sealing artifacts. Everyone nodded in agreement, firstly because the side effects were indeed minimal, and secondly because they really didn't want to live such a miserable life anymore. Seeing that no one objected, Odis began to briefly describe the working principle of the smart helmet, and then demonstrated its use to everyone. In fact, extraordinary individuals are more accepting of this way of acquiring knowledge than ordinary people, since they are well aware that using extraordinary power comes with its negative effects. Seeing that the process seemed harmless, everyone crowded around and took turns receiving the knowledge. The process went smoothly, with only 2 scholars experiencing mild headaches, but because they were both extraordinary individuals, they recovered within a minute or two. After completing this process, Odis helped them acquire that knowledge by asking them questions. As the scholars gradually came to understand the full scope of Odis's design for the new ship, their expressions grew increasingly serious. Although they had been exposed to some of Odis's core research during their previous studies, and they knew that it was very advanced and sophisticated, they had never been able to see the full picture of the new ship. When their previous attempts were successful, they thought they had understood Odis's design and how advanced the extraordinary knowledge within it was. However, once they saw the new ship in its entirety, they immediately realized that they were still ignorant. The ship's advanced technology had completely exceeded their imagination. After a brief moment of astonishment, they began to listen attentively. Odis was somewhat worried that they might not have grasped the knowledge firmly enough, so he summarized the key points of the knowledge for them. He soon discovered a problem. While the knowledge about the new ship was instantly transmitted to the scholars, they still needed some guidance in terms of logic and computation. In other words, they now understand all the knowledge about the new ship, but because they lack sufficient logic, they only understand it but do not yet know how to apply it. They need Odis to use logic and calculation to help them digest that knowledge so that it can be fully utilized by them. Odis was also observing and trying to find a solution to the problem. Fortunately, the whole guidance process went relatively smoothly. In just one morning, everyone fully understood all the designs of the new ship. So in the afternoon, Odis led everyone to the shipyard and began setting up a magic circle on the new ship. Since the 12 scholars who had been studying with Odis had already acquired all the knowledge about the new ship, they only needed a little guidance from Odis to understand what they were supposed to do. Odis laid out all the magic circles in sections, and had them draw the magic circles themselves with soft brushes. After they finished drawing, Odis checked them and found no errors before they could be carved. This accelerated the process of setting up the magic array several times over, and by dinner time, most of the magic arrays had been carved. After dinner and a short rest, Odis led everyone to continue working, striving to complete the carving of all the magic circles today. At this time, Odis was relatively free. He only needed to check on the progress of the work. At this time, Arya, who had been by Odis's side, was informed that all the parts Odis had ordered from the foundry had been completed. Furthermore, to prevent any potential carving errors, 3 extra sets were made and given to Odis free of charge. After Odis asked them to transport the parts to the Emerald Palace, he began to consider carving the parts for the extraordinary puppet. If you give the 12 scholars who are currently busy a little instruction, they too can complete the carving process. The problem is that the craftsman D already has the blueprints to make the smart cube and the signal processing crystal, and Odis doesn't want them to get their hands on the blueprints for the other parts of the extraordinary puppet. Odis took a deep breath, but he didn't have time to carve it himself. At this moment, Odis thought of Kana in Backlund. It was very likely that the mechanical heart was monitoring him, but Odis was not too worried about this. He could let him do the job. The most important components of the extraordinary puppet are the wisdom cube and the signal processing crystal. Without these two items, even if you obtain the magic circles on other parts, they will be of little use. Thinking of this, Odis suddenly sighed. We need to build our own extraordinary team as soon as possible. We can't outsource everything. However, that's something for later, at least something I'll consider after I set sail. Right now, I need to solve the problem of carving the extraordinary puppet parts first. Odis toured the ship again, and finding nothing amiss, asked Arya to help him find a quiet office. He first wrote a letter to Kaina, then lit a candle and summoned the messenger in ancient Hermes. I summon in my name. A spirit that wanders in delusion, a messenger belonging solely to Odis Gard. The candlelight suddenly expanded, and the skeleton messenger dressed in a lady's hunting attire appeared before Odis from the spirit world. Odis handed the letter to the recipient. Please deliver this letter to Kina at Gard Herbalist's shop, 51 Henry Street, Backlund. Based on the timing, Kana should be cleaning at this time. The skeleton messenger opened his mouth and said, okay. Odis added, please wait a moment while the other party reads the letter. They will then give me a reply. Please relay that to me. No problem. The messenger took the letter and returned to the spirit world from the huge candlelight. Backlund, Garrison Herbalist. After finishing her work for the day, Kana was cleaning the herbal medicine shop with her sister. Suddenly, the two of them felt the room become very cold. They instinctively looked at the door, because it was still January and the wind outside in Backlund was still cold, but the door was closed. Just as the two of them were not paying much attention and were about to continue cleaning, Kana noticed that there was suddenly a letter on the counter. He immediately realized that the appearance of this letter was very unusual, so before his sister saw it, he asked her to go and clean the backyard. Once he was alone, Kana picked up the letter and saw that it was for him, and that it was in Mr. Gard's handwriting. Kana quickly opened the book and began to read it. Mr. Gard said he was at sea and that it was very warm there. Then they got down to business. It turned out that a batch of parts needed to be engraved. There were 43 sets of each type of part, and Mr. Gard was willing to pay £1,200, hoping that Kenner would take on the order. Finally, Mr. Gard said that if one was willing to accept the order, one should leave the letter and say yes. If one was unwilling to accept the order, one should say no, so that Mr. Gard, far away at sea, would know. The reason so much money is needed is that after the carving, some expensive spiritual materials are required for filling. Odis was well aware of the prices of those spiritual materials and left Kana a profit of around £100. Kana hesitated for a moment, then put down the letter and said, I'm willing. Immediately afterwards, the chill in the room vanished. Kana then realized that something he couldn't see had appeared in the room earlier. Recently, Kana has been living a very fulfilling life. In the morning, she prepares herbs, in the afternoon she learns intelligence-gathering knowledge and skills from Mr. Max, and in the evening, the pharmacy is busiest. Through his recent training, Kana realized that he seemed to be being watched, and he guessed that the person watching him was probably looking for Mr. Gard's whereabouts. At this point, Mr. Gard contacted him in such a mysterious way and entrusted him with an order, so he was definitely not afraid of being discovered by those who were monitoring him. Therefore, he accepted the order without hesitation. Lacha Island. After receiving Kina's reply, Odis asked the messenger, is he being watched? Yes. The messenger opened his tooth-only mouth and replied, but the surveillance wasn't very tight, there was only one sequence 9 and 2 ordinary people. She didn't actually need to open her mouth, but she probably just spoke like that out of habit. Thank you, Odis said, then added, I may need to summon you again in a little while. The messenger grunted in response and returned to the spirit world. Odis thought to himself, I didn't expect that in less than a month, the people of Mechanical Heart would stop paying much attention to my departure from Backlund. He was certain that the person monitoring Gar's herbal shop was someone from the Mechanical Heart. It is impossible and unthinkable for MI9 to compete with Mechanical Heart for this surveillance position. This gave Odis the illusion that perhaps he was not so important to the god of steam and machinery. He didn't think about the problem in detail, but for him it was a good thing, as he could confidently use messengers to contact Backlund's connections. Odis did not dwell on the matter further, but returned to the large ship to continue overseeing the setup of the magic array. Around 10 o'clock, everyone finally completed carving all the magic circles as Odis had requested. Everyone was exhausted, and Odis generously told them to come back at 10 a.m. the next day. Upon returning to the Emerald Palace, he first examined the parts delivered by the foundry, then wrote a letter to Kaner, providing the corresponding drawings. Then he summoned the messenger again, pointed to the parts in the yard, and asked the skeleton messenger dressed in a lady's hunting outfit, can you take these things to Backlund? These parts were packed into 10 heavy wooden crates. Can. Odis took out the prepared letter and asked the messenger to deliver it again to the herbal shop in Bechlandgar. The messenger raised his hand slightly, and a hazy light enveloped the wooden crates, making them appear as if they had suddenly lost their weight and floated slowly into the air. Immediately afterwards, as if they had gained some intelligence, they lined up and followed the messenger into the spirit world. Just as Odis was about to go back inside, Bernadette, dressed in loose pajamas, suddenly appeared on the courtyard wall. What was that just now? Odis was slightly taken aback, and immediately realized that the mysterious queen had noticed the messenger's arrival. He told the truth. I just asked a messenger to help me deliver some things. Bernadette said, oh, without saying anything, and jumped back into her own yard from the wall. She frowned and thought to herself, even a messenger is of such a high level. This suddenly reminded Bernadette of the towering figure who had helped Odis back in Backlund. She took a deep breath and suddenly realized that it was unlikely that Odis would be bound by her merits and debts. When Odis saw Bernadette return, he didn't take it too seriously. In these matters, the truth was enough. The following morning, although the scholars could come back around 10 o'clock, Odis arrived at the dock early as usual. He directed the workers to hoist the assembled weapons into the correct positions. After the scholars arrived, they connected the weapons to the magic array on the large ship and made some adjustments. Then they began filling in spiritual materials, and while filling, they used tugboats to remove the large ship from the dock. The second round of sea trials will take place this afternoon. The main purpose is to verify the weapon systems of the large ship. Chapter 252, Chapter 251 The Power of the New Ship's Weapons. For this trial run, Bernadette and the key members of Element's Dawn were all present. This time, however, they didn't need to travel by small boat. Instead, they boarded a new ship and could observe from the captain's cabin. The elevated part of the deck is the captain's cabin, but the glass hasn't been installed yet, and the floor hasn't been laid. You can still see some small magic circles on the ground. Odis reminded everyone, please be careful not to step on the magic circle. Several key members of the Elemental Dawn carefully observed the magic arrays, only to find that they couldn't understand them at all. The magic arrays in the captain's cabin are mainly central control arrays, used to control the arrays on different decks of the new ship, enabling them to operate in coordination. Without understanding the arrays on the other decks, it would be impossible to understand them. When the tugboat towed the new ship to the port, the magic array on the ship was already completed. There were no floors or walls on the ship, and the magic array was exposed. The cabin was not decorated at all, only the door and window frames remained, and the doors and windows had not been installed yet, making it look a bit like an unfinished house. Upon reaching the designated location, Odis blew the whistle hanging around his neck, and the scholars guarding the different magic circles infused the magic circles in front of them with the initial spiritual energy to activate them. The magic arrays on the new ship were activated one after another. Bernadette and the others saw faint white lights appear on the deck. Some of them entered the new ship's new weapons, while others entered the captain's cabin. All the magic arrays, large and small, in the captain's cabin were activated, also flashing with a faint white light. Then, all the light disappeared, and the ship's appearance became less conspicuous. At the same time, such a ship equipped with sophisticated magic arrays can be operated with only 3 crew members. One helmsman was responsible for course and speed, and one messenger was responsible for disengaging the weapons and relaying the attack order. There is also an observer responsible for monitoring whether the other magic arrays are operating normally. If any other magic array suddenly malfunctions, the backup magic array must be activated immediately. These operations don't require any special skills, they can be completed using levers and buttons. Dressed in formal attire, Odis said to Bernadette, we may begin. Bernadette hummed in agreement. Activate the power system, Odis began issuing the order. The helmsman pushed the control lever on the left side of the large rudder forward, and everyone felt the familiar, unusually spiritual fluctuation again. The helmsman reports, starting normally. Odis continued to command, advance 1 step. He then explained to Bernadette, the ship has 6 gears in total. The highest gear is forward 4, and there is also neutral and reverse. Captain Aubrey, with a full beard, smiled and said, I've heard that large ironclad warships from various countries also use this method to distinguish their speeds. Those 4 gears are, forward 1 for low speed, forward 2 for normal speed, forward 3 for high speed, and forward 4 for full speed. Moreover, they need to burn the best coal, and the crew needs to work together to achieve a speed of around 15 knots. Unlike the previous sea trial, he was very polite to Odis this time. After all, not just anyone could build such a ship. Odis nodded and said, I did refer to the gears of the ironclad warship. When we were sailing forward for 4 hours, the ship was at full speed, but I am not sure about the maximum speed. We can only test it through the sea trial. The seemingly aloof female captain, Belinda, asked, if we advance 4 degrees, will it damage the ship's, propulsion system? The word was still a bit unfamiliar to her. No, Odis said. Because there are 3 extraordinary materials in the magic circle that act as key, spiritual valves. Once a certain limit is reached, the output of spiritual energy will not continue to increase, which can effectively prevent the magic circle from being damaged. While the two were talking, the new ship had already accelerated to about 10 knots. Odis then ordered, proceed 4 steps to verify the balance system. Everyone could clearly feel the ship accelerating again. Logically speaking, even an ironclad warship traveling at this speed would feel a bit shaky when cutting through the waves. But the people in the captain's cabin still felt perfectly calm, and they couldn't understand how the so-called balance system worked. At this point, Odis explained, the balancing system is designed so that the ship can remain basically stable even when facing a storm. However, this system has not been verified. Southwest, you should still drive carefully when encountering storms in the future. The captains exchanged glances, surprised that the ship was not only so fast but also so stable. Even if it cannot maintain basic stability in a storm, as long as there is a balancing force, the risk of rollover can be greatly reduced. The new ship continued to accelerate for about 10 minutes, finally reaching its maximum design speed of 30 knots. However, the acceleration process did not stop there, and it continued until it reached about 38 knots before finally stopping. The captains all took a deep breath, not expecting that the 30 knots that Odis had mentioned earlier was actually a conservative speed. People like Odis, who don't often travel by ship, didn't think much of it, but the captains who dealt with the sea and ships every day could clearly feel how fast the ship was. Odis simply replied calmly, it has basically achieved the design effect. Odis gave the order again, prepare the machine guns. By this time, they were some distance from the dock and the coast, and the target ship had come into view. The first test firing was of the ship's main weapon, the extraordinary machine gun. After receiving orders, the crew member in charge of the weapon systems used a button in the captain's cabin to release the safety on the machine gun. The crew in the captain's cabin saw 4 extraordinary armored machine guns on the deck, rotating left, right, forward, and backward for final adjustments. The machine gun turret is similar in shape to the turret on an ironclad warship. It is square in shape and looks very mechanical. The cannon barrel of the extraordinary machine gun was neither long nor very thick, but after the safety was released, a section of illusory red barrel extended out from its abundant spirituality. Suddenly, everyone had a feeling that this was a beauty that combined industry and the extraordinary. This feeling is not of a ghost ship sailing on the sea, nor of the ironclad warships that countries are proud of, but a combination of the two. Just as everyone was marveling at the appearance of these new weapons, the scholars and assistants responsible for operating the machine guns used sound transmission arrays to indicate that they were ready. The observers outside saw that the new ship and the target ship had come within firing range. Everyone held their breath and heard Odis order, fire from the bow. Bang 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 bang. The extraordinary machine gun's red, illusory barrel fired a series of fireballs, which resembled bombs or flocks of fiery crows, hurtling towards the target. The first target ship was instantly engulfed in flames. The people in the captain's cabin were all extraordinary beings with eyesight far exceeding that of ordinary people. They saw that, in addition to the explosive effect, the bomb also seemed to be a ball of flame that suddenly spread out, exploded in the middle, and burned on all sides. Based on the captain's experience, ordinary wooden ships would lose their combat capability after only a few shots. Even if the steel ship isn't blown to pieces, its deck will be covered in flames. Odis was quite satisfied with the results. In the next test, fire all 4 cannons at once. The bow gun, the midship ice gun, and the stern water gun simultaneously attacked 3 target ships. One of the machine guns was on the other side of the ship. The 4 machine guns could not fire in one direction simultaneously, but one of the target ships was set up on the other side. As the new ship sped forward, 4 extraordinary machine guns took aim at their targets one after another, except that their barrels were different colors. The machine guns at the bow were red, those in the middle of the ship were white, and those at the stern were dark blue. Fire! With Odis's command, all 4 cannons fired simultaneously, with the bow cannon continuing to fire flaming shells. The 2 extraordinary machine guns in the middle fired white ice and snow balls to both sides. After a few balls were fired, the target ships on the left and right sides were immediately covered with a layer of ice and snow, and even the seawater froze. The 2 target ships really became targets. If anyone is on the deck, they will be frozen immediately. This cannon was not intended to destroy enemy ships, it was simply used to control enemy ships and enemies, which was somewhat different from what the captains had previously imagined. Another point that differed from their expectations was that the water cannons were also very powerful. A single cannonball blasted a large hole in the ship. Unlike the flame bomb, the water bomb did not explode, and the bullet hole it created was smaller than that created by the flame bomb. Moreover, it was a through hole, meaning it entered from one side and exited from the other. No one expected that the water bullet was actually the armor-piercing bullet. In the blink of an eye, all 4 target ships sank. Odis said, "Cease the bombardment, take notes, and collect data." At this moment, the captains came to their senses one after another, and smiles appeared on their faces. Captain Aubrey smiled and said, "Even the Black Emperor can't withstand such a salvo." Although it was a bit of an exaggeration, everyone burst into laughter, feeling that apart from the flagship of the King of the Five Seas, no other ship could withstand such a barrage without a demigod. At this moment, Odis ordered, "Launch the flying targets." 2 crew members at the stern of the ship released a wooden figure into the air. This wooden figure has a levitation array on its legs, which allows it to float quickly in midair for about 10 minutes. Everyone immediately looked behind them. They knew they were about to test the electromagnetic gun. The electromagnetic gun is a solid metal rod with its lower end attached to a turret, allowing it to be adjusted in position. It looks like a metal lever that moves back and forth. Only with the wooden figure gradually flying higher in the sky as a reference can one truly appreciate how fast the new ship is. In just a few minutes, the wooden figure has become very small. Everyone made a rough prediction: if the opponent is a Sequence 5 extraordinary, the new ship is not yet within the range of the opponent's extraordinary ability. Suddenly, the wooden figure began to fly left and right, with no fixed trajectory whatsoever. This is another flying mechanism on the wooden figure, designed to mimic a real enemy as closely as possible. Odis ordered, "Electromagnetic cannon, charge up." Everyone heard a distinct, sizzling sound, and a small, pure white ball of lightning appeared at the top of the electromagnetic cannon's metal lever-like barrel. The ball of lightning continuously emitted arcs of electricity around the turret, turning the surrounding area snow-white. Fire! The lightning ball was launched at a speed that could only be detected by sight, and it exploded almost instantly not far from the wooden figure. In midair, a large ball of electric light, constantly flashing with electric arcs, formed. For a moment, the white lightning in the sky turned the sea surface snow-white, and in that instant, the sunlight in that area seemed to weaken. When the lightning disappeared, the wooden figure remained in human form, its body ablaze with white flames, and it plunged straight into the sea. It wasn't until the wooden figure fell into the sea that everyone realized what was happening and began to wonder if they could dodge such an attack. After thinking for a while, they realized that although they wouldn't suffer as badly as the wooden figures, covered in flames, the attack had such a large range that it was difficult to dodge. They could only try their best to avoid getting hurt. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Odis changed. This did not seem like a manufactured weapon at all, it gave people the feeling of an extraordinary ability. Odis continued explaining, "Excess current will be diverted into the sea by the built-in metal rod. When firing, as long as you are not within 1 meter of the outside of the turret, you will not be harmed by the electric arc. Moreover, this weapon can also be used for electrofishing." Who the hell would use a weapon like that to electrofish? Everyone mechanically smiled along, but in their hearts they already realized that from the moment this ship was born, the mysterious queen had become the queen of kings in this sea. Because this ship is as powerful as at least 2 Sequence 5 ships attacking together. We finally arrived at the Spirit Wave Cannon target area. You could hear a hint of excitement in Odis's voice. As you can see, the target of the Lingbow cannon is a reef protruding from the sea surface. The reef had formed a small hill, about 3 or 4 stories high, and looked like a huge object in the sea. Many seabirds stood on it to rest. Based on the captain's experience, these reefs cannot be damaged much by artillery, but with extraordinary abilities, they might be able to blast a crater. Odis commanded, "Prepare the Spirit Wave Cannon." Suddenly, a turret at the front of the captain's cabin opened, revealing a complex mechanical structure. The Lingbow cannon's barrel consisted of 2 metal rods, divided into left and right wings. Normally hidden inside the turret, it can be quickly extended using mechanical structures. After preparations were completed, the energy storage began, and a dense spiritual energy immediately appeared between the 2 wings of the cannon barrel. Even for Odis, this design looked incredibly futuristic. After the Lingbow cannon made automatic fine adjustments, Odis ordered, "Fire." A pure white ball of light was silently launched from the cannon barrel and hit the target in the blink of an eye. Boom. The intense light from the explosion spread across the entire sea surface, obscuring a large portion of everyone's view. The violent explosion silenced everyone once again. They had never seen such a powerful explosion before. As the intense light of the explosion subsided, and the rocks exposed above the sea were almost completely destroyed, everyone quickly reached a consensus: perhaps only a demigod could possess such power. The intense light from the explosion gradually faded, and the huge reef simply vanished. At that moment, the shockwave and waves from the explosion struck. Because the captain's cabin was completely unprotected, the captains were already preparing to use their extraordinary abilities to withstand the seemingly fierce shockwave. Odis immediately issued the order, "Activate the protection system to the maximum threshold." The crew member responsible for monitoring the operation of the magic array suddenly pushed a metal rod to its maximum. At that moment, the shockwave and waves arrived, and the new ship rocked violently. Those in the captain's cabin saw the shockwave strike a thin, illusory membrane, creating ripples. Everyone only felt the ship rocking, but did not feel any impact. The powerful shockwave was fleeting, but the waves created by the explosion still caused the new ship to rock slightly. Soon, the ship stabilized again thanks to the balancing system. Bernadette was the first to recover and ask, "How long will this shield last?" Odis smiled and said, with all other weapon systems fully operational, this will last for 20 minutes. Yes, if you are attacked by a sequence 5 level attack in succession, the shield's duration will be significantly reduced. If you are attacked by a demigod level attack, there is a considerable chance that the shield will disappear instantly. The captains exchanged glances, all forgetting to praise Odis. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Their ships also had such extraordinary shields, but they only lasted for a few seconds and were far less powerful than the shields on the new ships. Putting aside the intensity for a moment, the fact that it could last for 20 minutes and continuously withstand attacks from Sequence 5 was enough to leave them speechless. "Gentlemen, please wait here for a moment," Odis said. "I'll go check on the operation of the magic array, and then we'll return." Bernadette waved her hand, indicating that he should go about his business. After Odis left the captain's cabin, Bernadette asked her men, "What are your thoughts?" Deputy Chief Raymond asked, "Your Majesty, where did you find such a genius?" Backlund. Bernadette was pleased to see the surprised looks on her subordinates' faces. "I did him a favor." "This favor is absolutely worthwhile," Captain Belinda said sincerely. Everyone nodded slowly, they all thought so. But Bernadette said, "The matter that I was asked to help with ended up putting us in a desperate situation. We only managed to escape by sealing away a weakened god." Belinda gave an awkward laugh, unsure of what to say next. Captain Aubrey, however, said, "The greater the risk, the greater the reward." Raymond asked, "Your Majesty, has he joined Elemental Dawn?" Bernadette frowned and said, "Theoretically speaking, he is my subordinate." Everyone was taken aback. It sounded like the Queen wasn't very confident. Before Raymond could say anything more, Bernadette raised her hand and said, "I know how important Odis is without you reminding me." For a moment, no one knew what to say. After all, a genius like Odis couldn't be forced to serve. If he threw a tantrum and refused to work, that would be troublesome. At this moment, Odis returned to the captain's cabin and smiled at everyone, saying, "The magic array is functioning perfectly, and the sea trial has been a complete success." The 3 crew members in the captain's cabin immediately stood up and applauded. At this moment, they still felt a little unbelievable that this powerful ship had been built in just over half a month. On the return journey, Bernadette asked Odis, "I think your ship is almost finished." "The magic array hasn't been set up yet," Odis said with a smile. "And I heard that the renovations will take some time, and it might be a week or 2 before we can go to sea." He sighed at this point. "We have the basic structure of a pirate crew, but we don't have a ship yet." "Have the scholars who follow you set up the magic array for you," Bernadette said. "As for the decoration, after the magic array is set up, give me the decoration blueprints, and I'll give you a hand so your ship can be launched this week." The captains exchanged glances and realized that the Queen was trying to win over Odis. "I almost forgot, there's also an extraordinary ability that can increase speed." Odis scratched his head. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Bernadette then asked, "What are your plans after you set sail?" "We'll just be sailing on the open sea," Odis said with a smile. "We don't have a specific destination in mind right now." "Okay, then I'll send you to the Raging Sea." Bernadette explained, "There are relatively few islands around Lasha Island, they're quite far apart. This area of the sea is not very interesting for beginners." Odis also noticed, "Why is she suddenly so easy to talk to?" So he smiled and said, "Is this ship far beyond your expectations, and you don't know how to thank me?" Bernadette answered honestly, "I guess so." She suddenly realized that the deal between the two of them would end once the ship was built, and if Odis left Lasha Island, he might never come back. "There's really no need to be so polite. You've been a great help to me during this time, and I'm already very grateful to you," Odis said with a smile. Bernadette breathed a slight sigh of relief. Suddenly, she realized that she might have been focusing too much on this matter. Admittedly, a genius like Odis is indeed rare, but for her, maintaining a certain level of contact is enough. There's really no need to keep her on Lasha Island. Bernadette said nothing more, realizing she hadn't handled the situation calmly enough. Back at the dock, Odis gave the scholars a day off and asked them to help him set up the small boat on Friday. At this point, the scholars readily agreed to the idea of Odis reaching the level of worship. That evening, Bernadette hosted another banquet at the Emerald Palace to honor Oedipus, the scholars, and the ship designers. The appearance of the new ships has directly raised the strength of Elemental Dawn to a new level. Unfortunately, these new ships cannot be fully disclosed to the public yet, which is somewhat of a drawback. Odis was also very pleased with the sea trial. This ship was the first time he had made extensive use of his core research. Although it was not the most advanced research, it was an important attempt. At the same time, it is a great affirmation of his research direction. Although the underlying logic of the extraordinary world is chaotic and disordered, there is a certain order within the chaos and disorder. One can utilize the unique power of this world through these orderly elements. This is actually a scientific way of thinking: observe the world, find patterns, and utilize the world. The only difference is that science utilizes the rules of physics, while Odis utilizes the extraordinary rules that exist both within and outside the rules of physics. Everyone was delighted and toasted Odis. Odis accepted all the drinks offered and drank quite a bit more. Byam, Kent Blue Street. On Thursday morning, around 6 o'clock, there weren't many people on the streets. Rupert, disguised, hurried to the wizarding office. Bazel was already there and asked Rupert to sit down and wait. Rupert asked, "Are you going to participate in the operation today?" "Yes," Bazel said. "I have some connections in Tokkel that might be useful." Tokkel is a small town located on the Blue Mountains Island. Blue Mountains Island is very large, with 3 ports, but the largest and most bustling is Byam. The other 2 ports exist mainly to facilitate ships and transportation from other directions. However, in terms of cargo throughput, the 2 ports combined are less than 1/3 of Byam's, and in terms of their role, they are not even on the same level as Byam. On Blue Mountains Island, there is also a railway that runs almost the entire length of the island, transporting all the spices, grains, and minerals to the port and some industrial products to the interior of the island, where they have a very good market. Tokkel is a very important town in the Blue Mountains, home to many ruined people. Of course, many wanted criminals would also flee there to lay low, so Bazel often went to that town to earn bounties, as he had certain connections there. Around 6:10, Odis arrived, disguised in formal attire and carrying a cane. He smiled and said, "This is the first operation of our entire crew." Bazel nodded solemnly, while Rupert gave a meaningful smile. He was still a little unaccustomed to suddenly becoming the second mate of a pirate crew, having gone from an adventurer to a pirate. Odis yawned and boarded the rental carriage that Bazel had arranged. He couldn't help but sigh, the physique of the extraordinary has really become much stronger. If he hadn't transmigrated, he would have definitely messed up today after drinking so much alcohol yesterday. Rupert suggested that they take public transportation to find the person, rather than having Odis take them on a journey. His exact words were, "I feel it would be easier to find the target that way." The carriage swayed and moved slowly forward. Odis asked Rupert, "Have we encountered any enemy followers these past 2 days?" "No," Rupert said confidently. "My feeling is right, Byam is better suited to hiding." Odis nodded, thinking to himself, "It's also possible that your opponent divined where they could meet you, so they didn't follow you at all." Then he asked Rupert, "Where exactly was that farmer named Blair Collins sold to, or what specific clues did you find?" "I heard it was sold to a local slave trader named Duke," Rupert said. "I've also asked around these past few days and got the slave trader's exact address." "I've also heard of this slave trader," Bazel said, voicing his doubts. "But the problem is, the slave trader in Byam who handled Blair Collins' slaves was killed last week." "Are you sure we can still find Duke after we get to Tokkel?" "Theoretically, after receiving intelligence from Byam last week, the opponent should have immediately gone to Tokkel. Now, either Duke has already revealed Farmer Blair's whereabouts, or he has been killed several days ago, so this lead should have ended here." Rupert, however, said confidently, "Yes, well, maybe we don't even need to look for Duke." He had complete confidence that the teacher would specify a particular day of the week or date for the action. It has been proven more than once before that as long as you act according to the date the teacher says, you can generally accomplish what you want to do relatively smoothly. The reason Rupert sought help this time was because he realized the strength of his opponent and that his actions might not go so smoothly. Odis didn't ask anything more, but closed his eyes to rest and maintain his best condition. Bazaar kept an eye on his back to see if anyone was following him. Fortunately, there weren't many carriages in the early morning, making it easy to tell if someone was being followed. Around 6:30, they arrived at the train station and were about to take a train from Byam to Tokkel. Several trains depart from Byam every day to the interior of Blue Mountains, but there are no dedicated passenger trains. There are usually only 1 or 2 passenger carriages, with freight carriages following behind. The 3 boarded the earliest train, observing each passenger as they got on without leaving a trace. However, none of the passengers in the carriage seemed to have any problems. Ugh. As the whistle sounded, the train slowly pulled out of Byam and soon entered the woods. There were some people chatting in the carriage, and the atmosphere was quite cheerful, but the atmosphere suddenly became tense after entering the woods. At this moment, Odis saw several armed police officers emerge from the driver's cab at the front. Some of them went to the rear carriages, while others remained on guard in the passenger carriages. Bazel whispered to Odis, "The rebels love to attack trains in the woods, or simply plant bombs." Odis nodded, thinking to himself, that was before. Now that the sea god has been replaced, the rebels' attacks should have decreased significantly. After spending more than half an hour in a tense atmosphere, the surrounding rainforest seemed to disappear all at once, turning into fertile farmland. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they arrived at their first stop outside of Byam. As the train slowed down, Odis looked out and saw an endless plain dotted with houses and courtyards. Bazaar further explained, "This is one of Byam's main grain-producing areas, and all we can see are farms." Odis asked, seemingly casually, is there any local land here? The slaves here, no, after the new law was enacted, they can't be called slaves anymore, they should be called farmers who rent land, Rupert joked with a smile. What a civilized word. He then added, the farmers who rent the land here are locals, and it is said that this land was once cultivated by their ancestors. The locals' land isn't here right now, but on the mountains over there, and on another hillside. In short, all that land is very barren. Just then, Rupert noticed 3 passengers boarding the bus, and then naturally turned to look out the window. Seeing Rupert's reaction and glancing at the passengers boarding the train, Odis roughly understood what was going on. Members of the Rose School had boarded. Chapter 253, Chapter 252 The Magical Thursday. Once Odis realized that members of the Rose School had boarded the train, he picked up Rupert's hat from the table and said, "You drank so much last night, you're sleepy, so take a nap." Rupert yawned, took the hat and covered his eyes, obscuring half his face, then leaned back in his chair and slept. Soon, the train started moving again. Odis and Bazel noticed that someone was watching them, but they were not flustered and continued to chat and laugh. At the same time, Odis also brought out some dried fish that he had bought locally. The two chatted about how if they were rich, they would definitely come here to buy a manor while eating the dried fish. They completely fooled those few Rose School members, and soon the feeling of being observed disappeared. A few minutes later, Odis quietly went to observe the newly boarded passengers and quickly locked onto his target. Remember the original website domain. There were 3 men wearing trench coats. Their attire was fine, but the problem was with their trench coats. The passengers in this carriage were either going to work on Blue Mountains Island or to conduct business or on official business. Because Byam is hot all year round, migrant workers don't spend money to buy trench coats that they rarely wear, while the latter mostly wear formal attire and have no need to wear trench coats. As for why the members of the Rose School wore trench coats, Odis knew quite well. Firstly, trench coats were convenient for combat, and secondly, they allowed them to carry items imbued with spiritual energy more naturally. Secondly, there's the possibility of spending the night outdoors, and the trench coat can keep you warm and protect you from mosquitoes. Just wrap it around yourself, lie down, and you can fall asleep. Odis noticed that after the 3 men got into the car, they took out a map and started talking quietly. He thought for a moment, took out a cigarette, stood up and handed it to the train police officers, then chatted with them about the resistance army. This was not surprising, because since entering the plains, many passengers had started talking to the train police about the resistance. The train police officers also like to brag at this time, so it's normal for them to start talking about it. Odis was chatting not far from the 3 members of the Rose School, eavesdropping on their conversation while talking to the train police officer. At the next stop, the 3 members of the Rose School got off the train, and Odis chatted with the train police officer for a while before returning to her seat. At the second stop, some more passengers boarded. One of the teenagers immediately gave the police chief a pack of cigarettes and then began selling local specialties, cigarettes, and alcohol to the passengers. Odis bought some nuts from him for 6 pence and watched the 3 members of the Rose School walk out of the station. Only after the train started moving again did Odis whisper, "They're looking for someone at a nearby estate." Bazel was taken aback. No, they're not looking for Farmer Blair, are they?" "I guess so," Odis said. "Perhaps our destination is indeed not in Talker." Rupert stopped pretending to be asleep and picked up his hat, putting it on his head. "So what do we do now?" Odis pondered for a moment before beckoning to the boy who had been peddling local specialties. 3 bottles of wine, please." Just as Bazel was about to remind the captain that the boy's purchases were several times more expensive than Byam's, he realized that the boy's purchases were worth much more. But then he thought, the captain had already bought nuts once, so he must have noticed this. Therefore, there must be a reason why he bought things again. The boy, who looked to be about 15 or 16, had dark skin and was a local. He hadn't expected to land such a big deal and quickly pulled out 3 unlabeled bottles of Fenny from his pocket, 3 pounds. Fenny is considered a relatively inexpensive drink in the area. In Byam, 3 bottles might cost less than 15 sol. Odis took out the money without hesitation, but did not give it to the boy immediately. Instead, he said, "I would like to know what major events have happened in Takal recently." The reason Odis bought the boy's nuts was because he realized that in addition to selling local specialties, cigarettes, and alcohol, the boy was also an information broker. This can be seen from the fact that the other party listens patiently to the customer's conversation and takes the initiative to inquire about interesting things about Byam. However, the young man's professional skills were mediocre, and judging from his clothing, he was living in poverty. Of course, their poverty was also related to their being controlled by local bullies. This reminded Odis of his own awkwardness when he first started working in intelligence, and how he bought some nuts simply to support the boy's business. The boy immediately said, 3 days ago, in the eastern part of Takal, a family was brutally murdered. It is said that they were tortured for a long time before they died, with the women being raped in turns and the men having their ribs pulled out one by one while they were still alive. Strangely, none of the neighbors heard any screams. Odis shook his head. That's not something I want to know. The boy continued, the sheriff of Tokkul has just cracked a major case and killed several criminals. Some time ago, the richest manor in Tokkul was robbed. After hearing about this, the sheriff disguised himself as a jewelry merchant and quickly lured out the robbers. The sheriff offered them a price that satisfied them, and during the transaction, the sheriff poisoned the gangsters, killing them all. Odis smiled. That's not what I need either. The boy looked at Odis and the other two with some suspicion, as if he was worried about whether Odis would actually pay. He hesitated for a moment before saying, a few days ago, slave trader Duke was attacked by rebels when he went to the countryside to sell slaves. He was beaten to death on the spot, and his slaves were taken by the rebels. Rupert sat up straight immediately. I told you so. He knew that his spiritual intuition told him that traveling by train was better. Odis handed the boy a 3-pound note. Your eyesight needs more training, otherwise you wouldn't have given me 2 pieces of information for nothing. The boy didn't pay much attention to Odis's words and immediately bowed, saying, thank you, sir. As the boy was leaving, Odis said to Bazel, when you have time, go and kill the sheriff of Tokkul. You'll definitely get a lot of bounty. Bazel was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Sheriff. The boy who had just left immediately stopped, thinking that the gentleman in a suit was joking. Yes, sheriff, Odis said. He must have been a criminal with a bounty on his head. He was afraid of being targeted by bounty hunters in Byam, so he disguised himself and went to Tokkul. But those bandits already knew him and took the initiative to contact him, asking him to join the operation. But because of the dispute over the distribution of the loot, he was poisoned to death by the sheriff. Since all the bandits were dead, the loot was definitely not all recovered. Rupert, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. This sounds like an absurd novel from the southern continent. In recent years, novels with extremely absurd plots have become popular in the southern continent. Such novels are very popular among the lower classes in the northern continent and have a large market in various countries of the northern continent. Odis smiled and said, then let me ask you, if you robbed a manor, would you sell the stolen goods on the spot? Would you easily trust a jeweler in a small town? After Odis said that, Rupert also noticed the inconsistencies in the description of the sheriff. But because the sheriff did catch the criminal, the first thing that comes to mind when people hear about it is that the sheriff is very capable. At this point, Bazel said, Captain. Mr. Gar's guess makes a lot of sense. In Tokkul, because there are many outlaws hiding there, no police are willing to go there. So the sheriff is always elected by the residents of the town. Whoever looks the most powerful gets elected. Locals, rebels, town priests, wanted criminals, and others have all served as sheriffs there. For Bazel, he had great trust in Captain Gar's intelligence analysis capabilities. Rupert said to Odis with a sigh, now I understand why you dared to hold an intelligence exchange meeting in Byam. At this moment, the boy, somewhat excited, asked Odis, are you the captain? The boy's words caused several people to turn their heads or look back at Odis. Odis was also taken aback. You know me. I've heard of you. You fought against people who sell fake information, the boy said excitedly, his words somewhat incoherent. Odis smiled and nodded. Your information network is quite good. Remembering the captain's reminder when he gave him the money, the boy immediately said, I will work hard to improve my eyesight. Odis simply smiled slightly and said nothing more. After the boy left, somewhat excitedly, Odis casually tossed out a small handful of powder, and the surrounding voices immediately quieted down. This is a magic spell invented by Odis that makes conversations within a certain area difficult to detect for several minutes. He then whispered, now let's talk about our problem. The Rose School has obviously also received news of Duke's murder. They guessed that the farmer named Blair must have been sold to another farm by the rebels, so they have been sending people around to search for him these past few days. Besides, we really can't go to Tokkul, because not all the people from the Rose School are looking for Blair. There are still some people there, and they might spot us as soon as we get off the train. Rupert was slightly taken aback by Odis's certainty before asking, you received advance information. According to what that boy said earlier, Odis said, the tragedy that happened in Tokkul was definitely committed by the Rose School. Among the perpetrators involved in that tragedy, there must have been some powerful extraordinary individuals, otherwise the people around would have heard the cries for help. Rupert was truly convinced at this point, so what should we do now? Odis pondered for a moment and asked Bazel, where can we contact the rebels? Bazel thought for a moment, get off 2 stops later. There's a fishmonger there who works for the resistance. I'll go talk to him and see if we can get in touch with the resistance through him. Odis nodded and then said, let's contact the rebels first. Finding out Blair's whereabouts from them is the fastest way. Bazel and Rupert nodded slowly, feeling that what the captain said made a lot of sense. At this point, Rupert was completely convinced of Odis's abilities and genuinely wanted to join Odis's pirate crew. As Odis's witchcraft disappeared, the surrounding conversations returned to normal. The three of them stopped talking about business and started chatting casually. The train moved forward and entered the rainforest again, causing the train police officers to tense up once more. Of course, Odis couldn't waste the wine he had just bought. He opened a bottle and tasted it. It tasted pretty good. So they ate dried fish, chatted about interesting things about Blue Mountain Island, and drank some wine. Bang. Suddenly, gunshots rang out from the carriages behind. Odis and Bazel, who were sitting by the window, quickly peeked out and saw that some locals had jumped onto the train and were throwing supplies off it. The people who fired the shots were railway police officers. They saw that those people did not seem to be carrying weapons and were probably not rebels, so they boldly opened fire on them. Thump thump thump. The train police officers were clearly surprised when the locals immediately pulled out their guns and began to fight back. The train police then realized that these people were the rebels, but instead of attacking the train directly, they were robbing supplies from the train. Odis thought to himself, the sea god wouldn't have shown you railway guerrillas, would he? As the enemy retaliated, the train police immediately sought cover and fired indiscriminately. As long as the other side was not trying to seize the train or blow up the railway, they did not need to risk their lives. Just then, Rupert, hearing what seemed like a commotion outside, peeked out and pointed at one of the rebels, exclaiming, Blair. Blair Colin. Odis was taken aback, are you sure? Rupert immediately replied, I'd recognize him even if he were burned to ashes. Odis followed the direction the other man was pointing and saw a local man in his 40s, with dark skin and a very honest appearance. However, what he was doing was not proper. He suddenly threw down a large bundle of cloth and gave the train police officers a simple, honest smile. At that moment, a whistle rang out in the rainforest, and the rebels quickly began to jump out of the vehicles, and in no time they had all withdrawn. Odis laughed, it seems Thursday really is the best time to act, and using transportation to find people makes sense. Let's go, let's jump out of the car. While the people in the carriage were still discussing the rebels, Odis and the other two jumped off the train amidst the shouts of the train police. At this moment, the rebels were carrying supplies away from the railway and had to hide them all in the rainforest before the next train arrived. At that moment, they saw three runes walking quickly toward them, so they immediately raised their guns. Odis smiled and said, we mean no harm, we're just here to find someone. Hands up, the rebel leader commanded. Odis raised his hand, I know people from the Church of the Sea God, and I have even provided them with some assistance. Barzil and Rupert also reluctantly raised their hands. In their view, the three of them could easily eliminate the entire opposing group without leaving any trace. When the rebel leader heard what Odis said, he waved to everyone, telling them not to fire for the time being, and then sent 3 men to search them. The man searching Odis was a lean rebel, and Odis cooperated, allowing him to search her from bottom to top. When the rebels searched Odis's bag, Odis suddenly grabbed their hand, there are no guns in here. As he spoke, he opened his bag, and the other person, seeing that it contained only some rolled-up papers, didn't pay much attention. The search continued, and when they reached Odis's upper body, they found her wallet. The rebel smiled slightly, took out Odis's wallet, and prepared to keep it for himself. Odis reached out and grabbed the other's wrist, snapping it easily with a forceful twist. The cries of pain from the enemy immediately heightened the tension, and the rebels once again raised their guns to target Odis and his men. Odis, however, calmly took the wallet from the broken hand of the rebel who was searching him, for the sake of Sea God, I won't kill you. Then, as Odis put away his wallet, he said to the other leader, don't mistake my tolerance for weakness. We'll just have a quick chat with Blair Colin and then we'll leave. Of course, you can try to stop us if you want. The rebel leader stared at Odis for a few seconds before turning to Blair behind him and saying, go ask them why they're looking for you. Blair, who looked honest and simple, nodded and said, okay. At this moment, Odis said to Rupert, the person has been found, what's the next step? Rupert suddenly looked completely bewildered, I don't know either. Huh. Odis even had the urge to punch this guy. Just then, Blair, who had walked over, seemed to suddenly remember something. He pointed at Rupert and said, I remember now, you're Ryan's student. Rupert looked the honest-looking farmer across from him carefully and asked, yes, where have we met before? He only had Blair's portrait in his hand, which looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen the men before. I used to run a small restaurant by the sea, and Ryan often came here to eat. He even brought you here once, Blair said. Rupert asked, puzzled, then why did you become a slave again? Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Blair sighed, my restaurant business is so good that a loanman took a liking to it. He offered a very low price, but I didn't accept it. So he colluded with the police to frame me, and as a result, I went to jail. It was Ryan who bailed me out, but I had nothing left, so I had no choice but to sell myself. Rupert nodded. That was indeed the case, and his teacher had also mentioned that he really liked the grilled fish at that restaurant. Rupert thought for a moment and then asked, do you have any news about my teacher? No, Blair said. However, I do know the whereabouts of another of Ryan's students. She seems to be injured and is hiding in a manor not far from Tockle. He explained, I was previously acquired by Duke, a human trafficker, and the first estate he took us to was there. However, that student was also secretly hiding in the manor, so he couldn't save me. That's Wilby Manor, just east of Tockle. Rupert immediately clapped his hands and said, I know. Then he asked, do you need help? No need, Blair said. I'm joining the resistance. I'm going to teach those lone people a lesson. Rupert nodded and said nothing more. Odis waved to the leader of the rebels, then turned and left with Bazel and Rupert. Because Odis was not familiar with Tockle, he dared not use the word travel casually. Although a spiritual premonition won't lead to something like directly appearing in front of the enemy, if the place you appear in is spotted by the enemy's spies, it would be a losing proposition. After walking a distance, Bazel whispered, I know where Wilby Manor is. We can buy a ticket at the station ahead and take the train there. Since there might be members of the Rose School at the Qatar station, we might as well not get off the train, but instead take it directly through Tockle to the next station, or we could just jump off the train. Odis laughed and said, we don't actually need to buy tickets. We can just get on the train when it arrives. Moreover, it is safer to hide in the freight car, since the passenger car is only so big, and you can see from one end to the other at a glance. Bazel paused for a moment before nodding, okay, once we arrive at our destination, we can just jump out of the car to avoid attracting their attention. Odis nodded, okay. He glanced at Rupert, why aren't you saying anything? I just feel that things have been going too well so far, Rupert said, frowning. Odis laughed and said, since your teacher's teacher chose Thursday, haven't we been doing very well all along? Good luck will run out, Rupert explained. Or rather, it's impossible to solve a problem entirely because of good luck. The date chosen by the teacher's teacher is just a day when we will have more good luck and solve problems more easily. Odis seemed to understand, in other words, no matter how smoothly things are going for us now, the difficulties we're bound to face are still waiting for us ahead. This theory can also be represented by numbers. For example, if the difficulty to be solved is 10, the probability of successfully solving the problem is 5, and the obstacles to solving the problem are also 5. Therefore, before the problem is solved, whether it can be completely solved is a 50/50th chance. However, on the day designated by Rupert's teacher, the probability of successfully solving the problem is 6, and the obstacle to solving the problem is 4. However, the problem is still there. It's not that it doesn't need to be solved, but rather that there are fewer obstacles, making it easier to solve the problem. Of course, this also involves the difficulty of the problem. For example, if the problem that Odis and his group face involves demigods, then even if the obstacle is reduced to 4 or even just 1, they will still find it difficult to solve the problem. Rupert then reminded the captain and Bazel, mainly because he feared they were being overly optimistic. After all, so far everything they've encountered has gone relatively smoothly, and they've found Blair with almost no obstacles. Odis thought for a moment before saying, your classmate, well, another student of your teacher, can you guess who it is? I can probably guess, Rupert said. It should be Leona. What sequence number? Sequence 6. Odis then asked, could your teacher also be in Talker? It's hard to say. Odis walked ahead, pondered for a moment, and then asked, didn't your teacher remind you what the purpose of this operation is? It should be possible to offer him some help, Rupert said, or something else related to him. But I don't know exactly what he wants me to do, or rather, he himself doesn't know either. My teacher once said that his spirituality can only sense that someone can help him through a difficult time at a critical moment. For example, Blair doesn't necessarily go to rescue the teacher. Instead, he guides us to the teacher's location in such a roundabout and secretive way, so that we can avoid being discovered by the enemy and quietly go to rescue him. But before that, Blair wasn't quite sure what help he could offer. Of course, Rupert's teacher Ryan's extraordinary abilities could not be easily told to strangers. Rupert said this because he completely trusted Odis and had no more secrets from Odis and Bazel. Odis hummed in agreement and said, in other words, this matter involves a sequence 5 and a sequence 6. Then the enemy will most likely send 2 sequence 5s, as well as several sequence 6s and sequence 7s as helpers, and many low-sequence, extraordinary individuals to do things like finding people and keeping watch. Rupert smiled wryly. That's probably how it is. It was precisely because there was a chance of encountering enemies at sequence 5 that he thought of finding helpers. Odis scratched his head, so what we need to do next is to make sure we don't attract their attention. It's better to miss out than to take a risk. Once I find your teachers, I will immediately use my travel ability to take them away, and then come back to pick you up. Don't make contact with the enemy, just rescue them without anyone noticing. Rupert smiled and said, that's a good idea. Ugh. Just then, the 3 men heard a whistle coming from behind them. Odis made a gesture, and the three of them hid in the woods together. A steam locomotive roared past on the railway. After the train passed, Odis and the other two began to climb onto the train and entered a freight car that was only half full of cargo. After closing the car door, Odis laughed and said, "If any more rebels try to steal supplies, we won't open the car door for them." The three exchanged a knowing smile, as if they could see the rebels outside struggling to open the car door. Odis quickly inspected the cargo in the carriage, which consisted of boxes of daily necessities. He sat on one of the boxes and said, "Take a rest and stay in good condition." The three of them found comfortable spots to rest and stopped talking, with only the occasional sound of a ship's horn accompanying their journey. As the train pulled into the station for the third time, Bazel said, "We've arrived at Talker Station." To avoid being unloaded from the carriage, the three men quickly hid behind wooden crates. The truck doors remained closed, meaning there was no need to unload at this station. However, one person lingered in front of the doors for a while before leaving. It was clear that there were indeed people from the Rose School keeping watch at the station, but they didn't pay much attention to the freight cars, they just made a brief observation and left. The train restarted and soon pulled out of the station. After moving some distance away, Bazel peered into the car for a while and suddenly said, "The view is limited here, let's jump from here." The train doors were opened, and three extraordinary individuals nimbly jumped off the train. Outside, there was a sparse forest, making it easy to hide one's tracks. In just a few minutes, they crossed the woods. Before me lay a scene of interspersed trees and farmland, with many tenant farmers working in the fields. If I went out like this, they would surely spot me. Bazel suggested that they wait until people went to rest at noon before passing through here. The problem is, with so many people working in the fields, it's impossible for them all to go and rest. Odis smiled and said, "No need for that." As he spoke, he opened his bag and took out a scroll. "This is an invisibility scroll, but it can only hide our figures, it can't hide our scents, sounds, or anything like that. So, Bazaar will lead the way in a bit, and we shouldn't make any noise. If you encounter people from the Rose School, try to walk around them. If you really can't get around them, stop and observe. However, the other side has a very keen sense of smell. If they are discovered, they will launch an attack quickly without Sequence 5 and then rush into the manor to rescue people. If the other party has a Sequence 5, I will use travel to take you away directly. But before I leave, I'll make a commotion to attract people's attention and prevent them from discovering our target." Bazel and Rupert nodded slowly, sensing that the captain had essentially considered all the possibilities. After the three were ready, Odis threw out the scroll and chanted in ancient Hermes, "Open." The scroll shattered, seemingly forming a dark vortex that concealed the figures of Odis and the other two. Then they became transparent, no longer obscuring the view behind them. The three of them quickly walked forward into the fields and, after walking for about 10 minutes, arrived at Wilby Manor. The process went very smoothly without any obstacles. Upon entering the manor, the three began searching. Soon, they all looked toward the attic of the warehouse, where a window had been opened a crack, as if someone was quietly letting in some air. Thus, the three of them, in a state of invisibility, entered the manor's warehouse openly and legitimately. There was only an elderly warehouse manager there, who was dozing in the sun and didn't even hear Odis and the others moving the ladder. Upon arriving at the attic of the warehouse, the first thing you see are some rarely used farm tools and animal hides hanging on the walls. Before they could search, the animal skin was suddenly lifted, revealing a woman in her 30s who looked rather dignified. Her face was a little pale, and there were dried blood stains on her clothes around her abdomen, but she seemed to be in good spirits. She smiled at Rupert and said, "I've been waiting for you. I ran into Blair a few days ago, and the teacher said it would be soon to see you." At the same time, she scrutinized Odis and Bowser with a hint of wariness. Rupert quickly said, "These are the helpers I invited. We were able to find this place so quickly thanks to them." He then introduced the woman to Odis and Bazel. "This is Leona." The three people nodded slightly as a greeting. Rupert then asked, "Where is the teacher?" "Inside." Leona led the three people through several layers of hanging animal hides to a bed made of animal hides, where a middle-aged man of about 40 years old was waiting, looking very weak. Odis breathed a slight sigh of relief and asked the middle-aged man, "You used such a clever method to let us find you here, do you want us to rescue you immediately?" He guessed that Rupert's teacher must have his own plan, or rather, a plan to make everything go smoothly, so he asked this question first. But the other person weakly replied, "I don't know either." Odis was taken aback, and then felt the urge to hit someone again. Chapter 254, Chapter 253 Odis unleashes full power. Rupert's teacher looked very weak, but there seemed to be no wounds on his body. Seeing Odis's expression as if he was about to hit someone, he smiled and said, "The reason I say this is because although we are looking forward to your rescue, my spiritual sense also tells me that there will be dangers in the process of rescue. This is a rather contradictory situation, and I don't know how to choose." Odis nodded slightly, "I understand. This book is first published online by Dot. If explained this way, it's somewhat understandable. Please have a seat, Rupert's teacher said calmly. We are all safe until we take action. He then introduced himself, saying, I am Rupert's teacher, Klein. Thank you for your help to Rupert. It's not free help, Odis reminded him. The reward is that Rupert becomes my crew member, and if a battle breaks out, all the spoils will go to me and my companions. Klein smiled and said, if I may be so bold, this is a rather good offer, and perhaps I should thank you for inviting Rupert aboard. Because I could sense that Rupert's fate had changed, and for the better, and that his life had been filled with many opportunities since then. Odis remarked, your ability is quite impressive. You don't need to do anything every day. Just go out and walk around, and see if you can meet someone who will make you lucky or change your destiny. Opportunity will come your way. This will make them achieve twice the result with half the effort, no matter what they do. Unfortunately, this is still a passive skill. Kleist seemed to trust Odis quite a bit, explaining very clearly, only after you invite Rupert aboard can I sense any change in his fortune. Odis laughed and said, at least this way you know you've followed the right person. He didn't continue the topic, but instead asked, are your injuries serious? Are you still able to fight? Kleist lifted his shirt, and Odis and the others saw a fleshy ball-like thing trembling slightly on his abdomen. This fleshy mass occupied half of his abdomen, as if a large tumor had grown inside his stomach. Kleist explained, this is something that grew inside my body by the Rose School using some kind of magical object. I can sense that there is an evil creature inside the ball of flesh, and I will die as soon as I am born. Fortunately, I happen to have a magical item that can suppress the growth and birth of life inside the flesh ball, so there is no danger for the time being. Although this has caused me to lose most of my mobility, my main abilities can still be used normally. I have accumulated a lot of good luck these past few days, which will allow me to be lucky enough at crucial moments, thus causing the enemy to make mistakes and creating opportunities for you. Leona, who was standing nearby, added, I can basically maintain most of my combat strength. I can make the enemy unlucky enough, but only to a certain extent. It can also create opportunities for you. Odis pondered for a moment before saying, I have 3 plans. The first plan is that I will take you away in 2 separate trips using travel. Each time Odis travels, he can only bring 2 people into the spirit world. But based on Mr. Kleist's spiritual guidance, I estimate that if we bring 2 people into the spirit world, they will discover our current hiding place, Odis analyzed. After all, the pharmacist path is a highly spiritual path, and they may have the ability to perceive and use magical items for travel. When I come back, there will only be 3 people left here, and the pressure here will be immense. The others nodded, feeling that Odis's analysis made a lot of sense. Odis continued, the second option is for us to return to the railway in an invisible manner, but not to turn back, because that would make it easy for the Rose School to block us in Qatar. You can continue east by car, and after you've traveled a certain distance, I'll use travel to take you away separately. This method is relatively safe. Even if we encounter enemies, Mr. Kleist and Ms. Leona can help us deal with them. But we need to be mentally prepared that we may face a dozen or so enemies, led by 2 sequence 5s. In that case, there would still be at least 5 of them working together to fight the enemy. Although Kleist and Leona were injured, neither of them were primarily combatants, so their main abilities were not significantly affected. In this way, they actually possess even greater combat power. Odiston paused for a moment, then said, the third option is that I ask a demigod to help us leave. Everyone gasped in surprise, never expecting that Odis could get help from a demigod. However, Odis continued, but you will have to pay a price that can move a demigod. Of course, it was impossible for him to pay Bernadette's compensation. Kleist gave a wry smile, my teacher was arrested and taken to the governor's mansion, of course, this was his way of seeking refuge. But for a long time afterward, I might not be able to contact any other members of parliament, so I really dared not agree to offer a reward that would satisfy a demigod. Odis nodded slowly, so you have the same teacher as the fat pharmacist who is even more provocative than the provocative one. But you obviously have not gained the teacher's trust, because he did not ask you to deliver the sealed item. But then he thought, no, an important member like Kleist would definitely be under the special care of the Rose School. If I send him to deliver the sealed artifact, not only will Kleist be in greater danger, but the sealed artifact will also be in greater danger. Moreover, his sealed artifact is unique to the monster pathway, and Kleist is also an extraordinary being of the monster pathway, making it easy for him to gather demigods or angels of the same pathway. The portly apothecary, who had only recently arrived in Byam, was an extraordinary individual with the apothecary pathway, making him a better candidate. Thinking of all this, Odis said, my suggestion is to use the second option. But the premise is that you can be sure that once we start running away, we will definitely encounter danger. If you're not entirely sure, you might as well take a chance and use the first option. I'm sure, Kleist said firmly. Odis nodded and asked, does the other party possess any special magical items? For example, magical items that can give birth to evil creatures from the stomach. That magical item is currently unusable, Klein said. To be precise, it will remain unusable until the evil life within me is born. Danik, who joined the Rose School, is a Sequence 5 and has obtained a magical item with abilities such as Possession, Scream, and Ice Arrow. The other Sequence 5 is a member of the Rose School, and he is a vengeful spirit. I don't know what magical items he possesses. One of those 3 Sequence 6 items seems to have a magical item, but I don't know its specific function. Odis took a deep breath. 2 Sequence 5s, 3 Sequence SIXS. This is the most powerful enemy he has ever encountered. When he faced the former head of MI9, Kelt, that was mainly the Mysterious Queen's opponent. This time, however, Odis has to deal with the enemy himself. Odis assessed his forces and began to plan tactics. If we encounter enemy resistance, Bazel and I will be the main force in the attack. I have a defensive scroll, and this scroll has been enhanced by some being, which allows us to block a wave of attacks at Sequence 5 level. Note that the effective range of this scroll is only 7 or 8 meters. Everyone should not exceed this distance. Let's concentrate our efforts and try to severely damage a Sequence 5 player. I have 4 of these scrolls in total. If this tactic works, we can inflict heavy damage on our opponents and gain an opportunity to escape. The being he refers to is actually something he strengthened himself by utilizing the power of the Wilderness of Knowledge. Odis discovered that scrolls like Explosion Scroll and Invisibility Scroll provided only limited enhancements, while auxiliary scrolls like Defense Scroll and Speed Scroll offered considerable boosts. Ordinary defense scrolls can only block attacks from Sequence 5 levels, while Odis's enhanced defense scrolls are probably only slightly weaker than the Guardian's barrier. This is also why Odis didn't immediately ask Bernadette for help. Even if they couldn't win, they could still buy some time, and only call for reinforcements if necessary. Kleist and the others hadn't expected that Odis would actually intend to severely damage the enemy's Sequence 5, but when they heard that Odis possessed such a powerful scroll, they all slowly nodded, indicating that they would carry out Odis's tactics. Odis continued, Rupert will take care of Kleist and Leona. Once we're outside, I'll use the speed scroll to run as fast as I can. Rupert nodded. Okay. Odis said to Rupert alone, also, if the situation is urgent and I don't have time to use the scroll, I'll simply let you use it later. The incantation is an ancient Hermetic word, open. Rupert nodded again, okay. Take a short rest, Odis said. We'll move out in 5 minutes. The group began making final preparations. 5 minutes later, Odis and Bazel led the way, followed by the 3 members of the School of Life. Rupert, carrying his teacher, and Leona came down from the warehouse attic one after the other. Odis used the invisibility scroll again, and the 5 people's whereabouts were quickly hidden. After leaving the warehouse, Odis silently greeted the dozing warehouse manager. Once they left the manor, Odis immediately used an acceleration scroll. They rushed towards the grove of trees, but after only a few steps, they noticed 3 men in trench coats sitting and chatting in the field. If they had been standing in the field, they would have spotted them long ago, but they were sitting there and didn't notice them in time. As soon as Odis reached out, they immediately changed the direction they were running in. But one of the men, wearing a black trench coat, sniffed and suddenly turned around. It smells of blood. That was a vampire with an exceptionally keen sense of smell. The other party, accompanied by 2 subordinates, immediately followed the scent, and one of the subordinates blew a whistle. Odis thought to himself, it really is true that we encounter danger as soon as we try to escape. Halt. Odis immediately ordered, attack. Take care of these 3 first, Odis said, opening his briefcase and tossing out a Radiant Sun scroll, activate. The scroll opened, creating a golden ripple, and the surrounding sunlight suddenly became scorching and dazzling, causing the vampire to scream and quickly shield his eyes with his hands. The tenant farmers around were also puzzled. Why had the sunlight suddenly become so intense? And why were people screaming in pain? With the speed scroll buff, Bazel immediately stepped forward and broke the vampire's neck with a single punch. The other 2 were madmen who were sacrificing their sanity to gain power. However, during this process, Odis also rushed up and first elbowed one of the members, causing his chest to collapse completely. Then he slammed into another tree, sending it crashing into it and seriously injuring the other person as well. After the 2 men collapsed to the ground and vomited blood, the surrounding tenant farmers realized that a fight was taking place and immediately scattered and fled. At the same time, Bazel plunged his dagger into the vampire's heart, killing him instantly. In the blink of an eye, the enemy who heard the whistle arrived, but only 3 of them came. Odis was slightly taken aback, then immediately realized that it must be because Kleist was lucky enough to let the enemy only send such a small wave for the time being. Just as Odis had predicted, Kleist's abilities led the traitor Danik to rush over immediately upon hearing the whistle without much hesitation. However, Danik wasn't stupid. After seeing the unfamiliar faces of Odis and Bazel, he simply stared intently at Kleist and the others, without attacking immediately, but waiting for more of his companions to gather over. Odis made a quick decision, tossing Rupert a defense scroll and then saying again, attack. If they can severely damage the sequence 5 before the others arrive, then Odis and the others' escape will not be too difficult. Odis had already donned the Hand of Judgment gloves. He raised his hand and said to Donnic, imprisonment. Donnic was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting Odis and the others to launch an attack. He opened his mouth and let out a piercing scream that went straight to the soul, but at the same time, the air around him became viscous, as if he were imprisoned there. Before Odis could launch his attack, Rupert threw out a defense scroll, activate. The scroll seemed to be a vacuum cleaner, violently sucking in the surrounding spiritual energy, and even producing a buzzing sound because the process was so intense. Almost simultaneously, a transparent film appeared in front of Rupert and the others. Donnic's shriek sent ripples across the membrane, and by the time it reached Rupert and the others, it was just a scream. Only Odis was outside the range of the defense scroll's power, because after using the imprisonment ability, he immediately entered the spirit world using the travel ring. Since our tracks have already been discovered, it doesn't matter if the enemy finds out that we've entered the spirit world. The next second, Odis appeared behind Donnic and threw a punch, death. This was the most perfect combo he had come up with, using his 2 sequence 5 level seal artifacts working together. Donnic was still imprisoned and had no way to avoid it, while his 2 vampire subordinates were attacking Bazel and his men. Odis's punch landed squarely on Donnic's chest in the back, and the sound of bones breaking was immediately heard. Below the level of demigod, the death ability of the Punisher Knight is unavoidable, and being hit by it will definitely result in severe injury. The traitor Donnic never expected that he would be punched and sent flying the moment he appeared. Moreover, his recovery wasn't as fast as usual because the effects of the Sun Scroll were still in effect, and the surrounding sunlight was brilliant. In this state, it's just a bit hot for extraordinary beings like Odis, but it will seriously affect the state of middle sequence, extraordinary beings of vampire and above. After successfully launching a sneak attack, Odis immediately gave chase and threw a lightning scroll at Donnic. Click. The scroll shattered, and with a deafening clap of thunder, a bolt of lightning the thickness of a bucket instantly formed in midair and struck Donnic. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Although the Crimson Scholar was seriously injured and the surrounding environment greatly affected his condition, he was still incredibly fast. He suddenly stood up and left in a flash, leaving only a blur in his wake. But at that moment, a vampire ran over and crashed into the lightning. This was Leona's ability, which made this vampire incredibly unlucky. He misjudged the situation and tried to escape immediately, but by sheer coincidence, he ran into lightning and was struck half to death. Odis, of course, would not let this opportunity pass. He punched his opponent in the back, shattering his heart, and the vampire died. Meanwhile, another vampire is fighting with Bazel, with Rupert and others helping out. Just as Odis was about to rush over and finish the battle quickly, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine and his hair stood on end. He immediately threw an explosive scroll behind him, activate. Boom. The earth trembled. A figure burst forth from the ground. It was a vengeful spirit preparing to approach Odis and possess her. Because he was in the shadow state, the violent explosion didn't seriously injure him, but he was somewhat dazed. What was that? How did I get blown away? The tenant farmers had already all run away, so the explosive scroll did not hit any innocent people. Kleist's good luck hadn't run out yet, the Rose School members still hadn't arrived to help. This vengeful spirit was fast, so it arrived first. After a moment's hesitation, Odis immediately raised his Hand of Judgment, possession is forbidden here. Then he threw a blazing sun scroll at the vengeful spirit, ultimately hoping to try and severely injure it. If they could severely injure the enemy, Odis and the others would hardly need to run away. They could simply wait to reap the spoils on the ground and then leave in such a panic. The surrounding sunlight suddenly became even more intense, and such scorching sunlight would make even the vengeful spirit feel very uncomfortable. He briefly observed the situation, and without using any undead magic or even transforming into a shadow, he charged directly at Odis. Because such intense sunlight would weaken his most proficient abilities, and he would also be temporarily unable to possess others, it would be better to attack in the most direct way. To be precise, this idea is quite correct. After all, Odis is a scroll professor. His fighting skills are fine against vampires and madmen, but they are no match for vengeful spirits that have been enhanced by werewolves and zombies. But Odis did not back down, because he was not an ordinary scroll professor, or rather, his scrolls were not ordinary. After deciding to help Rupert, Odis began to make the necessary preparations, inventing and writing the corresponding scrolls to deal with the extraordinary individuals of the prisoner and moon pathways. These preparations greatly aided Odis, or rather, those who are extraordinary in this path, and their attack power is quite formidable once they are well prepared. The vengeful spirit attacked at incredible speed. Odis threw out 3 scrolls in quick succession, shouting "Open" 3 times in a row. The first scroll was his invention, the winding scroll, which was used to wrap around not the surrounding vegetation, but the soil and rocks. They first turned into mud like a tidal wave and rushed towards the vengeful spirits. Even though the vengeful spirits were extremely fast, they were still entangled in the mud up to their thighs. Then they immediately solidified, even becoming almost as hard as rock for a short time, as if the earth had reached out a hand and grasped the vengeful spirits. Almost instinctively, the vengeful spirit transforms itself into a shadow, becoming invisible and freeing itself from the constraints of the earth and stone. Just then, another scroll invented by Odis, the Sword of the Dead, exploded, and a phantom white bone sword suddenly appeared, piercing the wraith that had just shadowed. The attack, aimed directly at the soul, caused the wraith to let out a shriek. The Sword of the Dead is a scroll specifically designed to deal with ghosts and undead creatures, and with the entangling scroll already in place, the vengeful spirits have no time to dodge. Before the Sword of the Dead pierced the vengeful spirit had disappeared, Odis's third scroll exploded. It was the lightning scroll that Odis had just used and strengthened. The Sword of the Dead slowed down the wraith's movements, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket struck the wraith, making it so hard that smoke was coming out of its mouth. Lightning is also quite effective against vengeful spirits, which are already injured. But the other party continued to charge towards Odis, because such injuries were not fatal to him, and once he got close to this scroll professor, he could easily snap the other party's neck with a single hand. Just then, Odis raised his hand, Exile. Of the abilities of Hand of Judgment, only Death cannot be used consecutively, it can only be used again after a gap of more than half a minute. Otherwise, Odis would definitely launch another combo of Imprisonment and Death. The vengeful spirit watched as it rapidly moved away from its target. At this point, Odis had 3 scrolls again, the Entwining Scroll, the Sword of the Dead, and the Lightning Scroll. This barrage of attack severely wounded the wraith, but he still charged toward Odis, because the exile he had just witnessed had made him quite certain that the scroll professor in front of him could not withstand a single blow from him. In addition, his subordinates also came to support him. Even if they couldn't kill the scroll professor, they could still draw fire and create opportunities for their subordinates. Those who achieve extraordinary things through this path are generally unafraid of injury, exchanging injury for injury is their norm. Odis saw many enemies rushing towards him, but he remained calm. When the vengeful spirits got close enough, he raised his hand and shouted, "Imprison them." After imprisoning the other party, Odis ran towards the defense array while throwing an explosive scroll at the feet of the vengeful spirit. Boom. Another violent explosion rang out, and the vengeful spirit was blasted 7 or 8 meters high. Even though it quickly entered the shadow state, half of its leg was blown off. Odis's attack was calculated with great precision. The explosion occurred almost immediately after the imprisonment ended, giving the vengeful spirit no time to dodge. In the state of imprisonment, the vengeful spirit can only enter the state of shadow and cannot enter the spirit world. If Odis's attack hadn't been so precise, giving him time to enter the spirit world, he wouldn't have been blasted so badly. The newly arrived members of the Rose School were stunned. They had previously heard from Beverly, the potions professor, who had once chased Rupert, about a powerful explosion, but at the time, none of them had taken it seriously. Seeing the explosion now, I suddenly understood Beverly's fear. After observing for a while, Odis, who was hiding behind the defense array, decided not to escape for the time being because the vengeful spirit had also been severely injured. If you run away at this point, it would be tantamount to handing over the initiative in the battle. At this point, Odis and the others had severely injured 2 sequence 5s, killed 3 vampires, and 2 madmen. Besides Odis's immense strength, Kleist's abilities were also crucial to achieving such a record. Had that vengeful spirit arrived even a second or 2 earlier, the situation would have been completely different. The group from the Rose School didn't attack immediately, but instead rushed to find the vengeful spirit, since it looked like it had been badly damaged by the explosion. "I'm fine," said that vengeful spirit, whose body was severely burned and who had lost half a leg. "Don't waste your time on me. Launch a probing attack." Meanwhile, Odis and the others had already used up their first defense scroll. Odis looked at her companions. In the battle just now, Bazel had taken a claw from the vampire on the shoulder, but it didn't seem to affect his fighting ability. Odis was injured by the blast of earth and rocks from the violent explosion, but only minor wounds, nothing serious. However, Kleist said, "My luck is almost gone." Leona also said, "I can only give one more target bad luck, otherwise even if the target becomes unlucky enough, it will attract some terrifying beings. My own luck allows me to get away easily, but it might be very difficult for you to get away." Odis nodded, considered for a moment, then took out 5 scrolls from his bag and handed one to Rupert and the others. "Use this scroll immediately after the enemy begins their attack." Then he took out 3 scrolls and handed them to Bazel. "Throw them in crowded places later." Basil carefully put away the scroll. Okay. At this moment, the enemy's probing attack began. Among them were 2 zombies, a potions professor, several werewolves, and several vampires. If these guys get close, only Basil might be able to put up a fight. In close combat, Odis and the others are no match for them. Following Odis's tactic, the 5 people simultaneously threw out the scrolls in their hands and chanted the incantation, activate. Then, all 5 of them took to the air. That's right, Odis just gave everyone a flying scroll. When Odis was making preparations, he realized that both the pharmacist and prisoner extraordinary severely lacked long-range attack methods before sequence 5. So Odis prepared some flying scrolls. The Rose School members were stunned when they saw the 5 people take flight together. It was still the same vengeful spirit, severely injured in the explosion, who realized the gravity of the situation. Run! After saying that, he let out a shriek at Odis and the others, but at the same time, Odis had already used the second defense scroll, so the shriek had no effect again. Basil tossed the first scroll onto the ground, activate. The ground quickly turned into mud, spreading towards the enemy like a tide. Because the members of the Rose School were concentrated in that area, this scroll trapped 5 enemies. Odis then threw down an explosive scroll, which instantly sent limbs flying and entrails spilling out, the screams of which terrified the tenant farmers who had hidden themselves. At this moment, the vampires and the potions professor had illusory bat wings appear behind them, and they flew up to attack Odis and the others. But Odis was prepared and threw a thunderstorm scroll at them. This scroll was also invented by Odis. After the scroll exploded, a huge ball of thunder appeared. Sizzle. The electric arc pierced out, turning a large area around it silvery white. The lightning bolt exploded, and the vampire that was flying a little slower had its wings pierced by the electric arcs and fell to the ground. Those vampires who weren't struck by the electric arc quickly returned to the ground to escape as fast as possible. The vampire's wings can only be used for a short time. If they fail in their first attack, they will be unable to attack Odis and the others again. The potion professor's wings could hold out for a while longer, but he used them to escape rather than to continue attacking Odis and the others. At this moment, Basil threw out a second entanglement scroll, trapping 2 enemies again, and Odis used explosion scroll again. The 2 members of the Rose School lost their fighting ability amidst screams. The 2 continued their pursuit. Just as Basil was about to throw out the 3rd scroll, the shadowed, vengeful spirit arrived at the end of the group. Suddenly, a layer of frost appeared on the ground, and several ice arrows shot towards Odis and Basil. Odis and Basil immediately retreated and hid inside the magic circle of the defense scroll. All right, stop the pursuit. Odis looked at the enemy who had been blown half to death and was still struggling to escape. The spoils this time are already quite plentiful. Chapter 255, Chapter 254 officially set sail. The previous battles perfectly illustrated the concept that Odis had always upheld: only a well-prepared secret seeker is a qualified secret seeker. Both the wizard and the scroll professor were like this. It was precisely because he understood the Rose School that he did a great deal of preparation work, making the situation develop more smoothly than Odis had anticipated. Just before the vengeful spirit was severely injured, even Odis did not expect that his side would be able to chase and fight the enemy. However, he did not pursue them relentlessly. Instead, he used the ice scroll to trap the 7 Rose School members who had been trapped and severely injured by the scroll earlier, and then went forward with Basil to deal with them one by one. Please remember the Taiwan Novel Network website to read the fastest chapter updates. The power of the explosive scroll was too great. Even the werewolf, known for its defense, and the vampire, known for its regenerative abilities, could not withstand it. Although they did not die on the spot, they were basically rendered powerless. Surprisingly, among the enemies who were severely injured by the explosion, there was even a zombie. His condition was slightly better than that of the werewolf and the vampire, as he could at least maintain some fighting ability. Unfortunately, both of his legs were blown off, so he couldn't escape and was easily dealt with by Odis, who returned to the ground from the sky. The 2 worked in perfect harmony, piling the corpses together and then using Odis' specially made powder to accelerate the extraction of extraordinary properties. Klein looked at the corpses lined up side by side, some missing limbs. I didn't expect that the battle just now would actually drive them away. And with such great results. As Odis scavenged the spoils, he chuckled, such opportunities are rare. The members of the Rose School who were just bombed all looked quite miserable, and their clothes were torn to shreds. They only managed to collect 1 magical item and a few extraordinary weapons as spoils of war. In addition, extraordinary weapons were also found on the 5 relatively intact corpses. This struck Odis as odd, leading him to wonder if they had kidnapped a craftsman and were making them manufacture weapons day and night. Soon, the extraordinary properties were rapidly released. After collecting them one by one, Odis glanced at the battlefield again. It looked as if a modern war had taken place here. Several large craters had been blasted into the roads and farmland, and blood stained large areas of the ground. Severed limbs lay silently on the ground. Odis then used another speed scroll, and the group arrived on the railway. After traveling a distance in the opposite direction of Byam, Odis first used travel to take Kleist and Leona back to Byam. Before setting off, Odis gave the remaining 2 defense scrolls and 1 speed scroll to Bazel and Rupert. After sending Kleist and the other men back to the wizard's office and having them looked after by the 2 servants they had just hired, Odis immediately returned and found that Rupert had already used a defense scroll. Because Crimson Scholar, Donnic and the Vengeful Spirit, with 1 leg missing, had both quietly followed us. Although both Sequence 5s were injured, Rupert and Barzel were still no match for them. After Odis and the other 2 left, they wanted to try to attack, but Rupert quickly used a defense scroll to deter the enemy. Donnic was a little better off. He didn't react much to the enemy using scrolls and continued the standoff. When the Vengeful Spirit saw that the other party had used the scroll again, it almost fell to the side. It was truly terrified by the powerful scrolls of Odis. Seeing that his companions did not attack, Donnic did not launch an attack either. So they all chose to wait and see, and watched helplessly as Odis took Bazel and Rupert away with travel. Back at the Wizarding Agency, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Rupert laughed. That battle was truly magical. Especially when all 5 of them take to the air together, the outcome of the battle is practically decided. Not only Rupert, but no one else expected the battle to develop in that direction. However, in extraordinary battles, it is not surprising that the side with more sophisticated tactics would put on such a spectacular fight. Odis dismissed the 2 waiters and took off his coat, lamenting the ruin of his formal attire as he tended to his wounds. He only had superficial wounds, and after applying some topical medicine powder, he was fine. The wound on Bowser's shoulder was troublesome because the vampire's claws contained a unique toxin. Odis retrieved the magical item, Bio Ring, from the Wilderness of Knowledge. This was a sealed artifact of the Cultivator pathway given to him by Silver City, and one of its main abilities was to heal various wounds. So Odis treated Bazel's wounds. Because he wore the biological waist ring, he also possessed some extraordinary medical knowledge. He prepared some powder using spiritual materials and applied it to Bazel. Then Odis skillfully stitched up Leona's wound, and after taking another look at the fleshy mass on Kleist's stomach, said, "I'm confident I can remove it for you." Kleist smiled weakly and said, "Then let's get started." Odis directed Bazel and Rupert to lift Kleist onto the table and lay him down. He took out the dagger he carried with him, which, although not as good as a scalpel, would suffice. He first used his spirituality to perform a purification ritual, creating a sterile environment. Odis then used the power of the biological waist ring to begin his incision. As soon as Odis cut open Kleist's belly, he discovered that some of the fleshy mass had grown together with Kleist's internal organs. It seems that those connected points are used to absorb nutrients from Kleist's body. Odis had no choice but to cut off a small portion of his internal organs as well. Thanks to his extraordinary abilities, Kleist felt no pain throughout the process and chatted peacefully with Odis the whole time. Odis asked them what their plans were afterward. "We're hiding in Byam," Kleist said. "The Rose School's attack was very sudden, and our whereabouts were betrayed by a traitor, leaving us completely unprepared for their attack. It's okay now. We'll hide again. They definitely won't be able to find us in this huge city." Odis simply said, "Oh." Kleist then asked, "What are your plans?" "I mean, you killed so many Rose School people today, they will definitely take revenge on you." "I'm not usually in Byam," Odis said. "Besides, Byam is different now than before. I plan to report 2 Rose School strongholds to the Church of the Goddess of Night." This was information that Odis deduced from some clues during the previous intelligence exchange meeting. The reason he did not report it to the church immediately was that Odis had not yet made up his mind to break with the Rose School. It wasn't that Odis had any illusions about the Rose School, but simply because he had just arrived in Byam and there was no need to provoke these lunatics. However, if Odis encounters members of the Rose School, he will not hesitate to kill them. After all, it is rare to find an organization that is so evil and is still a lackey of the outer gods. Now, we can put this intelligence to use. The injured Donnic and Wraith today should be high-ranking members of the Rose School on Blue Mountain Island. With so many people killed in Takal and the Byam stronghold destroyed by the official extraordinary, the Rose School will need some time to gather its forces before seeking revenge on Odis. As for the probability that the other side will send demigods to retaliate, it is not high. After all, their demigods are also very busy. At this moment, the demigods of the Rose School in the Raging Sea should be busy searching for the whereabouts of the members of the Life School and have no time to care about a Sequence 6 matter. Once Odis sets sail, he has more room to maneuver. While the enemy is gathering forces in Byam, he can attack the Rose School forces in other ports. Odis grew more and more excited as he thought about it, never expecting that the guerrilla tactics in his mind could actually be used here. Lost in thought, Odis had already taken out the fleshy ball and placed it into the iron basin that Rupert had prepared. Then Odis stitched up Kleist's internal organs, restoring them to their original positions. Finally, after the abdomen was stitched up, the wound quickly began to heal. As Odis wiped his hands, he looked at the fleshy ball in the iron basin that seemed to be moving around. This is a good thing that can be used for abilities like curses. Kleist touched the wound on his stomach and said, "Then I'll give it to you." Odis nodded, "Okay." He did possess a few curses, but they were practically useless. Because if he can't kill an enemy in person, then the curse is unlikely to kill them either. However, Odis thought of using this evil creature to create spiritual materials and invent several scrolls with evil powers. After treating everyone's injuries, Rupert said to Odis, "Captain, I will come to the wizard's office every day from now on to receive orders." Odis nodded, "We might be able to set sail this week, but the exact date hasn't been set yet." After seeing Rupert and the others off, Osdi and Bazel closed the door and began dividing up the spoils of the battle. This loot includes 1 sealed artifact, 12 extraordinary traits, and 8 extraordinary weapons. Bazel said, "I only want extraordinary weapons." He knew perfectly well that today's victory was entirely due to Captain Gal, who was just an assistant by his side. Odis didn't mince words, because it was indeed he who had severely damaged 2 sequence 5s, which led to this situation. Moreover, he relied entirely on his scrolls during the subsequent battles, to the point that he almost ran out of scrolls. After dividing up the spoils, Bazel immediately encountered another problem. What were the capabilities of those extraordinary weapons? As if sensing something, Odis put on the sealed artifact he had just captured, which was shaped like an exquisite mechanical pocket watch. Sure enough, he gained the ability to identify extraordinary weapons. This sealed artifact is actually made by a craftsman. No wonder the enemies we encountered today had such a high rate of possessing extraordinary weapons. It turns out it's because of the sealed artifact. Bazel quickly numbered the weapons and recorded their corresponding capabilities. These extraordinary weapons are easy to sell and will find buyers quickly. A total of 8 pieces will fetch a lot of money. Because Odis was unaware of the negative effects of the pocket watch, she quickly took it off after using it. Odis wrote down the locations of the 2 Rose School strongholds and had Bazel give them to Bishop Dean, saying to him, "I need to go back and finish building the new ship as soon as possible. You stay here for the next few days. If you notice that Rose School causing trouble, notify me immediately." Bazel nodded, "Okay." Although Odis gave these instructions, he also knew that the Rose School wouldn't come knocking so quickly. They needed to first determine who the helper Kleist had brought was, and then inquire about the whereabouts of the captain and Bazel. If they only see Bazel, they will most likely observe him to see if they can find the captain's whereabouts before taking any action. After all, they are crazy, but not stupid. Odis took all the spoils and returned to the Emerald Palace. After resting for a while, he went to the Wilderness of Knowledge to examine the sealed artifact that had just been seized. Using the location of the Wilderness of Knowledge, Odis realized that it was indeed a sealed artifact comparable to that of a craftsman. Its abilities are, to identify the abilities and negative effects of sealed artifacts and extraordinary weapons, and to create extraordinary weapons after equipping it. Odis was slightly taken aback. In other words, this sealed artifact could only be used to create extraordinary weapons, but not to create magical items using its extraordinary properties. There is only one of the 2 most important abilities of a craftsman. Furthermore, the identification results also depend on the level of the sealed artifact. By comparing it with sealed artifacts of sequence 6 or below, all abilities and negative effects can be identified. At sequence 5 level, only some abilities or negative effects can be identified. There is no way to identify the abilities or negative effects of a level 1 sealed item. Overall, his abilities are quite average. In contrast, the negative effects are not very strong. Wearing the seal often leads to a state of complete absorption in work. If someone belittles the extraordinary weapon the wearer has created, the wearer will immediately become enraged and charge into battle recklessly. Removing the seal for 3 hours will prevent this state of rage. Odis smiled. No wonder they captured so many extraordinary weapons. It turns out one of the negative effects is that they easily become workaholics. Neither of these negative effects is significant. The second effect is indeed a problem, because generally speaking, when a companion receives an extraordinary weapon crafted by the wearer, any normal person would only praise it. Only enemies would belittle those weapons. If, during battle, someone were to rush in and fight to the death the moment they heard an enemy belittle the weapon in the wearer's hand, that would be too dangerous. Fortunately, the negative effect will disappear 3 hours after this magical item is removed. Odis was about to put the magical item on the storage shelf when he suddenly sat up straight. I need just such a magical item. The extraordinary weapons he made could not actually be called extraordinary weapons, they were merely a kind of utilization of magic arrays, or rather, they were just mobile magic arrays. Those weapons could be even more powerful and have more diverse capabilities, but limited by his own abilities, they could only achieve that level of effectiveness. With this magical item, things will be different. Odis will be able to improve the current way of making extraordinary weapons, allowing him to take the extraordinary weapons he creates to a new level. Odis stood up excitedly, becoming more and more excited as he thought about it, and the more he thought about it, the more ideas he had. But in the end, he took a deep breath and could only endure it a little longer, because his most important task in the next few days was to get his boat launched as soon as possible. On the ship, he designed a studio for himself so that he would have plenty of time to realize his ideas while adrift at sea. After placing the magical item on the shelf, Odis thought, generally speaking, magical items with this function should be placed in a safe place and not taken to the battlefield. The fact that it was seized in Tokkul proves that Byam's Rose School members almost entirely mobilized, with the help of traitors, to attack the hidden Life School extraordinary beings. Unexpectedly, Odis seized this magical item from a Sequence 6 player. Odis went to examine the extraordinary properties again, and this time he seized a living corpse property at the Sequence 6 level. The most common traits are those at Sequence 7, with 3 vampire traits and 3 werewolf traits. The remaining traits are 3 madman traits and 2 beastmaster traits. The battle was over before the lower-ranking members could even arrive to provide support. Therefore, no extraordinary properties at Sequence Level 9 were captured. For Odis, it's not just about the 12 attributes, because breaking them will yield even more attributes. Odis took these characteristics and smashed them, then considered how to deal with them. He had 2 ideas. First, he wanted to use these characteristics to build his own extraordinary power, since werewolves and vampires were quite powerful in combat. The second option is to sell them. The extraordinary traits of the pharmacist pathway are easier to sell, and if you sell in large quantities, you can contact the vampires or sell them to the School of Life through Rupert. The prisoner approach is difficult to sell, and the only major clients Odis could think of were the Temperance faction of the Rose School. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. After a moment's consideration, Odis decided to wait and see, since his financial shortfall wasn't that significant anymore. Back in the real world, Odis went to the shipyard again to check on the construction progress of the 2 new ships. When he returned, he found 4 large boxes in his room. He quickly opened it and saw that it was part of the order he had placed with Kana, and some of it had already been completed. Because the messenger couldn't locate Odis, he placed the things that Kana sent into Odis's room in the Emerald Palace. In his second letter to Kana, Odis instructed Kana to carve the parts for 10 sets of extraordinary puppets as soon as possible, because at least 4 extraordinary puppets were needed to start the new ship, and at least 10 extraordinary puppets were needed to ensure that all the weapons on the ship would function properly during battle. This does not include the fighting forces that boarded the enemy ships. With these 10 sets of carved and painted with extraordinary materials, Odis was completely at ease. He went to Craftsman D again and got 10 sets of smart cubes and signal processing crystals that were already made. He planned to assemble 4 or 5 extraordinary puppets in the next 2 days to get the ship moving first. The next day, Odis arrived at the dock early, where his 12 scholars and their assistants had also arrived as promised. Today they have to complete the setup of all the magic arrays on the small boat, which is quite a heavy task. Similar to the magic circle on the large ship before, Odis divided the work of the magic circle into 12 parts, with each scholar responsible for 1 part. Then, each scholar, along with their assistants, carved the magic circle and applied spiritual materials. The magic circle on the small boat is similar to that on the large boat, except that it has been modified. In addition to being smaller in size, it has also added some new functions. However, after a brief explanation, scholars were able to understand. Because of their experience in building large ships, the construction of the magic circle was basically completed in 1 morning. At the same time, as Bernadette instructed, all the decoration materials were moved to the workbenches around the new ship in advance for use. In the afternoon, the dock began hoisting and installing machine guns and other weapons. As evening fell, after connecting the magic arrays to the weapons, Odis checked them and found that all the magic arrays were functioning normally. He then checked the weapons and found that they were ready for immediate use. At this moment, Bernadette arrived, and she first looked at the small boat. It was discovered that this small seagoing vessel was quite different from the larger ships, it even had a sail in the middle. Bernadette asked, "Why do we need to install sails?" Odis replied, "It's a disguise, to make the enemy think we're just an ordinary ship. The new ship naturally needs to be disguised to avoid being spotted by certain forces immediately." Bernadette smiled and said, "You've thought of everything." Then she asked, "Have you decided on a name for the new ship yet?" Odis said, "I intend to name it Argo. This ship, which is said to have the ability to prophesy, seems to be a product of the Secret Seeker method, so Odis decided to name it that." Bernadette was taken aback. "Why did you choose this name?" This was a completely unfamiliar word to her. Odis smiled and explained, "I just thought the name was nice." Bernadette didn't quite understand what Odis meant. Clearly, he hadn't read Greek mythology, or rather, the Emperor hadn't passed it on to her. However, she did not continue the topic. Instead, she waved her hand, and paint flew from afar, writing the words Argo on the left side of the bow of the new ship. After reviewing the blueprints provided by Odis, Bernadette ordered everyone on the Argo to disembark. With a wave of her hand, the building materials on the workbench seemed to come alive, bouncing and leaping onto the new ship. Some of them were used as flooring, others as wall panels, and window and door frames installed themselves on top of each other. Then screws and nails came in to secure the windows and doors. The renovation work, which would normally take 1 or 2 weeks to complete, was finished quickly and well. Odis exclaimed, "What a wonderful and convenient ability." Bernadette smiled and said, "You can go and buy some furniture. If it can all be delivered tonight, you can set sail tomorrow morning. Oh, right, don't forget to buy some fresh water and food." Okay. As Odis walked out, he said to the scholars, "You go to the Long Street Hotel and wait for me. I'll come find you in a bit." Then a phantom door appeared before him, and he used travel to return directly to Long Street, where he purchased a large amount of furniture and daily necessities, as well as some easily stored food, water, beer, rum, and so on. The food and drinks will be delivered to the dock tomorrow, but the furniture can be delivered to the ship tonight. The Long Street Hotel is the best hotel on Lacha Island. Today, Odis is hosting scholars, their assistants, and ship designers here. Of course, there are also Bernadette and Arya. Odis's life on the island of Shera will end tomorrow, and even if he returns to Shera, it will be difficult for him to see these scholars and ship designers again. So Odis was very generous tonight, ordering the best wine and food to treat everyone well. As they chatted, everyone expressed their desire to consult Odis regularly, even though he was only in his 20s and his knowledge of mysticism far surpassed that of these scholars with their graying beards. Odis suggested that they could write to themselves and told 2 of the scholars how to summon their messengers. When everyone had had a bit too much to drink, a scholar suddenly raised his glass and asked, "Gentlemen, what is the true nature of the extraordinary? Is it really just madness and chaos?" Everyone was slightly taken aback, as this was a theory widely accepted in the field of occultism. But after the new ship was built, the theory seemed to be shaken by the scholars. If there was really only chaos, why could the magic circle stably output various kinds of power that looked like extraordinary abilities but were not extraordinary abilities? Odis said, "In my opinion, the extraordinary and the spiritual should be treated separately. The underlying logic of the extraordinary is madness and chaos, because humanoid spiritual power is difficult to resist the spiritual impact brought by the extraordinary. Therefore, the higher the level, the more chaotic it is. But spirituality is different. It can be seen as a kind of energy that is universally present around us. We can utilize it through methods such as magic arrays. Of course, there may be other methods, but we have not yet discovered them." The scholars fell silent, pondering Odis's words. Bernadette pondered for a moment, then sighed softly. She felt regretful. A genius like Odis could not possibly be as completely devoted to her as these scholars. 7 or 8 seconds later, the scholar who had asked the question said, "That's a good idea. By considering the extraordinary and the spiritual separately, the theory of the extraordinary becomes clear, and the mechanism of the existence of the magic array also becomes clear." Odis smiled and raised his glass, saying, "Cheers to the great spirituality." Cheers. The dinner party had been going on until after 9 p.m., and the scholars and designers took their leave. Odis's work wasn't over yet. He first went to Byam to inform Bazel that the new ship would set sail the next day and to tell him to get ready. He also told Rupert to inform him when he arrived. He then returned to Lacha Island and worked through the night to move furniture and daily necessities onto the ship and arrange them. The merchant selling these goods all provide staff, so Odis doesn't need to look for anyone else. After all the items were basically prepared, Odis wandered around the ship with a sense of deep emotion, feeling as if he suddenly had a strange sense of belonging. But his work for the day wasn't over yet. He used the travel ring to return to the Emerald Palace, where he still needed to install 1 or 2 more extraordinary puppets. As he was concentrating on the installation, he suddenly sensed something and saw Bernadette appear in the yard. He asked, "Not asleep yet?" "You weren't asleep either, were you?" Bernadette said as she walked in and sat down in a chair. "Your ship is launching tomorrow, aren't you excited?" "Yes," Odis smiled. "I thought I would only get excited once we reached the sea, but I'm already quite excited now." Just like the idea in Odis's mind, the most anticipated and gratifying moment is not the moment of playing the game, but the journey to play it. "I was very excited when my first ship was launched," Bernadette said, "but once I was on the open sea, I couldn't feel excited anymore. Because sailing on the high seas is actually very boring, sometimes you don't encounter an island for several days. Although I feel the world is vast and I can explore it at will, I also have to endure the loneliness on the sea." Odis continued assembling the extraordinary puppet, saying as he worked, "Fortunately, I have the travel ring, and I have a lot of things to do on land, so I should be busy and not bored." The two of them worked and sat, chatting casually. This is the state they are most comfortable in, or rather, they have gradually become accustomed to this state. After the extraordinary puppets were assembled, Odis used the Helmet of Wisdom to instill in them knowledge and skills about operating ships and surviving at sea. Finally, they dressed them up, put on hats and masks, and made them look more like real crew members. Of course, these camouflages cannot completely conceal their features, but they will make them look less conspicuous. After finishing all that, it was already past midnight, and Bernadette got up to say goodbye. At this moment, Odis suddenly said, "Your Majesty, may I occasionally return to this courtyard to rest?" The Emerald Palace on Lacha Island made him feel very safe. He had never felt this way anywhere else. He even slept with one eye open. Bernadette was taken aback at first, then smiled and said, "Sure." This smile was genuine. "I've been keeping this little courtyard for you. You can come back whenever you want. I will also instruct the kitchen to prepare meals for you whenever you dine here." Odis breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Watching Bernadette's beautiful figure leave, Odis really had the illusion that he was saying goodbye to the white moonlight of his hometown and was going to go out to sea to make a living. After spacing out for a while, Odis took the opportunity to rest. On Saturday morning, he got up very early again. After breakfast, Odis had 5 extraordinary puppets carry wooden crates containing parts to the dock. Of these 5 extraordinary puppets, 4 were just assembled in the last 2 days, and the other is a test machine. On the way to the dock, some people noticed that they weren't real people, but they weren't too surprised, because people on Lacha Island had all seen some extraordinary things. The people of Elemental Dawn are not official extraordinary ones, so they won't sign confidentiality agreements with them. Upon arriving at the shipyard, the wooden crates were placed in Odis's workshop, and then the tugboat began to tow the Argo out to sea. During this process, Odis went to Byam and brought Bazel and Rupert with him. The first mate and second mate were expecting a salute from the crew, but what they saw instead was a ship that nearly made their jaws drop. Chapter 256, Chapter 255 The Argo sets sail. First mate Bazel and second mate Rupert never dreamed that the ship they were to serve would have no one else besides Captain Gar and the two of them. Or rather, there are no other living people left. Watching the extraordinary puppets skillfully preparing for their departure, the two even felt a little superfluous. Odis explained to them, "Because recruiting ordinary crew members is too troublesome, I thought of using extraordinary puppets as crew members. There are many advantages to this. First, they can work continuously for long periods of time without the need for shifts or on-call duty. Moreover, whether a battle occurs in the future or a treasure is discovered, we will not have to share the spoils with them." Rupert then came to his senses. "Captain, who made this extraordinary puppet for you?" He had also seen some simple mechanical puppets. The Sequence 8 potion from the monster pathway was called Machine, possessing terrifying computational abilities and self-control. Members of the Life School have used their powerful computing abilities to design some ingenious mechanical puppets, but these puppets can only perform simple, repetitive tasks. For example, pick up a pen and draw a picture you've designed, or write some words, etc. When to put down the pen. When to lift the pen. When to draw an arc. When to draw a straight line. These are all pre-designed mechanisms, not ideas from mechanical puppets. The sole purpose of these puppets is to perform in the circus. The puppets on the ship were different. They could do complex things, such as binding the ropes, securing the sails, and making tea for Odis and the others. Although their movements looked somewhat stiff and mechanical, these were already quite impressive, extraordinary puppets, and Rupert strongly suspected that they were a batch of puppets custom-made by some demigod. Odis hesitated for a moment before saying, "I don't want to hide anything about this. This is a puppet I designed myself. They have no life, no spirit, only a mechanical shell and a mechanized thought. Well, not a thought, but a mechanical operation. You see them busy because I have already instilled certain common sense and knowledge in them. But if you let them go to the kitchen to cook a dish, they will be completely stunned and at a loss. They only learned how to cook after seeing Odis and others cook, but they merely imitated them unless they were given a cookbook." The first mate and second mate opened their mouths, and after a few seconds Rupert asked, How did you do that?" "It's not that I don't want to tell you," Odis laughed, "it's just that you don't understand. Well, let me put it this way. I've discovered some unique uses for the extraordinary, and this ship and these puppets are examples of those special uses." Bazel and Rupert only vaguely understood, but when they thought of the obviously powerful scrolls, they seemed to grasp what Captain Gar meant. Before the new ship was towed to the port, Odis called to the first mate and second mate, Come, let me show you around this ship. The rooms above the deck are the cockpit and lounge. The three of us will take turns on watch in the cockpit. There will be mechanical golems there to serve as helmsmen and emergency sailors." He opened the cockpit door. The structure here was relatively simple, with a ship's wheel about half a person's height and a mechanical-looking clock on the right. A mechanical puppet is already waiting in front of the rudder. On the left side of the cockpit were many control levers and buttons. It was the first time that Basil and Rupert had seen such a structure in the cockpit, and they didn't know what it was for, nor were they too embarrassed to ask. Additionally, there is a large wooden seat in the best viewpoint of the cockpit. Odis then led 2 more people to a room on the side, which was a lounge, but it was rather simple, with only a square table and a few chairs. In addition, above the cockpit and lounge, there is a small room, which is the observation room, where the navigators work. The main rooms are all below deck, Odis explained. This ship has 3 decks in total. The first floor contains a restaurant, kitchen, meeting room, lounge, as well as my bedroom and studio. This floor has portholes, allowing sunlight to stream in and preventing it from becoming dark. However, the furnishings are relatively simple, and there is still a lot of space. The next floor is everyone's bedroom, Odis said as they walked down. You 2 arrived first, so you can choose first. There are no windows on this floor, but there are bright crystal chandeliers in the corridor. Even Basil, who had once lived on a ship, was stunned. This is a crystal chandelier. This ship is so extravagant. The crystal chandeliers in the corridor alone could buy a regular small seagoing vessel. It is indeed a crystal chandelier, but it's not the kind of crystal chandelier you're looking for, Odis explained with a smile. The crystal lamp that Basil mentioned is made of a precious spiritual material that emits light for a long time. It is valuable and in high demand. The crystal chandeliers on the Argo were made by constantly replenishing the spiritual energy of inexpensive crystals to make them shine. The total value of these crystals was less than £50. In addition, each room has 3 crystal chandeliers, 1 large and 2 small, with the switches located near the door and not far from the small chandeliers. Each room even has a private bathroom. Because there weren't many crew members, the rooms here were very spacious. Rupert remarked, they're almost as big as hotel rooms. Rooms on ships are generally quite crowded, as there are many crew members. Although the first mate and second mate have their own rooms, they are usually quite small. There are 4 such rooms in total, and 2 more spacious rooms, which are the crew quarters. Another room is the extraordinary puppet rest room, which is used to store the extraordinary puppets, since not many puppets are used normally. The bottom floor houses the warehouse and the power system, but they are not in the same room. They are located at the bow and stern, separated by a staircase. Basil remarked, not having too many crew members saves a lot of space. In the case of ordinary seagoing vessels, there is usually a prison cell on the lower deck. But Odis clearly wasn't prepared for this. When fighting enemies, he would either kill them or let them go. If you encounter a situation where someone is arrested but not killed, you can simply put them in another room. The 3 of them started walking back, with Odis still walking in front. The whole ship is driven by spirit, the sails on the outside are just for cover. Of course they serve some purpose, but not to power the ship. Oh, right, we should get the flags up as soon as possible. Basil and Rupert exchanged a glance. This was the first time they had ever heard of a ship powered by spirit, but the captain did not provide a detailed explanation, and they did not ask for the time being. We arrived at the conference room on the 3rd floor, where there were 2 flags. Odis smiled and said, now, let our most agile first mate hoist the flag onto the mast. Basil pointed to one of the flags and said in surprise, this is the flag of Elemental Dawn. That's right, Odis said. We will set sail under the banner of Elemental Dawn, but the price we will have to pay is to give Mysterious Queen 10% of the spoils. The banner of Elemental Dawn is an eye without eyelashes, and above the eye are some ethereal symbols representing light, depicting what seems to be the dawn when the sun has not yet risen but the sky is already bright. 1/10. Basil thought he had misheard. Because he was very familiar with the rules among pirates, if someone borrowed another's flag, they would generally have to hand over 30% to 50% of the spoils. On the high seas, flags often signify protection and deterrence. For example, ordinary pirates would usually turn tail and flee when they saw the flag of the King of the Seas. Even during battle, the side that flies the King of the Seas flag has higher morale. Since you've borrowed someone else's authority and reputation, you'll naturally have to pay a price. To Basil's astonishment, the ship he would be serving in the future was flying the flag of King of the Seas, and he only needed to hand over 10% of the spoils of war. This puzzled him greatly. Captain Gal's background was clearly the Church of the Goddess of Night, so why was he flying the banner of Elemental Dawn? Rupert hadn't been to the Church of the Goddess of Night with Odis and wasn't entirely clear on the extent of the captain's cooperation with the Church of the Goddess of Night. At this point, he simply assumed that Captain Gar's background was with the elements of dawn. Odis replied, yes, only 1/10. There are some special reasons for this, but we are basically part of the Elemental Dawn forces. Both Basil and Rupert noticed that the captain's statement was somewhat vague, which was rather unusual. However, now was not the time to discuss this, so the 2 of them did not ask any further questions. As for the second flag, Odis said, it's our pirate crew's flag. Well, I designed it myself. This flag is quite simple. The background is a 6-pointed star, which is commonly used in magic circles. In the center of the six-pointed star is an eye with eyelids and a sword standing upright. The sword was behind his eye, in front of the six-pointed star. The first mate and second mate had no objection to this, since the captain had that authority. Bazel obeyed the order and took 2 flags, which he hung at the top of the mast. The banner of Elemental Dawn was on top, while their pirate crew's banner was below. After hanging it up, Odis asked them, I haven't decided on a name for the pirate crew yet. Do you have any ideas? The first mate and second mate were both slightly taken aback. Rupert glanced at their flag and asked, how about the Hexagram Pirates? Odis pondered for a moment, it sounds like the name of a band. Bazel asked, how about the Sea Lion Pirates? It sounds like the name of a circus. The 3 of them looked at each other and then laughed together. They all realized that 3 people who weren't very good at naming things had come together. At this moment, the new ship entered the port dock under the towing of tugboats, and many people came to see it off. Odis first commanded the extraordinary puppet, lower anchor. The anchor was dropped, and the Argo docked at the pier. Odis then said to the first and second mates, I've also ordered some food and drinks. Have them moved to the warehouse downstairs later. Bazel and Rupert agreed, and Odis then had the extraordinary puppet lower the gangway and come to the dock to say goodbye to the scholars who came to see them off. Meanwhile, the goods ordered last night have begun to be loaded onto the ship. Just as Odis was about to depart after the goods were loaded, a layer of illusory feathers suddenly appeared on the dock. When the feathers dispersed, Bernadette emerged from them, holding a hat. Odis smiled and said, Thank you, Queen, for seeing me off. Bernadette tossed the hat she was holding to Odis, a gift for your departure. Odis caught it. It was a leather captain's hat, with silver ornaments and a shimmering, spiritual light on it, clearly a magical object. Thank you. Odis did not refuse. Bernadette looked at the flag on the ship and nodded in satisfaction. The flag you designed matches the flag of Element's Dawn very well. Then she asked, What's the name of the pirate crew? Odis said with a long face, I haven't thought of anything yet. I discussed it with the first mate and the second mate for a long time, but we couldn't come up with a good result. Why don't you come up with one for me? Arya and the others standing nearby shook their heads with smiles. They hadn't expected that even though the ship was ready, the pirate crew still didn't have a proper name. Bernadette didn't stand on ceremony. She glanced at the flag designed by Odis and said, Let's call this sword, the Sword of Dawn. Dawn and the first light of day are the same word, but in Intis, this word has 2 pronunciations to distinguish the meaning of dawn in different contexts. For example, now that Odis has raised the banner of Elemental Dawn, it would be redundant if the pirate crew had Dawn in their name. Therefore, another pronunciation can be used, which in Odis's linguistic logic means dawn. Odis nodded slowly, this is a very good name. He bid farewell to Bernadette and the others again, and as he was preparing to board the ship, he whispered to Bernadette, I need to borrow someone from you. Bernadette nodded, borrow it. I'll see you off in an hour. Previously, when she learned from Arya about the content of Odis's conversation with Ilraz, the president of the Navigators Guild, she had guessed Odis's thoughts. Odis removed his hat to express his gratitude, then strode up the spiral staircase, set sail. As he waved to the people on the dock, the extraordinary puppets began to start the ship in an orderly manner. First, the anchor was retrieved, and then the extraordinary puppet in the cockpit pushed the control lever forward, activating the corresponding magic array at the bottom of the ship, and the resulting waves propelled the ship forward. The Argo left the dock, and Odis returned to the cockpit with Bazel and Rupert. On the way to the cockpit, Rupert glanced at the hat in Odis's hand and smiled, that beautiful lady from earlier must have really wanted you to go to sea. Barzil gave a knowing smile. Odis glanced back at the 2 of them and said, That's the mysterious queen. Rupert's outstretched leg buckled, and he nearly fell. Queen. He could tell, of course, that the lady was an important person, and that what she said earlier was just a joke with the captain. I never expected that it was the mysterious queen. Bazel was stunned. He was increasingly unable to understand Captain Gal's background. The mysterious queen had actually come to see him off in person. Upon entering the cockpit, Odis sat on the large wooden chair, looked out at the vast sea, and laughed, forward too. The Argo accelerated and quickly reached a speed of about 20 knots. At this point, the first mate and second mate, having mentally prepared themselves, came to the bridge and stood on either side of the captain's seat. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Odis said, Our pirate crew will definitely be called Sword of Dawn. This aligns with some of my ideas. In the future, I hope we can be like a sword, piercing through this ocean and the whole world. The first mate and second mate had just recovered and were nodding vigorously. At this moment, they would believe the captain even if he said the ship could fly. Odis added, Currently, our ship is missing an important figure, a navigator. I already have a good candidate in mind, I'll go and bring him here. Bazel thought he had misheard, capture him. Yes, capture him. Odis stood up and smiled. From today onwards, we are pirates. For pirates, kidnapping is commonplace. However, this kidnapping requires a certain level of technical skill. After greeting Bazel and Rupert, Odis put on the captain's hat that Bernadette had just given her, used the travel ring to enter the spirit world, and arrived at the Navigators Guild. He glanced at the sextant-shaped sign by the door and pushed it open. The white-haired and bearded president, Elijah, smiled and said, I thought you had already found a suitable navigator. When the new ship built by the Queen was undergoing sea trials, Irais had also gone to the dock to see it. His years of experience at sea made him keenly aware that this ship was very unusual. So I took the initiative to find out more, only to discover that the project to build a new ship was highly classified, and I had no right to know the specifics. However, Elijah accidentally found out the exact date of the Argo's departure, so he summoned his most outstanding student in advance, hoping that the student could board this ship with a completely new concept. But Odis was late in arriving, which is why Irais said that, assuming that Odis had already found a suitable candidate. Of course not, Odis smiled. If I find it, I will certainly send someone to inform you. Elijah stroked his beard and slowly nodded, quite satisfied with Odis's answer. He glanced at the captain's hat on Odis's head, the hat that the mysterious queen had once worn, which could bring good luck to people for a short period of time. This reminded Elijah of some of his experiences at sea. He took a deep breath before introducing the young man behind him. This is the most talented student I have met in recent years, Ansel. I hope he can quickly become a mature navigator on your ship. Welcome to the team. Odis shook hands with Ansel naturally. Ansel bowed slightly, shook hands with Odis, and exchanged polite words. Then Odis said to Ylais, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your recommendation. As he spoke, he naturally extended his hand and shook hands with Elijah. President Elijah didn't think too much about it and reached out to shake hands with Odis. In that instant, a phantom door appeared beside them. Before Elijah could react, he and Odis were already in the spirit world. Young navigator Ansel stared blankly as his teacher and the new captain disappeared, momentarily at a loss. What just happened? How could they be gone in a flash? And what about me? Are they going to let me on board or not? After a brief moment of surprise, Elijah tried to break free, but at that moment, the surroundings suddenly became like a rich oil painting, with colors becoming blurry and deep. Odis had already brought Elijah to the cockpit. Let's take a look around the ship. Odis quickly said. If you don't want to stay on the ship, I'll send you away right away. He knew that the old man in front of him was not only a navigator, but also a very capable extraordinary person, who should be a wind-loving person, or at least a navigator. You can lure him here with a handshake, but you can't stop the old man from flying or swimming back on his own. Elijah originally wanted to curse Odis, but was immediately attracted by the extraordinary puppets at the helm. These extraordinary puppets can actually steer. He had also heard today that Odis had taken the extraordinary puppets to the dock early in the morning. He hadn't paid much attention to it, thinking they were just puppets that could only do some moving work, but he didn't expect that they could actually steer the ship. Odis quickly explained, not only can it steer, but it can also operate weapons and fight. So even if you teach students on the ship, they can hide in the cabin when a battle occurs, because I plan to assemble a total of 40 extraordinary puppets. If it's not enough, I'll place another order with D. I will never let your students get hurt. Elijah opened his mouth, but swallowed his words of refusal. Having spent most of his life at sea, he was also eager to see this new ship. And as Odis said before, the most important lesson for a navigator can only be learned at sea. However, without such conditions, Element Dawn is not a navigator's school after all, and it is impossible to use a large ship for teaching. Even if I occasionally use it, I don't have time to go too far, otherwise the practical teaching would be more like a sightseeing tour. Therefore, Odis's suggestion to teach new navigators with his new ship had already tempted Irais. After becoming president, Elijah grew to love teaching more and more. However, he was well aware at that time that the safety of his students could not be guaranteed. But things are different now. The combat missions on this ship don't need to be done by the navigator cadets at all. After hesitating for a few seconds, Elijah glanced at the captain of the Dawn and the captain's hat that the mysterious queen had once worn. Finally, he let out a long sigh and said, "Take me to see the student accommodations." Odis knew the deal was done and quickly led the old man outside. But when he got to the deck, Elijah froze in front of the sails. The sails were not unfurled, yet the ship was moving very fast. Odis paused for a moment before saying, "Oh, right, I forgot to unfurl the sails." Elijah seemed to have heard the most absurd joke of the year, but he couldn't laugh because it was obvious that the ship wasn't propelled by sails. After ordering an extraordinary puppet to unfurl the sails, Odis continued to lead the way. There are 6 rooms in total. The first mate and second mate will each have one, Chairman Eli will have one, and one should be left empty as a spare. The remaining 2 crew quarters can be used for students. Each room can comfortably accommodate 8 or 9 people. Elijah nodded slowly. The accommodation was quite nice. Then Odis took Ireis to visit the observation room specially prepared for navigators. Unless it was a large ship like the Dawn, ordinary ships did not have observation rooms. Navigators often have to brave strong winds and torrential rain to observe the sea during storms in order to prevent ships from entering dangerous areas. If sailing in the North Sea or the polar seas, one must brave the extreme cold to observe for icebergs. With the observation room, the conditions are much better. Finally, Elijah nodded in satisfaction and said, I can be your navigator, but on the condition that I use your ship to teach students. I will not participate in your battles, nor will I share in your spoils and all the treasures you obtain. Under normal circumstances, my students are not allowed to participate in combat. His experience aboard the Dawn had given him considerable savings, and given his age, he had lost interest in promotion, so he had no interest in the spoils of war. To avoid feeling too lonely in my old age, I just want to do things that I enjoy. No problem. Odis readily agreed. Tell me which students you want to bring, and I'll go pick them up right away. Elijah immediately named 5 people, including Ansel, the student he had just recommended to Odis. Elijah also wrote a letter to the Navigators Guild, explaining that he and Odis were willing to provide a safe place for him to teach young navigators. Odis once again used the traveling ring to deliver the letter to the Navigators Guild, and, in 3 separate trips, brought the 5 young people, 3 men and 2 women, mentioned by Ireis onto the Argo. Although things were rushed, the young people were relieved after meeting Elijah and began to be full of curiosity about the ship and the crew, including Odis. At this point, Odis discovered a crucial problem, the language barrier. Bazel and Rupert are both Rune, and they speak Giant Speak, ancient Hermes, and some Intis words, but they have difficulty communicating normally. The old man, Yelezi, was alright. Having spent so much time at sea, he was fluent in various languages. However, his students only knew Intis. Odis had no choice but to solve this problem with the Wisdom Helmet, instilling the Rune language into the navigator trainees. Once everyone had arrived, the ship suddenly became lively. At that moment, a huge illusory space appeared in front of the Argo. Odis knew that Bernadette was sending him to the raging sea, so he shouted, "Everyone on deck, come back. Everyone, get into your rooms." The Argo sailed at 20 knots toward that vast, illusory space. The moment it entered, a thin layer of starlight covered the ship, Bernadette's protection for the Argo. Inside the virtual space was a vast galaxy, and the Argo was slowly traveling along it. First Mate Bazel said, "Today I have witnessed truly advanced and extraordinary abilities." Today's experience was completely different from what he had imagined before boarding the ship. He even had the illusion that he had joined a pirate crew at all. The starry sky wasn't very long, and soon the Argo seemed to have pierced through a thin membrane and entered the normal sea area. From there, you can't see Lacha Island behind you, or even any other island. After sending Odis to an unfamiliar sea, Bernadette said nothing, put away the faint starlight and the vast illusory space, and left. Elijah looked at the sun in the sky, then carefully observed the sea and the sea breeze, and said, "We have actually reached the raging sea." Although Odis knew that the older the navigator, the better, he was still somewhat surprised by the other party's judgment. You can even judge that. Elijah smiled and said, "Using the sun, sea breeze, and ocean currents to determine one's location is a basic skill for navigators. Tonight, I'll know our exact location just by looking at the stars." Odis nodded. It was the right decision to bring you here. He then said to the first mate, second mate, and Ilya, "The sea looks calm right now. Let's go to the conference room for a meeting." Upon arriving at the conference room, Odis took another look at the 3 people in front of him. Sitting on the left was the quiet and very composed Bazel Ryan. On the right is Rupert Sean, with dark brown hair and a constant smile on his face. And on the right is Ireis, with grey hair and beard, dressed casually. The 4 people present were the core members of the Dawn Sword pirate crew. Odis smiled and said, "From now on, we'll be on the same boat and we'll definitely fight together, so we should introduce ourselves first. I am a scroll professor. My scrolls are more powerful and come in more varieties than those of ordinary scroll professors. I also designed this ship. Its weapon system is very powerful, but you might not understand just by saying that. Let's find a place and conduct a live fire exercise." The other 3 also introduced themselves. Bazel was a Sequence 7 Briber, Rupert was a Sequence 7 Lucky 1, and Old Man Ireis was indeed a Sequence 6 Wind-Centered 1. This made Odis realize that he was lucky to have managed to get this old navigator on board. Odis then reiterated the pirate crew's mission and announced that their immediate goal was to find traces of the treasure, attempt to locate the Red Lion pirate crew, and launch an offensive if the opportunity arose. The meeting mainly reiterated the pirate crew's mission, so it ended quickly. After the meeting, Odis went to the cockpit to look at the sea, while the first mate and second mate chatted and smoked in the lounge. Elijah has already started on-site teaching, explaining to students how to determine wind direction and ocean currents. At that moment, one of the students spotted an island using binoculars. Chapter 257, Chapter 256 The Mysterious Ghost Ship. After setting sail, Odis used the time spent in the restroom to enter the wilderness of knowledge and look at the captain's hat that Bernadette had given him. This is indeed a magical item with only one ability. It can make the wearer occasionally more lucky. The negative effects are almost non-existent. The wearer feels very cool wearing this hat, so they really enjoy wearing this captain's hat. Odis thought back and realized that it was no wonder he had put the hat on without thinking after receiving it. Even if you're wearing formal attire, which doesn't really match the style of this hat, I still think it would look pretty good. Then Odis recalled that Elijah had seen the hat more than once, and he clearly recognized it as the hat Bernadette had once worn. The fact that this had brought Odis good fortune in managing to keep this hot-tempered guy calm and prevent him from immediately taking action when he was lured onto the ship was a testament to the good fortune it brought him. He glanced at the hat in his hand again, but unfortunately, this kind of luck was a passive skill that the wearer could not control. However, when Odis learns of this ability and realizes that she is about to become lucky, her spirit will sense it. Around noon, Odis encountered another unexpected problem. No one knew how to cook. Basil and Rupert always went to the restaurant when they were hungry, as there were chefs on the ship. The navigators weren't very good at cooking either, and Odis eventually discovered that he was probably the best cook on the ship. But he can't bake bread. After thinking about it, he decided to make pancakes. After working for more than an hour, they finally prepared food for 8 or 9 people. The crew members looked at the flatbread for a while, but none of them dared to question it. They ate each one as if they had made up their minds, and only then did they realize that the taste was not bad. After the meal, the navigator cadets went to clean up the kitchen, while Odis sat in the dining room drinking tea and sighing, "We need to find a chef as soon as possible. Or buy a cookbook." In the afternoon, Odis left Basil on watch in the cockpit while he took Rupert to continue assembling the new, extraordinary puppet. With help, the process was quick. It took about an hour to assemble one. Around 3 o'clock, Odis heard that an island had been spotted on the horizon. He pondered for a moment and realized that it must have been Bernadette's arrangement to bring him to an island shortly after he set sail, so that he would not be unaccustomed to the vast ocean. Odis then ordered the extraordinary puppet to change course and sail toward the island. Odis and Rupert were busy all afternoon, and around 5 o'clock, they arrived at the first island where the Argo docked. The island is small, with a port only the size of a small town. It is a pirate island. It's not that the island is full of pirates, but rather that the island's port receives pirates. There are many such islands in the waters surrounding the main shipping lanes. Because they lack decent resources, no country builds barracks or stations its navy on these islands. As a result, some islands with excellent harbors were occupied by pirates and underwent some simple development. Many bankrupt individuals who came to the sea in search of opportunities settled on such islands, gradually forming small towns. Many pirates thus transformed into figures like town mayors and sheriffs. As long as they expressed their obedience to the administration of the various governors' offices, they could stay there as mayors or sheriffs without worry. The main source of revenue for these islands is hosting pirates and helping them sell their stolen goods. After Odis's ship began to enter the harbor, many people paid their respects to the Argo. Because the ship's mast was flying the flag of Elemental Dawn. The ships of the 4 kings rarely docked at such small islands, and even the captains had their own bases. After dropping anchor, Odis left Rupert on board to keep watch, told the navigators to be free to do as they pleased, and to purchase some furniture such as bunk beds and desks. The money spent on purchasing furniture can be reimbursed by the captain. Because those 2 student dormitories were still empty, they would have to sleep on the floor tonight if there were no beds. Odis and Balzer were the first to board the dock, and immediately people came up to them, saying that their hotel had good accommodations and beautiful streetwalkers. Basil was already used to this. After consulting with Captain Gard, he raised his hand and said, "We want to try the local cuisine." The hotel owners retreated somewhat disappointed, while several restaurant owners stepped forward and began introducing their signature dishes. Odis thought to herself, "I suddenly feel like I just stepped out of a train station." The 2 went to a restaurant near the pier and tried the fruit-roasted chicken recommended by the owner, which was indeed delicious. It has the savory aroma of chicken and the sweetness of fruit. After dinner, Basil went back to relieve Rupert, while Odis took a stroll in the streets of the port. Compared to Byam, the streets of this port are narrower and filled with prostitutes soliciting business. For most families on the island, prostitution is an important source of income. Odis had heard this before in Byam's bar. Often mothers and daughters would work together to solicit business, and their husbands, fathers, and brothers were quite supportive, often leaving home for a walk when they got business. Moreover, some streetwalkers charge extremely low prices, only 2 or 3 pence, but they don't have a place to meet customers and have to complete the transaction in the alleys of the street. Odis is going to the bar today to inquire about the island. She doesn't have time to deal with the streetwalkers' business. Upon arriving at the bar, Odis ordered a beer and tipped the bartender, who should I ask if I want to buy something special? He wanted to see if he could buy the star crystal. The bartender pocketed the tip and asked, are you looking to buy guns and cannons? Or slaves? Naval intelligence. Odis roughly understood that this port was too small to trade in extraordinary materials. None of those, let's talk about something else. The bartender, having received a tip, told Odis where to sell the stolen goods, where to buy clean water and good quality rum, where to find the prettiest streetwalkers, and where to find a casino. Generally speaking, when pirates land, they do these things: sell stolen goods, make purchases, find prostitutes, and then gamble or have a few drinks. Odis chatted with the patrons for a while and learned about the port's situation. As he had already learned, the earliest inhabitants here were pirates and bankrupts. Compared to the northern continent, at least here people won't go hungry or freeze. The wild fruits on the island can solve the food problem for a large part of the population. Moreover, the land reclaimed here belongs to the reclaimers, and the houses built here belong to the builders, so no taxes need to be paid. So as long as you are hardworking enough, you won't go hungry. Pirates tend to be more peaceful on such islands. Apart from a few outlaws, most pirates are bankrupt or so poor that they have no choice but to seek opportunities at sea. Although being a pirate can make them short-tempered and prone to resorting to fighting to solve problems, a peaceful life is still very attractive to them. At the same time, the pirate leader was well aware that only by keeping most people in line could the island's population grow, making it easier for them to acquire wealth. So in places where neither the navy nor the lone people bother to care, it is actually the pirates who are upholding justice and basic fairness. Odis thus gained a new understanding of pirates. They were a complex group. Aside from a portion who enjoyed the life of killing and robbing, most pirates were simply there for survival. Therefore, once they had a place to live, they would spontaneously rebuild the order of civilized society. After drinking 2 beers, Odis returned to the ship, glanced at the navigator students assembling bunk beds, and then went on to assemble the extraordinary puppet. On the first night at sea, Odis had some insomnia after writing down the first day's log and the situation of the first island he landed on, and he was able to fall asleep through meditation. The next day, Odis officially embarked on his sea voyage, since Bernadette had chosen the location for his ship to dock the day before. When the Argo set sail again, it meant that Odis's true voyage had begun. The first batch of extraordinary puppets had been assembled, and Odis chatted with the crew in the deck lounge, mainly listening to what others had to say. Elijah is usually not very talkative, but he switches to lecturing mode when students are present. Odis sat leisurely to the side and listened. After a while, he realized that some safe routes were only relatively safe. The raging sea would not become peaceful just because Emperor Roselle had designated safe routes. That part of the sea often presents a spectacular sight, where clear skies, storms, and blizzards may appear simultaneously in the field of vision. Odis thought to herself, this sounds a lot like the weather in the Grand Line. The difference is that Captain Luffy's navigator is a beautiful woman, while his own navigator is an old man with a white beard. As Odis was lost in thought, Elijah's lecture suddenly stopped. He looked out the window at the sea and said, there's a storm ahead. Odis looked ahead and saw some white clouds, but they seemed harmless. At this moment, Elijah said to Odis, Captain, since this ship is not powered by sails, we should furl the sails as soon as possible. In these respects, Odis was quite obedient and immediately ordered the extraordinary puppets to furl the sails and secure the mooring lines. At this point, Elijah began to explain to the students the signs that precede a storm. Before he finished speaking, the clouds in front of them gradually became dark and the wind picked up. The entire process took less than 10 minutes. As lightning and thunder appeared, a torrential downpour immediately began. Suddenly, the wind picked up and the waves rocked the Argo, making Odis feel that he and the ship had become incredibly small. After reassessing the course, Elijah went back to teaching his students, not taking it too seriously at all. However, Odis and his students were gradually drawn to the apocalyptic scene outside. The waves were now as high as small hills, and when sailing in low-lying areas, it felt as if the ship was about to be buried alive by the surrounding seawater. But when the ship sails to a high point, it can be very exciting. Odis went to the cockpit to replace Rupert on duty and enjoyed the view of the surging sea from the best spot on the ship. The storm lasted until after 5 p.m. before the sea gradually calmed down. The heavy rain ended after nightfall, but there was still some sea breeze and a thin fog. After observing from the deck for a while, Elijah went to the cockpit and said to Odis, this fog is a bit unusual. We need to be more vigilant tonight. Odis thought about it for a moment and immediately understood, that's right, there was such a strong wind just now, but there is fog here. It is indeed a bit abnormal. Yes, I'll take the first half of the night, and I'll have the first mate, who has experience at sea, take the second half. It's normal for fog to form right after rain on land, but it's a bit unusual at sea when it's windy and there's no cold air. As midnight approached, the fog grew thicker, and Odis taught the first mate how to sound the alarm and how to use the searchlights. It's actually quite simple, it just involves commanding the extraordinary puppets to perform the corresponding operations. After the handover, Odis returned to his bedroom, read for a while, and then lay down to rest. Before going to sleep, Odis thought that he should make use of those navigator apprentices, otherwise he, the first mate, and the second mate would each have to stand guard for 8 hours a day, which was almost like working in a factory. Lost in thought, Odis fell asleep. Ugh. The piercing alarm woke Odis. Before he could even fully wake up, he jumped up, put on his trousers, grabbed his fanny pack, and quickly made his way to the cockpit while putting on his shirt. In the cockpit, Bazel handed the binoculars to Odis, pointing in a direction while reporting to the captain, "Captain, there's a ghost ship." Odis picked up his telescope, and with the help of a searchlight, he quickly spotted the silhouette of a ship in the thick fog. At this moment, Barzel, Ilzer, and the navigator's apprentices arrived at the cockpit one after another. They were first drawn to the searchlight outside that was emitting a beam of light, and then they wondered why the first mate was sounding the alarm. As Odis looked at it, he asked, "How can you be sure it's a ghost ship?" "I signaled them with the caution, give way, signal," Barzel explained. Their response was, requesting entry into port. I then used light signals to ask them which port they wanted to return to, and their reply was, apply for port entry. I told them that this is a free shipping lane and that we are a ship, not a lighthouse, so there is no need to apply. Their reply was, apply for port entry. He paused and then said, I've encountered similar situations before. Generally, ships that give irrelevant or strange answers usually have problems. Considering today's fog, I suspect it's a ghost ship. That's a reasonable guess, said the more experienced Elijah. But I suggest we stop shining the light on it. If it doesn't reappear in front of us, we should pretend we didn't see it. Odis nodded and immediately ordered the extraordinary puppet operator on the cockpit side to switch the searchlight spotlight to low beam. Then he asked Elijah, is there a high probability that the ghost ship will be in danger? To be precise, there is definitely danger, Elijah explained, it's just that the intensity of the danger varies. He organized his thoughts and began to explain, generally speaking, there are 2 types of ghost ships. One type is the man-made ghost ship. It is said that there was once a way to make ghost ships in the southern continent by praying to the god of death. But this method was lost after the fall of Hades. However, many of those man-made ghost ships from the 4th epoch are still sailing on the vast ocean. Another type of ghost ship is formed by various extraordinary factors. These ghost ships can be roughly divided into 2 categories. One type is ships that are willing to cooperate with the crew. Most ships with crew members now belong to this category. There is another type that is unwilling to cooperate with humans. They will occasionally appear and harvest all life they encounter. No matter which type you encounter, it's best to avoid it. Odis nodded, refraining from showing off by using the spirit wave cannon to greet the other party. Instead, he ordered everyone to stay off the deck and not to go to sleep for the time being, but to remain in the lounge and the recreation room below deck. However, most people chose to wait for the results in the cockpit. Odis sat in the captain's seat, quietly watching the fog ahead. At this moment, he suddenly realized the difference between encountering enemies at sea and on land. The sea was too vast, and there was no foothold except for the ship. When encountering problems, one should make predictions and wait for the results. This requires relatively accurate predictions, otherwise, the outcome will certainly be very unfavorable to oneself. This process is not as straightforward as on land, where there are more options for advancing or retreating. Suddenly, a light appeared ahead, and then a huge object came into view. Odis immediately ordered the extraordinary puppet activate the safety on the machine gun and prepare the soul-destroying cannon. The Argo had a machine gun at both the bow and stern. In addition, Odis made improvements to the weapon system, making the weapons on the Argo more diverse. The Spirit Annihilation Cannon is very effective against undead creatures. Of course, it is also effective against normal creatures, as it can destroy or damage spirits, but it is even more effective against undead creatures. Elijah advised, it's best not to launch an attack. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Generally, the range of a ghost ship's power is limited. You will only be affected by its power if you are on the ghost ship or in the vicinity of it. Odis nodded, opened the shield and continued forward. The 2 ships gradually approached each other, and after maintaining a distance between them, they sailed in different directions. By the light of the searchlight, Odis saw that it was a large, dilapidated ship. It's unclear what kind of power this ship uses, its sails have turned into tattered rags, yet its speed is still about the same as the Argo's forward speed of 2. There were no ghosts or singing skeletons on that ship, it was completely empty. But the lights were on at the bow and in the cabins, as if all the sailors had gone back to their cabins to rest. The 2 sides quietly passed each other, as if neither had seen the other. Just as they passed each other, the cockpit door was suddenly pushed open, and Navigator Student Ansel said with some surprise, Feely and Renata are gone. They were 2 female naval cadets. Everyone in the cockpit was stunned. Odis was the first to react, when did they disappear? Just now. Ansel said, "We were sitting there chatting, and suddenly they disappeared right in front of us." Odis and the others quickly went up to the deck and looked back. The ghost ship had disappeared into the mist, like a kidnapper who had taken someone and vanished without a trace. Odis immediately ordered, "Turn the rudder and give chase." But the next second, he noticed that none of the extraordinary puppets were moving. Odis then realized that his order was not clear enough: pursue that large seagoing vessel. The extraordinary puppet then immediately took action, turning around to give chase. Odis then asked the 3 navigator apprentices who had followed him onto the deck, "What were you talking about just now?" Ansel replied, We're talking about that ghost ship." Odis nodded slowly and said, "Unless you are in our presence, do not talk about ghost ships anymore." The 3 trainees nodded immediately, their eyes filled with fear. Before the Argo had even turned halfway around, a dilapidated large ship with a light hanging from its bow appeared ahead of it, the very same ship that had just passed by. Normally, this ship shouldn't be there. This is a ship, not a person. If you want to turn around, you can just turn around. If a ship wants to turn around, it has to draw a big circle on the sea surface to travel in another direction. At this time, the Argo was sailing at a speed of 20 knots, which exceeded the maximum speed of ordinary ships. However, before it had even completed a third of its turning maneuver, a large ship with tattered sails had already turned around and appeared in front of it. If this weren't an extraordinary world, that alone would be enough to make the whole ship's crew scream. "Back to the cockpit," Odis ordered. "Don't rush. Figure out the situation first before taking any further action." He was mainly talking to Elijah's students, and that the 3 young men were already looking for ropes to prepare to board the ship. One student disobeyed Odis's orders and showed no intention of returning to the cockpit, so Odis simply grabbed him by the back of the collar and kicked him back. Elijah did not interfere at all, because in the event of an emergency at sea, one must strictly follow the captain's orders. Back in the cockpit, the 2 ships gradually approached, and Odis, holding binoculars, carefully observed the other ship. It appeared very quiet, and there was no sign of the 2 navigator trainees. As Odis watched, he asked Eyes, "Navigator, what's your opinion?" At this moment, the 2 ships were closest to each other and slowly moved apart. Every ghost ship has different abilities, and I still don't understand how this ship manages to capture people. Elijah's voice suddenly disappeared. Odis was startled and turned around abruptly with Bazel and the others, only to find that Eyes, who had just been behind them, had vanished. The 3 trainees immediately panicked, clutching their heads and screaming like 3 frightened groundhogs. Odis ignored them and quickly went up to the deck, watching the ghost ship disappear into the mist, stop turning around, move forward. Ansel, who had followed them out, questioned, "Are you going to abandon our teacher?" Odis said coldly, "That ship will appear before us again." Odis looked at the mist before him and asked Bazel and Rupert, "What do you think?" Bazel said, "Every time it gets close to us, it takes 1 or 2 people away, but I don't know if there's any rule about the order in which it takes them away. The first time it was 2 female students, and the second time it was Elijah. Should we take the navigator first? Or take the women first, then the elderly?" Odis opened his pouch and checked the scrolls. They had been replenished since his return from Takal. He seems to have a fear of insufficient firepower right now, only feeling at ease when he fills all the empty spaces in his purse. After inspecting the scroll, Odis said, "I'll be going to board the ship to take a look in a bit. You all stay on board and remain vigilant." He decided to go alone because there was a possibility that others might be captured and taken to the ghost ship, so it was better to leave more people on the Argo. The first mate and second mate had no objections. They also knew that if they wanted to get out of here, they had to go and investigate the ghost ship. Otherwise, the crew members might be passively captured one by one, which would actually be more dangerous. Odis had already programmed the extraordinary puppet to obey the first mate's orders when he was not on the ship, and the second mate's orders when the first mate was also not on the ship. Just as Odis had predicted, the ghost ship soon reappeared before the people. Odis took out the Hand of Judgment, but did not put it on immediately. After checking his equipment again, he used a flight scroll and flew towards the ghost ship. As soon as they reached the dark sea, a cold sea breeze howled, making Odis's hair stand on end. He had to muster his courage again to continue forward. Looking at the ship's lantern swaying in the wind, the ship seemed like a giant monster, waiting for Odis to come to it. Odis landed carefully on the deck, her feet making a creaking sound as she stepped on the wooden floor. On deck, all that could be heard was the sound of the wind rustling through the tattered sails, a soft whoosh that sounded eerie even in such an environment, as if some terrifying being was adjusting its robes. Odis threw out a sun scroll that illuminated the entire ship, and the chill that had risen from his feet vanished instantly. Under the blazing sunlight, Odis pushed open the cabin door, inside which was a warm orange lamp that swayed gently. It must have been a restaurant or something similar, with a dozen or so mummified corpses sitting around a table with plates and rotten food on it, as if they had suddenly died while eating. There were also 2 mummified corpses in the kitchen, who appeared to be busy before they died. Odis frowned. It was difficult for mummies to form at sea, but he hadn't expected to find so many in just one room. The key point is that the lights here are still on, which gives Odis the illusion that the mummies, whether lying down or on their backs, will beckon him to eat at any moment. Knock knock knock. Just then, a knocking sound came from down the stairs. Odis was startled. The explosion scroll was already in his hands. He quickly went to check the mummies again, and only after seeing no changes did Odis go to the stairwell to check. The stairs were pitch black, and you couldn't see what was below. After taking one last look at the mummies, Odis carefully descended the stairs. The stairs are also quite old, and they make a creaking sound when you step on them. Once below deck, the corridor was pitch black and even colder. Odis felt as if she had stepped into an ice cave. Knock knock knock. The knocking sound rang out again, and Odis slowly approached, confirming that the knocking was coming from a room with the door closed. He placed one hand on his bag and opened the door with the other. Whoosh. Odis abruptly stepped back and saw a mummified corpse with long hair hanging from the rafters. It appeared to have committed suicide by hanging. Because Odis opened the door so violently, a gust of wind blew up, causing the corpse to sway and appear to be performing a bizarre dance. There were no lights in the room, but Odis could still see clearly inside. The knocking sound just now was clearly unlikely to have come from this mummified corpse. Inside the room, there were 3 other mummified corpses, all huddled in a corner. In one of the corners, Odis saw Feli and Renata, the 2 female navigator trainees, forcefully covering their mouths. As Odis was about to step forward to ask, she suddenly noticed that the 2 students were trembling with fear at the sudden opening of the door, but they still tried their best to cover their mouths. Odis understood this, and pinched a little powder to create a small flame. This is fire spell. After advancing to sequence 6, fire spell burns for a longer time. Only then did he enter the room so that Felicity and Renata could see him clearly. The 2 female navigator trainees breathed a long sigh of relief after recognizing the captain. But as if they suddenly remembered something, they quickly pointed to the wall next to them. Odis saw 2 lines of large characters written on the wall: "Do not make any sound, or they will come to life. Don't stay in rooms with lights on all the time, or you'll become like them." These words appeared to be written in blood, and under the firelight, they looked grotesque and terrifying. At this moment, the flame in Odis's hand disappeared, and Felicity immediately lit her lighter. In the room with the 4 mummies, a little light made them feel at ease. Odis roughly understood that they must have come to this room together, and after seeing the writing on the wall with the lighter, they dared not go out. But in order to give a signal to the rescuers, he started banging on the wall. Odis took out a spirit tube that he had prepared in advance, turned it on, and handed it to the 2 ladies. This spirit tube has a very simple structure, and inside it is the kind of crystal that Odis discovered, which can store spiritual energy. A piece of crystal the size of a palm can achieve the same lighting effect as a kerosene lamp. Odis placed it in a cylinder and focused the light with a glass mirror at the front, making it perfectly usable as an ordinary flashlight. The bright light reassured the 2 ladies, and Odis gestured for them to follow her. They quickly followed. Odis glanced at the room again. The mummies inside must have been waiting for rescue before they died, but in the end they received nothing and died in fear on the ship. It's possible that when they first arrived on the ship, there were quite a few people, but they must have spoken, which alerted something on the ship, resulting in the deaths of many. They stayed in the room with lights for a while, but many more people died there. In the end, they could only hide in this room and die in despair. Squeak squeak. Suddenly, the sound of stairs going up came from not far ahead. Odis thought it was Illager, but when he saw that the other was wearing a captain's hat, he realized that something might be wrong. Holding the spirit tube, Feli shone it in that direction, illuminating the face of a desiccated corpse, shriveled eyes, a collapsed nose, and a mouth bearing its teeth. Chapter 258, Chapter 257 The Terransast Empire in the Depths of the Ocean. The scene before him startled Odis. A mummified corpse walked up the dimly lit staircase. As luck would have it, the light from the spirit tube shone directly onto the face of the mummified corpse. The 2 ladies behind Odis covered their mouths tightly to keep from screaming. The mummified corpse wearing the captain's hat seemed to have spotted Odis and the other 2 as well, and suddenly quickened its pace. Odis had a sudden inspiration and pushed Feli and Renata back to the room where they had been hiding. After closing the door again, the footsteps outside stopped rushing and returned to their normal walking pace. As the footsteps drew closer, the 2 women began to tremble again. It must have been tough for them, encountering such a thing on their second day at sea. If I yell at myself, the psychological pressure won't be so great. But now I can't call out, I can't speak, I can only sob silently. At the same time, Odis also discovered that the mummies huddled in the corner were trembling, even the one who had hanged himself was shaking as if he wanted to jump down. This shows how much psychological trauma this footsteps caused them. The footsteps stopped outside the door. Odis quickly took out an invisibility scroll, but he suddenly realized something very serious. How could he use the scroll without chanting the incantation? However, he immediately realized that as a scroll professor, he didn't necessarily have to chant incantations when using scrolls. He can use the scroll normally simply by using his extraordinary power. However, for extraordinary individuals who have attained enlightenment through other means, in addition to infusing the scroll with spirituality, a spell is required to open it. With that thought, Odis tossed out the scroll and silently chanted in his mind in ancient Hermes, "Open." The scroll indeed shattered, first forming a black vortex, and then the figures of Odis and the other two disappeared. Odis gestured for Philly to turn off the spirit tube, and the two stood silently facing each other across a door. Finally, footsteps sounded outside again, and the other person left. The three people inside the door secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After hearing the footsteps outside fade into the distance, Odis was about to open the door when Feli and Renata stopped her. The three people who had all used the invisibility scroll could see each other. Odis turned around and saw two women shaking their heads desperately, their faces streaked with tears. So Odis took out paper and pen and wrote in his notebook, "This mummified corpse is the only one on the ship that is moving. There must be something special about it. We must follow it and see. You can stay here and wait for me." After the two ladies finished reading, Odis closed the notebook, gently pushed open the door, and found it still dark outside, with the footsteps of the mummified corpse still echoing outside. Odis stepped forward and followed. Although Odis felt fear towards something that was visible and tangible, he did not back down. Because he knew that such a thing, by destroying its material existence, would essentially annihilate the opponent completely. "I'm afraid of those who end up in a mess and still don't even know what the other person looks like." After a brief struggle, the two women decided to follow. After all, there were 4 strangely shaped mummies in the room, so it would be safer to follow Odis. The mummified corpse wearing a captain's hat wasn't walking fast, and Odis wasn't in a hurry to chase after it, so he just listened to the footsteps and followed it from a distance. Once upstairs, as Odis passed the restaurant, she noticed that the postures of the mummies seemed to have changed. Some of the mummified corpses facing the stairwell seemed to still be looking at the location of Odis and the others with their withered eyes. But they are destined to see nothing, because Odis and the others are currently invisible. After passing the brightly lit restaurant, the 3 of them returned to the deck. The sea breeze outside was still icy cold, making them feel as if they had suddenly returned to the normal world. It was still pitch black outside, the ship seemed to be sailing in an endless darkness. "It seems we'll never reach the next island, forever adrift on the sea. It seems the ghost ship has already crossed paths with the Argo once again." Squeak clang. The sounds of doors opening and closing came from upstairs. Odis saw that the lights were on the second floor of the deck, which must be the captain's cabin. As she hurried up the stairs, Odis gestured to the 2 ladies behind her, asking them to keep some distance. Then, Odis slowly pushed open the door, as if it had been blown open by the wind. But when the door was halfway open, Odis saw a mummified corpse wearing a captain's hat standing inside the doorway. Its withered eyes stared silently at Odis, as if they could see through Odis's invisibility. The 2 ladies behind them almost turned around and jumped into the water. However, Odis remained calm. He had already reached into his bag, ready to give the other party a few scrolls at any moment. After a standoff of 2 or 3 seconds, the mummified corpse wearing the captain's hat suddenly turned around and walked towards the spacious chair in the room. The seat in front of you, which is also the best spot on the ship, has a huge glass window that lets you see the sea in front of the ghost ship. The captain's cabin was large and contained living furniture such as a bed and a wardrobe. In the center of the room were 3 desks placed side by side. On each desk was a nautical chart, and there were some surveying tools, notes, books, and what appeared to be a telescope scattered around. Odis glanced at the motionless mummified corpse sitting in the chair, then quietly stepped to the desk. There was indeed a telescope on the table. The moment Odis saw the telescope, his eyes suddenly became very deep, and his eye of secrets quietly opened on its own. Before him, a phantom corridor first appeared, then the corridor quickly receded, and Odis, feeling slightly dizzy, arrived at the end of the corridor. At the end was a huge glass window, the same glass window that stood in front of the mummified corpse wearing the captain's hat. Odis saw that outside the glass window was a city on the sea. It was like a mirage, somewhat illusory, with shadowy figures, like spirits, moving about in the city, creating a lively scene. Beneath this floating city, there appears to be an enormous warship. It moved slowly forward, carrying that illusory city, drifting on the sea. Immediately, the scene before Odis's eyes shattered, his vision returned, and he was back in the captain's cabin of the ghost ship. Feeling a little dizzy, Odis quickly glanced at the mummified corpse and saw that it was still motionless. Odis quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He stood for a while, holding onto the table, and felt his discomfort ease. He then immediately went to look at the nautical chart spread out on the table. Judging from the route marked on the nautical chart, the ship had been constantly lingering in the eastern part of the furious sea, seemingly searching for something. Its current location is on the west side of the raging sea, and it's unclear why it has come here again. Odis glanced at the titles of the books. They were all about the Transust Empire. He quietly opened the notebooks, which were also left behind by the great nobles of the Transust Empire. Finally, Odis turned his gaze to the open logbook. He didn't turn the page, he just looked at the one that was open. The words on it were written in hasty handwriting. We found it. After 3 years at sea, we have finally found it. That's the Transust Empire. The ship that carries the treasures of the Transust Empire. No one expected it to be so deep within the raging sea. The environment here is extremely dangerous, many crew members have died mysteriously, but it was all worth it. This ship is huge, it's like an island. It looks very unusual, but I don't know how to communicate with the ghosts on this ship. Boarding it rashly would be extremely dangerous, I don't know why, but disaster struck. I seem to hear a majestic voice saying, silence is prohibited here. As a result, whoever speaks dies inexplicably. The Empire is alive, Northwest One can get close to it. We must get out of here as soon as possible. Otherwise, we'll all die. The majestic voice said again, the ship that escaped will never reach the shore. The raging sea suddenly became even more violent, but we can pull through. The solemn voice also said, the people on that ship, though on the sea, will die from water loss. We began to lose water rapidly, and we died. We died. The ship had changed, and by the time we realized it, it was too late. We turned into mummies. We can never leave this ship, and we can never reach the shore. The last 3 lines were written in a very messy manner, and just one glance made Odis feel somewhat uncomfortable. He never expected that the ship would find the legendary Transust Empire. It was said to be a ship the size of a city, and all the wealth of the empire was transferred to that ship, but not a single member of the Transult family boarded it. Strangely, the ship simply vanished, and no one knew where it went. Even now, some people still claim to have seen the ghost ship on a foggy night. Odis never expected that it was the Transust Empire that turned the ship into a ghost ship. However, the magnificent sound coming from that ship seemed to be something beyond the capabilities of the arbitrator approach. Mute here is still a capability of this channel. But the last 2 sentences sound more like a curse. Just as he was thinking this, Odis seemed to sense something spiritually. He looked up and saw that the mummified corpse wearing a captain's hat suddenly stood up and stared at Odis for 2 or 3 seconds. This made Odis almost certain that although he was still invisible, the other party could see him. Odis remained cautious and did not make any rash moves. He knew very well that in this environment, danger would suddenly erupt only after someone did something or even said a word that shouldn't have been said. Now, although the ship is also in danger, the real danger is lurking in the shadows. At this point, there is no need to launch a rash attack. The mummified corpse came to the desk and stood opposite Odis. This made the 2 ladies outside the door gasp for breath, and they were sweating for Odis, feeling like they were about to faint for the captain. Odis stared at the mummified corpse for 2 or 3 seconds, then suddenly picked up a pen from his desk and wrote in the blank space of his diary, "Hello." He wanted to see if the other person was intelligent. The mummified corpse picked up a pen and wrote, "Everyone must die." Odis was taken aback. The sentence looked familiar. Was there a part after it that said, "including myself"? Odis wrote again, "What's wrong with this ship?" Odis saw this sentence in the ship's log and realized that it must be a very important piece of information. The mummified corpse wrote, "Request to enter port." It came to life. Odis suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The ship was alive. He then realized that the mummified corpse in front of him still retained some intelligence, but not much. Odis wrote again, "How can we get rid of the ghost ship?" The mummy wrote, "We are all dead, turned into mummy bodies. People who come to this ship will also turn into mummy bodies after a while." Odis frowned. This seemed to answer his question, yet it also seemed to answer it. At least one clue has been given, this ship is key. Odis wrote again, "What are your last wishes?" The mummified corpse wrote, "Resurrection." Odis twitched his lips, "Let's try something else." Mummified corpse, gone. Odis concluded by writing, "Thank you." As he spoke, he carefully walked around the desk and headed towards the door. Throughout this time, the mummified corpse kept turning its head to stare at Odis until the captain's cabin door closed. Once outside, the 2 ladies finally breathed a sigh of relief, while also admiring the captain's courage. Odis did not leave the 2nd floor immediately, but pondered in the cool breeze whether he should go back and use the spirit wave cannon to greet the ship. However, the mummified corpse's warning might not be effective, or it could be lying, since these mummies have been on the ship for so long and may have been completely controlled by the ship. After thinking for a moment, Odis took out his notebook and wrote, "Let's go find the other crew members first." The 2 ladies nodded, having no objection. When Odis arrived at the restaurant for the 3rd time, he noticed that the postures of the dozen or so mummies had changed again. It's as if they drank and feasted as soon as Odis left, and then when the door opened, they just pretended to be dead. After activating the spirit cylinder, the group returned to the floor below the deck. Odis had only gone halfway down the stairs when he heard someone running rapidly below. He looked down alertly and saw Bazel running quickly from the bottom of the stairs. It seems that during that destination of the two ships, the ghost ship captured Bazel again. Upon seeing Odis, Bazel was somewhat surprised, but immediately put his index finger to his lips. Thanks to the popularization by Emperor Roselle, some gestures that Odis was very familiar with had long been widely spread. Just as Odis was wondering how Bazel knew not to make a sound, he saw a series of mummified corpses crawling out of the stairs behind Bazel. These mummies are different from the mummified captain above, as well as the mummies in the restaurant. Their clothes are very tattered, and they all have obvious wounds. They climb quickly on walls and rooftops like geckos, but they just won't use the stairs. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. In that instant, it was as if a nest of reptiles had run out. Odis casually took out a scroll but didn't throw it away immediately, because these mummies didn't seem to be very aggressive at the moment. Bazel made the "shut up" gesture again and covered his mouth and nose, indicating that he should not make any noise. The group of mummies crawled over Bazel's head and both sides at an extremely fast speed, then climbed up the stairs, almost touching Odis and his two companions, and quickly reached the top. There were many of these mummies, probably more than 100. It felt like it took Odis a long time to climb over them all. After the monstrous, desiccated corpses left, Felicity and Renata's legs went weak, and they collapsed onto the stairs. Bazel tiptoed forward and gestured in front of Odis. Odis paused for a moment, then quickly took out a notebook and a pen and handed them to the other person. Bowser let out a long sigh and wrote in his notebook, "They chase sound, as long as you don't make a sound, they won't attack. Elijah is down below, he's trapped. I accidentally stepped on something and disturbed the mummies, I didn't have time to help him." Odis paused for a moment, not expecting that making too much noise was also not allowed. He wrote, "You lead the way, we'll go down and take a look." Bazel turned and walked ahead, carefully descending the stairs. The corridor below was even darker and colder. In the corridor on this floor, there are many mummified remains. Some of them are lying on the ground without making a sound, while others are only half an arm or half a leg, yet they are still moving around. Odis frowned, realizing that the monstrous mummies he had just seen were clearly different from the mummy captain and the others. In one of the rooms, Odis and the others saw Elijah stuck in the hull of the ship. This room was a bit strange, with cylinders of varying thicknesses and heights, each over a meter tall, growing out of the floor. The surface of these cylinders was covered with wooden flooring, and Odis had the illusion that they didn't look like something that should be on this ship. Upon seeing Odis and the others arrive, unable to communicate verbally, Elijah, who was in the center of the room, could only manage a wry smile, one of his legs stuck in a cylinder. At the door, Odis gestured for everyone to wait outside. He went inside and carefully examined one of the cylinders. From their appearance, they do not seem to show any signs of life. How did Ilya's leg get stuck there? Because Elijah did not make any gestures to stop him, Odis bypassed the pillars, came to Elijah, took out paper and pen and wrote, "How were you trapped?" He then handed the notebook and pen to Elijah, but Elijah did not reach out to take them, instead continuing to wear a wry smile. Odis was taken aback, not understanding what the other person meant. Clang. Just then, the door was suddenly slammed shut. Odis realized something was wrong and immediately threw out a defense scroll. He saw Elijah's figure fade rapidly and eventually disappear. From the top of all the cylinders, black, shriveled things, like sea anemones covered in tentacles, emerged. The tentacles also have sharp, barbed teeth that grip the defensive magic circle, making them look extremely sharp. Without a defensive array, these spikes would surely cut through flesh and tear off chunks of blood and flesh. Perhaps the other party's goal is not to tear off flesh, but to suck out the blood and water from the body. At this moment, Odis realized that this was a very simple trap. After the ghost ship encountered a new ship at sea, it captured people in batches. Therefore, the image of one of the companions was displayed in this room to trick the others into coming in to rescue them. The other party's disguise was so realistic that even Odis, with his eyes of mystery, didn't notice it. However, now is not the time to consider this. Odis tried throwing out a radiant sun scroll, and a beam of intense light filled the room. The black anemone-like things immediately retracted into the cylinder. Using the bright light, Odis cautiously peered inside. The cylinder was made up of wooden floorboards, like a wooden barrel. The black, anemone-like creature was very soft and hidden at the bottom of the wooden barrel. But because the light was so strong, it still seemed to be making it very uncomfortable, so it moved around a bit more and then left the bottom of the barrel, revealing a layer of illusory white substance at the bottom. The substances were flowing slowly like liquid. Suddenly, an eye appeared at the bottom of the barrel, staring coldly at Odis. Odis quickly looked away and breathed a sigh of relief after checking that he was in good condition. While the intense light of the radiant sun scroll was still lingering, Odis quickly went to the door and opened it. The moment the door opened, a mummified corpse slowly approached Odis. Odis quickly stepped back and, upon closer inspection, realized that the walls and ceiling of the corridor were covered with mummified corpses. The mummified corpse wasn't lunging at Odis, it was actually lying on the door, and because the door opened inwards, it created the illusion that the corpse was attacking him. Before Odis opened the door, the mummy seemed to be lying obediently in the corridor. After the door was opened, the bright light inside caused the mummies to shun it, clearly indicating that they disliked the scorching light. But Bazel and the others had disappeared. The fact that these mummies are lying here so obediently suggests that Bazel and his men may have gone into hiding. Odis still did not attack the mummies, because although they were ugly and somewhat frightening, Odis wanted to throw a scroll at them. However, they have not shown any aggression, or rather, the conditions that would trigger them to attack have not yet been met. Holding a defense scroll in his hand, Odis cautiously walked into the corridor. Seeing that the monstrous, desiccated corpses still did not attack him, Odis decided not to continue to meet up with Bazel and the others, but to explore the situation of the ship first. Only by understanding the ship's environment can one find a way to completely escape it. Continuing forward, Odis found that the doors to many rooms on this floor were open, and inside were the same cylinders as the room he had just been in. In one of the rooms, Odis saw that several cylinders had been kicked over and there was a large hole in the hull. Odis immediately realized that Ilya might have escaped from here, but he didn't know if he had successfully escaped. Since the wind-centered one can fly and dive, there's not much to worry about. Continuing forward, Odis saw at the top of the stairs a faint white light emanating from the next floor, as if white figures were moving about. He cautiously descended and saw that there were indeed some pure white, illusory figures walking around, or rather, floating around. Those figures were all spirits. They strolled around the corridor as if they were shopping, looking very peaceful. After they meet, they will nod to each other and even stop, as if they are having a conversation. The doors on this floor are all open, and inside are illusory figures, some standing and some sitting, much like a scene from a normal life. Whether it was due to the reflection of light emitted by the spirits or not, the walls on this floor seemed to emit a faint white light, and there was a layer of what looked like a flowing, illusory liquid on the top. Odis realized that this was the same flowing liquid he had just seen in the barrel. However, this one doesn't have the same eye as before. Odis cautiously entered the corridor on this floor, nimbly avoiding the spirits, and observed the situation. Suddenly, he noticed a layer of dust on the ground. He crouched down to take a look and realized it was a layer of dust from vengeful spirits. Odis looked around at the spirits. With so many spirits gathered here, it wasn't surprising that this thing was there. Wraith dust is a type of spirit material, a very high-grade spiritual material. Odis remembers that 20 grams of it cost as much as 500 pounds. Odis took a deep breath, quickly took off his coat, tore off the sleeves and slashed here and there, and soon gathered a small pile of about 50 grams. There was still a lot of dust on the ground, but Odis did not continue to collect it, because the most important thing now was to observe the ghost ship. The surrounding spirits seemed to completely ignore Odis's presence, continuing to walk around freely. Odis observed for a while longer but found nothing of interest. He returned to the stairs and, halfway up, looked back again. Suddenly, Odis froze. The scene before him was just like the scene on the Trentost Empire. Odis suddenly had a breakthrough in his thinking and found the crux of the problem. The main body of this ghost ship is not those mummies, but the ship itself. Because of the influence of the Empire, it possesses certain characteristics of being alive. It's not that it came to life like a living organism, but rather that it formed a structure at the bottom of the ship's hold, similar to the Soul City on the Empire. These spirits, seemingly living freely here, likely originated partly from the crew and partly from spirits collected by the ghost ship as it wandered the seas. The initial crew members were in two different states. Some crew members' spirits were completely imprisoned at the bottom, and they became those monster-like walking corpses, completely controlled by the ship. Since the ship was originally lifeless, the mummy senses were different from humans, they had no sight or touch, and would only attack if they made a sound. Because the Empire once had a rule of no talking here, anyone who violated this rule would be punished by the mummies. Another group of crew members, including the mummy captain and the mummies in the restaurant, had only part of their spirits imprisoned at the bottom. So they became like zombies or ghosts, normally in the state of zombies, and also possessing a certain degree of intelligence. Having figured all this out, Odis looked down at the next level again, and therein lay the key to the problem. Odis's first thought was to disrupt the ecosystem that the ship had already formed, composed of living corpses and spirits, so that the ship would be in a state similar to being out of commission, and he could take the opportunity to escape. The Lingbo cannon might not be very effective, after all, the ship is currently in a rather strange state, and it is unlikely that external attacks will be able to affect the operation of its core components. The only way to destroy it is from the inside. Odis examined the spirits carefully once more. If they were all sent back to the underworld, would the balance of the ship be broken? As for how to send them to the underworld, Odis has the spirit-shattering scroll to attack spirits, which can relatively easily kill these unsuspecting spirits. If that doesn't work, he has further plans. But he also knew very well that the moment he attacked, the mummified corpses lying in the corridor above, and the ship itself, would instantly regard him as an enemy. So he first used an invisibility scroll, then a defense scroll, and finally a speed scroll. He was still a little uneasy, but that was all he could do. Taking a deep breath, Odis took out 2 spirit-shattering scrolls from his bag and threw them to both sides of the corridor. But just as the scrolls shattered, the illusory liquid at the top of the corridor suddenly cascaded down, enveloping the 2 scrolls. The scroll exploded with pure white light, but the attacks on the spirits were all enveloped by the illusory liquid. Odis twitched his lips. He thought the ship would react a beat slower, but he didn't expect the other party to react so quickly after sensing the threat. At this moment, the spirits on the lower level looked at Odis with indifferent eyes, while the mummified corpses upstairs gathered at the stairwell. The invisibility scroll is completely useless. This is not surprising. After all, the ship seems to have been influenced by a very high level, which makes it behave in a very high level in some aspects as well. Despite being surrounded, Odis remained calm and shouted upwards, "Attention! I'm about to throw a bomb." This was to inform Bazaar and the others, so that they wouldn't also be in the outer corridor. Since she was already being watched, Odis was no longer afraid of the cannot speak rule. Almost simultaneously with his warning, Odis threw out the explosive scroll. Boom. A violent explosion occurred in the corridor on the upper floor, because it was a long and narrow corridor. The flames from the explosion swept through the entire corridor and even shot from the staircase to other floors. Odis, who was standing on the stairs, was protected by the defense scroll and was not harmed by the shockwave and flames. But the mummies weren't so lucky. A large portion of them were blown to pieces, and the rest were engulfed in flames. But the mummies did not back down. Even with flames burning on their bodies, they continued to strike the defensive shield in front of Odis. The ship was made of wood, but the explosion did not cause much damage to the hull, and the flames were quickly extinguished. Odis felt a chill run down her spine as the spirits from the lower levels surged up, revealing ferocious expressions as they attacked the defense shield like evil spirits. Odis threw out an ice scroll, temporarily freezing the mummies on it, and then broke through their encirclement. It doesn't matter if the first plan doesn't work, because he has a follow-up plan. Chapter 259, Chapter 258 Remains of the Abrahamic Family. With the help of the speed scroll, Odis ran faster than the floating evil spirits. As he ran up, he shouted, "Everyone, get to the deck." As they passed the restaurant, all the mummies there sat up straight, watching Odis run past them. This book was first published on the Taiwan Novel Network. Providing you with a reading experience without errors or disordered chapters. It seems there was a group of people watching the commotion while they were eating. After shouting it a second time, Odis had already run onto the deck and used the second defense scroll. At this moment, a cold wind blew across the ship, and a chilling sensation spread that made one's spirit go cold. The evil spirits caught up with them. Odis threw out a scroll of blazing sun to make the evil spirits retreat temporarily, and then took out spiritual materials and quickly began to draw a magic circle on the deck. At this moment, Bazel and the others, who had just heard Odis's order, came to the deck. Elijah also noticed the evil spirit on the deck, which flew over from midair. The mummified corpse from the captain's cabin also emerged, standing there quietly, as if watching the spectacle. Odis threw out another sun scroll. Hold on for half a minute. The intense light, which had been fading, intensified again, causing the evil spirits, who were about to retaliate, to retreat once more. Bazel kicked a broken piece of deck at the evil spirit, taking the opportunity to use his bribe and weakening abilities. The evil spirits grew weak and hid in the corners, waiting for the effects of the sun scroll to end. At this moment, small cylinders suddenly grew out of the deck around Odis. The cylinders opened, and black anemones, under the scorching sun, reached out to grab Odis. Phew! Suddenly a gust of wind blew by, and the wind blades hidden in the wind cut the black sea anemones in half one by one. With the protection of Bazel and Ireis, Odis could concentrate on drawing the magic circle. Just as they were drawing most of it, a large crack suddenly appeared in the deck, forming a hole that went all the way down to the bottom layer. Through the large hole, Odis and the others saw a ghostly figure emitting a pale white light sitting in a room at the bottom of the ship. It looked calm and elegant, not like an evil spirit, but more like a gentleman enjoying afternoon tea. When the other party looked up, Odis and the others immediately felt an aura of majesty that made them dare not look directly at him. Glug. Feli and Renata knelt on the deck first, while Bazel and Ireis dared not look directly at each other, bowing their heads and respectfully retreating like servants. Odis did not confront this force head-on. Instead, he knelt on the ground, closed his eyes, and continued drawing the magic circle. For him, magic circles were something he could draw with his eyes closed. What he didn't expect was that there was such a special spirit on the bottom of the ship. At the same time, the mummy captain and the other mummies in the restaurant seemed to have received some kind of order and came to the deck. The dried corpse captain raised his hand towards Odis, and two leather whips emerged from the illusory space behind Odis, lashing at the defense shield. These mummies, who still possessed a certain level of intelligence, were also extraordinary beings, or rather, extraordinary beings in life. They used abilities such as spiritual whip, language of the dead, bribe, and fireball on Odis. Odis used 2 defense scrolls in succession, finally managing to stop this round of attacks. Meanwhile, the magic circle in front of him had been drawn to its final part. Under immense mental pressure, Odis threw an explosive scroll at the hole on the deck and at the mummified captain and the others. The scroll thrown into the cave suddenly emitted a pale white light, and the special spirit caused all the spirituality contained within the scroll to vanish instantly. Pfft. The scroll shattered, creating an explosion slightly more powerful than a fart. Boom. Another scroll exploded in midair above the mummy captain and the others, not because Odis threw it high enough, but because the mummy captain had exiled the scroll there. However, it severely misjudged the scroll's power, blowing the mast off even in midair. The heatwave swept across the deck, igniting the clothes on the mummies' bodies. Only the area around Odis was protected by the defense scroll and was not affected by the heat wave. Taking advantage of this obstruction, Odis finally finished drawing the magic circle. "Get behind me. Crawl over if you have to." Odis said the last sentence to Feli and Renata, who were kneeling on the ground like quails. At that moment, he couldn't care less about the 2 ladies. Under the pressure of the special spirit at the bottom of the ship, Odis struggled to get up and infused her spiritual energy into the magic circle. The magic circle immediately emitted a pale white light, forming an illusory shield. Odis breathed a sigh of relief as the oppressive force emanating from the bottom of the ship diminished. This protective shield was provided by a magic array. At this moment, he finally dared to look directly at that special spirit. He glanced at the bottom of the ship and discovered that the other party was wearing asymmetrical clothing from the 4th age. Moreover, Odis noticed that the style of the clothing was asymmetrical, half of it being the style of the northern continent and the other half the style of the southern continent. Such attire was not common in the Quaternary period. Asymmetrical clothing in that era was generally asymmetrical in terms of patterns, colors, and materials, and rarely in terms of style. However, now is not the time to study this. Odis quickly took out a bottle of spiritually rich essential oil, placed it outside the shield, and said in the giant language, "I, in my name, summon. Lord of the underworld, great Semensal, please descend into the circle of this magic circle under the guidance of the 7-pointed star, and gaze upon the one who summoned you. Please accept the offerings I have provided and obey my commands." Phew. A cold wind blew across the deck, and a cloud of black mist appeared inside the summoning circle. At the top of the mist were 2 red eyes, watching Odis. At the same time, the grey mist covered the glass bottle containing the essential oil and put away the offerings provided by Odis. This Semensal is one of Odis's greatest trump cards. It loves the offerings Odis provides, so it almost always appears whenever Odis summons it. Previously, Odis needed some powder to complete the summoning process, but now that he has advanced to sequence 6, he no longer needs those auxiliary materials to complete the summoning. Because the ship was already shrouded in a chilly wind, the coldness that followed Semanthal's arrival wasn't so pronounced. Bazel and the others hid behind Odis, astonished by what they saw. Their spirituality allowed them to sense that Semental was not of a low level. "I never expected the captain could summon such a powerful helper." Before Odis could give the order, Semental's 2 red eyes looked down at the bottom of the ship. The peculiar spirit opened its mouth and said in a somewhat ethereal voice, "Semental tutor." Odis was taken aback, not expecting that they were acquaintances. What was even more unexpected was that this cloud of black mist was actually surnamed Tutor. However, at this moment he is the summoner, and cannot show any signs of insecurity. He took a deep breath and said in a solemn voice, "Great Semental, please take the spirits on this ship back to the spirit world and break the rules at the bottom of this ghost ship." The special spirit sitting on the bottom immediately waved its hand, and the hole in the deck instantly disappeared. Semental's misty body suddenly became round, forming a huge, hollow misty ring. The inside of the misty ring immediately became ethereal and began to twist, as if it had transformed into a spiritual vortex. This vortex did not cause any changes in the real world, but it had a huge suction force on the spirits. Amidst the shrill screams, the evil spirits that had been wandering in the lower levels and chasing Odis were all sucked into the spiritual vortex. Many evil spirits tried hard to grab something, but after waving their hands for a long time, they couldn't grab anything. From within the bodies of the mummy captains, a phantom spirit emerged and flew into the spiritual vortex. The mummies immediately collapsed onto the deck, motionless. Immediately afterwards, Semensal, who was in a misty ring state, returned to his previous misty state and disappeared into the deck. 6 or 7 seconds later, something seemed to happen to the ship. Odis and the others couldn't quite put their finger on it, but they were very clear that the ship's condition was different from before. 2 or 3 seconds later, Semensal, in the form of a cloud of mist, returned to the deck and said in an ethereal voice, "He comes from the Trencist Empire, I can't kill him. However, this ship is not capable of posing a threat to you for the time being. Odis was slightly taken aback. After summoning him so many times, he finally realized that Samensel could speak. He quickly calmed down, thought for a moment, and then asked, "Who is he?" Samensel did not answer, but he also showed no intention of leaving. Odis immediately understood what the other party meant and placed the last bottle of spiritually rich essential oil she was carrying outside the protective shield formed by the magic circle. The grey mist covered the essential oil, and then Samensel spoke in a phantom voice, "Collier Trencist." But that's not his true form. Odis was taken aback, realizing that the ship's situation was more complicated than he had imagined. It wasn't simply a matter of the ship coming back to life. Samensel said, "This ship has been affected by something, and it has an environment where Collier has been here for a long time. Without prior preparation, I cannot destroy that environment, and therefore I cannot completely destroy the ship's most basic rules." Odis said, "It doesn't matter, as long as we have a chance to escape. That would be troublesome if this guy refused to leave the real world because he didn't achieve his goal." Odis solemnly addressed the black mist once more, "Great Samensel, thank you for your help. We live in peace and help each other. I offer you sacrifices, and you shall obey my commands. Now please leave the real world, leave this circle with the 7-pointed star." Samensel then left. Phew. A warm sea breeze swept away the chill on the ship. Odis glanced at the mummy captain and the others. These mummies did not show any signs of extraordinary properties being released. Either they had no properties, or their condition was still very strange, so nothing was released. However, now is not the time to study this. Odis gave each of the three, including Bazel, a flight scroll. Since Ireis could fly anyway, he saved a scroll. Several people left the ghost ship from the air. As soon as they left the ship, a thick fog appeared around them, and the ghost ship disappeared into the fog. Soon the fog disappeared, the sea returned to normal, and the starry sky was revealed. It was as if the eerie ghost ship had never appeared at all. On the ghost ship shrouded in mist, the mummy captain, and the other mummies with extraordinary abilities slowly rose and strolled to the outside of a room on the lowest level. In the room where Felicity and Renata had previously been hiding, the hanging mummy raised its hand and took itself off the rope, and the three mummy in the corner also slowly got up. The mummies hiding in other rooms also came out and arrived outside the room on the lowest floor. The door opened, and the spirit that Samanthal called Collier Trensalt said weakly, "Continue to operate this ship forward." His spirit was much dimmer than before, but the oppressive aura emanating from him still made the dried corpse captain and the others lower their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. Collier waved his hand, "Find a passenger ship as soon as possible, we need a large number of spirits now." A large number of spirits are needed to keep the ship running. The mummified captains retreated like servants, immediately returning to their posts to steer the ship, whose masts had been blown off, across the sea. Collier, at the bottom of the ship's hold, stared blankly at the wall in front of him. "I will find it. I will find that thing that is so important to His Majesty the Night Emperor." Odis and the others watched the ghost ship and the thick fog it generated disappear quickly before they saw the searchlight of the Argo in the distance. However, Rupert, the second mate who was on the ship at the time, also found it difficult to locate Odis and the others on the vast sea. Odis threw an explosive scroll into the air, and then led everyone to fly towards the ship. Boom. A huge explosion suddenly rang out on the sea, and searchlights immediately shone in this direction. Without the fog obstructing their view, Rupert quickly located Odis and the others, and directed the Argo to approach them rapidly. Odis and the others also flew in that direction, and finally, before the effect of the flying scroll ended, they all stood on the deck one after another. Rupert breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Odis and the others had all returned with only minor injuries. Back in the cockpit, Ilya first used astronomical observation to readjust the course, avoiding entering dangerous waters. Then, while drinking tea and exchanging ideas, they learned about everything that had happened to the others after they boarded the ship. Just as Odis had predicted, once Philly and Renata arrived on the ship, they immediately used a lighter to illuminate the area, and thus saw the warning on the wall. Otherwise, they would not be able to wait for Odis's rescue and would be attacked by the mummies on the ship. The two women were quite frightened, but after crying for a while after returning home, their emotions gradually stabilized. After all, they grew up in port cities and had heard stories about the sea since they were young. If they were still willing to come to the sea knowing the hardships and terrors of the ocean, it means they were mentally prepared. After boarding the ship, Ireis was attacked by the black anemones, so he broke into the cabin and escaped. No matter how he flew, he couldn't escape the ghost ship's control range. After discovering the evil spirits on the deck, he immediately joined the battle. As for Bazel, after boarding the ship, he accidentally broke a bone in the corridor, making a sound, and was then chased by the monster corpses. While running, they saw the trapped Ireis, and later escaped to the upper level to reunite with Odis. After Odis was trapped, he pounded on the wooden door in an attempt to rescue him, but the sound of his pounding attracted the monster corpses. Bazel quickly led Philly and Renata to hide, and after hearing the loud explosion outside and Odis's order, he followed the evil spirits to the deck. Finally, it was Odis's turn. His story was the most fascinating, as he almost uncovered the reason why the ship became a ghost ship. When everyone heard about his experience, they all sighed with relief. Fortunately, the captain boarded that ship voluntarily, otherwise, they would never have been able to uncover the truth or solve the problems they were facing. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. They found it hard to even think of trying to communicate with the mummified captain in writing. Upon hearing information about the Transmigrator Empire, Bazel exclaimed in amazement, "That legendary ship actually exists." Odis nodded, "It seems so." After all, Semensel later confirmed the existence of the ship. Then Odis had the navigator cadets bring the nautical chart and pointed to the eastern part of the raging sea. They found the Empire around here. Elijah glanced at it and said, "That's one of the most dangerous areas in the raging sea. I never expected the Empire to be hiding there. I heard that there are countless treasures on that ship," said Ansel, a navigator cadet. "I don't know if there are any treasures there," Odis said solemnly. "But I do know that there must be a curse from the Quaternary period there. No one can reveal this information to outsiders. It is very likely that the Empire is using this method to send one powerful pirate group after another to their deaths. For example, the ghost ship we just encountered had a captain who was at least a Sequence 6, making him a big pirate on this vast ocean. Judging from the fact that they were able to overcome the harsh environment of the raging sea, the pirate crew was quite strong. Yet, the entire crew died inexplicably in the depths of the raging sea. Everyone was taken aback. Clearly, none of them had thought of that. At this moment, Elijah stroked his beard and said, "Who was that person at the bottom of the cabin later? The state of this ship is too strange." Odis did not answer the question, but he had some guesses. The ship must have been influenced by Underworld Emperor Salinger, or even that Salinger had offered some help. Because Odis felt that the state of the Transmigrator Empire was somewhat like a ghost empire, and it seemed impossible to achieve such results solely through the power of the judge's pathway. Although this conjecture is quite bold, Odis, considering the history of the latter half of the Quaternary period, cannot rule out the possibility that Trensis and Salinger were secretly cooperating. After all, they all wanted to become people of the past, and after Solomon and Tudor fell one after another, the main conflict in the North Continent probably became the conflict between Terransost and the Six Gods. However, this is just speculation, and there is no evidence, so Odis does not intend to announce these ideas to the public. The discussion about the ghost ship ended there. Odis said to Ansel and another navigator trainee, "You two," one ignored the captain's orders and the other questioned the captain, wantonly provoking the captain's authority. The two trainees were slightly taken aback. Although it wasn't their first time at sea, it was the first time they had encountered such a situation, so they were a little flustered and did some disrespectful things to Odis. The young people who grew up in the port knew the power and authority of the captain on a ship, and they all looked at Elijah with pleading eyes. Elijah replied, "From the moment I board this ship, I will also unconditionally obey the captain's orders." He felt it would be good for these young people to learn about the rules of the sea as early as possible. Odis said to his first mate, Bazel, "Let each of them be lashed 10 times as a warning." Bazel nodded and asked the two trainees, "Would you two like to climb onto the mast yourselves, or should I have someone escort you there?" The two trainees, with long faces, took off their shirts and leaned against the mast. Soon their cries of pain could be heard outside. After the punishment was over, Odis put Rupert on night watch while the others went back to rest. He stayed in the cockpit for another hour or so, and after confirming that there were no problems, he went back to rest. Lying in bed, Odis reviewed her experience on the ghost ship and felt more and more that the Transmigrator Empire was more than just a simple ghost ship. It's possible that the Night Emperor made some arrangements. As he pondered, the somewhat weary Odis fell into a deep sleep accompanied by the sound of the waves. He didn't wake up until around 9 o'clock the next day, when a navigator cadet had already prepared breakfast for him. After the meal, Odis put Feely and another male navigator apprentice, Arlen, who had not made any mistakes, on watch in the cockpit. With 4 groups of people on duty, Odis wouldn't have to stay on the ship every day. After announcing the news, Odis returned to her studio and replenished some scrolls. Last night, his defense scroll and flight scroll ran out again, and he also used up his only 2 spirit-shattering scrolls for attacking spirits. At this moment, Odis suddenly realized that he had too few ways to deal with attacks from spiritual beings and spirits. But he had no ideas for inventing new scrolls. After thinking for a while, Odis recalled the scene on the ghost ship yesterday and felt that studying the dust of vengeful spirits obtained from there might give him some good ideas. Just as Odis was about to enter the wilderness of knowledge to begin his research, he suddenly remembered something else. The suspected quaternary ruins that he had obtained at the intelligence exchange meeting had not yet been explored. "We have some time today, so we can go and explore that place. If you encounter any difficulties, you can discuss them with other members during the afternoon tarot session." So Odis summoned Bazel and Rupert and told them that he was going to leave. Both of them knew that Odis possessed magical items that allowed her to travel, so they weren't surprised. After Bazel and Rupert left, Odis checked his scroll again, then used the travel ring to enter the spirit world. Guided by the spirits, he arrived at the island indicated by the information. This island is located in the tropics and is completely covered by forests and vegetation. Odis simply used the newly acquired flight scroll to search at low altitude. According to the information provided by the red-haired men, the island was not large, had no large animals, and was uninhabited, so he could fly around and search for it without worry. After flying for a while, Odis first found the wall built in front of the cliff. That wall was at least 7 or 8 meters high, and it did look very thick. It's clear that the vegetation around this wall was trimmed some time ago, but in the hot and humid climate, the vines have already covered a large part of the wall again. Before long, it may be difficult to notice this wall even from low altitudes. Odis landed in front of the wall and immediately saw a passage of text written in ancient giant script in the upper left corner. Unfortunately, it wasn't a magic circle, but just a description. The general meaning of the translation is, "This is the shared property of the Abraham family and the sage." Odis was taken aback. It's just a wall, why does it need to indicate who the owner is? He smiled, which confirmed that this was no ordinary wall and that it was related to the Abraham family. But Odis read the ancient giant text again. Who is the sage? The hidden sage. I've never heard of the Abrahamic family cooperating with the hidden sage. He thought it over and guessed it was probably the hidden sage, otherwise he couldn't think of any other being that could be compared to the Abraham family. Odis didn't rush to explore the wall, but instead looked around. First, he saw a wooden stick stuck in the ground, a small area that had been scorched by fire, and some of the soil that had been blackened by smoke. This is the area mentioned in the intelligence report, a place where vegetation suddenly disappears. The previous group of explorers marked it by repeatedly burning it with fire. In tropical regions, burning all the vegetation on the ground and scorching the roots, the ground can remain hot for 1 or 2 months before it is covered by vegetation again, allowing such markings to last for a relatively long time. Odis did not approach to explore, because his spirituality had not detected any clues. He slowly walked to the collapsed group of buildings not far from the high wall, where traces of past encampments could still be seen. It was possible that the previous group of explorers had set up camp here. The ruins are quite large, but it's clear that more than one group of explorers has come here. Even if there were anything valuable, it would have been taken long ago. There were even some excavated pits, many of which revealed underground chambers. Clearly, among the previous explorers were relevant professionals who knew which quaternary buildings contained secret chambers. Odis wandered around there and found only a few Abraham family marks, but no other clues. Finally, Odis set his gaze on the wall on the other side of the cliff. Upon reaching the wall, Odis first noticed a large crater in the ground, likely the result of previous explorers using explosives. Odis reached out and touched the wall, sensing a faint spiritual fluctuation. Clearly, the wall possessed an extraordinary mechanism. However, Odis had no clue how to open it. Finally, he glanced at the ancient gibbon text one last time. Perhaps Abraham is the key. Odis took off the travel ring from his hand and pressed it against the wall, immediately feeling the spiritual fluctuations emanating from it. But there was only a fluctuation, and no other reaction. Odis retrieved the travel ring and entered the spirit world. He discovered that even in the spirit world, there was a wall in front of him, preventing him from seeing what was behind it. He moved behind the wall and looked around, but there was nothing there. The spatial structure of the spirit world is different from that of the real world. In the real world, if your view is blocked by an ordinary wall, your view will not be blocked by a wall in the spirit world. Because in the spirit world, there are not only length, width, and height, but also other angles from which one can see things behind walls. So what is blocked in the real world is not blocked in the spirit world. Before Odis, there was also a wall in the spirit world that blocked her view, and once she came behind the wall, she could only see this wall. This doesn't mean there's nothing behind this wall, but rather that this wall can block the view even in the spirit world, making it impossible to see what's behind it. After observing his surroundings and confirming that there were no clues, Odis returned to the real world. Clearly, this wall was the product of meticulous design, which made Odis realize that it was of very high quality. However, considering the apprenticeship pathway mastered by the Abrahamic family and the spatial operations it could perform, this doesn't seem surprising. Odis stared at the scene before him for a moment, then crossed his arms and smiled helplessly, realizing that he had probably just spent 15 pounds to buy a piece of information that was of little use. Clearly, the mechanism here can be solved by finding a demigod mystic who has reached the apprentice level. But where can we find a demigod through this method? The Abraham family has long since lost any demigods, but Odis knows that the Aurora will have a demigod through the apprentice pathway. But the first thing he might do after bringing such cultists to this island is to kill himself to silence them. You could try asking Mr. Fool for help and see if he has any. Just as he was thinking about this, Odis suddenly realized something. He glanced at the ancient giant's text and then looked at the ruins not far away. this is an asset. He suddenly realized that his thinking was wrong. After learning about the special nature of this wall, his first thought was that it must be a secret place of the Abraham family used for sacrifices and sealing magical items. A secret realm, accessible only to a select few. But just now, he suddenly realized that such secret realms are usually not built near residential areas, but rather in places with fewer people. Moreover, the inscription on the wall clearly states that this is an asset, which is likely a place where the Abraham family conducted some kind of secret work. The fact that the residential area is so large means that many people can enter, and it's possible that anyone with the ability to open the door can enter. Embarrassingly, travel is a very advanced door-opening skill, essentially allowing one to open a virtual door between the real world and the spirit world. But the problem lies in this illusory door. Like the wall in front of you, it is real, not illusory. So, using travel will lead you into the spirit world. The sealed artifact in Odis's possession, unfortunately, lacks the most basic opening ability of the apprentice path. This led him to plan to invite a magician to the tarot meeting to explore the mystery together. Chapter 260, Chapter 259. A brief history of the United Empire. Odis returned from the island with its eerie walls and prepared to hire the magician to participate in the exploration at the tarot gathering that afternoon. The main reason for this idea is that it is obviously difficult to enter that secret realm using sealed artifacts. It may require extraordinary individuals to use their abilities to enter. Moreover, it is best to be a member of the Abraham family, or an extraordinary person related to the family, to enter. Odis remembered that Furza's characteristics came from the Abraham family and that she was also suffering from the blood moon curse, so she could be seen as an Abraham. Of course, another major reason was that Odis trusted Furz. In particular, the companions on such expeditions must be trustworthy people. Please remember the Taiwan novel website. For the fastest chapter updates. If Furz couldn't get in either, Odis planned to use her to find members of the Abraham family to cooperate with. Back on the ship, Odis went to her studio and organized the projects she needed to work on recently. First, they studied several scrolls for dealing with undead enemies using the Dust of Vengeful Spirits, worth over 1,000 pounds. The second is to use the previously captured pocket watch-shaped seal to research a more powerful extraordinary weapon for the Extraordinary Puppet. These are two of the most important studies. Last week was very busy, and I didn't have time to do them at all. This week I have some free time, so I can arrange these studies. Other research is not very urgent and can be postponed. After having lunch and resting for a while, Odis returned to her room to attend the tarot session. At exactly 3 o'clock, Odis's vision was covered by grey fog, and he arrived at the venue of the tarot meeting, in that classical and majestic giant hall. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. With Miss Justice's clear and lively greeting, the tarot session officially began. The priestess Katlia, attending the gathering for the second time, glanced briefly at the other members, her deep purple eyes suddenly narrowing. She noticed that the hanged man, the moon, and the sun opposite her all exhibited a slight spiritual overflow, which was quite different from what she had seen at the last gathering. This means they've all just been promoted. Katlia took a deep breath. In just 1 week, 3 members of the tarot club had been promoted. Was this a coincidence? But she quickly looked away, because the hanged man and the moon among them had only advanced to sequence 6, a level that did not require a ceremony, and last week they had already been trading the corresponding attributes and materials, so their advancement was not really surprising. With that thought in mind, Katlia completely reverted to being an observer. No member provided Russell's diary this week, so there was no reading session from Mr. Fool. Newly promoted son Derek, seeing that no one initiated a trade, turned to the lower part of the bronze table. Mr. World, I have obtained the method you wanted for separating the mental pollution of those who have lost control with an extraordinary characteristics. Klein, the fool, at the head of the bronze table, almost twitched his lips. Don't say it so directly. After all, this was a private commission given to you. Gadria glanced at the world, and with her sufficient knowledge of the occult, she easily guessed that the world might be holding something with extraordinary characteristics left behind by the spirit of a person who had lost control. Klein took a deep breath before manipulating the world to say in a hoarse voice, write it down on paper and send it to me. After Derek expressed his opinion, Alger the hangman said, I'm also very interested in this knowledge. What can I offer in exchange for it? But Little Son said sincerely, Hangman, no need. You've always given me advice and helped me face difficulties. This is my way of thanking you. Alger was momentarily speechless. That Son's answer was completely unexpected. He had been adrift at sea for so many years and had experienced a lot, but at this moment, he felt inexplicably ashamed. A second or two later, Alger returned to normal. Your character is truly admirable. The moon Amrin, however, cursed the sun in his heart, stupid donkey. No, even stupider than a donkey, a stupid sheep. However, he immediately curled the corners of his mouth, because he had successfully been promoted to Baron. Emlyn couldn't help but think, I need to do something to let them know that I am now the noble Baron. After reviewing the data manifested by Little Sun, both World and Alger fell into deep thought. At this moment, the priestess Katlia said, I wonder if there is one of these methods that I know of. I can give you a hint for free. The dark free one of the sun pathway can directly purify mental pollution within extraordinary traits. Klein was slightly taken aback. The priestess was much more proactive than at the last tarot meeting. Had she adjusted her mindset and was trying to achieve something? Or had she realized that everyone else was weak and felt there was no need to be so cautious? At this moment, the Hermit Odis also said, coincidentally, I also have a corresponding method and have the corresponding channels to find people who can provide corresponding help. If you don't have the relevant channels, I can ask around for you to see what kind of compensation is required. Odis hadn't originally planned to get involved. He remembered that Klein had obtained a magical item through the thief pathway by contacting Leonard, which allowed him to resolve the problem relatively smoothly. For Klein, the only problem seemed to be that Leonard had asked for a very high price for that magical item, which made him feel a pang of regret when he paid for it. However, while listening, Odis suddenly thought, could the ramblings of the true creator be made into scrolls? If this were an ordinary scroll professor, this idea would be suicidal. The best outcome would be that after hearing the ramblings of the true creator, his condition would deteriorate to the point of losing control. However, it is estimated that very few extraordinary individuals possess such good fortune, and they would most likely lose control of the situation directly. However, Odis has the protection of the wilderness of knowledge, and after his advancement, he has just acquired the ability to remove mental pollution and shatter extraordinary characteristics, thus having the conditions to conduct corresponding research. The other members all looked at the Hermit, especially Klein and Alger, who had just obtained the relevant intelligence. They had never expected that the Hermit would have such a channel. Because they obtained two methods, one is to use the sealed artifact that steals other people's abilities to steal the mental remnants of the out-of-control person, and then, before the stealing wears off, to concoct the extraordinary characteristics into a magic potion. Another method is to set up a ritual, pray to a divine seal in Silver City, and use its feedback to shatter the extraordinary properties, causing the mental pollution to evaporate, while the extraordinary properties will condense on their own. Regardless of the method, it's quite difficult for them. After all, the magical items used for stealing cannot be of too low a level, otherwise it may be impossible to steal them at all. Such a magical item must be very expensive, and it would take a long time to find one. The second method is even more difficult. There is no way to ask Little Sun to borrow the divine seal of Silver City for help. The person who performed the ritual was definitely not him, or he did not complete the ritual himself. In Silver City, there is at least a rigorous application process for such matters, not just anyone can use that god-level sealed artifact. This is very troublesome. What if, during the review process, the chief of Silver City realizes that this special feature comes from outside and withholds it? Can we go to the Forsaken Land to ask them for it? Therefore, they were surprised by the Hermit's channels, realizing that he might know high-sequence extraordinary beings, or extraordinary beings who possessed items comparable to level 0 sealed artifacts. Klein had already connected this to the demigod friend that Odis had been searching for in Bansi Harbor that day. Klein pondered for a moment before saying to the Hermit, I'll think about it. He said that because he wasn't sure if the two methods provided by Little Sun could solve his problem. Because that extraordinary property is not just a simple remnant of the spirit, but contains the utterances of the true creator. Such a high level, I wonder if it's possible to steal it. Even if extraordinary characteristics can be shattered, the ramblings of the true creator will most likely not evaporate. What if they then contaminate the recondensed characteristics? So Kron plans to consult the oracle about these two methods after the gathering, and then have further communication with the Hermit. So he manipulated the world and said to the priestess, thank you for your generosity, priestess lady. Next, Klein had the world ask the sun, do you know a book called The Travels of Gross? Odis, who was listening in, thought to himself that this was the collection of Iceberg General Edwina that he had already visited. Derek thought about it carefully, then shook his head and said, no. Klein was slightly taken aback. He had assumed that the giants, as the mortal enemies of the dragons, would have information about the book. As the Silver Kingdom ruled by the King of Giants, it should have relevant intelligence. But Klein was not discouraged. Instead, he asked the world to give a further hint, it is a magical book from the dragon race. Almost all of its previous owners have disappeared. Justice Audrey keenly noticed the key point, from the dragon race. Yes. The world said in a hoarse voice, an extraordinary being is planning to sell it for 8,000 pounds. If justice can be acquired, Klein might have a chance to take the opportunity to study it. Audrey was slightly taken aback, not expecting the price to be so high, so she asked, what's so special about it? Klein smiled helplessly to himself. Both his spirituality and that of Iceberg General could sense that this was a very unusual book, but they did not know what was unusual about it. He could only operate the world and say, it needs further research. Audrey then said, I'll think about it. This was essentially a polite refusal. Perhaps the book truly contained astonishing secrets, but if she couldn't even figure out the world, she probably wouldn't be able to figure anything out in a short time. In that case, it would be better to keep the money and use it to communicate more about ancient history with the Hermit. After this topic was over, Odis reiterated her request from the last gathering: keep an eye out for the Shining Star Tree, or clues about the trickster Pegasus. Both Audrey and the magician first inquired through their own channels, the Psychological Alchemy Society, and teacher Dorian, but did not obtain any relevant clues. Just when Odis thought there would be no more clues, the priestess Katlia suddenly said, I have a clue about the magic Pegasus, but that clue is from last year. I don't know if that magic Pegasus is still there. At this gathering, she decided to make this deal in order to test the Hermit. Odis immediately said, I can check. What kind of reward do you need? In fact, his purpose in seeking clues at the tarot meeting was to see if Katlia, who had a background with the Moss Penitentiary Order, had any relevant clues. The mysterious queen seems to possess only extraordinary properties, but not extraordinary materials. For Odis, it would be best to solve the problem of potion ingredients with money, otherwise, simply exchanging merits for recipes, rituals, and special properties would be too slow and could potentially affect his promotion. Katlia smiled and said, I think you probably won't be able to complete the investigation on your own, because it's extremely dangerous there. You'll need a demigod-level helper to carry out the necessary exploration. Odis frowned, gave Katlia a deep look, and then smiled again. So, what reward do you intend to give me? And a reward that can impress a demigod. Gadria was taken aback. The other members were also taken aback. Wasn't the Hermit hoping to get clues from the priestess? Why was the Hermit asking for a reward? However, Klein and Alger quickly understood what was going on. Klein thought to himself, this is a contest between two seasoned veterans. I think there should be something you need there, right? Odis asked Katlia with a smile. Are you planning to say that you don't want any reward, but you also want to participate in this exploration and can choose one piece of loot first? Audrey and the other members roughly understood the priestess's plan. If it were a normal transaction, it would be difficult to refuse the priestess for stating her purpose in this way. After all, it seemed like a fair trade. The priestess would provide people and clues, while the Hermit would provide a demigod helper, and the two would work together to explore. However, the Hermit saw through the priestess's purpose, disrupted the normal transaction process, and bluntly stated that the priestess also needed something there. This would make the transaction unfair. Although the priestess has clues, she also has needs. Therefore, it would be fair for the priestess to pay half of the fee for hiring the demigod, and for the Hermit to pay the other half. Seeing that the Hermit had seen through her test, Katlia smiled and said, if you can really get a demigod to help you, then we can discuss the reward. I can get it, Odis said immediately. The crowd paused for a moment, but then immediately realized that this was not surprising, since the Hermit must be backed by some organization to know so much secret historical information. In that case, it wouldn't be surprising to need a demigod as an assistant. The ball was kicked back to Katlia, who pondered for a moment and asked, how about a magical item that corresponds to Sequence 5? Katlia has never opened her heart to fully accept the teachings of the Hidden Sage. According to the unwritten rules of the Moss Ascetic Order, they will not provide demigod-level extraordinary properties or potion materials before opening their minds and hearts to the Hidden Sages. If Gedalia wants to be promoted, she will have to find the appropriate opportunities herself. After years of searching, she finally found the corresponding characteristics of the mystic in a hidden sea area, but she didn't know if it was an out-of-control demigod hiding there or a monster that had devoured the corresponding characteristics. In short, it was extremely dangerous for Katlia. However, if she reports that position to the Moss Ascetic Order, it will only become her achievement, and she still won't get the corresponding benefits. Therefore, Gadria needs to seek help from demigods to obtain the corresponding traits. But all along, apart from the mysterious queen, she has not trusted any other demigods. She avoids using this relationship if possible, as it might arouse even greater suspicion from the Moss Penitentiary. Of course, the main reason was psychological. It was the mysterious queen who drove her away back then. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Although Katlia knew that the queen wanted her to become more independent, after so many years, she suddenly didn't know how to ask for such help, otherwise, she would have asked the queen for help long ago. Only after having access to the Tarot Club was she willing to try initiating such a transaction. Because the transactions here are witnessed by Mr. Fool, there is no need to worry about being silenced by the Hermit and the demigods he invited. However, she probably never dreamed that the helper the Hermit sought was the mysterious queen. It's not that she wasn't cautious enough, it's just that Odis's behavior at last week's tarot meeting didn't seem like that of a member of the Moss Penitentiary or the Elements of Dawn. Odis could tell that Katlia was really going all out, so he said, let me ask and I'll give you an answer in a few days. You can tell me about the approximate abilities and negative effects of that magical item first. he didn't feel any guilt, he would just pretend he didn't know that the Star General and the mysterious Queen knew each other. Knowing that this kind of deal couldn't be made in a day or two, Gadria nodded. That sealed artifact is designed to counter the Apostle of Desire, and its most important ability is demonic transformation, with the downside being that it is easily influenced by various desires. Although this sealed artifact is equivalent to Sequence 5, she rarely uses it because the process of demonization is very painful for her, and all her clothes will be torn after the demonization is over. Therefore, she will not wear it unless her life is in danger. The other members were amazed, realizing that the Tarot Club's trading had reached such a high level without them even noticing. With the transaction concluded, Justice Audrey said, "Mr. Hermit, I would like to continue trading with you about the hidden history of the Fourth Epoch. Next we should trade intelligence on the Tudor Empire." "All right." Odis showed his most friendly smile to this regular client. "The relevant information about the Tudor Empire can be traded in one go, but it will cost £3,000. "No problem," Audrey continued. "I'll pay £1,500. Caldelia immediately replied, "I'll offer £1,000. She also hoped to contribute 1/3 of the funds so that she could ask more questions. The other members looked at each other in dismay, not expecting that each of them would only have a share of £100 left. Odiston paused for a moment before saying, "I suggest that Justice and Priestess each contribute £1,000, and the other members can cover the remaining £1,000. Otherwise, it would be unfair to you if you contributed less than £200. He paused and then said, "I suggest that in future transactions, members who contribute less than 1/10 of the capital should only listen in and not ask questions." Klein thought to himself, "I think it's pretty fair." First thought to himself, "It's not impossible to only have the right to listen in." The other members all agreed that the Hermit made sense. After all, this was a £3,000 deal, and it would be unfair for them to just listen in with only £100. Besides, £200 isn't much, so there's no need to worry about that amount of money. With everyone's unanimous agreement, Justice and the Priestess each contributed £1,000, and the remaining £1,000 were paid by the other 5 members. As usual, Odis advanced the £200 for Little Sun, and Derek paid for it with extraordinary materials of Sequence 9. Odis organized his thoughts before beginning to speak. "Before we talk about the Tudor Empire, we need to talk about an era of joint rule. When I was looking at the intelligence from the First Empire of Solomon, I learned that Tudor and Trencist were turned by the 6 gods and betrayed Solomon. They should have dealt a heavy blow to Solomon at a crucial moment, creating an opportunity for the 6 gods. With the fall of the First Solomon Empire, the 6 gods supported Tudor and Trencist in ruling the northern continent, which is known as the Tudor-Trencist United Empire era. Even Katlia was taken aback. This was the first time she had ever heard of the term United Empire era. The other members were relatively calm, since they had never heard of most of the information involved in the transaction, and they weren't surprised to hear unfamiliar historical terms. Only Klein recalled the ruins beneath Backlund, where 2 thrones stood side by side. Odis continued, "If you see thrones side by side and 2 rows of inverted candlesticks in asymmetrical numbers in the ruins of the Fourth Age, then it is basically a relic of the United Empire era. At that time, the capital of the United Empire was in Backlund, and this rule lasted for about a century. However, the collapse of this United Empire was not due to internal or external enemies, but because Solomon was going to be resurrected." Klein was certain that the ruins he and his bodyguard had explored were products of the United Empire era. Because 2 Sequence 1 rulers ruled the northern continent, there were 2 thrones, not seats for a king and queen. Audrey remarked with a touch of awe, "I never imagined that Backlund was such a big city back then." Katlia realized that she had a serious lack of historical intelligence regarding the United Empire. Alger, the hanged man, noticed, "Why did Solomon's resurrection cause the empire to collapse?" Odis adjusted his posture, thinking to himself, "Here comes the important part." He continued, "Here we need to talk about the special nature of the Black Emperor. Once he begins the resurrection process, regardless of where the uniqueness and Sequence 1 characteristics are, they will all return to the Black Emperor, one after another. Therefore, for Tudor and Trencist, once the Black Emperor begins to resurrect, the Sequence 1 properties within them will return to Solomon." This stunned everyone. No one expected such a thing to happen. Klein suddenly felt enlightened. "At last week's tarot meeting, I was wondering if the Black Emperor's resurrected state only possessed one Sequence 1 characteristic and uniqueness. It turns out that after resurrection, both uniqueness and Sequence 1 characteristics are reclaimed, so in a physical sense, he becomes a true god again." Alger clenched his fists together. More information about the divine realm. Then he realized, doesn't this mean that no matter who killed the Black Emperor, where are the extraordinary traits? As long as the resurrection process begins, the traits will all return. After a brief moment of surprise, Gadria recalls some clues that the mysterious queen had found in her early years and falls into deep thought once again. Emlyn, the moon, exclaimed, "This is the power of the gods. No one can stop his resurrection." After realizing what was happening, Audrey asked, the Hermit, Mr., what will happen to Tudor and Trencist, who are now Sequence 1, after their extraordinary traits return to Solomon? Will they lose control? Theoretically speaking, no, Odis said. They have only lost the characteristics of Sequence 1 and will become Sequence 2 angels again. He paused and continued, but there's something you need to understand. Tudor and Trencist both rose to Sequence 1 by betraying Solomon. When Solomon is resurrected, they become Sequence 2 again. Solomon, who has become a true god, will definitely seek revenge on them. If they hide in the dark corners of this world, they may still have a chance to survive. But that was a last resort. Before Solomon's resurrection, Tudor and Trencist began to desperately save themselves. Let's start with Tudor. According to some high-level intelligence obtained after the fall of the Tudor Empire, during the United Empire era, Tudor once instigated the people to secretly build 9 tombs for himself around Backlund. Katlia immediately understood. He wants to become the Black Emperor ahead of schedule. She has no limit on the number of questions she can ask this time. She can ask as many as she wants. That's right, Odis said. As mentioned in the last deal, a quick and thorough way to bring down the Black Emperor is for a new Black Emperor to emerge. According to many people's later speculation, Tudor was preparing to secretly become the Black Emperor at that time. This also exposes the internal contradictions of the United Empire. Tudor and Trencist are, after all, 2 Sequence 1s from the same path, and the contradictions between them are actually irreconcilable. Moreover, once it involves the struggle to become a god, it will definitely be a life-or-death situation, and even the 6 gods cannot completely regulate it. The other members recalled the information they had obtained from a long-ago transaction. To become a god, one must collect 3 Sequence 1 traits from the same source. In this sense, the structure of the United Empire is quite intriguing. The fact that Tudor and Trencist cooperated so honestly makes one wonder if Lucian's advice and mediation were involved. Audrey, however, was more concerned. The Hermit, where are those 9 tombs? I've never heard anyone mention them before. That's normal, Odis said, shrugging. Even if the Tudor Empire were to perish, not many people would know. But I suspect that Adam and Amon knew that these 2 angel kings had been secretly supporting Thodol since very early on, probably shortly after the establishment of the United Empire. Yes, this is a guess based on information we learned later. They were very likely involved in the secret construction of the 9 mausoleums, and it is unlikely that these 2 angel kings would have leaked the secret so easily. Klein immediately noticed that the statement about the Hermit was somewhat abrupt. Why did he first say that few people knew about it, and then only indicate that Adam and Amon knew about it? He considered it carefully, but because there were too few clues, he didn't understand why the Hermit would say that. Odis said this simply because he knew that it was very likely that Adam had provided George III with the corresponding coordinates and the method to enter. Audrey nodded, indicating that she understood. After answering the 2 questions, Odis continued, since we've come to the point about Adam and Ammon, we must briefly mention the 5 great nobles who supported Tudor. Among them, Abraham had previously secretly supported Solomon's empire. Now that his power was close to that of a true god, he should have preferred to establish his own power rather than a power constrained by the 6 gods. And Amon has always been hostile to the 6 gods, so he is not recognized by the 6 gods. The other 2 great nobles, Antigonus and Tamara, also did not align themselves with the 6 gods for their own reasons. We've mentioned the Jacob family before. It's very likely that he was replaced very early on. I even suspect that during the reign of the United Empire, Tudor may have secretly gathered some of these people and conspired with Adam. Later, after Tudor established his empire, he quickly built up his own faction. Comparatively speaking, although the Trencist Empire had 4 nobles at that time, namely the 4 angels including Augustus, they were relatively weak at the time, or to put it simply, they were only Sequence 2 at that time. Of the 5 great nobles of the Tudor Empire, only Tamara is a Sequence 2. The other great nobles are either archangels or angel kings. The other members listened very attentively. Although there was no surprising information in the account, the description of the Hermit made the history of the 4th age much richer. Odis paused slightly before continuing. The next scene is something we've already done. In order to deal with Solomon's resurrection and avoid becoming a Sequence 2 again, Tudor, with the support of Adam, Ammon, and others, killed Medici and became the true god of the non-adjacent path. The other members momentarily forgot to breathe. Tudor became the true god of non-adjacent paths. Chapter 261, Chapter 260 The Lone Warrior, the Blood Emperor. The members of the Tarot Club have just heard a shocking piece of news from the Hermit. The Blood Emperor Tudor killed Medici in order to become the true god of the non-adjacent path. After about 3 or 4 seconds, Klein, the fool, who was the first to react, manipulated the world to ask, Tudor, didn't he lose control because of this? Theoretically speaking, jumping to an adjacent path may only carry some risk. Even wild extraordinary beings should know that jumping onto a non-adjacent path will cause them to lose control on the spot and die instantly. Other members also had the same question: why would Tudor take such a risk? Remember the original website domain. Even if he cannot become a Sequence 1, becoming a Sequence 2 angel is not too unacceptable compared to the risks of jumping to a non-adjacent path. I can't give you a definite answer, Odis said. However, based on some information I've gathered, once you reach the level of a god, you can break many common-sense notions. Or rather, at this level, one has a stronger capacity to withstand the consequences of jumping to non-adjacent paths. But Tudor paid a heavy price for this. It is said that he was in a state of madness and bloodlust most of the time. Klein, behind the grey fog, suddenly recalled Mr. Azac's description, that the Blood Emperor was as tall as a mountain, and that he was severely injured by just one glance from him. Connecting this to the intelligence he'd acquired in today's trade, Klein suddenly understood why Mr. Azac's description of the Blood Emperor seemed somewhat strange. The other members were simply listening to the two's exchange. The shock of the information they had just received was too great, and they were still somewhat taken aback. This also includes the priestess Katlia, who, although possessing extensive knowledge of mysticism, lacks this kind of advanced knowledge, and is therefore still processing this information. A second or two later, Justice Audrey suddenly realized, this was actually a choice that Tudor had to make under duress, and upon closer reflection, it felt somewhat tragic. Alger the hangman also came to his senses. No wonder Thudder was called the Blood Emperor, it was because of his madness and bloodlust. The son Derek quickly realized that the Blood Emperor's state was somewhat similar to that of the ancient gods described in historical records. Just as the Hermit had said, at such a high level, one might possess the power to counteract madness and bloodlust. Emlyn, recovering from his shock, asked, Mr. Hermit, why would Thudder do that? I mean, didn't he consider jumping to an adjacent path? Klein and the other members all looked up at the moon. Even Odis was somewhat surprised. Emlyn asked, somewhat puzzled, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with my question? No, Odis smiled. Everyone was just a little surprised that Mr. Moon would ask such a question. Looking back at previous transactions, Moon usually fails to notice the most crucial parts of a transaction immediately. His sudden question was rather unusual. Because the adjacent route to the Black Emperor has been occupied by someone else, Odis replied. Emlyn was about to ask who had taken the spot, but then he remembered that he had already used up his chance to ask a question, so he didn't ask. Klein, Alger, and Katlia, who possessed relevant knowledge of occultism, had already deduced that the Night Emperor had possessed them. Seeing that no one had any questions, Odis continued, before Solomon was resurrected, Tudor and Trencist had already established their empires. After Solomon's resurrection, the age of the four emperors officially began. Relatively speaking, the Tudor Empire is the weakest. It's not that this empire's extraordinary power is the weakest, but rather that it is isolated and helpless. Solomon has the support of the true creator, while Trencist has the support of the six gods. The underworld emperor, Salinger, should be an ally of Solomon, and at that time there were also some extraordinary forces in the southern continent that supported the underworld emperor's rule. Moreover, the Byron Empire in the southern continent has the opportunity to observe two tigers fighting and make the right choice. On the Tudor Empire's side, only the Primordial Witch is suspected of supporting Tudor, while the Black Emperor is Tudor's enemy. Although the Night Emperor and Tudor do not have the same level of hatred as Tudor and Solomon, the Blood Emperor and the Night Emperor are also in a state of mutual hostility. The Emperor of the Underworld is an ally of the Black Emperor, and it is unlikely that he will join forces with Tudor. So even though the great nobles of Tudor are very powerful, and even with the support of the Primal Witch, he has no ally he can trust. Audrey felt a sense of loneliness once again, feeling that the Blood Emperor was the loneliest of the four emperors. Alger, the hanged man, also thought, this seems to be a story about people who will use any means necessary to survive. Then he sighed and suddenly recalled some of his life experiences. Katlia then asked the Hermit, could you explain in detail why you believe that the Primordial Witch once supported the Blood Emperor? She knew that the Primal Witch had once joined forces with the Emperor of the Underworld, but she had never heard that the Primal Witch had supported the Blood Emperor. This comes from another piece of information I received, Odis replied, the Blood Emperor and the Primordial Witch once had two daughters. Or perhaps a son and a daughter. Everyone was taken aback. Emlyn asked, gods have children? Everyone looked at the moon again, and the magician first thought to himself, can't gods have offspring? Emlyn paused for a moment before saying, I mean, I've heard that gods have descendants, but I've never heard of them having children. At this point, he smiled helplessly, I only heard that the Blood Emperor and the Primordial Witch had two daughters, and I didn't immediately realize it. Everyone else looked away, because they had also been momentarily stunned into realizing that the two of them actually had offspring. Odis said, I also obtained this advanced information by chance. The Primordial Witch had already become a god at that time. As a god, if it wasn't her own will, it's unlikely that the Blood Emperor would use force to compel her to bear offspring for him. Of course, the process of the Blood Emperor and the Primordial Witch having a child must have been for their own purposes, and it is unlikely that it was because of love. But no matter what, the fact that the Primordial Witch did this shows that she supported the Blood Emperor, even if it wasn't overt support, it was covert support. Katlia nodded. She hadn't expected this kind of evidence. Audrey asked curiously, the Hermit, what happened to their daughter? Why have I never heard of her? Because the Primordial Witch's condition seemed to become somewhat strange later on, Odis replied. It seems that one of their two daughters died, and the other is still alive and should be a relatively important figure in the witch cult. This was an important piece of intelligence he had obtained in Backlund. He wasn't entirely clear on the specifics, but based on his deductions, the survivor must now be an angel. Regardless of the extraordinary organization, angels are always important figures. Moreover, Odis did not intend to explain that the one who survived was a son, who later became a daughter. Audrey thought to herself, I have learned about another ancient angel, and his parents were two gods. Seeing that no one had any further questions, Odis continued, in the initial standoff, the Tudor Empire did not immediately fall into a disadvantageous position, but it is said that this empire's attack was the most ferocious. Later I thought about it and realized that I had to be crazy. It's actually the same as ordinary people. Without a background, you can only rely on your own hard work and struggle. When Alger heard this, he felt as if the words had hit home. His experience has been quite bumpy, and things have only recently become a little smoother. After Tudor and Trensis joined forces to eliminate Solomon, the Tudor Empire's disadvantages became even more apparent, Odis continued. I once guessed that Tudor was so easy to talk to, and gave the uniqueness of the Black Emperor and a Sequence 1 attribute to Terransost in order to deepen the conflict between Terransost and the Six Gods. Because for Thudder, who has become the Red Priest, the uniqueness of the Black Emperor and the Sequence 1 attribute are no longer of any use. But these things can inflate Trensust's ambition, making him want to become stronger. Odis paused deliberately, giving the other members a chance to ask questions. As expected, Alger immediately asked, after obtaining the uniqueness and Sequence 1 characteristic of the Black Emperor, will the Night Emperor become even stronger? This is a complex and advanced issue, Odis said. It's not included in this deal. Klein couldn't help but wonder, could it be that after acquiring the Sequence 1 characteristics and uniqueness of adjacent paths, the gods could forcibly accommodate them, and thus become even more powerful? But then he realized, such a conclusion is not complicated, it should not be that simple. Katlia also keenly noticed this, the levels of the gods hold many secrets. Odis continued, but Trensis maintained great composure and did not immediately reveal his ambition. After eliminating Solomon, he turned his attention to the Tudor Empire. The support of the Six Gods has put enormous pressure on the Tudor Empire. Fortunately, the Six Gods are not in harmony, so the Tudor Empire still has some room to survive. At that time, the Byron Empire was also under great pressure, but later changes in the situation showed that the Byron Empire did not join forces with the Tudor Empire to deal with the Terransost Empire. There is some evidence that the Byron Empire and the Trensust Empire seem to be trending toward forming an alliance. Isolation again. Audrey lamented, the Tudor Empire seems to be filled with uncompromising principles from the very beginning, making it easy to become isolated. The other members also sensed a heaviness in this description. In fact, at this point, the fate of the Tudor Empire was already sealed, but they still couldn't help but want to hear how the Tudor Empire resisted this fate in its final days, and whether there was ever a chance for a turnaround. Odis continued, I am not clear about the specific wars during which the country was destroyed, nor have I received any relevant intelligence. However, I believe that the Blood Emperor must have fought with all his might, and the great nobles of this empire must have fought with all their might as well. Because these noble families, apart from the Tamara family, all seem very powerful, but none of them are extraordinary powers recognized by the mainstream gods. Or rather, the entire process of establishing the Tudor Empire was implicitly marked by a struggle against the Six Gods. Later I guessed that Tudor was probably tired of the Six Gods issuing orders at will, so he never intended to remain one of the rulers of the United Empire. So he secretly conspired with Abraham and others to build 9 tombs under the watchful eyes of the Six Gods, until Solomon, in preparation for the resurrection, had no choice but to jump to a non-adjacent path. Odis took a deep breath and said, I rarely take the initiative to evaluate historical figures, after all, I can't put myself in their shoes to understand their choices and their feelings. But I must say a few words about the Blood Emperor. Although he failed, and although many people have commented that he was an irrational opportunist. But I think he was a rebel, a person who rebelled against the world. He may not be so noble, nor have grand ideals, he may simply rebel to realize some of his own ideas. But in an extraordinary world, in a world where sequence trumps everything, such a spirit of rebellion is very rare. Upon hearing the Hermit's words, Audrey also felt that the Blood Emperor's life was a magnificent and eventful one. Even seasoned veterans like Alger and Katlia were somewhat agitated by the Hermit's words. They seemed to have not felt this kind of excitement for life and ideals for a long time. The magician, Furs, had the idea of writing a biography of the Blood Emperor, but when he thought that it couldn't be published and that someone would have to collect the copper pennies from the gas meter, he decisively abandoned the idea. Son Derek and Moon Emlyn were completely empathetic, feeling that the Blood Emperor's failure was a pity. Klein smiled helplessly. Why do I feel like I'm smuggling in my own agenda? That concludes the details of this transaction. Odis looked around and, seeing that no one had any questions, ended the transaction. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized the cruelty of the Battle of the Four Emperors. As for the Solomon Empire, because the true creator has always supported the empire, people generally do not have a good impression of it. However, people didn't have a good or bad opinion about the Tudor Empire beforehand, they felt some sympathy for its plight. For several seconds, no one spoke in the hall. It was Little Son who broke the silence and said to the Hermit, Mr. Hermit, this time I wish to trade 6 extraordinary weapons, 3 ice bombs and 3 thunderstorm bombs. Odis nodded. I still owe you £40 from the last party, and I paid £200 for this party, so you owe me £160. Add the 6 weapons you need, and the total value is £300. In that case, you will have to pay me a total of £460, which is 7 extraordinary materials of sequence 9. In that case, I will owe you £30. Derek nodded without any hesitation and said, okay, I will offer the corresponding materials after the party. After their transactions were completed, the Tarot Club seemed to return to the transaction process. Klein manipulated the world and said, who has, or who can obtain, a magical item with very strong offensive power. His target was the priestess, because only the Star Admiral, who had traversed the seas for many years, could meet his needs, even the craftsman whom the hanged man knew was no match. After a 2-second silence, Gadria said, if similar items appear at any of the extraordinary gatherings I attend, I will keep an eye out for them for you. The recent pirate conference ended badly, and another one is about to be held. In addition to discussing some of the problems facing pirates, the senior pirates will also have some trading and partying activities. The world nodded, and Klein thought to himself, it seems that even Admiral of the Stars is not well off. Seeing that the two had finished their conversation, Odis then said to the magician, Furs, I have a commission for you, or rather, an invitation. Furs was taken aback. What request? She had previously speculated that the Hermit was likely the leader. Furs was really looking forward to the Hermit's request, as it would give him more clues to determine whether the Hermit was indeed the leader. I have discovered a ruin, Odis said. I need the help of an extraordinary person who has reached the apprentice pathway, so I thought of you first and would like to invite you to explore the ruin together. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Audrey thought to herself, I really want to participate in such an exploration. Furs was about to agree immediately. She had heard from extraordinary people more than once that they could often find valuable things in ruins. She could almost see gold coins beckoning to her. But she quickly calmed down and said with a wry smile, Hermit, sir, I'm only at sequence 8. She wasn't worried about being in danger after meeting the Hermit, for reasons similar to Catlia's previous thoughts. This collaboration is witnessed by Mr. Fool, and if the Hermit harms other members, the Hermit will certainly be punished as well. Moreover, Furs knew that he could ask the Fool for help in critical moments, and the reward would be more of Russell's diaries. Your main role is to open the entrance, Odis said. If you feel it's dangerous, you don't have to explore with me. But in that case, you will not be entitled to a share of the discoveries inside the ruins. I will only give you a reward of £600. Caldelia and Alger and the others did not react. They knew very well that unless the Hermit invited them, they had no need to take the initiative to learn about this exploration that they obviously could not participate in. Emlyn was quite interested and looked forward to the Hermit's invitation. Did the Hermit not want an experienced vampire of the Baron rank in his team? But then he felt a little guilty, because he had only heard other vampires talk about their experiences exploring ruins, but he had never explored them himself. First took a deep breath, surprised by the high reward, which meant that the Hermit was confident of finding something valuable in the ruins. But she tried to calm herself down. Can I open the entrance? Odis smiled and continued, it's the remains of an Abrahamic family, so it needs your abilities. First sat up straight immediately. I'm willing to explore with you. She asked, when do we depart? And roughly where? Since it's about the relics of Abraham's family, we have to explore it. The day after tomorrow. Odis had already made arrangements. Thursday or Friday morning at 8 o'clock, I'll pick you up in Backlund. You can write down an address for me on a piece of paper. As for the exact location of that ruin, I cannot tell you right now. His schedule is quite full lately, so we can only talk about it in a couple of days. Furs nodded, okay. She asked Mr. Fool for help, and gave him an address to send to the Hermit. Odis picked up the note and looked at it, Verdi Park, by the artificial lake. He glanced at Furs. That park was where he, Furs, and Hugh had fought against the spies of the Forsac Empire. Odis thought to himself, this probing is far too obvious. Feeling uncomfortable under the Hermit's gaze, Furs reached out and smoothed her hair, turning her head away as if she had done something wrong and dared not meet the Hermit's eyes. Audrey, who was standing nearby, noticed the reactions of the two people and quickly came to a fairly certain guess: the Hermit also knew Furs. Obviously, Furs had just been testing the Hermit, but the Hermit immediately saw through it and guessed Furs' identity in the real world. Odis didn't seem to care much about this, since even if Furs knew that the Hermit was the leader, it wouldn't pose any threat to him. After finalizing the matter, Klein manipulated the world to look at the Hanged Men. I have received news that the Church of Storms has taken action, and the situation in Bansiport has been initially resolved. Recently at sea, Alger, who had no connection with the church, asked rhetorically, what was the final outcome? After the last gathering, Alger gave the church a brief report on the information he had learned about Bansiport at the Tarot meeting. He didn't expect the church to give feedback so quickly. The world replied, Bansiport will not exist for some time. It was only then that Audrey and the others realized what they were discussing. Bansiport is where the descendants of the Medici live. 2 weeks ago, the Hermit warned that the Medici family members there were likely severely contaminated. Audrey thought to herself, Mr. World means that the Church of Storms has wiped out Bansi Harbor. That's just like them. Then she asked, Mr. World, are you familiar with the specific process? The World glanced at the Hanged Men slightly. No one can understand, except the higher-ups of the Church of Storms. Alger fell silent. I want to become a high-ranking member of the church. He emphasized it to himself. Katlia, who was attending the Tarot meeting for the second time, didn't understand what the others were talking about at all. As a pirate general, she was no stranger to Bansi Harbor, but she had no idea what had happened there or why the Church of Storms had destroyed it and spent so long rebuilding it. However, this pirate general possessed sufficient composure. She remained silent and did not utter a question. Instead, she continued to listen, hoping that the subsequent conversation would resolve her doubts. Just then, Emlyn the Moon, who had been waiting for quite some time, cleared his throat and said, thanks to Mr. the Hangman for his help, I am now a baron. I have a question. As a vampire, after being promoted to baron, do I need to undergo a so-called digestion process acting like you humans do, in order to better master my extraordinary characteristics? Audrey pursed her lips. Mr. Moon really wants to tell everyone that he is already sequence 6. Why does he seem less mature than Sun? Odis replied, theoretically speaking, it is necessary, since you are using someone else's legacy. Katlia then gave a more detailed answer. You need to play the role because only sequence 7 of your pathway is called vampire, and you are born vampires, so you don't need to play the role. Other sequences do. Ahem. Emlyn coughed. Priestess, I must emphasize one point, vampires, not vampires. Caldelia smiled naturally and said, okay. At this point, Emlyn was a little puzzled. Why wasn't everyone surprised? Didn't they know that being promoted to baron meant being promoted to sequence 6? After Emlyn's questions were answered, the discussion session of the gathering began. The members shared their experiences from the past week one by one. When it came to Odis, he said, yesterday I encountered a ghost ship that was affected by the Trentost Empire. According to my investigation, the Empire seems to be in a strange state. If you encounter this ship, please be careful. He was reminding Katlia and Alger, who were also at sea. Although the probability of encountering them is very small, Odis will definitely tell them if she does. Katlia understood the meaning of the Hermit and slowly nodded, wondering to herself, was the Hermit also on the high seas? Or had his passenger ship encountered a ghost ship? This left her increasingly confused, unable to understand what the Hermit really was or what organization he belonged to. Alger then asked, where did you encounter the ghost ship? Southwest of the Raging Sea, Odis said simply. However, the Empire seems to be in the eastern part of the Raging Sea. At this point, Furs and the other members realized that the information the Hermit had been providing recently had all come from the sea, and they each guessed that the Hermit might have gone to the sea. Audrey felt a surge of joy. The Hermit had already set sail. How she longed for such a carefree life. Klein, who also deduced that the Hermit had already set sail, thought to himself, the pirates are doomed. Because wherever this Hermit goes, someone will suffer. Then Justice Audrey asked, the Hermit, what kind of ship is the Treacherous Empire? Odis explained, you can think of it as the legacy of the Terensis Empire. It is said to be very large, like a city on the sea, but I am not sure exactly when it was built. Everyone says that it was the ship that carried the members of the Turnsost family to escape the Empire, and that all the Empire's treasures were put on that ship. But I think that statement is not quite right, because even in the mysterious world, it would take time to build such a large ship. If the Terensis Empire faces an unprecedented crisis, the best option is to flee on the existing ships. However, it seems that the ship did not serve any purpose before the Terensost Empire was destroyed, and strangely, the ship also disappeared. Audrey nodded slowly, and the other members who hadn't gone to sea and didn't know about the treasure at sea also nodded, understanding the origin of the ship. Then Katlia asked, what signs indicated the appearance of that ghost ship? What specific abilities did it possess? Because Odis's previous descriptions were rather bland, the other members were still unaware of the danger of encountering the ghost ship. Even Katlia and Alger thought that the ship the Hermit was on had just brushed past the ghost ship, and then the Hermit checked the information about the ghost ship through other channels. Odis made no attempt to hide this. A fog will appear on the sea before the ghost ship appears. Every time it appears and brushes past, it uses some kind of mystical method to capture several crew members and bring them to the ghost ship. Specifically, those crew members suddenly disappear. This process seems to follow certain rules, such as taking away female crew members the first time and taking away older members the second time. You can't speak on a ghost ship. Once you open your mouth. It was only then that Gadria realized, wait a minute, you boarded that ship. Yes. Odis was taken aback. It captured my crew, so of course I had to go and rescue them. If we ignore it, we might all get arrested. It was only then that everyone realized that this was a rather dangerous encounter. Odis continued, there were many mummies on that ship, some of whom possessed extraordinary abilities. I learned about their encounter with the Empire from the captain's cabin of that ship. However, don't speak casually after boarding that ship, because there is a no talking rule there. Furthermore, the core of the ship's operation is at the bottom. To get rid of this ship, we would have to severely damage its core. Alger, the captain of a ghost ship, said with some surprise, that's a ghost ship that attacks other ships. Katlia shared this view, generally believing that ghost ships like these are very dangerous. Both of them gave the Hermit a deep look. They had both experienced or heard of such things and knew how small the chances of escaping from such an event were. They were now very curious whether the Hermit had solved the problem himself or had asked for help. As usual, Audrey and Furs began to daydream, feeling that it must be a very thrilling and exciting adventure. Chapter 262, Chapter 261 Advance 4. Prepare for battle. After attending the tarot session, Odis returned to the real world and, as usual, stared blankly at the rooftop for a while, considering her recent plans. First, we need to hold another intelligence exchange meeting. Ideally, we should use the relevant intelligence to eliminate a pirate crew as practice. Secondly, the research and development tasks this week are very heavy, and we must set aside enough time for them. Finally, there was the joint exploration with the magician. Thinking of all this, Odis sighed deeply and lamented to himself, since setting sail, he had not had a single day of rest. However, he also knew that these were things that needed to be done in the near future. He just sighed for a moment and then encouraged himself to complete them seriously. Yesterday, Odis wrote a letter to the servants on Blue Street in Bay Amkent, enclosing a £5 note, instructing them to publish GG in the Roads Daily and use code words to inform the participants of the intelligence exchange meeting that the meeting would be held again tomorrow morning. Odis estimated that he would be able to obtain some information about pirate groups at the gathering, from which he could choose targets to strike. After a while, Odis received the Fool's message and set up the altar to perform the gifting ceremony. Soon, he acquired £2,800 and 7 extraordinary materials of Sequence 9. After thanking the Fool, Odis realized that her financial situation had improved and she could now repay Bernadette's debts. After tidying up the cash and materials from Sequence 7, Odis wrote another letter to Hugh, instructing her to also prepare for the next occult exchange and telling her in the letter how to summon the messenger, and to contact her by messenger at any time if anything happened. Afterwards, Odis entered the Wilderness of Knowledge, and began to use the Wilderness of Knowledge to enhance time, studying the dust of vengeful spirits swept from the ghost ship. They were once part of the vengeful spirits, and studying them can help us better understand the internal structure of undead creatures. After 5 days of research inside the Wilderness of Knowledge, Odis made significant progress and used these findings to invent 3 types of scrolls. Upon returning to the real world, he immediately took the parchment and, using dust of vengeful spirits as material, wrote the first scroll. This scroll can attract undead creatures, drawing them to its vicinity and diverting their attention. This scroll was designed by Odis using the latest research and inspired by Mr. Azek's bronze whistle. By gathering the undead creatures together, they can launch a unified attack. The moment the scroll was finished writing, Odis immediately felt the potion being digested. He paused for a moment, then immediately realized, based on my research, I created a new scroll, and this process was the opportunity to play the role of professor and to digest the potion. After all, the job of a professor is to conduct research and use the results to create something new. Odis's actions just now perfectly aligned with this process. Then, Odis quickly went to write the remaining 2 scrolls, and also felt the sensation of digestion in both. He smiled. If he could invent 4 or 5 more batches of scrolls as a result, he should be able to completely digest his magic potion. However, the scroll must be the result of recent research and invention, not a scroll invented from some previous research. Over the next 10 minutes or so, Odis experienced the sensations of digesting the potion, and it was already evening. He counted out £3,000 in cash and used the travel ring to get to the Emerald Palace. It was Bernadette's mealtime, and Odis, as usual, asked her personal maid Bertha to prepare a dinner for her as well. Bernadette, who was drinking her aperitif, smiled and asked, "How was the sea voyage?" "It was quite good. I felt the vastness and thrill of the sea," Odis remarked, adjusting her napkin. Bernadette was slightly taken aback. "You encountered pirates?" "No, we encountered a ghost ship." Odis recounted his experience from the previous night. Bernadette frowned slightly. "I haven't heard of any dangerous ghost ships in that area. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been released into that area of the sea." Odis smiled helplessly. "We're just unlucky. Such a dangerous thing happened on the second day of our voyage." Odis did not continue the topic, but said, "I have obtained some new information and roughly know who took away Kvichua's characteristics." Bernadette was taken aback, not expecting Odis to bring back such information. "You should remember the adventurer who was with me in Bansi Port, right?" Odis said. "It was through some conversations with him that I deduced that the characteristics of Kvichua must have been picked up by the Fool. I learned by chance that he was a follower of the Fool, and not long after Kvichua's death, he frequently appeared at the Church of the Sea God. Recently, Danitz, who was with him, has also been frequently in contact with high-ranking members of the Resistance." He briefly recounted the lie he had prepared beforehand, and looking at Bernadette's increasingly serious expression, he asked, "You've probably heard of the Fool, haven't you?" Bernadette nodded. "Yes, I've heard about it from others. A recently emerged, secretive figure, and she's also heard that the Aurora Society is looking for this Fool." Odis ate the appetizer he had prepared for himself. "I don't know the specifics, I only have this guess, but I think this guess is quite accurate." Bernadette pondered for a moment before asking, "What kind of being is the Fool?" "I'm not entirely sure either. I've only heard that he is a being whose power is awakening." Odis said this, but in his heart he thought, "Actually, I am the person in this world who understands the Fool the most, besides the Fool himself." Bernadette nodded slowly and then said, "Although this information is very advanced, it is somewhat vague. Therefore, the merit of this information is only enough for you to repay the potion formula and help you prepare part of the ritual." Odis smiled and nodded. "Okay. This result is already quite good. After all, for him, collecting this intelligence is like answering a question while looking at the answer key." Bernadette added, "When you're holding your intelligence exchange meeting, keep an eye out for the new pirate conference. Odis thought for a moment. "I remember there was a pirate convention not long ago, right? On the high seas, the pirate conference is an important gathering because one of the key agendas is for the pirate generals to discuss their approximate spheres of influence, that is, the areas they can plunder. However, only 3 or 4 pirate generals would attend each pirate convention, and pirate generals with a terrible reputation like Blood Admiral would never attend such gatherings. The pirate generals attending the gathering will likely act as a host and prevent the great pirates from starting a fight during the meeting. The main participants in the pirate conference are still the great pirates. Of course, there were also conflicts among the pirate generals, and on several occasions, the pirate conference turned into a battlefield. But most of the time, the pirate convention would successfully complete its agenda, and most of the participants would be able to leave the island where the convention was held alive. The pirate conference is usually held once every 1 or 2 years. According to information Odis received while in Byam, the last pirate conference was held 2 or 3 months ago. He didn't expect it to be held again. Bernadette smiled and said, "I heard that the last pirate conference did not complete the required agenda. Some major pirates are discussing forming a pirate alliance to counter the increasing number of ironclad warships in various countries of the northern continent, and exploring joint actions to strike at the ironclad warships and demonstrate their power to other countries. Forming a pirate alliance doesn't seem too difficult, but the pirates have serious disagreements on how to fight ironclad ships." Odis nodded. This was not hard to understand. After all, attacking ironclad ships required a unified command, and the pirates would certainly not trust other pirates to hand over command of their pirate crew. Moreover, this process will inevitably come at a heavy price, but it is difficult to decide who will take the lead in the attack through a meeting. After taking a sip of seafood soup, Odis asked, "If it's so difficult to reach a consensus, why hold a new pirate conference?" "Because the ironclads are putting increasing pressure on the pirates," Bernadette said. "On the one hand, they are unwilling to relinquish command, and on the other hand, they desperately hope that someone can organize them to fight against the ironclads. However, this pirate conference is still in the planning stages and it should be some time before it takes place." Odis smiled and said, "I understand. I'll keep that in mind for you." Repeatedly jumping around was a specialty of the pirates. Then Odis brought up the matter of repaying the money and handed the £3,000 in cash to Bernadette's personal maid, Bertha. However, Odis noticed that Bernadette didn't seem very happy to receive the debt. After finishing their business, the two chatted casually. After having dinner, Odis returned to the Argo and asked First Officer Bazel to prepare to accompany him to the intelligence exchange meeting the next day. That evening, Odis had the two navigator trainees keep watch. He was about to return to his workshop to continue his research when he discovered 4 large wooden crates containing parts for the extraordinary puppet as soon as he entered. This is the second batch of parts that Kana has sculpted. As agreed, this batch consists of 20 sets. So Odis had to put his research aside and go to the craftsman Diff on Lasha Island to get the remaining wisdom cube and signal processing crystal and settle the final payment. After a brief chat with Dave, Odis returned to the Argo and asked the first and second officers for help in assembling the new extraordinary puppet. If a battle ensues, at least 10 extraordinary puppets are needed to keep the ship's weapons functioning properly, and at least 20 extraordinary puppets are required to attack enemy ships. It takes at least 10 extraordinary puppets to complete the attack mission. The 3 of them worked until late at night and assembled 7 more extraordinary puppets. Because we have an intelligence exchange meeting tomorrow, I can only stop here for now and deal with the rest tomorrow. The next morning, Odis and Bazel got up early and used their travel ability to arrive in Byam. After having breakfast together, the two went their separate ways. Barzil arrived at the meeting venue first to make preparations for the meeting. Odis went to her apartment on Hamburg Road and changed into the captain's outfit. Since there was no need to create a huge shock for the attendees like last time, he arrived at the venue about 10 minutes early via the teleportation array. This entrance still drew gasps from many people, most of whom were members who had come specifically to attend the gathering for the first time. Of course, the members who had attended the gathering before were still observing carefully, trying to figure out how the captain had gotten to the venue. Most of the attendees wore masks and hoods to effectively conceal their identities. Only a small fraction of them, possessing sufficient knowledge of the mystical, realized that they had arrived here through a special magic array. As soon as Odis sat down, Bazel, who was handing out masks and hoods and collecting entrance fees at the door, called out, "Captain." Odis looked toward the door, and Bazel waved to the outside. A local boy of about 17 or 18 years old peeked in from outside and looked at Odis with admiration. This boy was the one selling local specialties, cigarettes, and alcohol on the train traveling within Blue Mountain Island. I had met Odis and Bazel when they accompanied Rupert to rescue his teacher. Odis looked at Bazel, then at the boy, and immediately understood what was going on. It must be that boy who found this place, wanting to join the party, but he couldn't afford the £5 entrance fee. Because the boy had left a good impression on Bazel, Bazel felt a pang of pity and wanted to ask if the boy could also be allowed to enter. Odis pondered for a moment, then beckoned to the boy. The boy ran in excitedly and bowed to Osdi, "Captain." Odis nodded, smiled, and asked, "How did you come to be here?" "After hearing your teachings on the train that day, I thought a lot and realized I couldn't spend my whole life selling local products on trains," the boy said. "So I came to Byam, hoping to find you and hear more of your teachings." Odis hummed in agreement and then asked, "How did you find your way here?" "Finding this place isn't difficult," the boy replied. "You can find out by asking around at a bar. The difficulty was that I didn't know when I would be able to see you, so I waited here for 2 days and 2 nights before I finally met Mr. Bazel." Odis smiled and said, "You do know how to persevere." He watched as people arrived at the party, and watched them sit there quietly observing him, with few taking the initiative to talk to him. After 4 or 5 seconds, Odis finally said, "So you want to stay here?" "Yes, sir," the boy replied immediately. "May I have your name?" "Alan." "Okay, Alan," Odis said. "You can work here, but your first job will be as a waiter. However, I will allow you to stay at the venue where the party is being held, and I will also pay you the normal salary of a waiter. As for what you can learn, that's up to you." Young Alan quickly said, "Thank you, Captain." Odis waved his hand, and Alan immediately got into character, standing with the other 2 waiters, quietly waiting for the party to begin. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. At 8 o'clock sharp, Odis said, "All right, let's begin." Bazel then closed the door, and Odis activated the anti-eavesdropping magic circle again, which once again caused some people to gasp. The party officially started, and not only were all 60 chairs filled, but 7 or 8 people were also willing to stand at the back to join the party. Odis pondered that he should add some more seats, but after reaching 80 seats, he could not add any more, nor could he allow more people to attend the meeting. He needed to artificially create a sense of scarcity. Almost all the information regarding the transactions at this gathering will be reviewed by Odis so that he can distinguish between true and false information. This process is more cost-effective for buyers, as they only need to have the captain inspect it to have basic protection. Moreover, even if the captain makes a mistake and trades for false information, when they come to the captain for help again, the captain will certainly not refuse. What they paid for was the intelligence they bought with their own money, which the captain also saw. After reviewing several intelligence reports, Odis realized that the information being traded this time was of much higher quality than that at the last gathering, indicating that everyone had come prepared. Halfway through the meeting, Odis had already learned the movements of more than a dozen great pirates and the recent actions of 2 pirate generals. This made Odis remark that Biam's intelligence industry was generally quite easy to get on the right track. Amidst their reflections, 2 more members reached a deal and asked Odis to review it. It was an intelligence deal concerning the Sea Wolf pirate crew. Odis didn't know the specific strength of this pirate crew, but through logical analysis and rational deduction, he could basically determine the authenticity of the intelligence. After receiving the intelligence report, Odis's eyes narrowed. The report mainly stated that the Sea Wolf pirate crew, which was resting on the island of Dylinius, needed more than a dozen advanced cannons. Many adventurers appreciate this kind of information, because even on the open sea where there are few rules and laws, cannons are not so easy to trade. Adventurers with the right connections would first reach a trade agreement with the Sea Wolf pirate crew, then use their channels to acquire cannons, and resell them to the pirate crew to earn the price difference. What caught Odis's attention was a seemingly insignificant description. After the Sea Wolf pirate crew clashed with the Red Lion pirate crew in southern Dylinius, they arrived at Dylinius to rest. Odis had been keeping an eye on the movements of the Red Lion pirate crew, and finally he found a clue. The nautical charts he had recently studied immediately came to mind. After a naval battle, both sides would definitely need to approach the port to rest, repair their ships, and replenish their ammunition. Since the Sea Wolf pirate crew went to Tyrrhenius Island to rest, the Red Lion pirate crew only has 2 options for resting there. These are Chakar Island, located southwest of Tyrrhenius, and Nickard Island, located northwest of Tyrrhenius. The naval battle between the 2 sides had been raging for several days. The Red Lion pirate crew should have just finished repairing their ships and replenishing their ammunition, and most likely had just left one of the 2 islands. Then Odis recalled the current location of the Argo. If they sailed at full speed, they could reach one of the islands in about 12 hours. Given the speed of ordinary pirate ships, even if the Red Lion's pirate crew set off a day or 2 earlier, the Argo could catch up with them in a very short time. These thoughts came to mind in an instant. Odis took a deep breath, smiled, and said in a steady tone, "The information is accurate, but whether the other party actually needs that many goods is something you need to determine for yourself. It's not surprising to add a few cannons after a naval battle, but whether it's necessary to add 12 cannons is another matter. Based on the assumption that large pirate ships typically have around 20 cannons and medium-sized pirate ships generally have 12 to 16 cannons, a pirate crew of such large pirates would generally not have more than 4 ships and would not have more than 58 cannons. 12 cannons are far too many, unless that Sea Wolf pirate crew has suffered a major blow." However, intelligence also indicated that the Sea Wolf pirate crew went to the nearby island of Tylinius to rest and recuperate, suggesting that they had gained a certain advantage in the naval battle. Otherwise, the Red Lion pirate crew might have rested and recuperated on the nearby island of Tylinius. Therefore, Odis concluded that the Sea Wolf pirate crew needed cannons, but not necessarily as many as 12. The buyer of the intelligence took the opportunity to bargain based on the captain's assessment, and the deal was quickly reached. However, the original intelligence fee of £15 was eventually reduced to £10. Because the seller did exaggerate the quantity to some extent, it would have been easier to negotiate a higher price when selling information on such a large deal. However, the captain exposed the lie so easily. The transaction continued, and in the latter half of the gathering, Odis heard another description of the location of an ancient ruin. This kind of information is usually difficult to trade, because the ruins that are brought here for trade are usually those that have been looted countless times. However, out of curiosity, even though he didn't find any ancient writing there this time, Odis still spent 15 to buy the information again, and he would go and take a look whenever he had time. Odis also received some news about the Rose School. Recently, the Night Watchers and Punishers in Biam suddenly joined forces to strike several strongholds of the Rose School, causing the cult's activities in Biam to suddenly decline. However, Odis keenly sensed that this was a prelude to a larger move by the Rose School. He remembered that the Rose School would soon be in Biam to compete for and transfer the Orange Light, Hilarion, who had transformed into a great scientist. Therefore, the Rose School will only send people to Biam now, and will not leave. However, to avoid alerting them, they may not retaliate in the near future, ignoring the losses caused to Odis and Rupert. But their lack of retaliation does not mean that Odis will not launch a preemptive attack. The best way to deal with such cult organizations is to take the initiative and keep them busy dealing with them. After the intelligence transaction concluded, Odis, as before, sold extraordinary materials at sequence 9 level. He currently has 14 portions of 5 different extraordinary materials. The party sold 6 sets, earning £900, plus £300 to £400 in entrance fees and bundled sales of masks and cloaks. The income from this gathering was also quite good. Of course, the biggest gain from such gatherings is the acquisition of intelligence, such as 5 pieces of intelligence to be reported to the Church of the Goddess of Night today. Some of this intelligence concerned the movements of sinister and extraordinary organizations like the Aurora Society, while others concerned a suspicious operation by the Church of War on the island of Sonia. Of course, this information is not the information that the members are trading openly. It is all the result of Odis's judgment based on his own experience based on the information that the members asked him to verify. It is still considered first-hand information. In addition, Odis gained a relatively systematic understanding of the pirates of the entire raging sea. Besides the pirate general, who is known to almost everyone on the sea, there are also many great pirates who are frequently active on the sea. Odis estimated that there are at least 30, or even more. They are all Sequence 7 or Sequence 6. As for pirates and wanted criminals with bounties below £3,000, their numbers are even greater and difficult to quantify. This made Odis sigh. The major powers are really willing to invest in the sea. The final part of the gathering was that Odis nominated 5 attendees as candidates to become full members, and the full members voted on the spot to decide which 2 candidates would become full members. After admitting 2 new members and determining their code names, the gathering came to an end. Watching the members leave one by one, Odis rested for a while and then instructed the 3 waiters, including Alan, to pay attention to the guests who usually came here to sell information. Odis then took Bazel back to the Argo and immediately said to Bazel, "Gather the entire crew for a meeting." Bazel paused for a moment before replying, "Yes." Odis arrived at the conference room first. The conference room on the ship was not large. Besides being a conference room, it also served as the ship's library, with several bookshelves. However, no books had been purchased yet, only a few books about navigators provided by Ilge were available. If there is a ship's doctor on board in the future, he will still hold consultations here regularly. 2 or 3 minutes later, the crew members arrived one after another. It was the first meeting for the navigator trainees. They had come in chatting and laughing, but when they saw the captain's serious face, they immediately stopped smiling and sat down obediently. After everyone was seated, they all looked somewhat puzzled. Even Bazel didn't understand why a meeting was being held. "The meeting begins," Odis said. The other crew members immediately sat up straight and looked at the captain. "I just received intelligence about the Red Lion pirate crew," Odis said. "They've been active on Chakar Island or Nickard Island recently." Bazel's mouth gaped open in surprise. The news was too sudden for him. He had witnessed the entire intelligence exchange meeting today and hadn't heard anything about the Red Lion pirate crew. He was so excited that he trembled all over. He never expected that he would have the opportunity to take revenge so soon after setting sail. Rupert and Ilsa had both heard of Bazel and the Finger Severed, and immediately understood that the captain was planning to raid the Red Lion pirate crew. Based on what they had learned during this period, they now knew the maximum speed of the Argo. Although they were still 400 or 500 nautical miles away from the 2 islands, they were sure they would be able to reach them before midnight. Then they would patrol around the 2 islands, searching for the Red Lion pirates, and if they hadn't gone far, they could find them within a day or 2. Such a rapid advance would be almost impossible for an ordinary seagoing vessel. Because most pirate ships only have a speed of around 16 or 17 knots at most, and if they encounter calm seas, they may only be able to travel at 6 or 7 knots. By the time they reached the 2 islands, the people had already vanished. The 5 navigator trainees were unaware of Bazel's story and were somewhat confused by the captain's description. "Now I command," Odis said, "sail immediately toward those 2 islands. Bazel will stay on the Argo, Rupert will come with me to gather intelligence and further pinpoint the location of the Red Lion pirate crew." The 3 main crew members, including Bazel, immediately replied in unison, "Yes." Odis stood up and said, "Meeting adjourned, let's take action immediately." Barzil didn't even have time to thank the captain before he and Ilya immediately went to the cockpit to adjust the course. After Odis and Rupert did some simple makeup, they used the travel ring to arrive at Chakar Island. With a clear objective, they headed straight for the harbor's shipyard. After observing from a distance, they did not spot any of the Red Lion pirate cruise ships. So Odis went to the shipyard, pretending that he wanted to repair his ship, and was taken to the manager's office by the shipyard workers. After closing the office door, Odis pulled out a 10-pound note. "Have any members of the Red Lion pirate crew come here to repair their ship?" The manager took a slight breath as he looked at the 10-pound note. His salary was less than £2 a week, so this was a considerable sum for him. He glanced at the closed door again before whispering, "They didn't repair the ship here, they went to Nickard Island in the south. This is what I just heard from the ship repairman this morning." Although the manager coveted the wealth, he knew that if he provoked the pirates, he would surely die, which is why he was being so cautious. Odis placed the banknotes on the table, pretending that the negotiations had not reached an agreement, and left the dock. Arriving at a secluded corner, Odis led Rupert to Nickard Island, where, in the same way, they learned at the shipyard that the Red Lion pirate fleet had just left that morning. Odis asked them about their approximate course of travel and learned that the pirate crew had 3 fast ships, 1 large and 2 medium-sized, with the large fast ship as their flagship. Back on the Argo, Odis explained the information he had learned to Ires. Ireis quickly determined their destination and slightly adjusted his course, intending to intercept them at sea. Advance 4. Odis commanded. Target, the Red Lion pirate crew. Chapter 263, Chapter 262. The Red Lion pirate crew is annihilated. There were few waves on the sea tonight, and the bright moonlight made the water look very clear. Whoosh! The calm sea was suddenly parted by the Argo, creating ripples on the clear surface. The small ship was moving forward at an extremely fast speed. However, judging from its appearance, no one knows what powers the ship. Its sails are folded up, and there is no steam engine in sight. Especially at night, it resembles a ghost ship filled with unknowns. At this moment, in the cockpit of the Argo, Odis was carefully observing the sea surface through a telescope. They arrived at the waters off Nickate Island more than half an hour ahead of schedule, but did not encounter the Red Lion pirate group en route. Around noon, after Odis and Rupert brought back the general course of the Red Lion pirate crew, Ireis determined that the Red Lion pirate crew was probably going to raid the southern section of the central route. After all, they had just engaged in a naval battle with other pirate groups, and the repairs to their ships and the purchase of supplies must have cost them a lot. They were definitely going to rob some pirates to make up for their losses and also to let their pirate crew members have some fun. But we didn't encounter them along the way. Odis put down his telescope and asked Iles, besides the southern section of the central route, which other sea area nearby is relatively easy to plunder cargo ships or merchant ships? Behind Odis were Bazel, Rupert, Ilsa, and others. Elijah pointed to the nautical chart and said, "It's the waters around Klein Island, but that's quite far from here. It would take ordinary ships several days to get there." Klein Island is located in the southern part of the Rosyth Islands, while the waters around Nickate Island, where they are currently located, are in the western part of the Rosyth Islands. In other words, if you set off from Nickate Island, ordinary seagoing vessels would need to sail westward for 2 or 3 days to reach the central route, which is a main shipping lane. Merchant ships, cargo ships, and passenger ships from countries such as Feniport travel back and forth on that route in an endless stream. If you are traveling from Nickate Island to the waters off Klein Island, you must first sail south and then east, and it would take at least a week for a regular seagoing vessel to reach the island. According to the intelligence that Odis and Rupert obtained at the shipyard on Nickate Island, the Red Lion pirate fleet had indeed sailed west. Odis picked up his binoculars again and glanced at the sea before saying, "Change course and head to the waters off Klein Island." He speculated that the Red Lion pirate crew had indeed sailed west, but this was likely a smokescreen put out by the crew's captain, Taylor, to mislead those who wanted to find out the Red Lion pirate crew's whereabouts. Odis knew very well that the other party was a schemer, and such tactics were standard practice. He guessed that the Red Lion pirate crew's course was probably west first, then south, and finally east, making a big detour to Klein Island. If the Argo were an ordinary pirate ship, it would have already been tricked, and since the other side had already set off a day earlier, it would be difficult to catch up with them. However, the Argo is not an ordinary pirate ship. Its speed is about 3 times the maximum speed of an ordinary pirate ship. If Odis's guess is correct, it will also take a big detour and catch up with the Red Lion pirate crew by dawn tomorrow. The sea is vast, but the shipping routes are fixed. For example, the route from Nickate Island to Klein Island is connected by reefs exposed above the sea, as well as islands, stars, and ocean currents. So even though the sea is boundless, if you want to catch up with another ship, you can basically catch up with it by following a fixed route. The error in their navigation was basically within the telescope's field of vision. If ships do not follow fixed routes, they are more likely to run aground, get lost, or accidentally enter dangerous waters. Therefore, most ships follow such fixed routes. This is why most pirates prioritize ship speed. They need sufficient speed to close in on merchant ships encountered on fixed routes. If you encounter the Navy, you need to be fast enough to escape. Of course, some pirate groups also have secret routes, and in some sea areas where the Navy or Punishers frequently appear, the pirates also have alternative routes to choose from. However, there is no need to worry about the Red Lion's pirate crew taking other routes during the first half of the voyage from Nicholas to Klein, as there are few naval personnel in the area and there is no need for them to do so. As the night deepened, Odis ordered Rupert and the others to go back and rest, and to summon them again if any situation arose. Odis and Bazel took turns monitoring the sea. As the two drank their third pot of coffee, the eastern sky began to lighten, but they still couldn't find any trace of the Red Lion pirate crew. Odis, whose eyes were bloodshot, put down her binoculars and poured herself another cup of coffee. To facilitate shift duty, a table with an open nautical chart and 2 chairs fixed to the floor were added to the previously empty cockpit. Sitting to the side, Bazel, holding a coffee cup, suddenly said, "When I was on the ship, finger severed, the first mate hated coffee, and he also had a bad habit of drinking alcohol whenever the weather was bad, and he liked to curse when he drank. But strangely enough, no matter how much he drank, he always managed to give the right orders at the right time, keeping us constantly battling the storm. Once, after he scolded me, I secretly replaced the wine in his flask with coffee. He took a sip, then spat it out more than 2 meters away. Ha ha ha. With tears in his eyes, Bazel said, "It's normal to die at sea. Every one of us who goes out to sea is prepared to die on this crazy and tedious ocean. But Taylor shouldn't have let them suffer before they died, to die in agony." Odis patted the first mate on the shoulder. "We will avenge them. Even if we don't catch Taylor this time, we have the intelligence exchange mechanism, and we will soon be able to get information about them again. If they haven't caught up with Taylor yet, then this pursuit operation may have failed." Bazel nodded slowly. I know. His eyes hardened once again. Odis, having finished his coffee, was about to continue observing the sea when, before he could even pick up his telescope, he saw a dark spot on the horizon. He quickly picked up his binoculars and confirmed that it was a fleet of 3 ships. Odis immediately sounded the alarm and used a megaphone array to command all crew members, "Prepare for battle." Bazel jumped up and rushed to the window. Although he couldn't see the other party's flag clearly yet, it was very likely the Red Lion pirate crew. When Rupert and the others arrived at the cockpit, the situation ahead became much clearer. First, there was a fleet of 3 ships on the route. Their flag was a red lion with its head held high. It was the Red Lion pirate crew. In front of the Red Lion pirate crew was a fleet of 8 ships. After observing for a while, Bazel made a preliminary judgment that it was a fleet of armed merchant ships heading towards Klein Island. However, they were unlucky enough to encounter the Red Lion pirate crew. At this moment, the Red Lion's pirate crew was obviously chasing the merchant fleet. According to the normal procedure of robbery, after catching up, the Red Lion's pirate crew would use their speed advantage to circle around a few times to show off. During the circling, they would fire cannons at each other. Experienced pirates could usually find the weaker ships in the fleet after circling 2 or 3 times and then launch a targeted attack. In the cockpit of the Argo, Odis held a brief operational meeting. After the battle begins, Bazel will rendezvous with the attack squad and be ready to launch an offensive at any time. Rupert will lead 5 extraordinary puppets to hold the deck in case of an enemy counterattack. If I go to support Bazel, Rupert will also be in the cockpit to command and coordinate. During the pursuit yesterday afternoon and evening, Odis and his team assembled a second batch of 20 extraordinary puppets and instilled them with fighting skills using the extraordinary properties of the fighting scholars inside the wisdom helmets. Furthermore, with Bazel's help, Odis extracted techniques for using common weapons such as swords. These 20 extraordinary puppets are specific combat puppets that are only awakened during battle. Furthermore, Odis planned to set up an insurance program for them when he had time, to prevent them from accidentally injuring his own crew. Odis glanced at Ilsa, who, theoretically, should have returned to the cabin to take shelter by now. But Irei said, "I'll take a look from the cockpit." He was eager to see how this new ship would fight. Odis said nothing, but said to the extraordinary puppet, on the side of the cockpit, "Activate the safety on the spirit wave cannon and the machine gun." The Argo's rapid pursuit quickly attracted the attention of the Red Lion's pirate crew. Bazel, who was observing through binoculars, reported, "The enemy flagship has crew members using flag signals to inquire about our intentions." Odis, sitting in the captain's seat, said, "Tell them I'm here for their heads. Let them wash their necks and wait." Bazel smiled helplessly. Signal can only express some simple meanings, such as fighting, negotiation, and so on. Odis, who hadn't studied this much, simply said, "Oh, are there flag signals for hunting?" "No." "What about the flag signals for debt collection?" "No." Unable to express his thoughts clearly, Odis said helplessly, "Ignore them and keep going." At this moment, the extraordinary puppet, outside, responsible for observing the distance, reported to the leader in an almost monotone tone, 30 kilometers from the target. In fact, the enemy ships had long since entered the firing range of the Lingbo cannon, but Odis delayed in giving the order to fire. Because firing at the maximum range of the Lingbo cannon would still be a long way from the target, and it would take some time to determine the extent of the attack, this would likely give Taylor enough time to prepare. Now that we've determined the enemy ship is a regular pirate ship, we might as well get closer before firing. The sun slowly rose from the east, illuminating the sea area. At this moment, the atmosphere on the sea had become tense. Not only had the Argo entered a state of combat readiness, but the Red Lion pirate crew in front had also entered a state of combat readiness. The pirates prepared the cannons, cleaned the barrels, filled them with gunpowder, and loaded the shells. Most pirates still use this old-fashioned cannon. Although it doesn't have the range of cannons that use cannonballs with built-in primers, it is more stable. Generally, only ironclad warships would use new cannons, because wooden ships could not hold the new cannons in place, and the deck would be severely damaged after only a few shots. Ironclad warships, on the other hand, could use welding and other methods to fix new cannons to the hull, and could also use hydraulic and spring devices to reduce recoil. The merchant fleet at the front also spotted the Argo, but they didn't take it too seriously because the Argo was too small. Even the 2 medium-sized pirate ships were much larger than the Argo. But Taylor's spirituality warned him, making him somewhat uneasy, and he kept taking out his binoculars to observe the Argo. He noticed, of course, that the small-looking ship was flying the banner of Elemental Dawn, and below that banner was an unfamiliar one composed of a six-pointed star, a sword, and an eye. Taylor believed that the ship was not a threat given its size, but since it bore the banner of Elemental Dawn, there was a very likely powerful figure on board. Taylor believed that the people on the ship had given his spiritual sense a warning of danger, but he was not panicked because the other party was at most a Sequence 5, and Taylor had a sealed artifact that matched a Sequence 5. He obtained that sealed item from within the organization using his merits, intending to use it for future promotions. Once he has accumulated enough merit, he will ask the organization for help to break the seal and use its extraordinary properties to concoct a magic potion. So Taylor now has the strength of a Sequence 5, and he has already recruited a second mate, who is on his own ship, so dealing with a Sequence 5 shouldn't be a problem. The only thing to worry about is that the Sequence 5 has a higher-level sealed artifact, but even so, Taylor is confident he can escape. However, the probability of this happening is not high, because Taylor has never offended the captains of Element Dawn and has shown them full respect in public. He believes that Element Dawn will not target him. As Taylor continued his analysis, a small seagoing vessel with the words Argo on its port bow approached at a speed that surprised even Taylor. The crew of the Red Lion were still smoking and joking about whether the small ship was planning to ram it and take everyone down with it. It wasn't that they underestimated their enemy, but generally speaking, wooden ships would only fire at each other to test the waters when they were about 7 or 8 kilometers apart. The first few shots would mostly hit the water, because the range of this old-fashioned cannon was only 4 or 5 kilometers. The probing shelling can also be seen as a way for each side to express its determination to fight. Just then, Taylor noticed that the deck at the bow of the Argo suddenly opened, revealing a mechanical structure that looked very complex and had a strange beauty. Next, 2 not very thick metal rods extend from the middle of the machine. Taylor wondered if this was some kind of new and extraordinary weapon. But he still didn't take it too seriously, because in his mind, no matter what kind of weapon it was, it couldn't be very powerful at such a distance. The next second, the space between the 2 metal rods became illusory. This change made Taylor's hand holding the binoculars tremble, and an unprecedented sense of unease washed over him. Almost instinctively, he quickly went to the edge of the deck. In the perilous forest, even the hunter needs to be vigilant enough to avoid becoming the prey. When a small ball of light was launched from between the 2 metal rods, Taylor's eyes narrowed, and he immediately jumped into the sea and tried to dive down. Boom. The Red Lion was hit by the lingbow cannon, and the ship disappeared in a flash of light. The violent explosion created huge waves and shock waves that capsized another medium-sized ship belonging to the Red Lion pirate crew. The only remaining ship was also hit because it was farther away. Many cannons and crew members fell into the sea, and the mast broke. At this moment, everyone in the cockpit of the Argo except Odis stared wide-eyed at the scene before them, their expressions filled with astonishment. Bazel even forgot to rejoin the attack team, while Rupert kept rubbing his eyes, wondering if he was dreaming. This also includes Ire eyes, because when testing the weapon system of the new ship in the waters off Shera Island, the ship was first sailed to the open sea before the test firing began. Only the scholars who participated in setting up the magic array, as well as the ship designers and the high-ranking members of Elemental Dawn, knew the power of this cannon. In the quiet cockpit, Odis, holding binoculars, sighed. Because the Argo was relatively small, the area for setting up the magic array was also relatively small, and the power of the Spirit Wave Cannon was not as great as the Spirit Wave Cannon on the large ship built for Bernadette. Moreover, you can only fire 2 shots in a row, and then you have to rest for 2 minutes before you can fire another shot. It's alright, though, it can easily take down an ironclad warship. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Odis muttered, using anti-aircraft guns to kill mosquitoes, then put down his binoculars and ordered the extraordinary puppet, prepare the bow cannons and fire on the last remaining enemy ship. The crew members of the merchant fleet ahead were stunned and rushed to the deck to watch. Many of them knelt on the ground to praise the Lord of the Storm or the Sea God. They believed that their prayers must have moved the gods, which then sent down divine punishment, blowing up the pirates' flagship. Only a few people with telescopes saw that the Argo launched a small point of light, which then caused the violent explosion. Before they could explain to those around them, the bow of the Argo fired a series of shells, and the last pirate ship was immediately engulfed in flames. The flames were probably from an ignited gunpowder magazine, and the entire stern was blown away. The crew members jumped into the sea amidst the flames. Almost instantly, the pirate ship began to sink from its stern. Without needing any explanation, the crew members praying on the ground understood that it was the ship that didn't look very big that had attacked the Red Lion pirate crew. In less than 10 seconds, they destroyed one of the pirates' 3 ships and sank the other 2. Yes, it was blown up, because not even a few planks of the flagship remained. The crew members stood there dumbfounded, the scene before them completely beyond their comprehension and beyond their wildest imagination. Whoosh! Taylor finally surfaced and gasped for breath. The violent explosion had sent shockwaves that pushed him into the deep sea, and he swam desperately to avoid drowning. Taylor was already seriously injured, with a small dent in his head, a result of the shockwave. Taylor also lost an arm and had a wooden board stuck in his back. Upon seeing the situation on the water, he froze, as if he were in a nightmare. The Red Lion pirate crew is gone. Just a moment ago, his pirate crew was gone. Of the remaining 2 ships, one has capsized and the other has begun to sink. The ship that had begun to sink was now engulfed in flames. The water was littered with the bodies of the crew members, some had been burned to death, while others had been struck by hard objects and died from the shockwave. Captain! Captain! A hoarse, weak voice brought Taylor back to his senses. He saw his first mate, Sandra, floating on the sea not far away, her once beautiful face half charred and half severely burned. Her body was incomplete, she was missing an arm, her abdomen was also missing, and most of the remaining parts were charred, making it impossible to see her former beauty and sexiness. Taylor could imagine that in the instant of the violent explosion, she must have been constantly using the abilities of various stand-ins. However, the power of the explosion was still too great, and even though she kept using her stand, she still suffered such severe injuries. Because her body was enhanced by the magic potion, she did not die immediately. But at this point, the potion's enhancement had become a curse, and it would be better to die quickly. Taylor seemed to fall back into reality in an instant. His gaze turned gloomy again. He glanced at the Argo and, after swimming some distance away, swam to Sandra's side. Looking into the first mate's eyes, Taylor instantly recalled a series of passionate nights. He was very self-aware, knowing full well that he was not a good person. He used any despicable means to attack his opponents, and he tortured prisoners of war to death as sacrifices to the great gods. But at this moment, Taylor felt for the first time that perhaps it was because he had done too many bad things that he had been hit like this. At the same time, it was the first time he had ever felt despair, because until this moment, he still didn't know what weapon had caused such a violent explosion. He didn't even know how he had offended them, or why they were attacking him so suddenly. But this wasn't the time to think about that. Taylor tried to stay calm and placed a hand on Sandra's forehead. Amidst the first mate's weak twitching, 2 flames erupted from her eyes. Taylor burned her brain, leaving her to die. Then, without turning his head, Taylor swam in the opposite direction from the Argo. In the cockpit of the Argo, Odis ordered the first and second officers, "Take your binoculars and go to the deck to look for Taylor." The people in the room seemed to suddenly come to their senses and began to get busy. However, the shock of the Argo's weaponry hadn't completely subsided. Bazel circled around for a moment before walking towards the telescope. Rupert, on the other hand, reached out twice before finally grasping the telescope. Odis smiled. This was the first time the Spirit Wave Cannon and the Extraordinary Machine Gun had been used in actual combat, and the result was quite good. With the support of this ship, he possessed the full strength of a pirate general. But Odis was well aware that although the Spirit Wave Cannon was very powerful, it would be difficult to kill a Sequence 6 with it. If the opponent is a stubborn person, the Lingbow Cannon is enough to take down an enemy at Sequence 5. The problem is that extraordinary individuals are not targets, nor would they be foolish enough to engage in a head-on confrontation with such a powerful cannon. Their spirituality will surely give them some warning in advance, prompting them to take actions to avoid danger. Therefore, Odis concluded that Taylor was not dead, or that Sequence 6 and Sequence 5 had time and space to escape. Taylor didn't find it immediately, but Bazel observed that almost all the members of the Red Lion pirate crew were dead, with floating corpses everywhere, and the few survivors struggling aimlessly in the water. At this moment, Rupert found Taylor, who was frantically wandering around. Odis immediately ordered a course change to pursue Taylor. When Taylor realized that the Argo had spotted him, ravens flew out of the sea like bombs and hurtled towards the Argo. Odis immediately ordered, "Replace the bow machine guns with ice cannons to block the fire crows." Thump thump thump. The machine guns at the bow of the ship began firing again, exploding into white fireworks in midair, forming a curtain of ice and snow. Some of the fire crows that were hit directly were frozen in the ice and fell into the sea. Even those that weren't hit quickly shrank and went out after passing through this icy prelude. Extend the artillery fire. Odis immediately ordered, "Attack Taylor." Thump thump thump. Like a death knell, a barrage of cannon fire rained down on Taylor. Taylor's spiritual senses were once again alerted to the danger, and he summoned several fire walls on the sea to obscure his vision, thus narrowly escaping the shelling. Odis commanded, "Prepare the electromagnetic cannon." In the middle of the Argo, the sail of the lowest of the 3 horizontal masts suddenly fell onto the deck, and an extraordinary puppet quickly climbed to the junction of the horizontal and vertical masts. There is a complex mechanical structure here. After pulling out the corresponding safety ring, the mast can be adjusted up, down, left, and right. Eventually, one end of the mast was roughly aligned with Taylor, and the extraordinary puppet immediately jumped down from it. Almost simultaneously, the erected mast suddenly crackled with electricity, making Bazel and Rupert's hair stand on end on the deck. However, they are not in danger as long as they are at a safe distance. A small electric sphere quickly formed on the side of the horizontal mast that was aimed at Taylor. Inside the cockpit, the extraordinary puppet at the control panel reported to the leader, "Power charging complete. Odis, fire." The small ball of electricity was shot out and exploded almost instantly not far from Taylor, forming a large ball of electricity on the sea surface with constantly flashing arcs. For a moment, the white lightning in the sky made the sea surface appear snow-white, and the sunlight seemed to weaken. When the lightning disappeared, Taylor sank straight into the sea. But he did not die, because at the crucial moment, he covered his body with a layer of flame, thus avoiding being burned by the electric sparks. At this point, Taylor was simply paralyzed by the electric shock and could no longer float on the sea. Odis rose from the captain's seat, went up to the deck, and said to Bazel, who was about to jump into the sea to find Taylor, "Wait a minute." Bazel, whose eyes were already bloodshot, looked at the captain. Odis stood at the cockpit door and said, "He may have committed many evils, but you must not become like him." Bazel nodded, somewhat moved. "Yes, Captain." Odis then said to the extraordinary puppet, "Pave a path for the first mate." Thump thump thump. The extraordinary machine guns, at the bow and stern fired simultaneously. This time, they fired ice cannons, and the white shells exploded on the sea surface, freezing a small patch of seawater. As the artillery fire extended, a passage was formed leading to the spot where Taylor had just fallen into the water. The shelling ceased after a small ice platform was blasted out near where Taylor fell into the water. Bazel walked on the ice, the icy water soaking his shoes and trousers, which gradually calmed him down. The steps toward the ice and snow platform became increasingly steady. Whoosh! Just as Bazel arrived at the ice and snow platform, Taylor finally swam to the surface. He used all his strength to climb onto the platform and lay there panting heavily. Although the electromagnetic cannon shells didn't burn Taylor, the electric arcs pierced holes in his body. Furthermore, he had even lost consciousness for a period of time. Even as a Sequence 6, being underwater for such a long time caused him to choke on several mouthfuls of water and nearly suffocate. After all, he wasn't an extraordinary individual through the sailor pathway. The will to survive made Taylor swim to the surface, but by then his eyes were unfocused, he was seriously injured, and he was barely alive. Bazel pulled out a dagger and slit Taylor's throat, who was now completely powerless to resist. "I told you back then, after I escaped from the fire, that I would come back for revenge. Now, I'm here. This strike was for the first mate, and also for me." Then, Bazel calmly watched Taylor's feeble death struggle, watched his blood glisten, his body convulse, and watched the extraordinary properties within him begin to emerge. Bazel smiled through his tears. "First mate, Captain, old Cohen, big butt, little rascal, the feeling of revenge is pretty good." Suddenly, Bazel felt as if a weight had been lifted from his chest, and all his strength seemed to have been drained away. He collapsed onto the ice platform. Chapter 264, Chapter 263 First time selling stolen goods. The captain of the merchant ship Redis witnessed the entire murder of Red Lion Taylor through his telescope. Not only him, but the captains of the other merchant ships also witnessed this scene. Their hands, holding the binoculars, were trembling slightly. A great pirate, a pirate crew of over 300 men, had been wiped out just like that. Please remember the Taiwan Novel Network website to read the fastest chapter updates. Taylor, whose bounty was a whopping 6,800 pounds, was killed so easily, and his killers even cut off his head. For a time, the captains of these merchant ships were all in a state of panic. Because the small seagoing vessel Argo, equipped with wondrous weapons, also flew a pirate flag. Who knows if they might also try to rob a merchant ship? But then they gave a wry smile, because the cannons on the merchant ship were no match for the small seagoing vessel, and they were already preparing to hoist the white flag. On the deck of the Argo, Odis watched as first mate Bazel struggled to his feet and then severed Taylor's head with a dagger. He smiled and said to Rupert, "It seems the first mate has finally said goodbye to the past." Rupert remarked, "Bazel's story has finally come to a good end." After watching the first mate return with the spoils of war, Odis ordered the extraordinary puppet to lower the gangway and reached out to pull Bazel onto the deck. After returning to the deck, Bazel first bowed to Odis, saying, "Thank you, Captain." "It's nothing," Odis smiled. "It's what I promised you." He took a deep breath. "All right, let's clean up the mess. I saw that there were still a few pirates alive over there. Since they are so lucky, let them live. Besides, Taylor is dead, so we can make use of him and his miserable subordinates again." The captain and the second mate were slightly taken aback, not quite understanding what the captain meant. Odis commanded, "You will command the extraordinary puppets to retrieve corpses and limbs from the sea, and be sure to recover loot, especially extraordinary traits, sealed artifacts, and heads with bounties. I'll try to right the capsized boat." As he spoke, Odis used a flight scroll and flew over the capsized ship. The ship has capsized, but it hasn't completely sunk yet. Odis threw 3 hovering scrolls in succession toward the side of the ship that was below the sea surface. Whoosh! With the help of the suspended scroll, the capsized boat was finally righted. Seawater flowed from the deck and gun ports. The violent shockwave had damaged the ship's mast and keel, but it should still be able to sail for a few more days. Odis then ordered his first and second mates to command the extraordinary puppets to throw survivors, corpses, and severed limbs onto it. Next, Odis had the extraordinary puppet paint his own flag on the sails. He knew very well that, if publicized properly, this battle could make him an instant celebrity. On the raging seas, reputation is extremely important. It can solve many problems and thus bring many opportunities. Of course, it also brings more dangers. Odis now desperately needs to become a great pirate, because that's the description that best reflects his abilities, and only in this way can he proceed with his next plan. He glanced at the few trembling survivors who were clearly in a daze, and said coldly, "I can spare your lives, but you must return to Chakra Island and bring these corpses and severed limbs to that port." Well, to be precise, that's the only place you can go. This ship can't reach any other islands. Taylor led the Red Lion's pirate crew from Nickard Island yesterday morning, making a large detour, and is now roughly located south of Chakra Island. If all goes well, the ship should be able to enter the port this evening. Odis smiled and said, "I am not afraid of others knowing about my deeds. If someone asks you what happened to you, you can answer truthfully." None of the pirates dared to look at Odis. They simply lowered their heads to look at the corpses on the deck, wanting to say something, but found themselves unable to open their mouths. At this time, the first and second officers had already directed the extraordinary puppets to systematically loot the battlefield and send all the corpses they could retrieve onto the deck. The magic arrays of these extraordinary puppets are engraved inside, and they do not use electricity as their energy source, so they are not afraid of operating underwater. Odis used the flight scroll again, sending eyes to the pirate ship and instructing the extraordinary puppets to set their course to Chakra Island. Having done all this, Odis retrieved the extraordinary puppet, glanced at the battlefield, and then ordered, "To Chakra Island. We'll rest there." When the Argo set sail again, the crews of the merchant ships not far away finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully the strange ship did not attack them. Immediately, the crew began speculating about the Argo. At this point, everyone put their usual boasting skills to good use, and Odis and the others suddenly acquired titles such as the Chosen Ones of the Gods and the Avengers from the Underworld. Aside from some surprise, no one felt anything else about the demise of the Red Lion pirate crew. Many people are happy that this pirate crew, which committed many heinous acts, has been wiped out today. After seeing the Argo leave, they lost interest in continuing their voyage and decided to rest on the island of Tyrenius ahead. On the other side, in the cockpit of the Argo, the table was filled with a dazzling array of spoils from the battle. There are also some large spoils of war, such as artillery, safes, and supplies, which have been sent to the warehouse below. The items on the table are all extraordinary spoils of war with high value. To avoid suspicion, Elijah left with his students. Only Odis, the first mate, and the second mate remained in the cockpit. Odis said, "This is the first time we've divided the spoils of war. I hope to provide a standard and reference for the future process of dividing spoils of war. I think the most important thing is that the spoils should be distributed according to the contributions made in the battle. Of course, it's fine if we win every battle at a very low cost. But if there are casualties, we must first give enough resources to the wounded." The first mate and second mate nodded, indicating that they had no objections. In fact, they have stated many times that they do not want any spoils this time, because they know very well that they have not made any contribution in this battle. However, Odis stated that as long as they participated in the battle, they would definitely get their share. It wasn't that Odis was particularly generous, but rather that he wanted to use this division to establish rules for the distribution of spoils. Since the Argo was designed and provided by Odis, and the annihilation of the Red Lion pirate crew was basically due to the ship, he naturally wanted to take the vast majority of the spoils. Ultimately, Odis gave first mate Bazel and second mate Rupert each a sequence 8 extraordinary property. Furthermore, regarding the bounty for Red Lion, Taylor and others, Odis himself took 70%, the first mate took 20%, and the second mate took 10%. Bazel took more money because he needed to use his relationship with the Navy to redeem the bounty as quickly as possible. In addition to Taylor's head, Bazel, who knew the bounty orders inside and out, also directed the extraordinary puppet to cut off the heads of 5 other bounty bearers. Unfortunately, many people were killed in the explosion, and all that was recovered were the traits, but they couldn't claim the bounty. Neither Bazel nor Rupert had any objections to Odis's distribution of the spoils. For Bazel, this was originally a battle for revenge, and he would do it even without pay. As for Rupert, at least the first mate had killed someone. He had only spent some time searching for people on deck and directing the extraordinary puppet to salvage the spoils, yet he had already earned a special ability and a reward of no less than 1,000 pounds. Then Bazel exclaimed, I never imagined that the Argo would wipe out a pirate crew so cleanly and decisively. On the high seas, pirate crews rarely suffer a complete wipeout. This is partly due to the limitations of their weaponry. Neither cannons nor other weapons can destroy an enemy flagship with a single shot like the lingbow cannon. Most of the time, if one side knows it is no match for the other, it will immediately flee, rarely giving the enemy a chance to completely annihilate them. Rupert smiled and said, I have indeed experienced the benefits of not having a crew. Without crew, there was no need to consider sharing the spoils with them. After such a large battle, it was divided among 3 people, and each of them only received a small portion, but it was still a considerable fortune. In addition, there were cannons, 2 safes, and a batch of usable supplies that were not divided up. Odis had already had the extraordinary puppet open the safe and see that, apart from some cash that had been soaked by seawater, there were only some jewelry and gems. Generally speaking, safes are where captains store their valuables, but these were the safes of the captains of the other 2 ships serving Taylor. The flagship safe had long been destroyed. The Red Lion pirate crew had been established for 8 or 9 years, and even the captains who served Taylor had accumulated some experience. Now, everything has benefited Odis. Odis plans to sell all the cannons, keep some of the supplies, and sell most of them. Jewelry and gems can wait until they're in Byam before selling them. These things are best sold in big cities to fetch a good price. However, Odis did not divide these things among himself. He planned to sell them and hire a chef to improve everyone's meals. In addition, some more exquisite furniture can be added, and other members can also use this money to pay for decorating their own rooms. It belongs to the public funds of the Argo. After a quick division of the spoils, Odis put Rupert on watch in the cockpit. He and Bazel, who hadn't slept all night, went back to rest. As we walked out of the cockpit and down the aisle, Bazel suddenly asked from behind, such a great victory, how about we have a drink to celebrate? Odis glanced at the first mate before saying, all right. The 2 arrived at the restaurant, and Bazel poured 2 glasses of beer, handing one to the captain. Back then, after the finger-severing pirate crew fell into Red Lion Taylor's trap, only 9 of them escaped. Besides me, the other 8 are still on the high seas. Some became bounty hunters like me, some became pirates on other ships, and some became adventurers. 2 more have been killed by Taylor over the years, leaving only 6. If you need, I can gather them. Odis thought to himself, when you said your first sentence, I was afraid that your second sentence would be, I am not among those 9 people, which would be terrifying. He didn't answer immediately. He took a couple of sips of his drink, thought for a moment, and then asked, are they reliable? Reliable, Barzil said. They have all helped me more or less over the years, and they have never betrayed me. Even the 2 members who were captured by Taylor did not betray me. He hadn't mentioned this before, because he was still observing Captain Gar. The reason he brought this up today is that he now completely trusts Odis and hopes to fully serve Captain Gar with the power centered around him. Odis nodded, I do need some more people, but not to come on the ship, but to Byam, or somewhere else. He said to the first mate, you can gather them and ask them if they are willing to pledge allegiance to me. Odis looked into Bazel's eyes, you must understand, the reason I have a certain degree of trust in them is because I trust you. If anything goes wrong with them, I will punish you as well as them. Bazel immediately replied, I know. He paused, then added, we can find one of them on Chakar Island. I told him to gather the other 5 and have them wait in Byam. Odis nodded, okay. The 2 chatted for a few more minutes before Odis returned to his room to rest. However, before going to sleep, Odis still mustered his energy and used meditation to enter the wilderness of knowledge to check his loot. The battle was very fruitful, with Odis obtaining the majority of the spoils, 3 magical items and 12 extraordinary traits. He first used the wilderness of knowledge location to examine the magical item shaped like a red metal gauntlet, because he had just used the Eye of the Secret to see that it was a magical item corresponding to sequence 5. Odis held a gauntlet in one hand and placed the other on the central simulator, instantly recognizing the magical item's abilities, manipulating fire and reaping. Odis couldn't help but smirk, both of these abilities were highly offensive. Manipulating flames is not like a magician who can simply ignite a flame or make it bigger. The Hunter Pathways, flame manipulation, is one of their main abilities, including a series of fire-related abilities such as Burning Fire Wall, Fire Crow, Blazing White Lance, and Fireball. As for harvesting, it's even more useful. As long as it touches a target, even if it causes only minor damage, it can severely injure the opponent. If it attacks the enemy's weak point, there's even a chance to kill them with one blow. The most powerful aspect of this ability is that it can ignore defenses. Even guardians cannot withstand continuous attacks using Harvest. Next, Odis examined the negative effects. In the midst of battle, the wielder becomes the primary target of all enemies. Even those who initially didn't intend to attack the wielder will be tempted to do so once the battle begins. However, this won't affect targets already planning to flee. The wielder will only be affected if they intend to attack the wielder or their allies. Odis thought to himself, has the provocation ability been enhanced? Even without actively provoking, the enemy will think the holder is asking for a beating. This negative effect can be minor or major. If it's a battle where the forces are evenly matched, it's not a big deal. But it's more concerning when the enemy has multiple sequence 6 enemies in a team battle. Odis now feels that he can easily take on 2 sequence SIXs, but it's hard to say what would happen if there were 3. After all, sequence 6 is quite powerful, and the combination of multiple sequence SIXs can make extraordinary abilities have a synergistic effect greater than the sum of their parts. If such a battle were to occur, Odis might have intended to have his first and second officers share the burden, but instead, the enemy's attacks would all be focused on him. The key is that he's a scroll professor, meaning his defense isn't high and he doesn't seem very durable. However, after thinking about it, Odis realized that this situation was unlikely to occur. Because if the pirate crew they encountered was too powerful, Odis would simply turn and run away in the Argo, without needing this magical item. Furthermore, Odis thought of the use of negative effects. Sometimes, it's not a bad thing for the enemy to concentrate their firepower, it can be used to pull monsters. However, the prerequisite is that the defense scroll needs to be upgraded. He took a deep breath. In any case, the negative effects of this sealed artifact weren't very strong, so he could keep it for himself. Then he came up with a new combo: imprisonment, harvest, death. With these 3 combos, even a sequence 5 wouldn't be able to escape. Finally, it came time to name it. As was customary, Odis named the sealed artifact, Harvest Gauntlets. The other 2 sealed artifacts are Sequence 7, the Spirit Medium, corresponding to the Death pathway, and Sequence 8, the Instigator, corresponding to the Witch pathway. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. That magical item, which is designed for spirit mediums, can indeed be used for spirit communication and accelerates the extraction of extraordinary properties. The other sealed item wasn't very useful, so Odis glanced at its abilities and negative effects and placed it on the shelf over there. Then Odis looked at those extraordinary traits, one of which was a Sequence 6 trait, a trophy obtained from Taylor, corresponding to the Hunter pathway's conspirator. There are also 2 Sequence 7 traits, First Mate Sandra's Witch trait and the Wizard trait. This wizard characteristic should belong to the second mate that Taylor just recruited. Odis even suspected that this guy might have been attracted by him, so all the crew members on the Argo didn't even know what he looked like, only his characteristics. Moreover, it was fortunate that there was an extraordinary puppet that could dive underwater for a long time to retrieve the item, otherwise, Odis might have missed out on this trophy. Because this thing was most likely destroyed, no body was found, only its characteristics were discovered. It should be that the corpse dispersed after the properties were aggregated. Of the other 9 extraordinary traits, 3 are Sequence 8 traits and 6 are Sequence 9 traits. Add to that the 2 Sequence 8 traits held by the first and second officers, and this is the foundation of the Great Pirates, comparable to an official extraordinary squad armed with sealed artifacts. Odis used the properties of this shattering to shatter the personality of the wilderness of knowledge. Then, Odis returned to the real world and lay down on her bed to rest. Before going to sleep, he remarked, "This sea is truly overflowing with wealth. Klein has become rich almost overnight since arriving here. Now, there's no haggling over trade intelligence. I've only been here a month, and I've gone from being £3,000 in debt to becoming a captain with the ability to equip 2 squadrons of extraordinary characters." Odis, preoccupied with cultivating his own extraordinary power, fell into a deep sleep. In the western part of the Hornic Mountains within Intis, there is a large mountain resort. A young man dressed in an Intis suit strode open the restaurant door. "Mr. Chairman, Taylor just died. This is an important stronghold of the Iron-Blooded Cross." The man having breakfast in the restaurant was a middle-aged man with a high nose and deep-set eyes. He was Tony Downs, the vice president of the Iron Cross Society. Because the chairman is not here, his subordinates refer to him as chairman. Tony loosened his napkin and asked in a very arrogant tone, "Who killed him?" "I don't know," the young subordinate said. "We only know that he died, and roughly where he died, through the spiritual essence he left behind. The problem is that we have performed divination many times, but we have not been able to find any information about the murderer." Tony crossed his legs. "Send someone to investigate and find the other members of the pirate crew. There are so many people, they can't all be dead, can they?" The young subordinate immediately replied, "Yes," and then respectfully left the restaurant. Tony looked at the food on the plate, and with a whoosh, the food burst into flames and quickly burned. The news he had just heard immediately made him lose his appetite for breakfast. Around noon, the Argo entered the port of Chacker Island and lowered its sails, disguising itself as a normal small seagoing vessel as it docked at the pier. Chacker Island is not on the main shipping route, and pirate ships can usually dock at such islands openly. However, it's best not to do this if there are warships docked here. The banner of Elemental Dawn attracted the attention of many people, but no one had heard of Argo, so they assumed it was just an ordinary small sea vessel serving Elemental Dawn, and their curiosity and envy outweighed their awe. After taking a nap all morning, Odis and Bazel, who was carrying a suitcase, went ashore first. The two found a place to have lunch, and then Bazel took the suitcase to find his subordinates and the Navy's contact person on the island. Islands that are not on the main shipping routes and have no mineral deposits or valuable local products are generally not garrisoned by the Navy. Instead, only a few military liaisons are stationed there. They turned a blind eye to the pirate ships in the harbor and the pirates on the streets, since the island needed pirates to make money. Odis went to a fairly large bar to inquire where to sell the stolen goods. But at the entrance of the bar, he saw 3 locals, all with wounds on their faces and looking bitter and resentful, sitting at the bar entrance watching people come and go on the street. One of the locals, a thin man in his 30s, seemed to want to get up and say something when he saw Odis, but was held back by his companion. Odis found it strange because, judging from their skin color, 2 of them were local natives, and the other should be a Rune. Generally speaking, the Rune people rarely act together with the local indigenous people. However, Odis did not ask any questions. Instead, he went into the bar and sat down at the counter. "Give me a specialty beer." There weren't many people in the bar at the moment. The bartender wiping the glasses put down his glass and said, 5 pence. Odis gave him 8 pence. "Does anyone here need supplies?" The bartender collected the money and tip, and poured Odis a glass of white beer. "You can ask at Old York grocery store." "Thanks." Odis took a sip of beer, glanced at the door, and asked, "Why are those 3 people sitting at the bar entrance?" "They're seeking the help of adventurers," the bartender chuckled. "But they don't have much money, and they've been here for several days, and no adventurer is willing to help them. In the morning, as usual, they came here seeking help. Several adventurers were interested and asked them what price they could offer. And they said 100 pounds, ha ha ha." The bartender seemed to have found a very funny joke. Well, those adventurers thought these 3 were joking with them, so they beat them up. Odis realized that after the 3 men saw him, one of them might ask for his help, but his companion, fearing further beatings, pulled him back. This further piqued Odis's curiosity. What kind of help do they need from the adventurers? It seems some pirates are planning to raid their island, and they've asked adventurers for help in defending it. The bartender shook his head. These penniless guys are being incredibly naive. Adventurers won't take on such a request for less than a few £100. If it were pirates with a bounty, the price would be even higher, but they only have £100, so it's impossible for them to hire help. Odis nodded, finished his beer, asked for directions to Old York grocery store, and then went out the door. Once outside the bar, Odis noticed the 3 local shifty gazes and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Be careful, a lot of people already know you have £100 in cash. Most adventurers and pirates might not be interested, but local thugs and thieves will definitely come after them." The young man, whose skin color indicated he was from the lone people, immediately stood up and said, "Sir, thank you for reminding me." After bowing deeply, he asked, "What should we do?" "Buy each of you a short sword," Odis said. "And stay in a decent inn tonight. On islands, hotels like these usually have some kind of backing, so thieves don't frequent them." As Odis was about to leave, the young man quickly said, "Sir, please wait a moment. May I take a few minutes of your time?" "Are you an adventurer?" "No, I am a pirate." Odis watched as the other person's respectful expression turned to astonishment, then smiled and walked away. For someone who asks adventurers for help to defend their home from pirate raids, pirates should all be seen as vicious and ruthless. "Sir." Unexpectedly, the young man caught up with us, his face regaining its respect. "My father said that there are some kind people among pirates. Could you help us defend against another group of pirates?" Odis scrutinized the young man carefully. "Where are you from?" "Crew Island," the other party quickly replied. Odis nodded. "I'll think about it when I get back." After saying that, he ignored the other person and strode towards Old York grocery store. This grocery store is quite large, with various goods simply placed haphazardly on the floor. The most common items were fresh water, food, and rum. The food mainly consisted of canned goods, dried meat, dried fish, and other items that could be stored for a long time. Most of the supplies that Odis seized were canned goods. Fresh fruit, live sheep, live pigs, live chickens, etc., are not sold in this kind of store. Of the seized supplies, the remaining items were mostly ship equipment, daily necessities, life jackets, and leak-stopping blankets. Inside, there were many pirates selecting supplies, with 7 or 8 servants following behind them busily. Seeing the size of the grocery store, Odis guessed that it must have been opened by the city's mayor or some important figure. Inside the general store, there was a counter where a well-dressed, white-haired old man sat, his eyes sharp as he kept a close watch on the pirates to prevent them from stealing. Odis approached the counter. "Would you like cannons?" All the pirates turned to look at Odis, who was dressed in a formal suit and had a leather bag at his waist. Such transactions are rarely conducted openly. The old man was Old York. He calmly withdrew his gaze and then slowly sized up Odis, asking, "How many doors?" 16 doors. The pirates took a deep breath. So many cannons were enough to arm a medium-sized seagoing vessel. They speculated that perhaps one of their comrades was planning to sell his ship and quit piracy. Old York showed no surprise. "How's the quality?" Odis replied, "The cannon is undamaged." £20 a door, Old York said. "That's the price if the quality is really as you say, without any damage." Odis nodded, thinking the price was acceptable. Of course, if you were to buy cannons from here, they might cost £40, or even £50 each. If Odis wants to conduct such arms deals on this island, he will have to pay about 30% tax, and then the Navy and the city government will not interfere. If this tax is not paid, both the Naval Liaison Office here and the city government will obstruct Odis's deal. Although Odis was not afraid of their obstruction, he felt that such a small transaction did not need to cause so much trouble. "I also have some canned goods, brand new sails, a batch of unused sealing blankets, and so on," Odis said. Old York smiled and said, "Looks like you've struck it rich." He said, "Bring them all here. Don't worry, I'll give you a fair price." Odis nodded, "Okay." Then Old York enthusiastically asked his men to help Odis hire carriages and laborers to go to the docks and unload the captured cannons, boxes of canned goods and other supplies. Back at Old York grocery store, a number of pirates were already waiting there to watch the spectacle. They probably already understood that it was the young man with the leather bag around his waist who had defeated a pirate group and seized a lot of goods. The hired laborers carried the cannons into the general store. Old York, with his hands behind his back, moved among the cannons, checking for damage. At that moment, he saw a mark on the barrel of one of the cannons and exclaimed in surprise, "This is a cannon from the Red Lion." Chapter 265, Chapter 264 Captain Gal becomes famous in one battle. Old York, the grocer, noticed that one of the cannons had a symbol that looked like a lion, which was the mark of the Red Lion's pirate crew. Old York almost blurted out, "That's a cannon from the Red Lion." The pirates watching the commotion were surprised. They had all heard that the Red Lion pirate crew and the Sea Wolf pirate crew had recently fought a major battle nearby, and that the Red Lion pirate crew had suffered some losses. However, the so-called suffering some losses usually means that the ship suffered more damage and more people died, but it is impossible that so many cannons were captured. Or, if 16 cannons were captured, it wouldn't just be a minor loss, but rather being crippled. Remember this website's domain name, TaiwanNovelNetwork. One of the pirates asked Odis, "How did you do that?" Odis was taken aback. "What? How did you do that? How did they steal so many cannons from the Red Lion pirate crew?" Odis smiled. "Couldn't it be my spoils?" The pirate was clearly taken aback for a moment, then glanced in the direction of the harbor. "You have other ships." "There is none left." "Ha ha ha. He he he." Odis's answer drew laughter and sneers from many pirates. They all saw Odis unload the cannons from the small ship, while the Red Lions were a large pirate ship with a bounty of £6,800 on Taylor himself. Moreover, this pirate crew had 3 ships, each of which was much larger than Odis's ship. The pirate who had just asked the question suddenly drew his sword. "You'd better be joking with me, or don't blame me for being impolite." Pointing swords at each other while speaking is a unique way of communicating among pirates. Sometimes they even point guns at each other while speaking. The pirate had a sword, while Odis did not, so in this exchange, everyone felt that the pirate was the stronger party. Before Odis could say anything, Old York said, "Put your sword away. This is a general store, not a fighting arena." The owner of the general store quietly glanced at the Argo docked at the pier, and then carefully looked at Odis. He then glared at the pirates, indicating that he was on the side of the young men. The pirate snorted, but obediently sheathed his sword. He knew Old York in the background of this general store, and dared not fight here. Odis ignored the pirate and instead asked Old York, "Sir, what's your price?" "As we said before, each of these cannons costs £20, and the other supplies aren't actually worth much," Old York said. "All of this is worth at most £350, but you seem to be new to this area. Let's be friends, I'll give you £400. The pirates watching the spectacle were slightly taken aback, because Old York was rarely so generous when accepting gifts. Some pirates had already guessed that the young man with the leather bag around his waist was very strong and had really dealt a heavy blow to the Red Lion pirate crew, because Old York's eyes were always very accurate in judging people. However, most pirates believed that it was because Odis had a fair complexion, unlike most pirates who had seen many storms and had rough, dark skin, that she left a good impression on Old York and thus got an extra £50. Pirates have already set their sights on the £400, a huge sum in a small port city like Chakra Island. Odis didn't expect to make much money from those supplies. Apart from keeping some canned food for himself, he didn't care how much the supplies he brought down could fetch. "Thank you," Odis said with a smile. He quickly received £400 in cash and returned to the Argo. Chacker Harbor, in a narrow alley. Bazel, carrying a briefcase, knocked on a dark-colored door. The person who opened the door was a middle-aged man in his 40s with tattoos all over his body. He was somewhat surprised to see Bazel. He led Bazel into the house, closed the door, and then whispered, "I just heard a couple of days ago that you were in Byam." Bazel placed the suitcase on the table. "I've boarded another pirate ship and am currently the first mate of the Dawn Sword pirate crew." The middle-aged man was even more surprised, but then he smiled with relief. "That's right, several years have passed, and there's still no hope of killing Taylor." He sighed, "Perhaps it's time to give up." Bazel laughed and said, "The reason I boarded this ship is because the captain promised to help me get revenge." The middle-aged man, covered in tattoos, was taken aback. "You believe that?" Bazel didn't speak, but opened the suitcase and took out Taylor's head. The middle-aged man's emotions shifted within a second or two, surprise, then anger, then joy, and finally, tears welled in his eyes. "You really did it." "Yes, I did it, with the help of the new captain," Bazel said. "I killed Taylor with my own hands and watched his blood flow across the sea." The middle-aged man laughed and said, "Today is a good day, we should have a good drink." Come on, it's on me, you can drink as much as you want." "Wait a moment, I have something else to say." Bazel put the severed head back into the suitcase. "This is a very capable captain with a background in Elemental Dawn. He's also a very good person and worth following. So I hope you can find other people to go to Byam and await the new captain's orders." The middle-aged man nodded. "Okay, I'll leave tomorrow, no, tonight." Since they remained on the high seas, it meant they still hoped to find opportunities in the raging seas, which is why Bazel recommended them to Odis. For these ordinary pirates, being able to join a powerful captain was a great opportunity. Bazel first told the other party to wait for him at the bar, as he needed to hand over Taylor and the others' heads to the military liaison. Odis found Irais playing chess with students in the game room of the Argo. After summoning the old navigator to the conference room, Odis said, "I have something to ask you." As they spoke, the two sat on either side of the conference table. The white-bearded Elijah asked, "What is it?" "I'd like to know more about Cruise Island." Odis had seen the island on the nautical chart, but didn't know the specifics. "That island is quite far from the main shipping lanes," Elijah recalled for a moment and said, "There's a small town on the island that was built by pirates and refugees decades ago, but it's not very big and doesn't have any valuable local products. Pirates usually don't like to go there." Odis smiled slightly, further confirming his guess, and then asked, "Approximately how big is this island? What is its population? What is its main industry?" Seeing that the captain was asking such detailed questions, Elijah further replied, "Cruise Island is actually quite large, but there are many large mountains on the island. In the mountains, there are many aggressive indigenous people. People living in small towns often have conflicts with the indigenous people. There are 3 types of people on the island. One group consists of pirates and refugees from various countries. They are the builders of that town, and because they have firearms, they basically rule the island. The second group of people are the natives who have accepted the rule of the northern continent people. They mostly live by the sea and there are about a dozen villages. The third type of people are the natives who are constantly in conflict with the people of the North Continent. They live deep in the mountains and are said to live in dozens of villages of all sizes. It's hard to estimate the exact population of the entire island, but it should be around 30,000 to 40,000. Elijah thought for a moment and then said, "As for the industries on the island, there are only farmers and fishermen on Cruise Island. There is some fairly fertile land by the sea, but in the raging sea, the last thing we lack is food. Although grain prices can be high in some major cities of the northern continent, crops can be harvested 2 to 3 times a year on the islands of the raging sea, which are considered barbaric by the gentlemen. The process of growing food here is simply to scatter some seeds in the ground, and then you don't need to do much with it. Even without much care, there's enough to eat, and on tropical islands, there are plenty of fruits to fill your stomach. You can also go out to sea to fish when you have free time. Food is not a concern, but this is by no means a paradise, as natural disasters every year kill many people and cause huge economic losses. Indigenous people living by the sea typically have to rebuild their houses 2 or 3 times a year. If pirates frequently visit, family members are easily killed or robbed." Thinking of this, Odis asked again, "Does that island have a port?" "There's a small harbor," Irais said. "It can only accommodate small boats." Odis pondered for a moment. "How about we go and check out that island together?" Elijah paused for a moment, then suddenly realized, "You want to use that island as a base." For a great pirate, having his own fixed base is not necessarily required, but having a secluded or remote island to hide on is ideal. Pirate ships cannot sail on the sea forever, and pirates cannot stay away from ports forever. But no matter what port they dock at, there is always some risk, since it is someone else's territory. Having your own base means you can stop there every now and then and take a good rest. If you offend some people you shouldn't, you can hide there and disappear for a while. This is why treasure maps are often found on the raging seas. It's because some great pirates have established their own secret strongholds and hidden many of their spoils there. That place became a treasure trove. Most pirates who spent their lives at sea had relatively short lives, and even the legendary great pirates were no exception. For example, during a voyage, the pirate crew was attacked, or encountered extremely bad weather. In short, the captain died. The first thing the captain's men did was undoubtedly return to their base and divide up the captain's wealth. However, one problem was that there was absolutely no trust among the pirates. When there is a captain, everyone can barely work together, but when there is no captain, they almost all scatter. Moreover, regardless of whether it's a naval battle or bad weather, if the captain dies, there won't be many survivors, and the pirate ship might even sink or become unusable. In such circumstances, it would be difficult for survivors to return to their base on their own. If they could not cooperate with each other, they would easily end up cooperating with other pirates or adventurers. At this point, the treasure map becomes a tool to rally other forces to cooperate. Of course, most of the treasure maps circulating at sea are fake, and people often fall for them because everyone believes that every great pirate must have his own secret stronghold where all the wealth he has plundered is kept. However, the truth is that only a few major pirates had their own secret bases, because there weren't many islands that met the criteria for a secret base. In the conference room of the Argo, Odis saw that Eyes had guessed his thoughts, but neither admitted nor denied it, and only asked him, "What do you think?" Elijah stroked his grey beard and thought for a moment. If the Argo is an ordinary sea ship, then while Cruise Island is secluded, it is too remote and inconvenient. But for the Argo, it doesn't matter. After all, this new-style seagoing vessel traveled more than 400 nautical miles in 12 hours at full speed yesterday. At such a speed, no matter where the secret stronghold of Dawn's Sword is, it cannot be considered remote. "We can go and take a look at the port there," said Elijah. Odis nodded, "Okay." The two got up, and Odis put her hand on Elijah's shoulder. They used the travel ring to arrive at a deserted beach on Cruise Island. Odis first used an invisibility scroll to hide himself and Eyes, then he used a flight scroll, and Eyes, as a wind-loving one, was already able to fly. The two people flew at low altitude toward the port. As Odis flew, he glanced up at the interior of Cruise Island. As Iriel said, the island has many mountains, and these mountains are quite tall, so Odis can't even see the other side of the island. Odis noticed that such a mountain was unusual, as islands in the sea generally do not have very high mountains. Most islands were formed by volcanic activity, so the mountains on those islands are relatively gentle, since they were built up little by lava. The mountains before Odis were different, some were even quite majestic and imposing, with hard rocks visible in some places. This led Odis to make an initial judgment that the island was likely once land. When the Emperor of the Underworld fell at the end of the Quaternary period, the land connecting the North and South continents collapsed, and some mountains formed the island. Odis believed that this place must have been at a relatively high altitude during the Quaternary period, so even though the land collapsed, these mountains were still exposed above the sea. Lost in thought, Odis and Eyes arrived at the port. The port has a unique shape. It is crescent-shaped with a large gap on the side facing the sea. It looks like a meteorite has crashed here, creating a crater and forming a circular lake that connects to the sea. In this way, the seawater in the harbor is relatively calm, making it a very good place for small boats. However, the downside is that it is easy for the enemy to block it in the port. The dock on the shore is small, with only some fishing boats and small vessels moored there. Inside the port, there is a small town built against the mountain, which is not very large. Elijah looked at it carefully before saying, "Argo can dock in this port, but large ocean-going ships cannot. This is advantageous for the Argo, as even if the enemy blocks the Argo in the port, they cannot get in." Odis smiled and said, "This place is nice." The two men looked at the small dock again, then returned to the Argo. Odis sat in front of the chart and pondered for a moment, then said to Eyes, who was beside him, "I'm going to the bar again. There is currently an excellent reason to visit this island." Odis returned to the bar from before, and sure enough, he saw the young men and the two natives still waiting there at the bar entrance. Upon seeing Odis, the young man, who was clearly a rune, immediately approached him and said, "Sir, are you here to help us?" Odis simply smiled and said, "Let's talk on the beach over there first." The young man quickly replied, "Okay." Three people seeking help, all with injuries on their faces and dressed in local clothing, followed in Odis's footsteps. Odis asked the young man, "What's your name?" "Donahue Shazo," the young man replied immediately. By this time, the group had arrived at a deserted beach. Odis, who was walking in front, suddenly asked, "Which pirate crew wants to raid Cruise Island?" The young Donahue quickly replied, "Deep Blue Pirate Crew." Odis turned to the three people seeking help, "Now you can tell me the truth, right? What good things have you found on the island? Why do the pirates suddenly want to raid Cruise Island? Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, Not a single piece of content, not a single look. Donahue immediately denied it, saying, we didn't find anything. They just wanted to kill and set fires. Odis smiled and said, it seems you don't know much about pirates. Pirates don't kill and set fires for the sake of killing and setting fires, but for the sake of robbing property. Moreover, the Deep Blue pirate crew is no ordinary pirate crew. Captain Egbert is a great pirate, and it is said that his flagship, the Ghost, is a ghost ship. For a pirate like him, as long as it's not on an island in the main shipping lane, he can kill wherever he wants, and there's no need for him to go to such a remote place to carry out a massacre. Unless the people of Cruise Island are particularly fun to kill. He had received intelligence about the Deep Blue pirate group at an intelligence exchange meeting. Donald swallowed hard, but didn't speak immediately. I'll give you 10 seconds to think about how to answer my question, Odis said. If I don't help you, everything you find on the island will be stolen. After saying that, Odis took out his pocket watch and watched the second hand tick away. His action put immense pressure on Donald and the other two. Moreover, Odis's point is valid. If he doesn't help, virtually no one else will be willing to help them. After a silence of 7 or 8 seconds, Donald finally decided, please don't tell anyone. Odis nodded, yes, go ahead. Donahue looked around to make sure no one was there before whispering, we found a very good iron mine in the mountains. Odis frowned and said, this is still not quite reasonable. It's not that the discovery of iron ore is unreasonable, the mountains on that island were originally part of the mainland, so it's quite normal to find mineral deposits there. But it was unlikely that a pirate crew would be interested in iron ore. After thinking about it, Odis thought it was more likely that the forces behind Egbert were interested in iron ore, so he did not interrupt Donald. Donahue continued, the Deep Blue pirate crew occasionally rests on Cruise Island. There are people on the island, and some people always hope to go to sea with them. So the Deep Blue pirate crew found out about the iron mine not long after it was discovered. They wanted to capture all the able-bodied men on the island and enslave them, so they could secretly develop the iron mine. We came out to seek help in order to avoid becoming slaves in the iron mine. Odis pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, the runes on Cruise Island are probably town mayors, sheriffs, and the like. Will you also be captured and enslaved? Before Donald could answer, Odis continued, is it the mayor who wants to compete with the Deep Blue pirate crew for the iron mine development rights? Often, Odis's ability to easily deduce the veracity of information wasn't necessarily due to his professional knowledge, but simply because he understood human nature. Donahue froze, no. No. Odis looked into the young man's eyes, this is the second lie I've heard from you. Just from this point alone, you are very insincere. I suggest you go back into the bar and wait, perhaps someone will offer to help you. After saying this, Odis made a move to leave. Donald quickly said, please wait a moment. Our island is so poor that even my father, who is the mayor, can't afford 200 pounds. Finally, a chance to make a fortune has arrived. Odis interrupted him, I have no interest in what has happened to you. We really need your help, Donald said. Odis said, I don't want to hear any more lies. Donahue quickly replied, I will never lie again. Well, tell me what exactly happened. Donahue took a deep breath and said to the two people behind him, you two wait for me at the bar entrance. One of the two natives questioned, is what this gentleman is saying true? You didn't break with the Deep Blue pirate group just to avoid us becoming slaves. Just because. Enough. Donald interrupted. We've already killed Egbert's men. When Egbert returns, I'll die a far worse death than you. The native who had asked the question paused for a moment, then realized that it was indeed the case, and so he returned to the bar as Donald had instructed. After they had walked away, Donald said, Sir, you guessed right. We did have a dispute with the Deep Blue pirate crew over how to split the profits. It was Egbert's men who struck first. They planned to kill us all and then go and capture the natives who were mining. Fortunately, my father was prepared. Although we lost more than a dozen people, we managed to kill Egbert's men. If Egbert doesn't get a reply from his subordinates, it won't be long before he comes looking for them in person. We had no choice but to come out and ask for help. Odis nodded, so, you originally intended to cooperate with Egbert. You will provide the personnel, and Egbert will contact the buyer. Donald hesitated for a moment before replying, yes. The gentleman's guess was so accurate that he no longer dared to have the thought of lying. Odis pondered for a moment and then asked, I've heard that the town on Cruise Island was built by pirates and refugees. Yes, they were mostly built by my grandfather's generation. Approximately how many people live on the northern continent of the island? Around 1,000 people. Odis understood the situation and said, I can help you, but keep your little bit of money. It's far too meager a reward for dealing with a great pirate like Egbert. He paused for a moment and then said, what I want in return is to be your town mayor. Donald opened his mouth wide, and after a long while he asked, you also want to develop that iron mine? I have no interest in iron ore, at least not now, Odis said. I'm going to make Cruise Island my base. You guys mind your mines, I'll be my pirate. He laughed and said, being a pirate is more profitable than mining. Donald replied almost immediately, okay, I promise you. Are you agreeing on your own behalf, or on behalf of Cruise Island? Odis hadn't expected the other party to agree so readily. On behalf of Cruise Island, Donald said, we have no way out, and Egbert will definitely be back on Cruise Island by next week at the latest. Therefore, my father gave me this power before I left. After killing the men sent by the great pirate Egbert, the runes on Cruise Island split into two groups. One group, blaming Donald's father for acting so impulsively, fled into the mountains or to the surrounding islands to escape Egbert's massacre. Another group is currently actively preparing to fight against the Deep Blue pirate crew. They knew very well that this iron mine was a very important asset for themselves and their descendants. As long as the iron mine was in the hands of Cruise Island, they would have countless riches. These people are descendants of pirates and refugees. They generally have a gambler's mentality. For them, it's not a question of whether it's dangerous or not, but whether they will win the bet. However, Donahue's father, the son of a pirate captain, was also an extraordinary individual. He was well aware of the gap between ordinary people and extraordinary individuals. The entire island's population combined was no match for the Deep Blue pirate crew. So he sent his son out to find help. After hearing Donald's words, Odis said, all right, it's settled then. Pack your bags, get on my ship, and we'll depart at dusk. Donald quickly bowed and said, thank you, thank you. He quickly went to call the two natives, and they tidied up and went to the dock to wait for Odis. It was around 5 p.m., and the sun had set in the western sky, giving the sea a sense of tranquility. Many people on the dock noticed that a medium-sized ocean-going vessel was sailing towards the dock. The ship seemed to have suffered serious damage, and even the mast looked somewhat shaky. Odis did not immediately return to the ship, but instead went into the bar. As soon as they entered, a slightly drunk customer with a bulbous nose laughed and said, look, the guy who attacked the Red Lion pirate crew and seized more than a dozen cannons has arrived. Everyone chuckled, but no one joined the drinker in making sarcastic remarks, because the Argo carried the banner of Elemental Dawn, and they were hesitant to offend Odis. However, they really couldn't believe that this fair-skinned young man had severely damaged the Red Lion pirate crew. Odis ignored the customer and went to the bar, taking out a 5-pence coin. Give me another white beer. Yes, sir. The bartender pocketed the money and went to pour Odis a drink. The patron with the red, bulbous nose looked a little embarrassed. He swayed over, holding his wine glass, and asked, tell me, how did you attack the Red Lion pirate crew? Odis glanced at the other person. If you delay my drinking, I'll make sure all your back teeth fall out. The surrounding drinkers chuckled again, and the man with the red nose said with a smile, really? I. Odis suddenly threw a punch, cleanly sending the red-nosed drunkard flying 2 or 3 meters, overturning a table. As the drinker landed, several bloody back molars also fell to the ground. For a moment, the entire bar fell silent. Even the people whose drinks had been knocked over remained silent, because Odis's punch was too fast, and no one was confident they could dodge it. The patron with the bulbous nose didn't dare to say a word, spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, and limped away from the bar. Odis sat down again and flicked a 1-soul coin at the bartender. This is the loss of that table. The bartender quickly took it. Yes, sir. Because the bar suddenly fell silent, everyone heard what sounded like someone shouting loudly from the pier. Odis took a sip of beer and asked the bartender, where can I find adventurers with special abilities? The bartender quickly replied, there aren't many adventurers with special abilities in this city. You can go to Tyrannius Island. Delineus is an island on the main route, home to a medium-sized city and a large gathering of adventurers seeking opportunities. Odis thanked her politely, thank you. At this point, the conversation in the bar gradually resumed, and the patrons noticed that the shouts on the dock were getting louder and louder. One of the drinkers said irritably, what are those sons of bitches yelling about? A patron sitting by the window looked out and said, it looks like a ship has gone out of control and is heading towards the dock. The bar erupted in laughter as patrons began discussing which unlucky fellow's boat had broken down. Odis sat at the bar, quietly drinking. Boom. With a loud crash, the out-of-control ship slammed into the dock. The laughter of the drinkers grew louder and louder, and many of them even went to the dock to watch the excitement. A moment later, a drunken voice returned shouting, it's the Red Lions. It's the Red Lions pirate ship. Taylor is dead, and only 8 of the crew survived. The bar fell silent as everyone turned to look at the young figure behind the bar. Odis sat at the bar, quietly drinking. Chapter 266, Chapter 265 Odis's fame spreads across the raging sea. On the dock of Chacker Island, Donald and his 2 companions waited for Odis in a discreet spot. They were all quite happy to have finally found someone willing to help them, and they whispered among themselves, wondering if the captain could defeat the Deep Blue pirate crew. Just then, they noticed a ship heading straight for a dock not far away and witnessed the entire collision. Someone immediately went to check on the ship, and Donald and the other two also looked around, eager to go and see what was going on. However, waiting for Odis was more important, so they stood still and did not move. Donald and the others saw 8 distraught people appear on the deck of the ship. After rescuing them, some people boarded the ship. However, the first group of people who went aboard only took one look and then turned around and vomited into the sea. "It's all corpses." After spitting out a few mouthfuls, someone finally shouted to the people below the ship, "It's all corpses up here." The corpses of members of the Red Lion pirate crew. The dock suddenly became chaotic. Everyone was asking their own questions and pulling up the 8 distraught men who had slumped on the dock, asking them what had happened. Soon, someone learned the truth from the survivors and shouted, "Red Lion, Taylor is dead. He was killed by a pirate crew we've never seen before." There was another uproar. Donald asked the onlookers and learned that Red Lion was a great pirate and that the pirate crew was very strong, with more than 300 people. At that moment, someone shouted again, "Storm above. If you're not blind, look at the pattern on the sails." Donald also noticed the pattern. The main feature of the pattern was an open eye, behind which was a vertical sword, and behind the sword was a 6-pointed star. He turned his head sharply and looked at the flags on the Argo. The flag above had a light behind an eye, while the flag below was a combination of an eye, a sword, and a 6-pointed star. An eerie silence fell over the dock. Everyone saw the pattern on the sails, and they were not blind. They also saw the Argo docked at another dock, and the flag on that ship. Of the 8 people rescued from the ship, 3 fainted from fright upon seeing the Argo, and 4 were so trembling they couldn't stand. Another one started crying and laughing hysterically, he'd gone mad. Who killed Taylor? Who destroyed the Red Lion pirate crew? There's no need to ask any more. Donahue breathed a sigh of relief, confirming that the captain of the Argo had the strength to drive away the deep blue pirate crew. On the other side of the dock, the drunkard with a bulbous nose, who had just had several back teeth knocked out by Odis, was stunned by the scene before him and instantly sobered up. That fair-skinned young man with a leather bag around his waist really dealt a heavy blow to, no, he wiped out the Red Lion pirate crew. The next second, he turned around abruptly and stumbled towards the passenger terminal. He knew very well that he had offended that young man in the bar and might not live to see the sun rise tomorrow. "We have to get out of here right now." But after taking only a few steps, he suddenly stopped and quickly started running towards the roads inside the city. The passenger ship won't leave until tomorrow, and it will be very dangerous for him to wait at the dock until then. "Let's hide in the village first, and then quietly return tomorrow morning before the boat sets sail." In a bar not far from the pier. Odis calmly finished the last sip of his drink, then glanced indifferently at the astonished patrons before walking out of the bar. Squeak. The moment the bar doors closed, the patrons immediately began a lively discussion. "It's hard to believe this is actually true. This young man really killed Taylor. A new, great pirate has arrived on this vast sea." Odis strode to the dock, where the onlookers, who had just begun to chatter, fell into an eerie silence upon seeing him. Seeing the ship, which was almost falling apart, docked in the harbor, Odis smiled and waved to Donald and his 2 companions, signaling them to follow. Many people looked at Odis with fear, while others looked with fervor and worship. They watched together as Odis arrived at the Argo, where he suddenly leaped onto the deck. At this point, Second Officer Rupert ordered the extraordinary puppet to lower the gangway so that Donald and the others could board the ship. Immediately afterwards, the Argo anchored and set sail. At this point, everyone started discussing it actively again, speculating about how strong this young man was. Then they heard the whole story of the attack from the survivors, and the more they listened, the more confused they became. A massive explosion capable of destroying a large ocean-going vessel. A cannon capable of firing continuously. Ultimately, they concluded that the survivors must have been terrified to say such strange things. On the Argo. After boarding the ship, Odis ordered, to the island of Tyrrhenius. After the Argo left the port, Odis gave another order, forward 4. Head to Tyrrhenius tonight. He then had the 2 trainees stand guard in the cockpit, and had 3 other trainees look after Donald and the other 2. While it was said that they were looking after Donald and the others, it was actually surveillance. However, there was no real need for that. Once on board, Donahue and his 2 companions dared not make any unnecessary movements, because they discovered that the crew members who appeared to be wearing masks below the ship were actually puppets. There were only a few living people on the ship. Fear and unease filled the hearts of the 3 men. They obediently did whatever the 3 navigator trainees told them to do. Odis then called Ilsa and Rupert to the conference room for a meeting. Bazaar did not board the ship immediately. Odis gave him 2 days off, and said he would come to pick him up after he received the Navy's bounty. In the conference room, Odis also told Rupert about her idea of building a base on Cruise Island. Rupert was delighted to hear this. I will definitely build a big house on the base, where I can do nothing but lie in an armchair and sunbathe while I am resting. Odis laughed and said, at that time, I'm afraid you won't be able to be so leisurely. Then, he explained that before building the base, they had to defeat the Deep Blue pirate crew. Rupert wasn't under much pressure. Having witnessed the strength of the Argo, dealing with enemies of the Great Pirate level was no longer a challenge. We're not enough with just a few of us, Odis said. The battle for the island with the pirates is much more complicated, and we need to recruit more crew members. Elijah smiled and said, it's good that you didn't underestimate your opponent. Then he said seriously, the reason we were able to win so easily against the Red Lion pirate crew was because we were on a battlefield that was in our favor and we were using new weapons. But it's a different story if you're fighting pirates for an island. They're not gentlemen, and they don't have any chivalry. They are likely to launch a night attack and land where we cannot see them. It would be difficult to intercept them at sea if they only have one ship. Although this old navigator rarely participated in battles, he knew pirates very well. Odis nodded, then said, we need at least 3 more helpers to organize the locals and carry out tasks such as sentry duty, ambush, and interception. That island is too big, it's impossible to defend it with just 3 extraordinary individuals and a sea vessel. Therefore, I plan to go to Tyrannius Island to recruit adventurers, Odis said with a smile. If they perform reasonably well in the battle against the Deep Blue pirate crew, keep them, if they don't, then, kill them. Odis originally intended to hypnotize them so that they would forget what happened on Cruise Island, and then send them back to Derlinius Island. But he realized that he was currently a pirate, so he couldn't be too concerned about his style of doing things. However, those whom Odis disliked were mostly bad people, so killing them was no big deal. Neither Ereis nor Rupert felt uncomfortable about it, not because they felt they were getting closer to pirates, but because the sea was inherently dangerous. After a brief chat about their plans for the next few days, Odis and Rupert agreed on their shift schedules and then went back to rest. After sailing all night, the Argo entered the harbor just as the first rays of sunlight touched the island of Tyrannius. However, instead of entering the main port of the island, they entered a small port on the back side of the island. This is, after all, an island in the main shipping lane, and naval ships often patrol around it, so pirate ships dare not openly dock in the main port. However, the main islands on the main shipping route are generally quite large and have a large population, so the locals are naturally unwilling to drive away those extravagant pirates. Therefore, in some relatively secluded harbors, ports were built specifically to accommodate pirates. As soon as they entered the port, Odis heard someone shout, "Look! That's the Argo." This surprised everyone on the ship. Logically speaking, news of the defeat of the Red Lion pirate crew should not have reached this island yet. After disembarking, Odis inquired and learned that the merchant ships that had almost been robbed by the Red Lion pirate crew had docked at the island of Tyrannius the day before, spreading the news of the Argo defeating the Red Lion pirate crew. This pleased Odisteo greatly, because it meant that he would be able to easily recruit new crew members. However, Odis did not recruit people in the small port that catered to pirates, because most of the people there were pirates. Although Odis was also a pirate, he still hoped to recruit a few adventurers. After having Rupert watch the ship, Odis appeared at the main port using the travel ring, where he first found a place to have breakfast. The local breakfast specialty is a thin multigrain pancake that can be rolled up with eggs, beef, and onions, tasting somewhat like the egg pancakes that Odis remembers. However, he personally felt that in the morning, the combination of beef and onions was far less delicious than the combination of shredded potatoes and tiger skin green peppers. After trying the local breakfast, Odis entered a bar that was currently deserted. The bartender, who was yawning repeatedly, lazily asked, "What would you like to drink?" "A local specialty beer, please," Odis said, sitting at the bar. "4 pence," said bartender Kyle. Odis gave him 8 pence. "Where should I go to recruit some good crew members?" Kyle put away the money and tip, and while pouring wine for Odis, he said, "You can try your luck at the Adventurer's House. Captains often go there to recruit crew members. I've heard that many powerful adventurers and pirates live there. However, the Adventurer's House is about 2 or 3 kilometers away from here, so you'd better find a horse-drawn carriage." "Thank you." Odis received her beer, a rather light malt beer. He sipped his beer and asked, "What's the news lately?" Bartender Kyle, who was no longer sleepy after receiving the tip, said, "The Red Lion pirate crew has been wiped out. It said that they were taken down by a ship flying the Elemental Dawn flag." Odis nodded, "I already know about this." At the same time, he thought to himself, there are advantages and disadvantages to hanging the Elemental Dawn flag. The advantage is that it can make the opponent a little wary, but the disadvantage is that everyone will remember the Elemental Dawn flag first, while his own flag may not be remembered. Kyle added, "But you probably don't know the details." He laughed and said, "Yesterday, the first mate of the Redis had a drink here and recounted the whole story of how the Red Lion pirate crew was wiped out." Odis laughed and said, "Tell me about it." "That ship is here to punish Taylor. Bartender Kyle said confidently. The mysterious queen must have used some magical ritual to summon that ship from the underworld. It is said that the crew members on that ship were the souls of people who were brutally murdered by Taylor. Moreover, the weapons on that ship were not of this world. It is said that a single shot destroyed the flagship of the Red Lion pirate crew. The other ship also has cannons that can fire continuous fireballs and continuous ice, all of which are flames and cold from the underworld. In the end, the wicked Taylor was terrified by the weapon from the underworld and had his carotid artery cut very easily. The vengeful Argo quickly departed and disappeared into the sea. Odis opened his mouth, surprised that the crew members of those merchant ships had already made up such a story for him. He then asked, why would the mysterious queen do this? If she had a grudge against the Red Lion pirate crew, wouldn't she have just wiped them out herself? These big shots at sea are very busy. Bartender Kyle said confidently. Besides, the sea is so vast, how can they have so much time to search for Red Lion Taylor? By summoning Taylor's enemies from the underworld, we can easily find Taylor, eliminate him, and achieve our goal. As for why the mysterious queen did this, of course, it's because she wants to uphold justice on this sea. Odis realized that Element Dawn, who had never committed massacres at sea and enjoyed robbing pirates and warships, was generally seen as a positive figure in people's minds. At the same time, he realized that the people on the high seas were very good at making up lies, and that it was impossible for them to be exposed with a single touch. Thinking of this, Odis took a sip of his drink and asked the bartender, what do you think? Is what the first mate of the Redis said true? Kyle said very talkatively, part of it is true. For example, I think it might really be a ship from the underworld, otherwise why would it spray solid ice? But there must be some falsehoods, such as the claim that it destroyed the flagship of the Red Lion with a single shot, which is obviously an exaggeration. Odis laughed heartily, then finished his beer. It's no exaggeration to say that I took down the flagship of the Red Lion with a single shot. Bartender Kyle was taken aback. Are you sure? I'm sure. Odis said, because I was there too. After saying that, he quickly left the bar. Kyle was taken aback. You were here too? But no one answered his question. Soon, another bartender, Paul, came to relieve him. As soon as he came in, before he even had time to change his clothes, he said, I just got some new information. He said, that Argo has docked in the nearby town of Dora. Storm above, that ship from the underworld. Bartender Kyle asked in surprise. Yes. Paul said, someone saw the captain of that ship come aboard the dock. He looked very young and had a leather bag around his waist. Kyle was immediately filled with surprise. Young, with a leather bag around his waist, wasn't that the customer from earlier? He really was there. Byam, Rasta Naval Headquarters. A high-level meeting about the raging sea was quietly held here. The naval officers first discussed the current situation of the Fussac Empire Navy, and then discussed how to deal with the planned pirate conference. Finally, a naval staff officer relayed some important information about the turbulent seas. The first piece of information was, according to reliable sources, the Red Lion pirate crew was wiped out by a ship named Argo, and Taylor himself was killed by having his throat slit. A brigadier general in his 30s with a somewhat long face sneered, another great pirate has appeared. Another naval captain asked, are you planning to have him replace Taylor's bounty? Our suggestion is to hold off on issuing a bounty for him for now, the strategist said. Although he is flying the Elemental Dawn banner, he hasn't shown enough malice yet. Moreover, it seems that Bazel Ryan is working for him, so we can observe for a while longer. Pirates on the high seas don't necessarily have higher bounties just because they are more powerful. Generally speaking, among pirates of the same level, the most vicious ones have higher bounties, while those who only rob merchant ships and don't actively commit bloodshed have relatively lower bounties. Of course, this only applies to most pirates. Those who are powerful enough to be pirate generals can earn high bounties even if they do nothing. For example, Iceberg General spends most of her time searching for treasure, but her bounty is still as high as £26,000. The staff officer paused for a moment and then said, according to eyewitness accounts, there appeared to be weapons resembling machine guns on the Argo. Everyone must be careful when you encounter this ship. The machine gun is currently still a concept weapon and is still in the research and development stage. As for the description of the Lingbo cannon, it was directly considered false information by the staff and was not disclosed at this meeting. Soon, a naval captain guessed, that must be some kind of extraordinary weapon. The officers nodded in agreement, all sharing similar speculations. Port of Tyrenius, Tullich Street. Odis alighted from the carriage and glanced at the sign in front of him. Adventurer's House was a decent-looking hotel. Two well-dressed doormen stood at the door. When Odis walked toward the hotel, one of the doormen quickly came forward and said, "Sir, this way please." Odis smiled and nodded, then followed the doorman into the hotel. The hotel manager immediately approached. "Sir, are you looking for a room? It's only a little past 8 in the morning, it's unlikely they're here for a meal at this time." Odis asked directly, I've heard that you can recruit crew members here. Yes, sir. The manager smiled and said, many adventurers choose to stay at this hotel, and some of them hope to cooperate with others to embark on an adventure at sea. Odis smiled and nodded, thinking to himself, this manager is quite something. He made joining the ranks of pirates sound so noble, almost like he was pursuing poetry in distant places. The manager politely invited Odis to sit on the sofa in the lobby and had a waiter bring tea before saying, our hotel also offers this service. If you just want to recruit people here, please pay a fee of 3 sulfurs. As for what kind of people you want to recruit, you can find and negotiate with them yourself. Of course, you can also choose 2 other services. One is that you pay a fee of £1 and I will invite customers who want to cooperate to come over, and you can talk to them yourself. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Another option is that you pay a fee of £10 and state your requirements for hiring, and we will help you screen candidates and provide relevant information and resumes. Odis generously replied, I will pay the £10. Odis, who worked in intelligence, was well aware of the difference between the £1 and £10 services. As for the option of 3 Sular services, he didn't even consider it, because he had limited time and didn't have much time to observe and choose. Odis took out his wallet and immediately paid £10 in cash. The manager then ushered Odis into a meeting room. Sir, may I ask which ship you are from? Are you the captain or the first mate? Argo, captain, Odis replied simply. The manager was visibly taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, your resume will make it easy for you to recruit crew. I think all the customers staying here would want to join the Argo. Odis smiled and nodded slowly, his first impression of the manager improving even more. He didn't ask idiotic questions like, did you take down the Red Lion pirate crew, nor did he offer any evaluation, he simply stated the facts. This approach is very wise and more professional. After inquiring about Odis's request, the manager served Earl Grey tea, fruit, and snacks again, and then went to organize the documents according to Odis's instructions. Odis's requirements for managers were, extraordinary individuals with no bad records. 20 minutes later, the manager came to the meeting room again. Based on your selection, we have found 5 candidates for you. Would you like to meet them all at once, or one by one? Odis said, let's meet separately. Let me briefly introduce these gentlemen, the manager said. Mr. Boris Caesar is very skilled in combat. He once hunted a pirate with a bounty of £1,100 and was once a well-known adventurer in the waters off Orvie Island. But he always liked to say hurtful things, and because he offended a certain great pirate, he had no choice but to flee to the island of Delanoy. Odis nodded, thinking to himself, judging from his strength and style, he is likely a provocative person. The manager then said, Mr. Bivisbing is a sharpshooter, but he seems more like a traveling scholar than an adventurer. He has said more than once that he really wants to go and see the eastern part of the Suanya Sea. His requirements for employers were that they should know about occultism, be gentle and refined, and not like to swear. Odis smiled, if this guy isn't out of his mind, he should be a sequence 7, otherwise he wouldn't be making demands of the captain. Mr. Cleveland Gale is also very skilled in combat, the manager continued. He's usually quiet, but a very nice person. He rarely refuses to help someone. Sometimes he will even offer to help if someone is being bullied. Miss Selena Kelly is a good fighter and straightforward, but she has a rather volatile temper. She was recently scammed and is short of money. Miss Noivera is not very skilled in combat, but she is very good at using a revolver. However, she prefers to tell fortunes rather than fight, and her fortunes are usually quite accurate. Odis said, let them in the order you have suggested. Okay, the manager said. He turned to invite Boris Caesar in, a man in his 30s with a full beard. The guy started complaining as soon as he walked in, we're not going to work in a factory, it's like a job interview. He looked at Odis and asked, is it that your ship is short of men? Odis thought to himself that this guy must have digested the provocateur potion quite well. His question just now seemed like a normal one, but the combination of his expression and body language made him look like he was asking for a beating. However, he doesn't seem to be able to control his abilities well, and he doesn't know how to restrain himself. Odis gestured to the chair opposite him, please sit down. Boris didn't sit down, but instead asked, I'd like to know, what would I get if I joined your pirate crew? Odis smiled and said, I happen to have a main ingredient for the pyromaniac potion here. Boris took a deep breath and immediately sat down opposite Odis, may I join your pirate crew? Let me think about it, Odis said. Please, sir, come in. He didn't really want this guy to join the pirate crew, or rather, he didn't like having someone who could anger him at any moment by his side. Boris quickly replied, I can make traps and I'm also very good at fighting. Don't worry, once I join the pirate crew, I'll only use my ability to annoy people on the enemy. Odis thought to himself, you certainly know how to bend and stretch. However, he still said, please come in, sir. Boris sighed, somewhat disappointed. Fine, fine. This isn't the first time his provocative abilities have backfired. Soon a young man in his late 20s, dressed in a suit, entered. He really looked like an interviewee. Hello. Odis nodded. Hello, please have a seat. Bivisbin said, I heard from the manager that your ship needs an assistant. Yes, Odis said. I should state in advance that I am the captain of a pirate ship. Your choice of words is the most appropriate of all the pirates I have ever met, Bevis said with a smile. You should have heard about my request. Odis smiled and said, well, I think I'm barely an expert in the field of mysticism. Then let's discuss a question, Bevis said. Why do you think divination isn't unique to diviners? Why do highly spiritual and extraordinary individuals all practice divination? Odis raised an eyebrow. The fact that the other party could ask this question showed that he did have some knowledge of the mysticism. That's because of the connection between the spirit world and spirituality. In the spirit world, there is no concept of time. The past, present, and future can all be found there. The process of divination is the process by which extraordinary individuals use their spirituality to search for information about the future in the spirit world. Therefore, as long as one has a high level of spirituality, one can establish sufficient connections with the spirit world and find enough clues from the spirit world to complete divination. Bivis said with satisfaction, your answer is excellent. In addition, I also know why the divination of diviners is more accurate than other methods. Odis said, after reaching the high sequence, this path has a certain authority in the spirit world, which makes them more compatible with the spirit world even when they are at the low sequence, so the results of their divination are more accurate. Bivis opened his mouth. This is information I don't know. Odis shrugged. Mysticism is a very profound subject. Bivis took a deep breath. Please let me join your pirate crew. Odis stood up, and Bivis quickly followed suit. The two shook hands, and Odis said, you will be the third mate on the Argo. Bivis smiled and said, looks like I'm in luck. I got to be a third mate as soon as I boarded the ship. Odis smiled and said, go back and pack your things, then wait for me in the hall. He already had a guess that this should be a Sequence 7 appraiser from the general knowledge pathway. The other party also had a similar ability to seeing through the secrets, but the direction of the vision enhancement of the extraordinary individuals from the two pathways was different. Next, Odis met Cleveland Gale, who was a good 1.9 meters tall and dressed very simply. Based on the information the manager had provided earlier, Odis guessed that this should be a Sequence 8 fighter from the warrior pathway. After talking for a while, Odis felt that the other party was a loyal and reliable person. It was not easy for such a person to survive to Sequence 8 in the raging sea. So Odis decided to make him the combat captain and also asked him to pack his luggage and prepare to set off. Fourth on the list is Selina Kelly, who looks to be in her mid-20s. She has the dark skin typical of the Rothschild Islands natives, is fairly attractive, and has a rather loud voice. She wasn't as bad-tempered as the manager had described, and proactively introduced her specialties, diving and fighting. Odis had a good feeling about her, and she was the extraordinary one he had always longed for through the sailor path, so Odis asked one last question, can you obey my orders at any time and in any place? The fear was that if the sailor got angry, he wouldn't listen to his commands. I will obey orders in combat, Selina said. But don't even think about messing with me. With your small frame, I'll be the one on top of you in bed. If you have those kinds of thoughts, you are only bringing shame upon yourself. Odis smiled and said, you don't need to worry about that. Selina was taken aback. Why are you saying that? I feel insulted. Odis laughed heartily. My ship is short of a bosun, and I think you are very suitable for the position. Selina's eyes lit up. That's wonderful. I've always wanted to be a bosun. She rubbed her hands together, hesitated for a moment, and then said, before that, can I ask you for a favor? Speak, Odis said. Please settle my room and meal bills here. I'll pay you back later, Selina said, her eyes slightly evasive. Odis readily agreed, no problem. All right, you can go pack your things now. We'll meet in the hotel lobby. Afterwards, Odis called the manager over. I'm only recruiting 3 crew members this time. These 3 are all suitable, so there's no need to make the 5th one wait. I am deeply sorry for taking up their time. Here are 2 bottles of herbal powder. Please help me give them to them. Those were 2 bottles of dragon toothgrass powder, not very expensive, but widely used in various mystical rituals, and Odis also carried 2 small bottles with him. If you run out of essential oils, you can also use the powdered agrimony mixed with water to draw magic circles. You are a very thoughtful gentleman, the manager praised. Over the years, few employers or pirate captains have been as considerate as Odis. Odis smiled but said nothing. Just then, the door was pushed open, and a woman in her early 20s, wearing glasses and dressed very elegantly and maturely, walked in. Hello, I would like to introduce myself. The manager introduced, this is Miss No Villa. He was about to tell Noi that the captain no longer needed manpower, but Noi spoke first. I know, I just did a divination, and it seems I won't have a chance to see the captain today. Odis smiled and asked, then why did you come in on your own initiative? He thought to himself, they're really good at designing divination inscriptions. Divination inscriptions related to oneself usually yield more accurate results. It was precisely because of that fortune that I came here, Noi said. Because I also fortune that this recruitment is very important to me, so I still hope I can try my best. Odis asked, do you have complete faith in the results of your divination and have no doubts whatsoever? Of course. Noi paused for a moment before answering, then added, but we can't be superstitious, because I've found that the final outcome can be determined by my efforts and develop in the direction I envision. Odis then asked, are you an Intis? No, Noi found the question increasingly strange. I am a rune, from Winter's Hire. Odis pressed further, could you tell me where you got the potion recipe from? Noi hesitated for a moment before answering, found among my father's belongings. Odis continued, then, if I'm not mistaken, your surname should be Antigonus. No opened her mouth in surprise, but quickly forced herself to calm down. Can I not answer this question? I understand, Odis said. If you want to come aboard my ship, you can only be an ordinary crew member. Noi breathed a sigh of relief, no problem. Go pack your bags, Odis said. In that case, only Boris was left out, which is understandable, as he clearly cannot control his provocative tendencies. Noi's problem was that she didn't understand the true meaning of diviner, but she was very good at using her abilities. Boris, on the other hand, is clearly always swayed by his own abilities, and relatively speaking, his problems are greater. Odis settled Selena's room and meal bills with the manager and was about to leave with his 4 crew members when provocateur Boris quickly caught up and said, Sir, please let me join your team. Odis replied, as you can see, I have recruited 4 crew members, which has exceeded my expectations. I can choose not to share the spoils with everyone, Boris said. I will always be at the forefront of every battle. Odis shook his head, you haven't grasped the point. Boris thought for a moment and immediately said, I will control my abilities and try not to use them on you and the crew. Odis looked at the other person, then smiled at the manager and said, you've picked the right people. All 5 of them were to Odis's liking. The manager smiled and said, it's what we should do. But Odis still ignored Boris and took the other 4 crew members to a restaurant for a meal. In a private room, he announced that there would be a fierce battle soon, and that they would still have a chance to withdraw if they wanted to. Once you've decided to join your pirate crew, it's not so easy to leave. At this point, of course no one will back down. During lunch, everyone introduced themselves in more detail, including their pathways and sequences. Just as Odis had guessed, Bivis was a Sequence 7 appraiser, Cleveland was a Sequence 8 fighter, Selena was a Sequence 9 sailor, and Noi was a Sequence 9 diviner. After lunch, Odis and the others discovered that Boris was still waiting outside. Odis ignored him and instead waved for a horse-drawn carriage. The group then rode to the port of Roar, which was not far away. Boris followed behind, and when they got off the carriage, Odis glanced at Boris before beckoning to him, since you're so insistent, then get on the ship. But you're not a full crew member yet. Yes, Boris smiled. You are the most magnanimous captain I have ever met. Bivis and the others, who had already stayed at the adventurer's house for a while, were all taken aback. It turned out that this guy could speak human language. After everyone was on board, Odis announced, set sail. Full speed ahead to Cruise Island. Thursday morning, Byam. Having received a commission from fat pharmacist, Klein, who was escorting him, heard a newsboy shouting, Extra! Extra! Great pirate Tyler has been killed. Is it revenge? Or is it to uphold justice? Klein seemed to sense something and said to the fat pharmacist beside him, go buy a newspaper. Chapter 267, Chapter 266 The Exploration Mission with Miss Magician. Fat pharmacist, Rosen Darkwell said somewhat reluctantly to the great adventurer Gehrman Sparrow, buying newspapers doesn't seem to be within our scope of employment, does it? Klein glanced at the other person, I'd like to see that newspaper, but during the mission, all expenses are to be borne by the employer, that's the rule. The chubby pharmacist asked helplessly, does that include your expenses at the Moulin Rouge? Klein said in an unchanged tone, if you're going there, you'll naturally have to pay for the expenses. The chubby pharmacist said somewhat guiltily, I don't like going there at all. The main reason was that he simply had no money left. As they were talking, the fat pharmacist went to buy a newspaper, which thankfully cost only 1 penny. The two then boarded a horse-drawn carriage and headed to the passenger terminal. On the carriage, Klein opened the newspaper and saw the front page headline of today's Worsted Daily, which described the news of the murder of great pirate Taylor. For the Rasta Daily, which mainly publishes news about the raging seas, the death of a great pirate was big news. The newspapers not only described Taylor's numerous misdeeds, but also described the mysterious ship called the Argo that defeated the Red Lion pirate crew. Upon seeing this, Klein felt that the name Argo looked familiar, as if it were the name of a ship in Greek mythology. This prompted Klein to carefully read the description of the ship, but the specific details about the ship were not extensive. Additionally, witnesses reported that the ship docked at a small port on the island of Delinius yesterday, and that the ship's captain was seen. Klein, who possesses the ability of the Faceless Men, formed a very vivid image of the character in his mind based solely on the literal description. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the other person looked a lot like Mr. Gar. This led him to further speculation. Mr. Gar had indeed just set sail recently. Could it be that he killed a major pirate as soon as he set sail? Then he thought, Lelouch was also played by Mr. Gal, and Mr. Gal's ship was called Argo. Could he really be a time traveler? Klein decided that he must find a way to test the Hermit at next week's tarot meeting. Then he realized, with the publication of today's newspaper, Mr. Gar is famous throughout the raging sea. In the eastern part of the Rosyth Islands, a storm raged, whipping up towering waves. The Argo sailed steadily through the waves in apocalyptic weather. Because of a fairly good, balanced system, the ship did not feel too swaying. Elijah judged that the storm should pass soon, so he had the navigator trainees on watch in the bridge, while the other crew members were in the conference room attending a combat meeting. The atmosphere in the meeting room was rather serious. The new crew members had already introduced themselves to Rupert and Ilsa, and the atmosphere was serious because the 5 new crew members were sitting there with solemn expressions. They were stunned by everything about the ship when they arrived yesterday afternoon. First of all, the crew members were all extraordinary puppets, which made them wonder if the captain had commissioned the mysterious queen to create them. What surprised them even more was that the ship was not powered by wind or a steam engine. After observing it for a long time, they still didn't know what it was powered by. Captain Gard didn't say, and Bivis and the others didn't dare to ask, so they could only guess in their hearts whether this was a special ghost ship. Considering the rumors circulating about the Argo, they now believe that the ship has cannons capable of continuous firing, and also think that there should be a powerful cannon. However, because they know too few clues, they cannot continue to speculate on the specifics. So once they were on the ship, even the usually talkative Bevis and Boris became serious and dared not speak freely. Boris, in particular, knew he had made the right bet as soon as he boarded the ship. This was definitely a very promising pirate crew. So he simply taped his mouth shut to avoid saying anything unpleasant that might anger the captain and get him kicked off the ship. However, Selina was somewhat disappointed because she had finally become the bosun. She had originally planned to spend her days loudly scolding the sailors, but the sailors were all extraordinary puppets, and no matter how harshly she scolded them, she was still not happy. At this moment, Odis is asking Donald, "Tell me what you know about the Deep Blue pirate crew." "There are many powerful pirates in the pirate crew," said Donald, who was sitting at the lower end of the table. "The first mate, second mate, and third mate all have some very amazing abilities. Of course, the strongest is still Captain Egbert of the Ghost, but no one has ever seen him unleash his power. And then there's the flagship Ghost, an old-fashioned seagoing vessel that's incredibly fast, and it's always accompanied by a fog whenever it appears. It is said that some people have seen undead and skeleton warriors in the mist. In addition, there are 3 ships loyal to Egbert, and those 3 captains are also very vicious pirates." Odis concluded, "A ghost ship, with an unknown captain, but definitely a sequence 6. Whether it possesses any powerful magical items is unknown." Then he asked, "Tell me about the specific abilities demonstrated by Egbert's subordinates." They never demonstrated it on Cruise Island," Donald said. "I've only heard the crew boast about their amazing abilities, and I don't know if that's accurate." Next, Donahue rattled off a bunch of nonsensical information, which made the other crew members frown and glean very little useful information. But distinguishing the authenticity of information was Odis's forte. After listening for a while, he concluded, the other party's first mate should be an extraordinary person of the Death God pathway, and it seems that he has already advanced to sequence 6. The other side's second mate is suspected to be a navigator, the third mate should be a vampire, the combat captain is an interrogator, and the bosun is a deduction cadet or an archaeologist. The new crew members were taken aback when they heard this. At this moment, the second mate, Rupert, explained with a smile, "Our captain is very good at analyzing intelligence." The new crew members nodded slowly, meaning that Captain Gal's description just now was not something he made up on the spot. Odis continued, "How many men on Cruise Island are willing to fight? Are they capable of following orders?" Donahue immediately replied, "Everyone on the island is willing to fight." But then he added somewhat helplessly, "Only the people who built Cruise Town are willing to follow orders." The so-called people who built Cruise Town mainly refers to the pirates and refugees of that time, that is, people from the northern continent. However, Donahue clearly refers to the descendants of the builders. At this moment, a young man with local skin color sitting next to him said, "If your orders are not to send us to our deaths, we are of course willing to carry them out." Donald sneered, about to argue with the other party, but Odis raised his hand first and asked the local who had just spoken, "What's your name? Are you from a village not far from the coast?" The other person was clearly taken aback for a moment before saying, "Captain, my name is Wells, and I do live in a village not far from the coast." He really couldn't understand how the captain knew where he lived. For Odis, this was not hard to guess. The three people who came out to ask for help were probably representatives of various social classes on Cruise Island. Wells had mostly been respectful to Donald, but he would question Donald when it came to certain matters. This led Odis to speculate that Wells was likely a native representative who had previously been willing to submit to the rule of Donahue and other northern continent peoples, but now, facing the powerful enemy of the Deep Blue pirate crew, they had to cooperate, yet also had some disagreements. For example, regarding the issue we are discussing now, Wells and others are willing to rise up in resistance, but the rulers from the northern continent, represented by Donald, are clearly prepared to use them as cannon fodder. Odis then asked another local, "And you? Are you from the mountains of Cruise Island? Or rather, those tribes that were unwilling to serve Donahue and others?" However, Odis guessed wrong this time. The other party said, "Captain, I am young Master Donald's personal valet." Odis quickly realized, it seemed that the class represented by Donald was currently unwilling to cooperate with the mountain tribes, so there was no one representing those tribes in this three-person team. He pondered for a moment and then asked Donald, "Are there 500 people in total who can fight?" "More than 500 people." Donald paused for a moment, then suddenly realized that he didn't know exactly how many people were willing to fight, and could only give a rough guess. There are at least 1,000 people who are willing to fight and capable of fighting. Odis nodded slowly. "All right, you all go back first, let's discuss a plan." Donald and the others immediately stood up and left with great respect. After closing the door, Odis said, "We need to organize this group of people properly. After all, the Deep Blue pirate crew also has many ordinary crew members. At that time, each of us here will lead a group of ordinary people to participate in this battle. However, we'll discuss who will lead how many people later. Today I mainly want to remind everyone that these are ordinary people, and it is very likely that if the casualties exceed 5%, or even less than 5%, they will collapse." Everyone nodded slowly. They weren't very good at organizing manpower and fighting pirates on the island, so for now they could only listen. Furthermore, Odis added, there must be Egbert's informants in the town of Cruise, or spies he has cultivated among the northern continent people. Once we appear on Cruise Island, our presence will definitely be exposed. He said, "This battle is destined to be full of intrigue and trickery." Rupert remarked, "To be honest, this kind of combat is quite unfamiliar to me." "That's exactly what I'm going to talk about next," Odis said. "Although I have never commanded a battle like this, I have seen a lot of examples, and I should be the most professional person in this conference room. So once the battle begins, you must absolutely obey my orders. I may make mistakes, but only by working together can we defeat the enemy." Rupert immediately replied, "Yes, Captain." The other new crew members were a step behind, but they quickly chimed in with agreement. As the long meeting came to an end, Odis told Second Officer Rupert and Third Officer Bevis that he would be going out that afternoon. Even at the speed of the Argo, it will not reach Cruise Island until tomorrow. So there's basically nothing to do this afternoon, so I can use this time to explore the ruins of the Abraham family with the magician, Furs. Once you arrive on Cruise Island, there will definitely be no time to explore it. We had originally agreed to depart in the morning during the tarot meeting, but I had a lot of things to do this morning, so I contacted Furs through the Fool and will depart in the afternoon. The magician, Furs, should be very happy about this, because it means she won't have to get up early. Around 1 p.m., after having lunch, Odis used the travel ring to arrive at a deserted alley in Backlund and walked into a bookstore on the next street. As soon as Odis entered, she saw Furs reading a book inside. Today she was wearing a dark long dress that allowed her to move around easily, and a bowler hat. She was very focused on reading a book. There weren't many people in the bookstore at the moment. Odis, who wasn't wearing much makeup, came to the opposite side of Furs, coughed, picked up a book, and asked in a low voice, "Ready?" Furs raised his head slightly, then immediately lowered it again and said, "Ready." At this moment, she tried hard to suppress her excitement. It really was the leader. The Hermit really was the leader. Then she realized, the Hermit came to find me without makeup, obviously having already guessed my identity in the real world. Furs was completely relieved about the upcoming exploration, at least he didn't have to worry about his safety. Odis put down the book in her hand and left the bookstore at a leisurely pace. A few seconds later, Furs also put down his book and followed him out at a distance. The two walked one after the other into a deserted alley. Furs smiled and said, "It really is you." Odis smiled and said, "We'll talk later." As he spoke, he placed one hand on Furs's shoulder, and a phantom door appeared before them. Furs paused for a moment, then boldly entered the illusory door. A bizarre and fantastical world appeared before her eyes. They were in midair, but Furs felt no sense of falling. This wasn't her first time entering the spirit world, but she had always used the bracelet she received from Mrs. and Lysa to get there before. When I entered the spirit world, all I could see was a hazy grayness, and I couldn't see very far. This time she advanced, and once again entered the spirit world through travel. She finally saw clearly that the scenery in front of her seemed very far away, yet also seemed very close. Those bizarre and wonderful creatures were things she had never seen in the real world. Don't make eye contact with them, Odis reminded her as she took a natural step. Furs quickly lowered his head and followed Odis's steps. The moment she took a step forward, the surrounding scenery began to rotate at a moderate pace. Furs immediately realized that although she was in midair and did not feel her feet on the ground, she could move forward as long as she took a step. I never had this feeling during my previous visits to the spirit world. Back then, I always felt confused and disoriented, and only through spiritual guidance could I return from the spirit world to the real world. Odis was full of spirituality and led Furs on a walk in the spirit world for 4 or 5 minutes. Suddenly, Odis, who was in front, stopped. Something's not right. Furs paused for a moment, then asked, "What's wrong?" "It seems someone arrived here before us." Odis took a step to the side, leading Furs out of the spirit realm. Soon, the two appeared on a beach. The weather in this area was quite nice, and Furs could see the azure sea and the layers of waves. However, there was no time to appreciate the beautiful scenery, because a large ship was anchored on the sea in the distance. It seems that someone has indeed set their sights on the ancient ruins of this island. This kind of thing often happens at sea. 2 different teams set their sights on the same treasure, and then one of them can easily become part of the other's treasure. Odis noticed that the ship was not flying any flags, which suggested that it was likely a pirate ship. Pirate ships often do not fly flags. Sometimes they disguise themselves as merchant ships and only raise their flags when they are close enough to their target to plunder the merchant ship. Furs was somewhat disappointed. What should we do now? She had originally wanted to see the ancient ruins and see if there was any chance to get rich. If not, she was willing to earn the £600 service fee. Unexpectedly, a group of people had already arrived, and it was a whole boatload of them, while she and the leader were only 2 people. All her previous plans might have to go down the drain. Odis thought for a moment and said, "Let's go and see what's going on." Well, there is indeed an ancient site on this island, but the most valuable thing is not in there. If their goal is those ruins, then we can completely ignore them. As he spoke, Odis used an invisibility scroll to conceal their movements and whispered, "Try not to make any noise for a while." Furs nodded, and at the same time she realized something: the leader must have been promoted. When they fought the enemy together before, he didn't have so many powerful abilities. Odis then grabbed Furs's arm and used a flying scroll. As she took off, Furs couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. After all, this was her first time experiencing flight. Odis arrived at the towering wall of the mountain with ease, where dozens of people were digging into the stone wall beside it, but there was no one in the ruins not far away. Odis realized that this group of people must have come for this wall. Furs was completely stunned by the tall wall. He never expected that there would be such a magnificent wall on such a deserted island. After a brief observation, Odis led Furs to the top of a tall tree in the distance, where they could roughly see the scene on the other side of the wall without being detected. "It seems they have the same goal as us," Odis whispered. "That wall was built by the Abraham family and a being called the Sage. I previously guessed that there should be some remnants of the Abraham family behind it, and there might be good things like magical items or extraordinary properties." He paused and then said, "It's not necessarily a bad thing if someone shares the same goal as us, at least it proves that there must be something good in there." Furs had never experienced anything like it, so he just listened quietly from the side. "Let's take a look at their strength first," Odis said with a smile. "If we are confident that we can take them down, we can let them in to scout ahead for us. If I'm not confident, I'll launch a surprise attack and take out a few of their extraordinary individuals as spoils of war." Furs thought to himself, this is the process of treasure hunting on the high seas. The extraordinary are walking gold coins. At the same time, she also felt a little bit of anticipation, feeling both nervous and excited. Finally, she breathed a sigh of relief. The Hermit, or rather, the leader, is very reliable, making her feel no worry about her current situation at all. Furs asked in a low voice, "How can we test their strength?" If it were a matter of launching an attack, she felt eager to try. Although she was only sequence 8, she was much more agile than before, and she should be able to complete tasks such as firing a gun to attract the enemy's attention. This is simple. Odis opened his bag and picked out a scroll that emitted a pale white, faint light. Furs wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but the moment he took out the scroll, it seemed like a cold wind had blown around him. Her intuition was correct. This was one of the 3 scrolls that Odis had just developed on Monday, capable of manipulating a spirit, a nature spirit, a corpse, or a skeleton to help her accomplish certain tasks. For example, eavesdropping on other people's conversations. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Letting nature spirits do this won't even attract the attention of extraordinary beings, since there are many nature spirits in places like this with lush vegetation. Whether there's one more or one less natural spirit around, it won't attract the other's attention. Odis had just noticed that while dozens of people were taking turns digging rocks, 3 others were pointing and whispering behind them. They must have been the overseers or important figures in the pirate crew. So Odis used the scroll to summon a very ordinary nature spirit, which slowly approached the group of people. Because there is some distance between us and those people, this process will take a few minutes. Taking advantage of this moment, Furs asked in a low voice, "Should I call you the Hermit or the leader?" "Call me Captain," Odis said with a smile. Now Hugh is the new leader. Moreover, this is an offline gathering, somewhat like online friends meeting in person. Calling each other by the code names used in the tarot meeting would be a bit strange and could easily expose their identities. Furs nodded, "Okay." As Odis watched the nature spirit moving forward at its unhurried pace, she asked, "Does Hugh like her new identity?" I love it so much." Furs said sincerely. "I'm happy for days after every occult research meeting. Moreover, it's a fantastic avenue for a bounty hunter, and she's gained many good opportunities as a result. Her income has increased significantly, and MI9 values her even more." Odis hummed in agreement. "That's a good start." At this moment, the nature spirit stopped not far from the 3 overseers, and suddenly an illusory mouth appeared in front of Odis and Furs. The mouth moved, emitting a rough male voice. "Damn it, we've been digging for most of the day and haven't found anything. How long are we going to keep digging?" This illusory mouth is part of the natural spirit, repeating the conversation it has heard. A woman's voice said, "Since the captain told us to dig, we should just dig obediently." After a few seconds of silence, the gruff male voice from before said, "This wall is really fucking weird. We used so much explosives, but not a single piece of plaster came off." At this moment, a third voice appeared, a male voice with a somewhat cold tone. "We're using the wrong method. Theoretically speaking, there should be some way to get in there more smoothly." A gruff male voice asked, "Didn't you carefully study the documents left by the Abrahamic family? You still don't know how to get in?" Upon hearing this, Odis and Furs were both taken aback, not expecting that they would have information about the Abraham family. The cold male voice said, "We have limited information. Finding this location is already quite an achievement." A gruff male voice asked again, "What's behind the wall?" A cold male voice replied, "I don't know." "What do you know, you son of a bitch?" The rude male voice sounded impatient. "All right," the woman's voice changed the subject. "What do the symbols on the wall mean?" Odis saw from afar that the woman was pointing to the giant's script. "This is indeed recorded," the cold male voice said. "This passage means that this is the shared property of the Abrahamic family and the sages. The records also state that this place was an extraordinary transit station between ancient continents, also known as a teleportation trading station. It is said that before the 4th epoch, there were many teleportation arrays between continents, making travel very convenient even for extraordinary individuals who were not on the apprentice path. After the Great Cataclysm, only the teleportation array between the northern and southern continents remained. And the teleportation trading station is a place for conducting extraordinary transactions and allocating extraordinary resources. Back then, these teleportation arrays were all controlled by the Abraham family, so the Abraham family was widely respected and was the wealthiest family at that time. He did not understand the giants, but there were corresponding records in the old Fussac language in the Abraham family's documents. Odis and Furs exchanged a glance, surprised to find out more. The cold male voice paused for a moment and then said, "It seems that during the age of the 4 emperors in the 4th epoch, these teleportation arrays were suddenly abandoned, and the Abraham family also suddenly declined. It is said that there are a large amount of precious supplies that have been stored in a warehouse near the teleportation array, but because the Abraham family has disappeared, no one has been able to retrieve those supplies." Odis estimated that the Abraham family must have been suddenly sealed away, and the demigods and angels were soon afflicted by the curse. Without powerful members, the Abraham family also lost the power to control the teleportation array here. Therefore, these places had to be abandoned hastily. Odis smiled slightly. "If that's the case, then there must be a lot of good things behind the high wall." The rude male voice continued, "The documents record so much, but fucking there's no record of how to get in, right?" A cold male voice hummed in agreement and then said, "Entering a place like this must involve a very complex, or even very sophisticated, method." Odis smiled slightly, clearly realizing that the other party had fallen into the same mental trap as he had before. A gruff male voice asked, "What's inside?" "I have no idea." The rude man clearly wanted to swear, but he held it back. "Fools." A fourth voice rang out, a very pleasant female voice, "Your conversation was overheard. Didn't you notice a natural spirit?" The sound stopped abruptly, and Odis and Furs, who were hiding in the treetops, saw a very beautiful woman leading several people walking quickly towards them. With a wave of her hand, a ball of black flame instantly burned the nature spirit to ashes, thus ending the eavesdropping process. Odis noticed that the woman who had just been cursing was wearing a long dress in the style of a rune, and looked more like she was on a picnic than on an adventure. Among the people behind her, 2 were women, one beautiful and dignified, the other sweet and lovely. Each woman's beauty was unique. Of these, only one man was dressed in a sailor's uniform and wearing a captain's hat, the others did not appear to be dressed for people who spend most of their lives at sea. Odis estimated that the ship at sea should belong to the men wearing the captain's hat, but because the Abraham family's extraordinary transit station had been found, the forces behind the female captain sent people. The beautiful woman who just cursed might even be a sequence 5. The combination of the witch and the Abraham family immediately reminded Odis of the Gnostic Society. Legend has it that the potion recipes for the apprentice path in the Gnostic Order originated from the Abraham family. Odis speculated that it was likely stolen by the witch cult during the Fourth Age when the Abraham family was weak. Along with the formula, there must have been a batch of extraordinary properties that were also stolen. It's perfectly normal that they also stole a batch of Abraham's family materials and documents. At this moment, the group of witches were using various means to search for the person who had been eavesdropping on the conversation. Odis smiled and said, "Even the saintess of the witch cult couldn't find me, so you can forget about it." Of course, they might be able to find furs, but the nature spirit they just encountered wasn't sent by furs, and without any mystical connection, they have no way of finding furs. Odis pondered for a moment and whispered, "The woman leading the group should be a sequence 5. The people around her are either pleasure witches, or recorders, or astrologers. In total, there are 9 middle sequence extraordinary individuals. It seems that the Gnostic Society attaches great importance to this extraordinary transit station, and has even sent a witch of pain." Odis recalled that this extraordinary organization consisted mostly of extraordinary individuals who had reached the apprentice level, with a smaller number who had reached the witch level. These extraordinary individuals were mostly sent by the witch cult to instruct others. The fact that so many witches and spirits came at once shows how important they are to this event. Furs gasped. This was the first time she had ever seen so many middle sequence extraordinary individuals at once. She once again concluded that this exploration should come to an end. Odis pondered for a moment and said, "We'll take the initiative in a bit." He laughed and said, "Since we've come all this way, we should at least try to get something out of it." At this point, Odis's purpose had changed from exploring the ruins to seizing some spoils. Most importantly, if you have the chance, take a look at the teleportation array inside. First thought she had misheard, just the 2 of us. "Don't misunderstand me," Odis smiled. "I'm not stupid, of course I won't fight them head on. Now is a good time, let's take advantage of the moment to open the wall and rush in first. Then use an invisibility scroll inside to evade their search, watch them explore step by step, and when the time is right, seize their spoils." He knew very well that it wouldn't be long before the Gnostic realized that they could open the wall simply by using the ability to open doors. The extraordinary properties used by the Gnostic mostly come from the Abraham family, and if furs can open the door, they should be able to as well. Furs paused for a moment before saying, "This is truly a crazy plan." Odis smiled and said, "Be careful, when you get to the wall, immediately use the open door ability. Once inside the ruins, be sure to hide behind me. If you can't get in, let me know immediately and we'll leave right away." As he spoke, he put a black glove on his left hand and a metal gauntlet on his right hand for easy punching, while also taking out the magical item formed by the Hermit for later use. Furs nodded, feeling both excited and nervous. She certainly wouldn't have taken such a risky action if she were exploring with others, but she trusted the leader completely and believed that the leader was confident in what he was going to do. Odis used the flying scroll again, and the 2 of them flew towards the tall wall. His so-called good timing meant that the middle-order extraordinary individuals were now trying to figure out who had been eavesdropping on their conversation. It's not a big deal if someone overhears your conversation, what's really unsettling is not being able to find the person who overheard you. Therefore, those few middle-order extraordinary individuals were all focused on using extraordinary methods to search for clues about the enemy. However, Odis is blessed by the goddess of night, and a group of middle-order extraordinary beings have no chance of finding him. At this time, the enemy's personnel were distributed as follows. Dozens of people were gathered on one side of the tall wall, digging stones with tools. The tools were clearly specially prepared, the hard rock was easily dug out. They split into several groups, taking turns digging, and had already dug a hole several meters long. Meanwhile, those extraordinary individuals in the middle sequence were focused on searching for people at a distance from the tall wall. Odis, with furs in tow, quietly landed in front of the wall. They were now only 2 or 3 meters away from the crew and sailors who were resting and smoking on the side. Once Odis and Furs use their extraordinary abilities, their invisibility will disappear. The 2 men exchanged a glance to make sure the other was ready, then nodded to signal, "Let's begin." The next second, Furs reached out and braced himself against the wall, using his open door ability. Odis then threw an explosive scroll at the crew members who were digging the hole. Boom. Those people were caught off guard and were blown down or blown away. The loud explosion immediately drew the attention of the Witch of Pain and the others. They saw two figures suddenly appear in front of the wall. One of the women, with her back to them, opened an illusory door in the wall. The door led into a dark interior, through thick walls. Those crew members who were digging close to the wall were now beyond help. The sudden change startled them, and they immediately used their extraordinary abilities to attack Odis and the others. Odis used 2 defense scrolls in quick succession, and before the shield created by the second defense scroll could break, they quickly rushed into the wall. All of this happened in less than 2 seconds. As soon as they entered the wall, the illusory doors behind them quickly merged, and the doorway disappeared. Odis quickly threw out an invisibility scroll before observing the situation inside. The space here was much larger than he had imagined, as if the entire mountain had been hollowed out. Odis then noticed that this place was not entirely part of the real world. It resembles the elven ruins occupied by the Dead Sea Serpent Kavichua, belonging to the realm between the real world and the spirit world. Without time to look closely, Odis immediately led Furs to find a corner to hide. At that moment, Furs suddenly whispered, there's a skeleton. Odis had just noticed it, and he couldn't understand why there were so many skeletons here. It's the kind of skeleton with no flesh left, just bones. In addition, some weapons were placed next to these skeletons. It's all right, they're all dead. Odis had just finished quietly comforting Furs when the wall opened again, and 2 members of the Gnostic rushed in on guard. Behind them, someone fired a signal flare into the vast space. A sudden burst of bright light illuminated everything inside the ruins. By the bright light, Odis saw that the top of the ruin seemed somewhat illusory, and that place should connect to the spirit world. Then it suddenly occurred to him, I was wondering before how the underwater cities of the elves were able to exist between the real world and the spirit world. Isn't this the secret realm that demigods on the apprentice path are best at creating? Once he understood this, he immediately grasped the essence of the magic array. Then Odis noticed something unusual about the place, there were just too many skeletons. It didn't look like an extraordinary transit station at all, it looked more like a graveyard. Chapter 268, Chapter 267 Murder and Robbery. There were so many skeletons in the ruins that Odis originally thought that during the Fourth Age, the Abraham family suddenly declined in a very short period of time, and some members of the Abraham family hid here and died here, which was why there were skeletons here. However, under the illumination of a signal flare fired by a member of the Gnostic Society, Odis realized that she had guessed wrong, because in the center of this space, there was a small hill of skulls. There was also a thick circle of skulls on the ground around them. If someone had been hiding here and trapped to death, they would not have died in such a way as a human pyramid. The key issue is the sheer number of skulls, they've covered the floor with thick layers of them. Odis found it strange, and so did the Gnostic. Odis vaguely heard one of them say, could this be the place where the Abraham family keeps their bones? The sweet and lovely pleasure witch beside him said, a grave. It doesn't look like one. The Gnostic member explained, no, I mean, for example, they might be raising some kind of monster here, and that monster ate the flesh, leaving only the bones. Or simply, the Abrahamic family has a tradition of cannibalism. The pleasure witch added, it doesn't seem like it. What kind of monster or person would eat their prey and then have the skeleton so well preserved? Odis, sitting in the corner, thought to himself, I know someone who did this before, his name was Darwin, but he didn't eat people. The 3 middle-order members of the Gnostic Society carefully searched ahead, but found no trace of the intruder. Inside this majestic hall filled with skulls, there are 2 enormous passageways, each with 2 massive stone doors. The stone door was open at this moment, and the inside seemed clean, without a single skeleton. The 3 Gnostic members wondered if the intruder had already entered the stone door. Instead of exploring further, they opened the wall again and invited the Witch of Pain in to discuss their next move. Now that they were closer than when they were in the treetops, Odis could clearly see the face of the man wearing the captain's hat, which immediately reminded him of a bounty poster he had seen before. His name was Yarman, the captain of the Crick. This guy seemed harmless, but he had committed 2 very bloody massacres in the remote waters of the Rosyth Islands. Therefore, his bounty was as high as £8,600, which was relatively high among the great pirates. It seems that the Crick pirate crew is associated with the Gnostic, or Gnostic Society. No wonder Yarman carried out the bloody massacre, because the Gnostic Society believes that the body is a prison that binds the spirit, and they advocate that the spirit be liberated from the body. There are 2 ways to achieve this liberation. One is to gain knowledge through spirituality, pass through numerous trials, and ultimately be liberated from the material world. Another straightforward approach is to eliminate the physical body. Therefore, in Yarman's view, he was not killing people, but helping them to find liberation. Odis, hiding in the corner, had already decided to find an opportunity to wipe out the Krieg pirate crew. Firstly, to eradicate this scourge from the world, and secondly, because the bounty offered by this guy was indeed very tempting. At this time, more and more Gnostic members came in, and lanterns and torches illuminated the place. With more people around, the skeletons here aren't so scary anymore. At the same time, Odis, using their light, could see the magic circle on the wall clearly. It was another complex magic circle, which reminded Odis of the magic circle he had found on the stone door of the secret chamber of Transist. The two magic circles have many similarities and some differences, but for now, Odis can only memorize the magic circles and study them later. Because it was a relatively enclosed space, Odis probably overheard the Witch of Pain's instructions. The instant Odis and Furs appeared before them, her spiritual senses had already detected that the man who threw the scroll was most likely a sequence 6, while the woman who opened the door was merely a low sequence extraordinary. The Witch of Pain guessed that one of the two likely possessed a magical item that could effectively conceal their presence. Therefore, the Witch of Pain deployed 9 middle sequence extraordinary individuals into 3 groups, each leading a dozen or so crew members and sailors. One group guards the gate, while the 2 groups explore from different gates. Both groups exploring the area are capable of taking down a sequence 6 enemy relatively easily, and there are also people blocking the door to prevent intruders from escaping after grabbing something important. When Odis heard the others refer to this Witch of Pain as director, he immediately recalled some information he had previously received about the Gnostic Society. This secretive organization has a president and several vice presidents, and below them are the directors. Odis doesn't know exactly how many directors there are, but it is said that these directors are generally sequence 5 or sequence 6. The board members are considered to be in the middle to upper management of the Gnostic Society. Watching the 3 groups proceed independently, Odis did not follow the 2 exploration teams. The members of the Gnostic Society guessed that the intruders must be waiting for them ahead. These people must be very vigilant, and if they followed them, they would be easily discovered. Odis turned his attention to the goalkeeping group, guessing that this group was probably the weakest. Their mission is to block and obstruct, not to search. The main members should only be 1 sequence 6 and 2 sequence 7. If Odis is an ordinary sequence 6, there is no way to break through their interception. If he is not careful, he may be seriously injured or killed by the cooperation of 3 middle sequence members. The best case scenario is that we are held back, and then the other 2 groups of middle order members come to our aid one after another. But Odis is no ordinary sequence 6. Putting aside his powerful scrolls, 3 of the magical items he carries with him are at the sequence 5 level. If it were a one-on-one fight, Odis was even confident that she could kill the Witch of Pain. However, the opponent is unlikely to choose a one-on-one fight. If the 9 middle order members of the Gnostic Society acted together, Odis certainly wouldn't take the initiative to attack, or even launch a sneak attack, because that would be suicidal. However, the other party split up, or rather, normal people would group up, since the intruder was not sequence 5. Odis quietly observed the group of people on the other side of the wall, confirming that there were no sequence 5s among them. Then, he began to imagine and calculate. After more than 10 minutes, he finally whispered to Furs, "In a little while, you quietly move closer to that side. After I launch my attack, run quickly toward the wall, and after I shout at you, immediately open the door and run outside." This scroll is called the Invisibility Scroll. The incantation is Activate in ancient Hermes. When you're halfway out, quickly use the scroll to pretend you're running away, but actually you're secretly turning back. Then, we'll meet up here again. As he spoke, Odis handed Furs an invisibility scroll. Furs didn't know the captain's plan, but she knew very well that obeying the captain's orders was the right thing to do, so she nodded vigorously to show that she understood. Then she saw the captain stride quickly toward the enemies guarding the door. Furs immediately understood the captain's intention, and she felt thrilled and excited again. This was true adventure, an adventure full of madness and danger. If Odis had remained hidden there motionless, even the angels would have had a hard time finding him. But once he begins to act, he will make a faint sound, a sound that even if it cannot be heard, the spirituality of the extraordinary can detect. The sequence 6 had already noticed the anomaly and was looking in Odis's direction. Odis suddenly accelerated, first throwing out a spirit explosion scroll. The sequence 6 had already reacted, spreading his arms wide. "I came, I saw, I recorded." His eyes reflected a phantom book that was slowly turning the pages, and 2 ice arrows appeared before him, piercing towards the scroll. However, the scroll exploded the moment it was pierced, turning into a pale white light. The light flashed across all the members of the Gnostic Society. The dozen or so people in front of the wall simultaneously made surprised expressions and dodged movements, their bodies stiffening and frozen in place. This was the 3rd scroll Odis invented on Monday, and also the most powerful of them all. If you were to observe this group of people with spiritual vision, at this moment, you would find that their spirits were being pushed out of their bodies by some external force, and at this moment the spirits are struggling desperately to return to their bodies. Odis decided to use this scroll not only because it could keep enemies in a stunned state for a longer time than the Thunderstorm scroll, but also because the scroll was silent, and enemies would be unable to speak for several seconds after being attacked. The Thunderstorm scroll not only makes the sound of electric arcs, but also causes enemies that are hit to scream in agony. These few seconds are crucial for Odis. Although the two exploration teams had been exploring for more than 10 minutes, the Witch of Pain should be able to arrive within 10 seconds. With those few seconds, Odis's plan could proceed more smoothly, and he would even have time to collect the spoils. The Sequence 6 recorder was also in a state of paralysis, but he recovered faster than the lower sequence extraordinaries. For example, Sequence 7 needs 5 seconds to get out of this stiff state, while he only needs 3 seconds. But Ozzy wouldn't give him 3 seconds, he used the travel ring to reach the tall wall almost instantly. While outside the walls, one cannot use travel to enter this place, but once inside, one can use travel for short-term travel. However, one cannot leave this secret realm and can only travel within it. After Odis reached the enemy's side, he punched the Sequence 6, sending the record officer flying. At the same time, the record officer was basically freed from his stiff state. In midair, he was about to use his extraordinary abilities to retaliate, but before he could use them, he coughed up blood and suddenly felt that he was in a life-threatening state. Odis's punch was no ordinary punch, it was delivered using the harvest gloves. Even if it only grazed the skin, it was equivalent to suffering a serious injury. Odis, still not satisfied, threw another punch, death. One punch landed, and the record officer was killed. Odis breathed a sigh of relief, immediately realizing that this combo might not be as effective against Sequence 5. Because some Sequence 5 characters, after being severely injured, may have some means to avoid the state of severe injury, such as Witch of Pain, who will definitely use a substitute. Of course, even if a stand-in was used, the Witch of Pain was definitely injured, because the harvest gauntlets harvest lives, not just injure the target. However, after the opponent uses substitute, they are fully capable of escaping quickly. Therefore, this combo will at most knock the opponent away, and it is unlikely to kill them like this Sequence 6. However, now is not the time to ponder this. Odis turned to look at the two Sequence 7s, who had finally broken free of their stiff state. The witch immediately went invisible. The other Sequence 7 is the astrologer, who does not have the ability to invisible, so he can only run to the wall immediately, trying to use opening the door to escape. Odis threw out an ice scroll, freezing the opponent into an ice sculpture. Then Odis used an ice arrow scroll, which produced several ice spike-like ice arrows that pierced the astrologer's body, eliminating another enemy. Furs, who was running this way, was stunned. He tripped over a skeleton bone and almost fell. After quickly regaining his balance, Furs thought to himself as he ran, the leader's strength has increased a lot. In the blink of an eye, he had already killed two middle sequence, extraordinary individuals. Hugh once described her battle with the leader in the park against the enemy, at which time the leader's abilities were insufficient to deal with two Sequence 7s. At this point, more and more crew members and sailors recovered from their stiff state. Their condition remained poor, their hands and feet were cold, and their joints were stiff. The dozen or so people scrambled and screamed as they dodged to the side, showing no intention of joining forces to deal with Odis. This was the opportunity Odis had been waiting for. He shouted at Furs, "We've got it. Let's go." While speaking, he carefully observed his surroundings to avoid being ambushed by the witch in her invisible state. While Furs went to open the door, Odis took out the secondary array of the spatial array, and threw the corpses of the recorder and the astrologer inside. There was no time to wait for the extraordinary characteristics to emerge, so they had to be extracted into the wilderness of knowledge. Following Odis's instructions, Furs pretended to flee the place, but when she passed the wall, she used an invisibility scroll, and turned back just before leaving. Odis saw that the Witch of Pain arrived faster than expected. She had already appeared at the entrance of one of the doors with a giant stone gate. Only about 10 seconds have passed since Odis launched his attack, and the sailors and crew only cried out in alarm about 2 or 3 seconds ago. Theoretically, the other two groups should have noticed the attack by then. However, the Witch of Pain arrived much faster than Odis had anticipated, at least 5 or 6 seconds faster. This made Odis seriously suspect that the Witch of Pain deliberately made the group guarding the gate the weakest, with the aim of making Odis attack this place, and then the Witch of Pain would quickly come back to support. However, Odis's strength exceeded her expectations, and the guards at the gate couldn't even last 10 seconds. Like Furs, Odis entered the illusory door in the wall and then used an invisibility scroll to return. They hurried and, before the Witch of Pain reached the wall, blended into the crowd to cover their footsteps. Chaos erupted near the wall, and by the time the Witch of Pain stabilized the situation, Odis had already retreated to where she had met up with Furs. However, because the two of them used invisibility scrolls, they could not see each other. While the Witch of Pain was asking what was going on and the other members of the spiritual society were returning one after another, Odis used an invisibility scroll again. Furs's figure gradually appeared not far away. At this moment, the two of them were hiding their tracks under the effect of the same invisibility scroll, so they could see each other. Furs breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Odis. The action just now was so thrilling and exciting. She didn't know if it was from running or from excitement. At this moment, Fur's cheeks were flushed and her eyes were sharp. She never thought that she, a Sequence 8, would have such a thrilling and exciting adventure. Despite her excitement, Furs quietly moved aside and hid behind Odis. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. On the other side of the wall, the witch who had disappeared, along with the crew and sailors, were all saying that the two people had already escaped. Furthermore, one of the men shouted something like, "They've got the stuff," leading everyone to believe that they had taken something important and left just now. The Witch of Pain first divined the corpses of the recorder and the astrologer, but found nothing. She glanced at the hall filled with skeletons and finally ordered that only a Sequence 8 with a few people remained to guard the place, while the others, led by Captain Yarman of the Crick, continued to search through the left-hand gate. Meanwhile, the Witch of Pain and the two Witches of Pleasure went into invisibility. Upon hearing this arrangement, Odis immediately realized, "Oh no, I've backfired. I shouldn't have shouted, 'The goods are in hand,' as it sounded like I was telling the Gnostic that I was leaving." At this point, such an explanation was somewhat superfluous. The Witch of Pain clearly suspected that the two people had not left, so she and the Witch of Pleasure also went into invisibility. This made Odis afraid to move, as there was likely an invisible witch nearby. Odis, however, was in no hurry and continued to observe from where he was. As long as he doesn't take any initiative, the other party won't be able to discover him and Furs. The Gnostic Society's new operation began, with dozens of people heading back behind the massive stone gate. By this time, they had largely been fooled by Odis's earlier actions and had lowered their guard, with many starting to chat idly. Odis did not blend in with them as originally planned. He knew that the Witch of Pain must be watching them closely. However, through their conversation, Odis learned that the structures inside the two stone doors were the same. First, one had to pass through a long corridor, and then there was a huge stone chamber inside the corridor. The stone chamber on the right seems to have been destroyed by some enormous force, especially the ground, where someone dug a large pit. The stone chamber on the left is relatively well preserved, but it seems that some monsters have appeared there, as many places on the ground have been trampled and collapsed. They were just looking for something of value, and now they need to go back and continue their search. After thinking for a moment, Odis decided to explore the right-hand corridor and stone chamber first. There were few people there, so he could avoid being discovered. Moreover, if he handled it properly, he could also take down one of the mid-sequence Beyonders. But not now, we'll have to wait. Ultimately, this is a game of patience. The Witch of Pain can't keep going with Odis indefinitely. Odis guessed that she would definitely wait here for a while, and if she didn't see her target, she would definitely go to the stone door on the left to secretly observe her subordinate's search process, in case the target took away the precious thing they found. Just then, several skeletons near the wall suddenly sat up, picked up their weapons, and pounced on the people guarding the door. Odis was taken aback. His first thought was that there was a third group of people here. It was that group of people operating the skeletons. However, Odis remained silent and observed, and put on the ring that could hide in the shadows. This ring came from a hermit whom Odis had previously killed, and it allows one to hide in the shadows for a certain period of time. The downside is that if you wear it for too long, you will hear the voice of the true creator, so Odis generally dared not use it indiscriminately. At first, Odis didn't think she would ever need the ring, and she didn't even name it. After Odis received the blessing of the goddess of night, the ring became a treasure, and as long as he hid in the shadows, no one could find him. So Odis named it the Hermit's Ring. At that moment, an unknown enemy suddenly appeared, and since there was little light in the hall, it might come in handy. At this moment, the skeletons were quickly engulfed by black flames, their spirituality was rapidly drained, and they soon scattered on the ground. Clearly, at least one of the three invisible witches was hiding in the shadows, quietly watching this place. After those skeletons were burned to death by the black flames, more than a dozen skeletons actually got up. Not only was the witch hiding in the shadows confused, but Odis was also bewildered, unable to understand what the third group was up to. At this moment, Odis's eyes suddenly became deep, and he thought to himself, oh no, because the Eye of Secrets was about to open on its own. Although this is a passive skill, the process will consume spiritual energy, and the effect created by the invisibility scroll will be broken. Fortunately, Odis had already put on the Hermit Ring, and the moment the invisibility effect disappeared, he blended into the shadows. Because she hadn't had a chance to greet Furs beforehand, the sudden disappearance of the captain immediately made her somewhat flustered. Odis quickly used that shadow to flash in front of her to let her know he was nearby, so as not to make any noise. At the same time, Odis's prying eyes saw that an invisible force was flowing in the hall, a force that ordinary spiritual vision could not even see. The closer to the wall, the faster this force flows. Odis's gaze followed the flow of this power, slowly turning to the skull hill in the center, where the source of the power seemed to be. Inside the skull, Odis saw a man with feathers on his back, the feathers covered in yellow, greasy grime. He stared wide-eyed at the wall, but his eyes were lifeless, like those of a dead fish. Immediately afterwards, the Eye of Secrets shut down on its own. Odis breathed a sigh of relief and analyzed everything he had just seen. Among the mounds of skulls, there was a man in a strange state. He seemed to be dead, but he was definitely not dead yet. Based on the feathers on his back, it can be basically determined that he is likely connected to the Grim Reaper pathway. As for that invisible force, it should have always existed in this hall, or it could be the force that the Strangeman had set up in advance. The scroll I just used activated this power to some extent, which in turn awakened these skeletons. There was no one commanding these skeleton warriors at the moment, but their nature as undead creatures was to prey on the living. Therefore, it appeared as if members of the Grim Reaper had been attacked. With these thoughts in mind, Odis realized that the time to act was approaching. At this moment, the dozen or so skeleton warriors had been burned to death, but more than 20 skeleton warriors immediately rose up. The crew members and sailors guarding the wall were all worldly wise. They did not panic and drew their weapons to assume a defensive stance. However, this made the witch hiding in the shadows realize the seriousness of the problem. She broke out of her invisibility state and froze the skeleton warriors in place. Just as Odis had predicted, the one lurking in the hall was none other than the Witch of Pain. She approached the skeleton warriors and studied why these skeletons had suddenly come to life. Odis knew his chance had come. He used his shadow to tug at Furz's clothes, signaling for him to follow him. The two quietly approached the massive stone gate inside the main hall. Odis saw that each of the two gates bore an ancient giant script character. The character on the right gate is north, and the character on the left gate is south. Odis glanced back and saw that more than 20 skeletons with weapons were charging towards her from the Witch of Pain's side, which seriously disrupted her plans. Otherwise, he and Furz must have made some noise along the way, and she would have noticed them long ago. Odis made no attempt to conceal the sound of Furz's footsteps, which might lure out the other witches. As planned, Odis led Furz through the gate on the right. On the right wall in the corridor is a mural that has been badly damaged by something. There are tiny scratches, as if every inch of the wall has been scratched. On the left wall, there are several ancient gigantic characters carved into the wall. There are also small scratches on this wall, but fortunately these characters are carved deep enough, otherwise they would have been scratched away. There was a rather large character carved high up. After seeing the character clearly, Odis almost laughed out loud, because in the ancient Gibbon script, this character meant storage and warehouse. In other words, the warehouse of this extraordinary transit station is actually behind this wall. The other smaller ancient giant characters are about the height of a person, marking the location of the warehouse switch. There is a large door switch and a small door switch. Because no one in the Gnostic Society understands the ancient giant script, no one has ever opened this place. Odis came to the wall, reached out from the shadows, placed his hand on the small door switch, and infused it with spirituality. Clack. With a crisp sound, the mechanism activated, opening a small door. Odis waved to Furz and went inside first. Furz was somewhat surprised, not expecting there to be a mechanism here. While marveling at how the captain knew about such a hidden mechanism, Furz quickly followed. The inside was pitch black, but Odis still managed to pinpoint the location where the door was closed. After the door closed, Odis smiled and said, "There should be a light source here." "Ah, found it." As he spoke, Odis used the guidance of the ancient giant script to find the location of the lamp, and infused it with spirituality. The crystal on the top of the warehouse then emitted a light, illuminating the entire warehouse. Furz observed that the warehouse was quite large, filled with many wooden crates and supplies, and in the middle was a small stone platform with some small wooden boxes neatly placed on it. Her first thought was, "I'm rich." Those supplies might not be worth much, but those small wooden boxes on the stone platform must contain something of value. Just as Furz was about to step forward to check, Odis reached out and stopped her. Suddenly, the captain said towards the door, "Come out. I've already spotted you." Furz immediately assumed a defensive stance, guessing that a witch had followed them in. But there was no movement from the direction of the door. Odis laughed and said, "Then I'll have to ask you to come out." Phew. He raised his hand, which was covered by harvest gloves, and the direction of the doorway was immediately covered by layers of fire. At that moment, a black flame burned a gap in the fire wall, and a phantom shadow jumped out from the fire wall. The illusory figure quickly solidified into a sweet and lovely young woman, who asked with a melodious laugh, "How did you know I followed you in?" Odis smiled. "I didn't notice anything, but now I know someone has followed us in." Furz chuckled unkindly, so he was just bluffing this witch earlier.